So Pure So Flirtatious chapter 1196 to chapter 1236. This was taken out by the doctor who General Kars instructed to perform the operation on Victoria by Yang Ming. When Bobby told this secret to Yang Ming asked someone to hand it over to the doctor who performed the operation on Victoria. Yang Ming's approach made Bobby very surprised. He thought that Yang Ming was simply crazy. Wouldn't he lose control of Victoria by doing this? If Victoria lost the human bomb, wouldn't she become a runaway wild horse? How could Yang Ming control her? In fact, only Yang Ming himself understood that controlling a person like this was not the best way. To let Victoria do things for him sincerely, only he respected her first. Of course, he also had to be stronger than her in other aspects, such as skills, so that he could subdue Victoria. Of course, Bobby didn't know that Yang Ming was also an assassin, so he would have such an expression. However, Yang Ming couldn't tell Bobby about his own matters. Therefore, Bobby could only understand that Yang Ming really liked Victoria, so he used this method to please Victoria and win her heart. "Don't worry, Mr. Yang. She is a virgin," Bobby said flatteringly. He had already known the name of Yang Ming from General Kars, and he also knew the high status of Yang Ming. Because when he asked General Kars about the identity of Yang Ming, General Kars just pointed to the sky and said, "Whether I can sit in this position now depends on Mr. Yang's words." This made Bobby inexplicably surprised. He didn't dare to ask further. He was afraid that the more he knew, the faster he would die. Therefore, Bobby quickly told Yang Ming about the remote-controlled bomb on Victoria. Now, when he saw that Yang Ming was preparing to remove the bomb in Victoria's body, Bobby could only understand the above idea. Although he also admitted that Victoria was very beautiful, no matter how beautiful she was still a slave. The matter of Victoria being a virgin was naturally told to him by the previous Egyptian. It was not that Bobby didn't have any bad thoughts about Victoria, but he felt that it was impossible for his aristocratic identity to have sex with a slave. Secondly, Victoria was such a scary woman. Who dared to sleep with her? Being killed by her in the middle of the night, Bobby was a little creepy when he thought about it. Yang Ming listened to Bobby's words and couldn't help but be a little amused. Virgin? Does this guy really think that I have other intentions when I ask for Victoria from him? Hee, I know. Yang Ming nodded. Although Yang Ming had little to do with Victoria being a virgin, Yang Ming also hoped that the bodyguard for Chen Mingyan was a clean woman, not a person who had a messy private life. Hee, Mr. Yang, I suggest it's just a personal suggestion. You shouldn't tell Victoria that the chip in her body has been taken out. Bobby hesitated and advised, it's best to talk about this after you establish a relationship with her. Victoria is really scary. Although Yang Ming felt that Bobby was a little talkative, Bobby really had good intentions, so Yang Ming couldn't blame Bobby. He just smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice. I will pay attention to it." Bobby also saw that although Yang Ming said it with a smile, his words were perfunctory, so he couldn't say anything more. Yang Ming sat on the sofa in the lounge and carefully observed the delicate instrument that was taken out of Victoria's chest. The workmanship of the instrument was very good. It was made of titanium metal. This metal had a good affinity with the human body. It would not rust, and it would not be rejected. It would not have the slightest adverse reaction when placed in the human body. On the top of the instrument, there was also a line of production date and a large KE logo, which might be the manufacturer's trademark or something else. However, Yang Ming's weakness now was that there were no people around him who were engaged in scientific and technological research. He couldn't hand this thing over to the people around him for careful study. If he gave it to other third-party institutions to study, Yang Ming was really worried. It was not easy to create a technological empire. Yang Ming was not a reborn person in the web novel, so he was doomed to be unable to embark on the path of a technological empire. Although Yang Ming's current accumulation of assets was very fast, he still couldn't get involved in the most profitable IT industry, and it was impossible to get involved. He knew himself well enough to know the consequences of forcefully breaking into this industry. Without a strong research and development team and without talents in this area, it was obviously unrealistic to do high tech. Therefore, Yang Ming could only put the chip in his hand aside. "How is Victoria?" Yang Ming glanced at the doctor standing next to General Kars and asked. The doctor looked at General Kars and looked at Yang Ming. There was some embarrassment in his eyes. What's wrong? Yang Ming frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the attitude of General Kars. Mr. Yang asked you a question. Just answer it. Why are you looking at me? General Kars was shocked. He was angered by the doctor's action. Isn't this obviously to make Yang Ming suspect him? Yang Ming was the owner of this land. If these people acted according to General Kars' expression, what would Yang Ming think? It was estimated that Yang Ming would not be far from killing him. No. The doctor was also shocked. He shook his head quickly and said hesitantly, Mr. Yang, General Kars, this is the case. Victoria's situation is not very good. The surgery is done, but her injury is too serious. She is now in a coma. It is still unknown whether she can wake up. Oh? Yang Ming listened to the doctor's words and nodded faintly. Yang Ming asked for Victoria from Bobby's hands and let the doctor treat her. Naturally, it was not that Yang Ming liked Victoria. Although Victoria's appearance was not bad, and the wildness of her body was also very charming, there were many charming women. Yang Ming was not a stud horse. It was impossible for him to fall in love with every one of them. The real reason why Yang Ming kept Victoria was because he liked her kung fu. Since Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jieji, and Sun Jia had accidents and were attacked one after another, Yang Ming felt that the safety of these girls was the top priority. He must send them an extraordinary bodyguard to protect their personal safety. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not be at ease when he was doing things outside. Although Yang Ming had a lot of skilled people under his command, these people were all men. It was very inconvenient to let men accompany a few girls. Chen Mingyan and others would not agree, so this matter was temporarily put aside. Therefore, Yang Ming would let Li Chang adopt some orphans left by the war on the African side and select the girls to train. However, this cycle was too long. It would take at least 2 or 3 years. Yang Ming could not wait for such a long time. He still had to find another way to solve the current urgent situation. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan was the best candidate, but Yang Ming couldn't let her protect Chen Mingyan and the others. Not to mention whether Wang Xiaoyan was willing to be a bodyguard for Yang Ming's other women, Chen Mingyan's level was not so easy to pass. If the gang was exposed, it would be even worse. Victoria, who he met by chance, was a good candidate. Her skill and reaction were excellent, and she was born as a slave, so it was easier to control her. Of course, Yang Ming did not agree with what the doctor said. Even if Victoria recovered from her injury, she might lose her kung fu. They just looked at it with common sense, and they did not have a deep understanding of Victoria. It could be said that Victoria's skill was not based on real kung fu. She was not like some professional players who completely relied on the strength of their body to fight. She relied on skill and skills. It could be said that Victoria and Wang Xiaoyan were very similar. They were not good at long-lasting fights. They only relied on skills to win and achieve the purpose of defeating the enemy in one move. Although Yang Ming was also like this, after all, he was born as a gangster. He also had his own strength, but now it was more skillful. The brute force fighting method was not very clever. Therefore, once Victoria woke up, as long as she did some routine recovery training, she could still have extraordinary skills. People's reaction ability and skills could not be forgotten and changed. As long as these were still there, even if Victoria's strength was not as good as before, it did not matter. At most, her strength would be worse than before, but it would not be too bad. Yang Ming also went through training, and he knew the assassin's own matters. Yang Ming was a halfway learner. Although Fang Tian said that he was talented, he did not start training from childhood. Even so, Yang Ming was able to master a superb killing technique in a short period of time. This also showed the importance of technique, while strength was auxiliary and secondary. "Is she still in a coma?" asked Yang Ming. "Yes, Mr. Yang," the doctor said respectfully. "How big is the chance of waking up?" asked Yang Ming. "This? I can't say." The doctor sighed and said, "This can only depend on her own desire to survive. If her desire to survive is strong, she may be able to wake up, but if her desire to survive is not strong, it is likely that she will not be able to survive tonight." "So tonight is a crucial night?" Yang Ming nodded after listening and asked. Yes, you can say that. If she doesn't wake up tonight, then the hope of waking up is not too big. The doctor said truthfully, the moment the patient doesn't wake up, she won't be out of danger. Yang Ming hesitated and said, let's go. Let's go see her together. Oh, can we see her now? Yes. The doctor nodded and said, Mr. Yang, please come this way. Yang Ming stood up and walked out of the lounge with the doctor. General Kars and Li Cheng also followed behind Yang Ming. Huang Lele naturally went with Yang Ming. Wherever Yang Ming went, she would follow. Coming out of the lounge, they went straight out of the venue and got on a military ambulance parked at the entrance of the venue. General Kars and Li Cheng both had special cars, but when they saw Yang Ming get on the ambulance, they naturally followed and squeezed into the ambulance. The doctor quickly said a few words to the driver in front of the car. The driver's face immediately showed an expression of fear and trepidation. He was just an ordinary ambulance driver. He never thought that one day he would be the driver of Li Cheng and General Kars, and there was another big shot sitting in the car. This made the driver a little excited and didn't know what to do. General Kars and Li Cheng didn't understand why Yang Ming was so interested in Victoria, but Huang Lele never asked about Yang Ming's matters. She obediently accompanied Yang Ming. Whatever Yang Ming did, she just agreed. The ambulance drove to Xianxia City Hospital, which was the only hospital in the city. It was under military control. Now, Li Cheng had taken over the management. Although it was also open to the people of Country X, people could be seen standing guard on both sides of the hospital door. When the ambulance drove in, it was also checked by the guard. General Kars and Captain Li Cheng are in the car. The driver kindly reminded the two guards who came to check. He was also afraid that General Kars and Li Cheng would be disturbed, especially when there was a big shot inside. The guard glanced at the driver suspiciously and looked at his ambulance. Apparently, he didn't believe the driver's words. General Kars and Captain Li Cheng can sit in your car? Get out of the car and open the trunk. I think you are very suspicious. Wait. The driver was shocked and quickly stopped him. Why? Are you scared? The guard glared and increasingly felt that the driver was suspicious. Take out your work ID and let me see. Okay. The driver quickly took out his ID and handed it to the guard. The guard carefully examined it and found that there was no problem with the ID, but this did not mean that there was no problem with the guard. Because now the guard's attitude was very suspicious, he actually said that General Kars and Captain Li Cheng were sitting in the car. How could General Kars and Captain Li Cheng sit in this kind of car? They all had their own cars, so the guard obviously did not believe what the driver said. Seeing that he did not respond, he walked to the back of the car and prepared to open the rear door of the car. Because the ambulance was fully enclosed, the people inside couldn't see the situation outside, but the car suddenly stopped. General Kars waited for a long time, but he didn't see the car start again. He faintly heard the quarrel outside the car, so he quickly pushed open the door of the rear compartment, but he saw a hospital guard standing under the car and reaching out to him. What are you going to do? General Kars was stunned and asked randomly. The guard stretched out his hands and was about to open the door himself, but he saw that the door opened by itself. It was General Kars who opened the door. The guard was shocked and quickly stood up. He gave a military salute and said, reporting to General Kars, I am performing a routine inspection. I don't know that the person in the car is you. When General Kars heard that the guard was performing a routine inspection, he nodded and was not angry. He waved his hand and said, you did a good job. However, I have something important to do. Let the driver get in the car quickly. Yes, said the guard quickly. The driver glanced at the guard with some pride. He thought, didn't you not believe that General Kars is in the car? What about this time? Do you believe it now? Let's see if you still dare to look down on people. Of course, this was just a small episode. It did not affect Yang Ming's mood. When he learned about the incident, he just smiled faintly. His thoughts were more on Victoria. After all, it was indeed not easy to find such a suitable candidate. Yang Ming also hoped that Victoria could overcome the difficulties and wake up. But all of this was not something that Yang Ming could decide. Yang Ming had obtained the golden finger that God gave him, which was already much stronger than others. But he still couldn't fight against fate. Some things could not be resisted, and they could not be changed by people's will. For example, whether Victoria could wake up or not, he could only listen to God's arrangement. Yang Ming followed the doctor to the intensive care unit and saw Victoria lying on the bed. Victoria's blood-stained face had been wiped clean, revealing a clean face, but there was no color. She looked very pale and haggard. Yang Ming sighed slightly, looked at the pile of numbers on the instrument, and then said, "How is the situation now?" "Her breathing is very stable." "It is a relatively good sign." The doctor looked at the numbers on the instrument and said. In fact, Victoria's breathing was also very stable before. Whether she could wake up or not was not determined by her breathing. But Yang Ming listened to the doctor's words and relaxed a lot. He nodded and said, "If there is news, call me immediately." Whether it is good news or bad news. Yang Ming naturally knew that everything had two sides. It was impossible to only report the good news and not the bad news. Perhaps he got good news. Perhaps Victoria would leave this world forever. "Okay, Mr. Yang." The doctor quickly agreed. "Let's go." Yang Ming didn't know why he came to see Victoria. Perhaps, Yang Ming also knew that Victoria might be approaching the end of her life, so he came this time. Yang Ming didn't expect that he could help her. He just felt that her life experience was a bit pitiful. As an assassin, Wang Xiaoyan and I are hundreds of times stronger than her. My skill is not weaker than Wang Xiaoyan's, but my life is very different. For Victoria, who is in the prime of her youth, is this unfair? I hope she can wake up. As long as she wakes up, Yang Ming can give her another life and a new way of living. Let her find herself and the long-lost dignity. However, whether all this can become a reality still depends on herself, because fate is only in her own hands. Yang Ming turned around and walked to the door of the ward. He walked halfway and returned. He put the remote control in his hand next to Victoria's pillow and said, "I have returned the remote control to you. Whether you can hold on to it or not depends on yourself in the future. Should I wake up, or should I continue sleeping and seize my chance?" After that, Yang Ming patted Victoria's hand and turned around again. This time, Yang Ming left the ward without looking back. General Kars, Li Chang, and Huang Lele also followed Yang Ming out of the hospital ward. After Li Ziqing returned to the guest house, his heart became more and more panicked. He always felt a sense of uneasiness, which made him very uncomfortable. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Li Tianjia also saw that Li Ziqing's mood was not right. "Yang Ming still has no attitude, which makes me very uneasy." Li Ziqing said bitterly, "Now this feeling is really a bit worse than death." "Father, how can you think like this?" Li Tianjia was shocked. "Father, there will always be a way. There will always be a solution. You don't have to worry about this. We have now obtained the right to operate the iron ore mine and half of the gold mine. This is something worth celebrating. Don't mention this." Li Ziqing waved his hand. "What is there to be happy about? Whether we can continue to stand firm here is a problem. If Yang Ming wants to deal with us, it is just a matter of a word." "Yes. I thought of it." Li Tianyu on the side suddenly interjected. "What did you think of?" Li Tianjia was a little dissatisfied that his younger brother interrupted his father's words. He glared at him and asked. "Previously, we took the gold mine from the Huang family's hands, which almost ruined their family. Now, we also spent money to invest in the iron ore mine and gold mine. Do you think that when the time comes, Yang Ming will also do the same thing?" Li Tianyu said with some panic, "Will he also take our iron ore mine and gold mine?" "And?" Li Ziqing was stunned after hearing it. He suddenly felt that Li Tianyu's words were very reasonable. "Tianyu, your analysis is very good. This is called giving others a taste of their own medicine. When you say this, it is really possible." Li Tianjia did not care about arguing with Li Tianyu at this time because what Li Tianyu said was indeed reasonable. "Tianyu, what you said is really reasonable. No wonder Yang Ming has not made a move. He may really think so. Let us first immerse ourselves in the joy of the successful bid. After a while, we have all stabilized. The money and equipment for mining have also been invested. At that time, he will directly take back our management rights. Then, we can only cry. Tianyu, your mind is quite flexible. These words reminded me. Li Ziqing nodded heavily. It seems that we can't wait for Yang Ming to retaliate. We should do something. Do something? What can we do? Li Tianjia asked, baffled. Transfer the mine. After we get the money, we quickly leave this place. Once we return to Singapore, Yang Ming's hands can't reach us. What can he do to us? Said Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing said. This is a good way, but in this way, aren't we bidding for nothing? Li Tianyu also felt that his father's method was feasible. However, when he thought of withdrawing the investment here, he had no industry that could compete with Li Tianjia, so his heart was a little uncomfortable. Bidding for nothing? Compared with going bankrupt, this is already a very good result. Li Ziqing said coldly, at that time, if they take back our mines, just like when General Kars took back the Huang family's gold mine, we won't even have time to cry. Yeah, losing money is still a small matter. Who knows how Yang Ming will mess with us? Li Tianjia also followed Li Ziqing. Although he also felt that it was a pity to withdraw his investment at present, relatively speaking, he did not want the family's overseas investment to be too large and let Li Tianyu's status surpass his own. Although Li Tianyu knew that Li Tianjia was more or less targeting him, it was undeniable that what Li Tianjia said was very reasonable, so he had to accept this reality. Well, let's consider it as a waste of time. It can't be said that it is a waste of effort. Li Ziqing waved his hand. After all, our 2 mines were also obtained through bidding. It is not easy to get them. Naturally, it is impossible to sell them at the original price. There are also labor costs. For example, the half-gold mine that we subsequently bid for. If we sell it to Mr. Bobby will definitely not only spend the money we bid for. He will give us the corresponding reward. That is also true. Li Tianyu nodded and said, then let's contact Mr. Bobby first. Find me his phone number. I want to ask him to come and talk to him personally. Li Ziqing instructed Li Tianjia. Although the guest house where they lived was specially set up for them investors, a figure like Bobby, although he had a room in this guest house, would not live here. He still had a villa nearby. Li Tianyu and Li Tianjia quickly began to look for Bobby's contact information on the investor contact list issued by the venue. People like Bobby would naturally be at the top of the list, so they quickly found his phone number. Since Li Ziqing had made a decision, he did not want to delay time and quickly dialed Bobby's phone number. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Bobby? Li Ziqing's voice sounded very respectful. Oh, yes, I am Bobby. Who is this? Bobby picked up the phone and asked politely. Now, although his status in Country X was already very high, there were people who were higher than him, such as Yang Ming, Li Chang, and General Kars. I am Li Ziqing, the owner of the other half of that gold mine, hee. Li Ziqing said. Oh, it turned out to be Mr. Li. What's the matter? Bobby heard that it was Li Ziqing, and it was a little strange. Although the authority of the mine had been determined, it would take some time to talk about cooperation. Wasn't Li Ziqing a little too impatient? This is the case. I don't know if Mr. Bobby is free. I want to talk to you, said Li Ziqing. Oh, talk? Well, then let's meet in a while. After I finish my dinner, I will meet you in my room at the guest house. Bobby said, oh, do you know my room number? Yes, it's recorded in the contact list. As Li Ziqing spoke, he flipped open the roster and said, it's on the 3rd floor, Presidential Suite 3A1, right? Yes, I'll see you later. 7 o'clock in the evening, Bobby said. Okay, I will be there on time, said Li Ziqing quickly. Hanging up the phone, Li Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, Bobby agreed to meet with him, which was a good thing. Li Ziqing believed that as long as the 2 sides met, and his price was not so outrageous, Bobby would definitely accept it. After all, if 2 companies operated a gold mine at the same time, there would be many inconveniences. It was difficult to reach a consensus on mining opinions. It was inevitable that there would be disputes. In this way, no one would be happy. Therefore, as long as he showed the intention to transfer, he believed that Bobby would be happy to take over the gold mine. "How is it, father?" asked Xianxia. "Fortunately, Bobby agreed to meet with me," Li Ziqing said, at 7 o'clock, in his presidential suite in the guest house. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Ziqing came to the presidential suite 3A1 on the third floor of the guest house on time. He knocked on the door, and Bobby's voice came from inside. "Please come in." Obviously, Bobby had arrived a little earlier, which made Li Ziqing very happy. This showed that Bobby had given him enough sincerity. Li Ziqing pushed open the door of the room and walked in. This presidential suite was much better than the room he lived in. His was just an ordinary three-person room, which was far less luxurious than Bobby's room. Even if it was such a luxurious room, Bobby did not live in it. He still lived in the villa outside. This made Li Ziqing feel a little emotional. Comparing people is really annoying. "Mr. Bobby, hello." Li Ziqing smiled and greeted Bobby. At this moment, Bobby was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee and watching TV. When he saw Li Ziqing, he did not get up. He just nodded to him. "Mr. Li, you are here." "Yeah, Mr. Bobby, how are you? Are you okay?" Li Ziqing did not understand the speaking habits of Westerners, so it was a bit awkward to talk about them. "I'm fine, Mr. Li. Why are you in such a hurry to ask me out?" "What's the matter?" asked Bobby. "Hee, this is the case. Don't we have the same gold mine?" said Li Ziqing. "Oh, I understand. You are here to talk to me about cooperation, right?" asked Bobby. "Oh, no, but yes, it is indeed a matter of cooperation." Li Ziqing didn't know how to answer Bobby's question, so he simply said straightforwardly, "Mr. Bobby, I think it is not a pleasant thing for two people to operate a gold mine together. There will always be times when there are differences of opinion." "Yes, I think so too." Bobby nodded. "You came to me. Don't tell me you want me to transfer the gold mine to you?" No. Li Ziqing quickly waved his hand. "Of course not. I mean, I can transfer my half of the gold mine to you." "Oh?" Bobby was stunned. He looked up with interest and looked at Li Ziqing. "You mean, you want to buy me half of the gold mine in your hands?" "Yes." Li Ziqing nodded. To be honest, I'm not very interested." Bobby said something that made Li Ziqing very discouraged. In fact, if it were any other time, Bobby would be very interested in Li Ziqing's proposal, but now, because the other party was Li Ziqing, Bobby had no interest in dealing with him. General Kars and Yang Ming seemed to have a problem with this Li Ziqing, and they wanted to take the opportunity to fix him. What's more, Yang Ming had promised him that he would hand over the gold mine management rights in Li Ziqing's hands to him, so Bobby had no need to buy the half of the gold mine from Li Ziqing. It was a waste to spend a lot of money. "Ah?" Li Ziqing widened his eyes and looked at Bobby incredulously. You are not interested?" "This is the case." Bobby nodded affirmatively. "You don't think that I want to take the opportunity to blackmail you?" Li Ziqing immediately guessed that maybe Bobby didn't want him to earn too much, so he played hard to get, so he said, "Don't worry. The price will not be too expensive. It will definitely be very reasonable. You know, I am not a greedy person." No. Bobby waved his hand. "It's not for this reason. I really don't want to buy the management rights in your hands. It's true. Even if you sell it to me at the original price, I won't take it." "What? You don't want it even if I sell it at the original price?" Li Ziqing seemed to not believe what Bobby said. "No way? Mr. Bobby, are you kidding?" "I'm not kidding." Bobby shook his head. "I'm telling the truth. I really don't want to buy the management rights in your hands." This? Li Ziqing was really dumbfounded at the moment. He felt that his brain was short-circuited. This was a situation that he didn't expect at all. He didn't expect that Bobby would say this. Originally, he thought that as long as he spoke, Bobby would happily buy the management rights in his hands. Now, Bobby actually said that he wouldn't want it even if he sold it at the original price. This was too surprising. "Do you want me to sell it to you at a loss?" Yang Ming nodded. loss, hee. As Bobby spoke until here, he paused and said, even if you lose money, I won't take it. Ugh. Li Ziqing really didn't know what to say. The development of the matter had completely exceeded Li Ziqing's expectations. It was not what he could expect at all. If Mr. Li is talking about this, I don't think we need to talk about it. Bobby said with a smile. Wait, Mr. Bobby, I don't understand. Since you are not interested, why did you bid for this gold mine in the first place? Moreover, for this gold mine, you also sacrificed one of your fighters. This seems to be somewhat inexplicable, right? Li Ziqing asked unwillingly, if I sell the management rights at the original price, you are now bidding for this gold mine at the same price. What's the difference? I was just bidding for fun. What's wrong with that? Bobby laughed. Well, then I have nothing to say. Li Ziqing was very disappointed. Mr. Bobby, sorry to bother you. I will go first. Goodbye. Bobby still had a polite attitude, but he refused to let people go. Li Ziqing saw that Bobby had already asked him to leave, so he stood up helplessly and walked out of Bobby's room. Bobby looked at Li Ziqing's back, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This old guy seems to have noticed the dissatisfaction of General Kars and Yang Ming. Is he ready to get rid of the industry in his hands and escape? How can I cooperate with him? I have to create some trouble for him. Bobby didn't think that Li Ziqing would give up after being rejected by him. Since Li Ziqing had made up his mind to get rid of the industry in his hands and evacuate here, then he would still sell the mineral management rights in his hands to others. Since Bobby already knew the attitude of Yang Ming and General Kars, then Bobby couldn't sit idly by. He must do something to create some trouble for Li Ziqing so that he couldn't get rid of the industry in his hands and trapped him here. Thinking of this, Bobby smiled, picked up the phone in the room, and dialed an old friend's phone number according to the room's internal line number on the roster. Hey, is this Mike? I am Bobby. Hey, Mr. Bobby, why did you call me? Mike and Bobby had a good relationship. The two people's previous minds were not far away, so Mike and Bobby were very familiar with each other. Although Mike's industry was not as big as Bobby's, this did not affect their friendship. Old man, I am in the guest house. Are you free? Let's have a drink together. Bobby invited Mike. Okay, no problem, buddy. Mike naturally agreed to Bobby's invitation very readily. Hanging up the phone, Bobby smiled slightly. Mike was a famous old loudspeaker. As long as he knew something, everyone around him would know it the next day. Therefore, as long as Bobby told Mike about Li Ziqing's matter, he believed that Mike would soon tell the others. It didn't take long for there to be a knock on the door of the room. Bobby immediately said, "Please come in." "Hey, old man, hello." Mike pushed the door and walked in. "Today, you have a rich battle result." "It's okay." Bobby said, "Your battle result is also good." "Same here." Mike smiled. "I am not as rich as you, but the last gold mine is quite regrettable. Someone else took half of the management rights." "It's not a pity, Bobby laughed. "Come on, old man." Mike stared at him and said, "Do you know that it's not a good thing for two people to manage the same mine together? When the time comes, there will definitely be differences of opinion. Haven't you thought about buying the management rights from him?" Li Ziqing did come to me, and he just came, but I refused him." Bobby said with a smile. "Ah? Rejected him?" Mike was stunned. He looked at Bobby inexplicably. "No way? Are you kidding me? You actually rejected it? This is such a good opportunity." "Oh, I know, it must be because his price is too high and he wants to take the opportunity to extort you, so you refused, right?" "In fact, that's not the case." Bobby shook his head. "Li Ziqing said that he can sell it to me at the original price." "Original price? Then why did you refuse?" Mike's eyes widened. "No way, bro, did I hear wrong? Or is there something wrong with your mind? You actually refused such a good thing?" "You didn't hear wrong. My mind is also very good." Bobby said, "But I don't dare to take over the business in Li Ziqing's hands." "Don't dare to take over?" Mike looked at Bobby suspiciously. What do you mean by don't dare to take over? Could it be that there's something else going on? Secret. Oh, this is too confidential. Old man, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's not good for you to know too much. Bobby said, I can only say that don't get too close to Li Ziqing, or you will be unlucky. I can't afford to offend people who want to touch him. Ah. Is there such a thing? Mike's interest was immediately piqued. This is big news. Hey, buddy, tell me, what's the secret behind this? This secret, I can't say. Bobby waved his hand. This kind of thing can't be said casually. Old man, I can't harm you. What I said before is not a secret. It's okay for you to say it, but the latter, you know, your mouth. Huh. Yeah, that's true. Mike nodded. In this case, I still don't know. Even old man, you can't afford to offend people. I can't afford to offend them. It's good that you understand. Bobby nodded. Come, let's not talk about this. Let's drink. AI, this Li Ziqing is really unlucky. Mike smiled. Let's not talk about it. Let's drink. As a result, that night, after Mike walked out of Bobby's room, he went into the room of several investors who were playing dice. Mike, why are you here? Do you want to play 2 games? Look at you. Did you just drink? Where have you been? A guy named Larry asked into the microphone. Hey. I just came from Bobby's room. Mike said, hey, let me tell you some amazing news. Do you know? Li Ziqing actually went to Bobby and sold him the management rights of the other half of the gold mine. What's so amazing about this? Larry said disapprovingly. If 2 people operate together, there will definitely not be any good results. It is better to sell to the other party. If I were Li Ziqing, I would do the same. That's not the amazing thing. Hey, buddy, listen to me. Mike waved his hand and continued, the amazing news is that Bobby actually refused Li Ziqing's proposal. He refused. The asking price is too high. It's normal to refuse. What's so strange about this? Larry continued. Hey, can you listen to me? Mike glared at Larry. The key problem is that Li Ziqing said that he wanted to transfer the management rights to Bobby at the original price, but Bobby didn't accept it. Oh? Really? When the people present heard Mike's words, they finally let out a cry of surprise at the same time. This was indeed too shocking. Yes, nothing could be more shocking than this news. I say, Mike, are you kidding me? This is not something to laugh about. Larry obviously didn't believe it. After all, this was such a good opportunity. Why would Bobby refuse? How is this possible? Either Mike was lying, or there was something else going on. Why would I joke? Mike waved his hand unhappily. Don't you know my character? Indeed, I like to gossip a lot, but which one of the things I say is not true? That's true. Larry nodded and thought about it. Mike really didn't seem to lie to anyone, so he said, then, is there any secret to this matter? Of course, there is a secret. Mike said with some pride, it is said that Bobby has been warned not to get too close to Li Ziqing, and not to get involved in Li Ziqing's affairs. Otherwise what? Larry asked in a hurry. Otherwise. Bobby didn't say it, but obviously, Bobby doesn't dare to deal with Li Ziqing. I don't know which powerful character has warned him to be so careful, said Mike. No way? Even Bobby is afraid? Larry was surprised. If Bobby doesn't dare to provoke someone, then who dares to provoke? That's right. AI, it seems that I have to stay away from Li Ziqing in the future, so as not to get into trouble, said Mike. That's right, you're right. Fortunately, you told us about this. It seems that we have to stay away from Li Ziqing. Larry nodded and said sincerely. Everyone also agreed. Therefore, before the next morning, the news had already spread. The rumor that Li Ziqing had offended a powerful person had shrouded the entire guest house. Even Bobby couldn't afford to provoke someone, so they naturally couldn't afford to provoke him. Li Ziqing certainly didn't know that now no one in the entire guest house dared to deal with him. Li Ziqing returned to his room very disappointed. Father, how was it? As soon as Li Ziqing entered the room, Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu greeted him. AI, don't mention it. Li Ziqing waved his hand helplessly. Damn it, Bobby actually refused. He refused my request. He didn't want to buy the management rights in my hands. Ah? Bobby refused you? He doesn't want to buy the management rights in your hands? Li Tianjia was somewhat inexplicable. Why? Is it because the price you offered is too high? Too high? Li Ziqing shook his head. What is too high? I sold it to him at the original price, but he didn't want it. What? He didn't want the original price? What does he mean? Li Tianjia was anxious when he heard it. Is he sure that we don't want to work together? Does he want us to lose money and sell it to him? He doesn't want it even if we lose money. Li Ziqing said bitterly. Bobby said that he doesn't want it even if we lose money. He is not interested in this gold mine. Then don't sell it to him. Let's sell it to others. Li Tianjia said, I don't believe that I can't find other buyers except for him. That's right. I will contact others again. Li Ziqing nodded. If he wants to buy it, I won't sell it to him. It's not like we can't sell the minerals in our hands. Thinking of this, Li Ziqing's gloomy mood was better again. He planned to contact others tomorrow morning. However, what he didn't know was that in the guest house, rumors had already spread. There were all kinds of versions. They even said that Li Ziqing was a liar who tried to deceive Bobby, but he was rejected. Of course, this was just one of the versions. There were many different versions. Li Ziqing naturally didn't think of this. If he knew, he didn't know how to feel. Should he cry or laugh? Things were sometimes so wonderful. Because of Yang Ming's hint, Bobby directly rejected Li Ziqing. And because Bobby acted on his own accord, rumors started to spread due to a strange combination of circumstances. In Li Ziqing's view, although the management rights of the two mines in his hands were not particularly good, at least it was not particularly bad. The annual income of this iron mine was also good. Therefore, he had not realized that Bobby did not buy his gold mine management rights for other reasons. He thought that Bobby was pretending to be bad *SS. Because Bobby lost the game, he deliberately put on this indifferent attitude. It must be like this. These big shots all paid more attention to their own image. Li Ziqing had humiliated him in public, so he would naturally bear a grudge in his heart. Therefore, it was not strange for him to do something that went against common sense at this moment. The phone rang sharply. The most old-fashioned phone installed in the room was still installed. There was no way. These were all problems left over from the previous war. Being backward was not something that Yang Ming could change in a short time. Although Yang Ming had money, it would take a long time to rebuild this island. First of all, it was to regulate the investors here. The original country X was too chaotic. Everyone had their own armed forces. Wars happened from time to time. These were very unstable factors. Yang Ming must put an end to these. Therefore, the first thing that Yang Ming asked Li Chang to do was to cut off all the individual armed forces. In the entire island, no armed forces with weapons were allowed to exist, including the armed forces of these investors for self-defense. Of course, they could be allowed to retain a certain number of security personnel to maintain the order and safety of the mining area, but they must be strictly reviewed and recorded. After this rule was issued, although it caused dissatisfaction among several large investors, there was no other way. If they wanted to continue to mingle here, they could only obey and abide by the rules. Not to mention their small armed forces, even General Houghton and other hostile forces of General Kar's regime, who were 10 times stronger than them, were annihilated under Li Chang's strong blow. How could they compete with his opponent? This was the first step that Yang Ming had to do. The second step was to promote vacation and tourism on a large scale. This idea came from Henry Island, where Yang Ming had been. A declining aristocrat had bought a private island that did not belong to any country, but under the influence of this declining aristocrat, it had become a vacation paradise for the rich. This declining aristocrat also used this island to get acquainted with many of the world's top nobles and re-entered the upper class. This was a story that people loved to talk about. And what Yang Ming wanted to imitate was Henry Island. Moreover, Yang Ming had the advantage. In terms of land area, Yang Ming occupied 3 to 4 times the land area of Henry Island, which meant that Yang Ming could build more entertainment facilities and apartments. However, Yang Ming's disadvantage was that the small island of Country X was located near the North African plate, and most of North Africa was under the control of the subtropical high pressure and the dry northeast trade winds. In addition, the edge of the plateau was surrounded by tall mountains, blocking the arrival of the sea water, so the climate was hot and dry. It was a tropical desert climate. There was little precipitation, and the evaporation was strong. However, Country X was not like this. Country X was an independent island surrounded by the ocean, so under the influence of the ocean climate, it was not hot. The 4 seasons were pleasant, and it was better than Henry Island. However, this required vigorous publicity because most people would think of the heat when they heard of North Africa, so Yang Ming must let everyone recognize this. Country X was not very hot. Of course, with the support and publicity of old Buffon, the top aristocrat in Europe, it was not difficult to believe that Country X would continue to attract tourists. The ultimate goal that Yang Ming wanted to create was a private resort. This was also the foundation to maintain Country X's prosperity. Even after 100 years, as long as the vacation business on the island still existed, Yang Ming's descendants would have enough opportunities to contact the world's top billionaires. As long as these were grasped, the family would be prosperous forever. However, this was only a preliminary idea of Yang Ming. It would take a long time to put it into action. Just like the old-fashioned telephone in this room, these all needed to be replaced, but things always had to be done step by step. Yang Ming picked up the phone, and the voice of the previous doctor came from the other side. "Mr. Yang? I'm Dr. Jessica." "Hello, Dr. Jessica." Yang Ming's tone also became serious. "How is Victoria? Is she out of danger?" "Victoria, the situation is not very good. She may not make it past tonight." "Mr. Yang, do you want to come and see?" Dr. Jessica said with some difficulty. "What?" Yang Ming was shocked. Although he had already expected that this might be one of the results, when he really heard this, Yang Ming still had some sadness in his heart. It was not because Yang Ming lost a suitable bodyguard, but because he was sad for this poor girl. She was also a human, but she did not enjoy the joy of being a human, and she just left the world. "Okay, I will go over." Yang Ming said, "Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Jessica." "It's no trouble, but we have done our best," Dr. Jessica said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming called Li Chang directly. This time, he did not bring General Kars. It was enough for Li Chang to drive. Huang Lele, perhaps because of the tiredness of the day, had already gone to bed early. Yang Ming did not disturb her again. Li Chang's car soon stopped under the villa where Yang Ming lived. Yang Ming went out of the villa and got in the car. Li Chang did not say anything. He tacitly started the car and drove in the direction of the hospital. Xianxia City at night was simply dark. There was no nightlife at all. This was obviously not possible. The goal here was to be a city that never sleeps, so that it could attract those rich people to come here for a vacation. Li Chang, wait for a while. Find some time to go to Henry Island. Yang Ming looked out of the dark window and instructed Li Chang. Henry Island? Since Li Chang came here, he also began to care about international affairs. Of course, he had heard of the existence of Henry Island. However, Li Chang obviously did not think that Yang Ming would let him go to Henry Island for a vacation. There were so many things to be done here. How could there be time to go on a vacation? Obviously, what Yang Ming said had another meaning. Li Chang thought about it and thought of the similarities between Country X and Henry Island. They were both private island-shaped territories, and the climate was very warm and pleasant. Yang Ming wanted to develop this place into another Henry Island. Brother Yang wants to develop this place into a resort? After Li Chang understood, he asked tentatively. Yang Ming nodded. Yes, if this place wants to develop for a long time, it must have some focus. Although this place is called a country, it is actually not a country. In the end, it is just a private territory. Internationally, it is impossible to obtain the status of a country. In this way, we have a lot of inconveniences. If we want to develop this place, we can't just invest money in it. We have to find ways to make money. Although contracting the development rights of the mines is very profitable, these are one-off. We have contracted the development rights for 10 years. In these 10 years, we have to face a situation of zero income. So, I think that developing the resort tourism industry will allow us to have a steady flow of money into our pockets. Assassins and mercenary organizations. Aren't they also very profitable? Li Chang asked carefully. These things can't be put on the table. We still have to form a pillar of the industry. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "What do you think of this matter?" I think that as long as we have the resources of guests, this plan is very feasible. I am afraid that after it is built, there will be too few tourists. Li Chang carefully expressed his thoughts. The source of guests is not a problem. You don't have to worry about this. Yang Ming said. As long as old Buffon was there, then the source of guests was not a problem at all. He believed that as long as the guests came once and were satisfied with this place, there would be a second and third time. Yang Ming didn't want these people to come because of old Buffon's favor. Old Buffon's favor was only used as a bait. No matter how useful the favor was, if the supporting facilities couldn't keep up, people would consider the favor once or twice, but they would always hesitate for the third time. Yang Ming would not do this kind of one-off business, so Yang Ming must complete the supporting facilities before opening the door to receive guests. As long as there is no problem with the source of guests, then we can do it. Li Chang nodded. Brother Yang, when do I leave? After I return to China in these 2 days, the bidding meeting here will be over. You can go then. Yang Ming said, right, you can take Lu Xinyang with you. His mind is more flexible. Let him experience it. Maybe he can come up with better ideas when he comes back. The car drove into the hospital. This time, Li Chang drove his own car. After the guard saw Li Chang, he directly let him in and did not make a mistake like before. He quickly went upstairs and came to the intensive care unit. At the door, Yang Ming saw Dr. Jessica. Mr. Yang, you are here? Dr. Jessica quickly came over and greeted Yang Ming. When she saw Li Chang next to Yang Ming, she quickly said, Captain Li, you are here too. Yang Ming nodded slightly and asked, how is Victoria? I'm really sorry. Dr. Jessica's face showed a bit of apology. Victoria, she can't make it? Yang Ming looked at Dr. Jessica's face and was shocked. Yang Ming did not expect that Victoria could not hold on in the end and left this world. No. Mr. Yang, you misunderstood. Dr. Jessica quickly added, this is the case. Victoria was in a very dangerous situation for a while, but after emergency rescue, she is now successfully out of danger. I apologize because it's so late and I have to trouble you. So that's how it is. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and blamed himself for being too anxious. However, he comforted Jessica, Dr. Jessica, you don't have to apologize. Victoria can be out of danger. Your efforts are inseparable. Having said that, I should be the one thanking you. Jessica nodded. Seeing that Yang Ming did not mind, Dr. Jessica was relieved and said, now Victoria is on infusion. It will take about half an hour. Let's go to the lounge and wait for a while. All right. Yang Ming nodded. Right, is there anything to eat here? I'm really a little hungry. Yes, there is a restaurant in the hospital. I'll call and ask them to make some food and send it over, Dr. Jessica said quickly. No need, Yang Ming said with a smile, if there are any leftovers, just bring them up. There is no need to make them again. Okay. Dr. Jessica listened to Yang Ming's words and nodded. I'll call now. Victoria opened her eyes in the hospital bed and looked at everything around her with some doubts. Sophisticated medical equipment, a white room, and a thick gauze wrapped around her chest. Where am I? Am I in heaven? Victoria's thought flashed slightly, and even she felt a little funny. All of this had answered her question. She was now in a hospital. Victoria was puzzled. Who sent her to the hospital? As a slave boxer who lost the game and fell in the ring, shouldn't she be thrown into the sea to feed the fish? Victoria was used to this kind of situation. She was not the only slave boxer under Bobby. There were many. When they lost the game and were knocked down in the ring, they lost their value. Regardless of whether they were dead or not, they would be directly thrown into the sea or under the cliff. This was the fate of this group of people, and it could not be changed. The moment Victoria fell to the ground, she foresaw her fate, so she didn't think she had a chance to survive. Victoria quietly sorted out her messy thoughts. She was sure that she was not dead, but she was indeed lying in the hospital bed. The infusion tube on her arm also proved all this. She was not abandoned. Instead, she was sent to the hospital and received very good treatment. This made Victoria's cold heart involuntarily feel touched. However, she was just moved. Victoria didn't think that Bobby was any good, and she couldn't treat Bobby as a good person. Even after she recovered, she was still a slave, a boxer who worked for Bobby. Victoria sighed slightly and closed her eyes. Do I have a future? How long would this nightmarish life last? She longed for freedom, even if it was just for one day. However, this was obviously an extravagant hope. Victoria understood that from the moment the Egyptians sold her to Bobby, she had no freedom in her life. That remote control could control her life and death. Although there were many times when her life was worse than death, a bad life was better than a good death. Who was willing to die? Victoria put away her unrealistic thoughts. Her heart was far from being as cold as her appearance. It was just that she couldn't show all this. Even if she showed it, who could she talk to? Bobby? Hee, this is simply a big joke. Bobby is such a high and mighty person. Will he have a heart-to-heart talk with a slave? Victoria could only pin all her hopes and expectations on her afterlife, if there was really an afterlife. Her extravagant hopes were not high. She didn't have to live too well, but she could go to school, work, and even have a boyfriend like a normal girl. All of this could only be envisioned in the dead of night. The life of a normal person was unattainable. Although it was right beside her, Victoria could never escape the shackles of fate. Victoria turned sideways and placed her head in a more comfortable position. Lying in bed for a long time made her feel that her neck was a little stiff. Anne? What is this? Victoria suddenly felt that there seemed to be something under her neck, which made her a little uncomfortable. Victoria quickly touched her neck with her other arm that did not have an infusion. It was a square matchbox-sized thing. Victoria took out the square thing and put it in front of her. When she looked at it, she was stunned. This was the remote control for the bomb in her body. She glanced at the number on it. It was really her own one. Victoria was very familiar with this thing. She knew this thing since she was a child. Many times, this thing was in front of her, in the hands of the Egyptians, but she couldn't get it. But at this moment, this remote control was placed on the side of her bed. What does this mean? Could it be that Bobby left it here? Victoria obviously didn't believe that Bobby would take the initiative to put it on the bed. She knew Bobby's character too well. Bobby was a cold-blooded guy, especially when it came to his slaves. He simply had an indifferent attitude. Even if Bobby wanted to give up a slave, he wouldn't let that slave have an easy time. If one were to say that Bobby returned the remote control to Victoria because she had fought for him for many years, Victoria would not believe it because this matter was too funny for Bobby. Or if this was Bobby testing her, then it was even more unnecessary because the loyalty of slaves did not need to be tested. The loyalty of slaves did not come from their hearts, but the master's strong pressure made them unable to resist. It was a waste of time to test the loyalty of a low-level slave in this way. Therefore, the only possibility that Victoria could think of was that Bobby accidentally forgot the remote control here. Victoria took a deep breath and looked at the remote control in her hand nervously. Her whole body trembled involuntarily. Yes, she was very excited. She knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. A good opportunity to say goodbye to her previous slave life and escape. Although Victoria had not seen the world and had not lived independently in society, this did not hinder her pursuit of happiness and freedom. Although Victoria also understood that Bobby's network was strong enough to spread all over the world, and he might be able to catch her the next day after she escaped, Victoria did not care. She had already thought it through. Even if it was just one day of freedom, she was satisfied. Therefore, Victoria thought of escaping. This was her only chance. Thinking of this, Victoria quickly pulled out the infusion tube on her other arm with her hand, then got up and jumped out of bed. The wound on her body was suddenly affected, making Victoria grin involuntarily. It was obviously unrealistic to go out from the front door of the ward. Victoria was not sure whether there were guards or doctors outside the front door. The outside of the window of the ward was also covered with protective steel windows. It was impossible to escape from the window. The only hope was the bathroom in the ward. There was generally a ventilation channel in the bathroom. She might be able to escape through the ventilation channel. Thinking of this, Victoria endured the pain in her body and quickly flashed into the bathroom. Victoria lived in a high-level intensive care unit, which was for some powerful people, but because Victoria had now become Yang Ming's person, she was sent to this ward. Therefore, there was a separate bathroom in this ward. Although the bathroom was decorated very simply, it was very clean. There were people who came to clean it every day. After entering the bathroom, Victoria first locked the door of the bathroom, and then began to study the ventilation channel in the bathroom. It's almost time. Let's go. Dr. Jessica looked at her watch and then said to Yang Ming, Mr. Yang, if there is no accident, Victoria will wake up soon. She is out of the critical period, and all the indicators are close to normal. Yang Ming stood up after listening and followed Dr. Jessica out of the lounge with Li Chang. The food that had just been sent from the hospital's cafeteria was very delicious. Yang Ming was very full. For Yang Ming, he didn't like to eat any delicacies. This kind of ordinary home-cooked meal made Yang Ming feel very comfortable. Dr. Jessica pushed open the door of the ward and said, Mr. Yang, please come in, Dr. Jessica exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the empty ward. Where is he? Why is she gone? Yang Ming and Li Chang also entered the ward. With Dr. Jessica's exclamation, they saw the empty bed and the infusion bottle that was about to run out. Brother Yang, I am afraid that Victoria escaped after she woke up. Li Chang said with a wry smile, maybe, Bobby is right. You shouldn't have returned the remote control to Victoria. Otherwise, you will be using it to control her. Control her? Yang Ming shook his head. I never thought about controlling her. Victoria, she has the right to choose her own life. If she doesn't want to stay, then I don't need to force her. Brother Yang? You asked for Victoria from Bobby's hands just to let her go? Li Chang looked at Yang Ming with some confusion. Yes, give her freedom. Yang Ming said faintly. Yes, give her freedom. Yang Ming said faintly, I said that she has the right to choose her life. If she doesn't want to stay, I won't force her. Ah? Li Chang didn't expect Yang Ming's real thoughts to be like this. Brother Yang, then you didn't want to keep her from the beginning? We thought that you had taken a liking to her beauty. Li Chang and Yang Ming had known each other for a long time. They were the kind of people who were relatively close, so he didn't have so many scruples when he spoke. He also understood that Yang Ming regarded him as a friend and a brother. Subordinates were just a formality. Yang Ming listened to Li Chang's words and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He kicked Li Chang lightly and said, No way? Am I such an unbearable person like you? I have a lot of women around me. How can I love every one of them? Hee hee. Li Chang laughed twice and said, We misunderstood. It turns out that Brother Yang, you just want to give her freedom. Not exactly. Yang Ming waved his hand and sighed. He said with some regret, in fact, I want to bring her back to China and let her go to school with Chen Mingyan and the others. This way, she can secretly protect the safety of Chen Mingyan and the others. Of course, although she is a bodyguard in name, her external identity is also a college student. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you spent so much effort to rescue her. Li Chang nodded and said in realization. Victoria, at this moment, was listening to the conversation outside with her ears perked up and leaning on the bathroom door. The sound of the door opening just now shocked Victoria, but fortunately, the people who came in did not seem to notice the situation in the bathroom. Therefore, Victoria put her ear on the bathroom door and listened to the movement outside, so that she could implement her escape plan after the people outside left. She was Chinese. Even the Egyptians didn't know this. This was a secret in the depths of her heart. so she could understand the conversation between Yang Ming and Li Chang. However, Yang Ming's words moved the fragile heart under Victoria's tough appearance. Give her freedom. She had the right to choose her life. These two short sentences made Victoria's eyes brim with tears, and she couldn't hold back her tears. For 18 years, no one had ever said such a thing to her. Not to mention giving her freedom, he had never given her anything else. She was a slave, a machine that had been trained to kill. She didn't have her own freedom or her own life. All she had was to work hard until the day she died. No one had ever given her respect, but at this moment, Yang Ming said that he would give her freedom. Victoria didn't like to talk, but it didn't mean that she couldn't understand what others were saying. Yang Ming's few words made Victoria understand the ins and outs of why she could survive. Sure enough, it was the man outside who took her from Bobby's hands. It was this man who saved her. If it was Bobby, this was simply impossible. Victoria's heart began to sway at this moment. Indeed, she wanted to be free. She wanted to run away. However, the man outside set a condition that moved her even more. Go to college. Although she was secretly working as a bodyguard for someone, it didn't matter. What was important was that she could go to school like a normal girl. This was the life that Victoria had dreamed of. However, there were shortcomings in everything. Not to mention whether what the man outside said was true or false. Even if it was true, Victoria also understood that her identity in front of him was always that of a servant. This couldn't be changed. However, the advantage was that this was much better than being a fugitive. Victoria was penniless and didn't know where to escape. She didn't even know how to integrate into society and how to go to school. Since the man outside could get her from Bobby's hands, he should have a certain amount of power. My problems may not be a problem at all when it comes to him. However, Victoria said to Yang Ming, am I such an unbearable person? I have a lot of women around me. How can I love every one of them? She was secretly unhappy. Victoria had seen a lot of filthy people in the upper class. Didn't men love every one of them? Victoria knew that she was very beautiful, and the reason why Bobby didn't touch her. Victoria also knew that Bobby was afraid that she would resist and perish together with him. Therefore, after listening to Yang Ming's words, Victoria was slightly dissatisfied. While she secretly scolded Yang Ming for being hypocritical, she was also slightly unconvinced. Are the women around him as beautiful as fairies? While Victoria was complaining about Yang Ming, she also made the most important decision in her life. Victoria opened the door of the bathroom and walked out with a normal expression. Ah. You are actually here. Dr. Jessica was frightened by Victoria's disappearance. She was afraid that Yang Ming would blame her. When she saw Victoria actually coming out of the bathroom, she was relieved, but her tone was still a little panicked. I just went to the bathroom. I'm sorry. Victoria showed an apologetic expression. After I woke up, I needed to go to the toilet. It turned out to be like this. It's good that you are fine. Jessica nodded and said. Yang Ming looked at Victoria with a deep meaning and smiled faintly. Although Victoria's expression was very natural, she was too natural. However, Jessica obviously didn't notice this, and Yang Ming didn't intend to expose her. Victoria might have an amazing talent in killing, but in terms of disguise, she was much worse. She might want to tell a perfect lie, but she didn't do it. After all, she was a person who had just woken up. How could she be so calm when she saw Jessica, Yang Ming, and Li Chang, these three strangers? She was too calm, which could only explain one problem. That was, she pretended to be calm, and her cleverness backfired on her. In fact, when Yang Ming just entered the room, Yang Ming noticed Victoria in the bathroom. Others couldn't see her, but for Yang Ming, who had special abilities, it was easy. Therefore, when Yang Ming talked to Li Chang, he deliberately said something that could move Victoria. Of course, these words were indeed Yang Ming's true thoughts, but he deliberately said it in front of Victoria. What Yang Ming found interesting was that Victoria could actually understand Chinese. Yang Ming's original plan was to find a topic to say those words to Dr. Jessica in English after he finished talking to Li Chang. But now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. Did you save me? Victoria looked at Dr. Jessica. Thank you, doctor. No, you should be thanking Mr. Yang. It was his idea that we sent you to the hospital. Dr. Jessica naturally wanted to sell Yang Ming's favor. According to Mr. Bobby's intention, you were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Although Victoria was very clear about the fate of the other slaves, now that she heard Dr. Jessica's words, she still had a palpitation of surviving a disaster. In her eyes, there was also a trace of hatred. Of course, this hatred was directed at Bobby. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Victoria's sentence was from the bottom of her heart. She had never expressed gratitude to anyone, but today was the first time. You don't have to say thank you. Yang Ming smiled. I saved you because I naturally have a use for you. I believe you heard what we just said. What did you say? At this moment, Yang Ming and Victoria were talking in English, so Victoria continued to pretend to be stupid. There are some things that we don't need to say, right? Miss Victoria. Yang Ming used Chinese this time. After he finished speaking, he looked at Victoria with a smile. Victoria looked embarrassed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to guess that she understood Chinese. However, there was nothing to hide. She didn't tell the Egyptian and Bobby before because there was no need to do so. The relationship between her, the Egyptian, and Bobby was completely a master-servant relationship. Victoria didn't need to tell them. She just needed to create benefits for them. Well, I admit it. Just now in the bathroom, I heard your conversation. Victoria nodded and readily admitted it. In this case, do you have any opinion on my proposal? Yang Ming was also very satisfied with Victoria's honesty. Whether you go or stay is in your hands. If you want to leave, I will bless you. You don't have to go out from the bathroom vent. You can go out from the hospital gate. I will not only let you leave, but I will also give you some support for travel expenses. When Yang Ming said this, he paused and waited for Victoria's statement. However, Victoria did not make a sound. She stood there quietly, waiting for Yang Ming's next words. Of course, if you don't want to go, you can continue to follow me and return to China with me. I will arrange for you to enter a university. Your identity on the surface is a college student. I will not limit your personal freedom, but you have to secretly protect the safety of my girlfriends, said Yang Ming. I will go back with you. Victoria actually had an answer in her heart. After Yang Ming finished speaking, she replied without hesitation. Yang Ming gave her respect and freedom, making her feel that she was now an equal person with others. Moreover, Yang Ming's tone of discussion made Victoria somewhat flattered. In any case, Victoria was willing to follow Yang Ming just because of his attitude toward her. Okay, stay here and recuperate. After your injury is healed, we will leave. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, Yang Ming already knew Victoria's answer. The conversation just now was just a formality. If Victoria didn't want to accept it, he was afraid she wouldn't have come out of the bathroom. I have no problem. I'll take a break. I can leave tomorrow. As Victoria spoke, she stretched out her arm in front of Yang Ming, indicating that she had no problem. However, the strenuous exercise still made her frown slightly. Don't force yourself. Yang Ming looked at Victoria's appearance and found it funny. No matter how cold her appearance was, she was always a normal girl. No, I can do it. Victoria nodded firmly. Okay. Yang Ming saw that Victoria insisted, so he no longer persuaded her. Then the day after tomorrow. I still have a little personal matter to deal with tomorrow. Okay. Victoria replied, rest for another day tomorrow. There should be no problem. The personal matter that Yang Ming referred to was naturally Li Ziqing's matter. Yang Ming was going to leave one day to deal with Li Ziqing. One day was enough. Right, the remote control, did you see it? Yang Ming looked up and looked at Victoria. I saw it. Victoria nodded. Thank you. Give it to me. Yang Ming reached out to Victoria. Victoria was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming at a loss. She didn't understand why Yang Ming asked her for the remote control again. Give me the remote control. Yang Ming repeated what he said before in detail. This. Victoria hesitated. Could it be that Yang Ming was just pretending to be a good person to move me, but in the end, he didn't want to give me freedom? To be honest, Victoria didn't want to hand over the remote control, but Yang Ming's previous words made her very moved. She subconsciously felt that Yang Ming was not the kind of person who would go back on his words. Now that he wanted the remote control, there must be a purpose. So, after a brief hesitation, Victoria took out the remote control from her pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Here. Hee, why did you hand it over? Isn't this thing very important to you? Yang Ming wanted to tease Victoria. Of course, he also wanted to test her. Yang Ming wanted to see if Victoria really wanted to follow him. However, Yang Ming also understood that it seemed unrealistic to expect Victoria to work for him with just a few words. Yang Ming didn't have extravagant hopes. However, Victoria obediently handed over the remote control, which surprised Yang Ming. What he didn't expect was that these simple words were the root of what moved Victoria. Because Victoria had never been respected by others, Yang Ming was the first person to talk to her like this, and Yang Ming also promised to give her freedom. Therefore, this made Victoria feel that it was worth it to gamble once. Even if Yang Ming went back on his word, she also gained respect once. Once was enough for her. So, Victoria handed over the remote control that was vital to her. But when she heard that Yang Ming was still making sarcastic remarks, Victoria immediately pouted and said with grievance, "Didn't you want it? If I want it, you hand it over?" Yang Ming was very satisfied with Victoria's action. He didn't reach out to take the remote control but continued to ask. "What if I don't hand it over? Since I have decided to follow you, then the remote control is naturally still in your hands." Victoria was very aware. She shrugged and said naturally, "Actually, it doesn't matter. I have already thought it through." Hee. Yang Ming took the remote control from Victoria's hand and smiled. In fact, this remote control is no longer of any use. Dr. Jessica knows this best. Isn't that right, Dr. Jessica? Victoria looked at Yang Ming inexplicably. She didn't know what he meant. Yes, Miss Victoria. During the operation, I have already taken out the chip in your body and handed it to Mr. Yang. Dr. Jessica listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly explained. Taken out? Victoria was stunned at first, then her face showed a joyful expression. Really? Dr. Jessica nodded affirmatively. All of this came too suddenly. The chip in her body had once become a nightmare for Victoria. Victoria dreamed of taking out the chip in her body, but she couldn't. Under the eyes of Bobby and the Egyptians, it was impossible for her to perform this kind of surgery. She did not have any opportunity to contact people in this area, so Victoria just thought about it when she was dreaming. When she was awake, she would not have such unrealistic ideas. I think there should be such a trust between us. Yang Ming smiled. Now, when you return the remote control to me, I can be sure that you absolutely trust me. So, I told you about taking out the chip in your body. Thank you. Victoria was really moved this time. Tears lingered in her eyes a few times, and finally fell down. Am I very useless? I am a boxer, and I actually cried. I didn't do it in the ring. Yang Ming shook his head. No, this is not useless, but it shows that you have found yourself and become a person with feelings. I hope you can show your emotions on your face, not that cold face of yours. I will work hard. Victoria tried her best to smile. She felt that her choice today would change her future life. She was no longer a slave, a boxer who worked for her master. Yang Ming and Li Chang left Victoria's ward together. When they went downstairs, Li Chang gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Brother Yang, you are really good at buying people's hearts. Really? Yang Ming waved his hand. I admit that I deliberately said some words in front of Victoria, but in fact, I do think so. Li Chang, as a superior, it is right to say some beautiful words, but you must fulfill what you said. Don't always say empty words. Beautiful words can buy people's hearts, but lies can also lose people's hearts. Li Chang nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Yang Ming was reminding him to do this when he spoke in the future. Early the next morning, Li Ziqing found his old acquaintance, Jeffers. Hey, Jeffers, how is it? Do you want to have breakfast together? Li Ziqing patted Jeffers on the shoulder enthusiastically and said to him. In this bid, Jeffers only maintained the small coal mine in his hands and did not have any breakthroughs. However, this was already very satisfying for him, because his strength was already relatively weak, so he did not dare to compete with others for anything. Oh? Mr. Li? When Jeffers saw that it was Li Ziqing, he subconsciously took 2 steps back, but in the end, he stood still. Li Ziqing naturally saw Jeffers' reaction, but he did not feel anything. He thought that Jeffers was frightened by him and could not help but react. Hee, of course, it's me. Let's go. How about we go to my room to enjoy breakfast together? I asked Xianxia to buy good porridge. It's very fragrant. Jeffers hesitated, looked around, and found that there was no one else. He nodded and said, well, then let's go to your room. Jeffers naturally heard the rumors about Li Ziqing, so when he saw Li Ziqing, he subconsciously kept a certain distance from him. However, because of their previous relationship, Jeffers could not talk to Li Ziqing. Now, Li Ziqing invited him to have breakfast together. Originally, Jeffers wanted to refuse, but when he heard that they were only going to his room, not to the public restaurant, and that they were going to eat delicious porridge, Jeffers reluctantly agreed. Li Ziqing also slightly noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Jeffers, but he did not think about it. What he cared about now was to get rid of the iron ore and half of the gold mine in his hands as soon as possible, and then leave this damn place. Jeffers carefully followed Li Ziqing to his room. Seeing that no one saw him, Jeffers breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the door, he became more enthusiastic. Mr. Li, why are you so polite? You invited me to eat so early in the morning? Hee, we have a good relationship. Li Ziqing stared at him and lied. Although Li Ziqing and Jeffers were familiar before, they were only familiar with each other. It was far from a good relationship. Hee. Jeffers naturally did not take it seriously and laughed twice with Li Ziqing. Jeffers, now there is a great thing that is going to happen to you. How about it? Do you want to hear it? Li Ziqing closed the door and said mysteriously. Great thing? What good thing? Jeffers was stunned and looked at Li Ziqing with some surprise. If it weren't for our good relationship, I wouldn't have found you first. Li Ziqing lowered his voice and said, this time, you got the right to operate a coal mine, right? Although Jeffers was somewhat inexplicable about why Li Ziqing said this, he nodded and said, yes, you know my strength. How can I be qualified to compete with others for those profitable mines? Who doesn't want to make more money? But I can't not know my limits, right? Hee, but now there is a great opportunity in front of you. Li Ziqing said, it depends on whether you want to grasp it or not. What good opportunity? Jeffers was confused by Li Ziqing. He still hadn't figured out what Li Ziqing wanted to say. I am going to transfer the management rights of the iron mine to you. Li Ziqing seemed to be talking about a good thing. He looked up and winked at Jeffers. Of course, I can also transfer the ownership of half of the gold mine to you. How about it? Is it enough? What? Transfer it to me? Jeffers was stunned and looked at Li Ziqing with some amazement. Yeah, how about it? Are you surprised? And it's the original price. Li Ziqing patted Jeffers' shoulder and said. Original price? Jeffers looked at the smiling Li Ziqing and suddenly thought of the rumor he heard last night. Li Ziqing wanted to transfer the management rights of the gold mine to Bobby, but Bobby directly refused. Yesterday, when he heard it, Jeffers didn't believe it. After all, it was difficult to tell whether this kind of thing was true or not. But today, he believed it. Because Li Ziqing found Jeffers again and wanted to transfer the ownership of the iron mine and gold mine in his hands. If Li Ziqing really wanted to transfer the ownership in his hands, then the best transferor of the ownership of the gold mine was Bobby because he had the ownership of the other half of the gold mine, but Li Ziqing found him, which showed that the rumor yesterday was true. Only after Bobby refused, Li Ziqing would find someone else. Otherwise, why didn't he transfer the gold mine to Bobby? The management rights of this half of the gold mine were the biggest for Bobby. Only in Bobby's hands could the benefits be maximized. For others, it was obviously not attractive. Therefore, when Li Ziqing said that he wanted to transfer the management rights of half of the gold mine to him, Jeffers immediately realized this. Even Bobby didn't dare to take the gold mine. How could Jeffers dare to take it? Obviously, he didn't dare. Yes, the original price. How about it? This is not a problem for you, right? Li Ziqing saw Jeffers' surprised expression and didn't think much about it. He thought that Jeffers was flattered. The price is not a problem for me. Although Jeffers only operated a small coal mine, the profit of this kind of thing was unimaginable. Therefore, even if it was only a small coal mine, Jeffers' family was not thin. It was more than enough for him to buy Li Ziqing's iron ore mine and half of the gold mine. However, Jeffs did not dare to buy it. Although he was very tempted by Li Ziqing's suggestion, he was not someone who did not know the rules. To survive in this land, he had to abide by the rules here. Bobby couldn't afford to offend the person. Jeffers didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't want to offend a big shot because of a temporary interest. He couldn't even manage the coal mine in the end. Therefore, all Jeffs could think of was to refuse. He had no choice but to refuse. Since it's not a problem, then let's study the specific matters of the transfer? Li Ziqing didn't wait for Jeffers to finish and quickly interrupted him. No, Mr. Li, listen to me first. Jeffers waved his hand and said, the price is not a problem, but I don't want to buy the management rights of the iron and gold mines in your hands. What? You don't want to buy it? Li Ziqing's eyes widened. Jeffers, are you mistaken? You don't want to buy it? Didn't you tell me before that you wanted to have more minerals? Oh, yes, but that was in the past, not now. Now I have changed my mind and can operate my small coal mine with peace of mind. I am satisfied. Yes, satisfied. That's it. Jeffers said incoherently. After all, his relationship with Li Ziqing was relatively harmonious before. Now, he directly refused, which made him feel a little sorry. However, he really couldn't help Li Ziqing. At the same time, he also hated Li Ziqing in his heart. Obviously, he had offended a big shot, so he had to quickly transfer the mines in his hands and leave here. However, Yang Ming acted like a savior as if he had given him a big advantage. This made Jeffers very annoyed. Jeffers didn't believe that Li Ziqing didn't understand this. If he didn't know that he had offended someone, how could he sell the mineral management rights in his hands? And it was the original price? Unless his brain was punctured. As a matter of fact, this mineral management rights were not easy to obtain. Even if it was transferred, it was impossible to transfer it at the original price. However, Li Ziqing transferred it at the original price. This made people ponder deeply. Originally, Jeffers planned to tell Li Ziqing about the rumors outside, but now, Li Ziqing seemed to treat him as a fool. This was what Jeffers couldn't tolerate, so Jeffers didn't intend to tell Li Ziqing about the rumors he heard outside yesterday. It was better to let this guy be kept in the dark. What the hell is going on? Jeffers, are you kidding? You are not tempted by such favorable conditions? When Li Ziqing saw that Jeffers refused, he was at a loss. Previously, he was full of confidence. He felt that as long as Jeffers was not a fool, he would definitely buy the iron mine and half of the gold mine management rights from him. However, his idea was once again defeated. Just like the contrast before and after finding Bobby yesterday, Li Ziqing's heart couldn't bear it. Jeffers snorted coldly in his heart. He thought, it is a lie to say that I am not tempted, but I also need to have the capital to be tempted. The kind of power struggle between the big shots is not something that people at my level can participate in. Li Ziqing, the victim, can only be sacrificed naturally. I am really not tempted, and I am not interested. Jeffers' expression showed a very indifferent posture. He was somewhat disgusted with Li Ziqing's face. Not interested? How is this possible? Li Ziqing looked at Jeffers with some unwillingness. Are you kidding me? This is not funny at all. This opportunity is rare. I am the first to find you. If you don't want it, there are many people waiting in line to take it. The relationship between the two of us is very good, so I contacted you first. I don't want to let others take advantage of me. Jeffers had a feeling of vomiting. He looked at Li Ziqing's face that was not red even when he was lying. He shook his head silently. No, let others take advantage of you. The first to find me? Jeffers wanted to laugh on the spot. How many times was it when I found Bobby yesterday? The zeroth time? If it can be calculated like this. Take advantage of me? This is simply harming others. Fortunately, I am well informed and know some secret things. Otherwise, if I buy the mines in Li Ziqing's hands stupidly, not to mention that the money may be in vain, but it is hard to say whether I can continue to mingle here. Thankfully, Li Ziqing was the first one who didn't find him. Otherwise, Jeffers might have been fooled. It is really dangerous. However, after all, they have been in a relationship for many years. Before Jeffers left, he decided to remind Li Ziqing. Mr. Li, why do you want to transfer these 2 mines of yours? Ugh. Oh, this is the case. My business in Singapore has some cash flow problems. I want to get rid of the iron ore mine and half of the gold mine management rights as soon as possible so that I can take the money to fill the deficit there. Li Ziqing casually made up a lie. Jeffers shook his head and gave up the last reminder to Li Ziqing. This person was not worth his reminder. At this time, he was still lying, which made Jeffers very annoyed. He had just paid the mineral contract fee yesterday, and he was in a hurry to use the money today. If he was not crazy, then he was talking nonsense. I wish you good luck. I am really not interested in your iron ore mine and half of the gold mine. Jeffers patted Li Ziqing's shoulder and walked out of Li Ziqing's room. He did not drink the porridge in front of him. Li Ziqing did not ask him to stay. The ultimate reason why he invited Jeffers to drink the porridge was to transfer the mineral management rights to him. Since he had refused, there was nothing to talk about. As for whether Jeffers drank the porridge or not, it was not Li Ziqing's concern. Mother ****. Li Ziqing scolded. Why are all of you acting like you are crazy? You are not interested in such a popular thing? I don't believe that if you two are not interested, everyone is not interested. After Jeffers went out of Li Ziqing's room, he began to spread the news everywhere. Li Ziqing had hurt his heart. He decided not to leave any face for Li Ziqing. Hey, do you know who was looking for me just now? Jeffers came to the restaurant. He did not eat at all when he was in Li Ziqing's room, so after he came out, he went directly to the restaurant. Who? Big Mouth Mike immediately came over. He liked to inquire about these strange things. It's Li Ziqing. Jeffers smiled mysteriously. Oh. Mike immediately became interested. It's him. How is it? Why is he looking for you? What do you think he is looking for me for? Jeffers said deliberately. Let me think about it. Mike nodded. I know. He must be selling you the management rights of his 2 mines, right? Is that the case? Yes, that's it. Jeffers confirmed Mike's words. Do you know what he said? He said that he let me take advantage of him. He let me see that he got a great deal. He wanted to transfer the management rights of the 2 mines to me at the original price. Moreover, he said that he thought of me first. Oh, ha 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 ha. After Mike heard it, he laughed. The first, ha ha ha, it's so funny. What do you say? Of course, I refused. What ability do I have to accept something that even Mr. Bobby doesn't dare to accept? Mike shook his head and said, the most annoying thing is that this guy still wants to hide it from me. He obviously offended a big shot and told me that he has a cash flow problem. Isn't this trying to kill me? You didn't fall for it. None of us will be fooled by him. Mike patted Jeffers' shoulder and said. Yeah, thanks to you reminding me yesterday. Otherwise, I might have. AI, let's not talk about it. Jeffers sighed and said with some fear. We are all friends. Why are you thanking me? Mike waved his hand. However, with your personal experience, we have also learned a lot. Everyone has to be careful. Li Ziqing may not give up and continue to sell his minerals to us. Hey, we all know. Who would still want to take over his mines? Everyone laughed. After Li Ziqing scolded Jeffers, he was naturally very unwilling, but there was no way. He didn't understand. Why did everyone suddenly lose interest in the minerals that were originally in high demand? Father, how is your talk with Jeffers? Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu came in from the next room and asked Li Ziqing. D*MN, this guy actually rejected me. He also said that he was not interested. Is there a mistake? Li Ziqing said coldly, these people are all like idiots. I sold it to them at the original price, but they don't want it. He doesn't want it? Li Tianyu suddenly frowned. It can't be? Why doesn't he want it? Who knows? These people are like eating the wrong medicine. They won't even pick up this kind of bargain. Li Ziqing said angrily. Father, I think it seems that our transfer price is too cheap. Li Tianyu interjected at this time. We should raise the price and transfer it more expensive. Too cheap? Li Ziqing was stunned. It is so cheap. We can't transfer it at the original price, let alone raise the price? No, I think the problem is this price. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, it is because it is too cheap that it can't be transferred. How can it not be transferred if it is too cheap? Can it be sold if it is expensive? Li Ziqing's eyes widened. Apparently, he did not believe Li Tianyu's theory. Father, you're so smart. Why can't you figure it out? Li Tianyu hurriedly explained in detail, think about it, we spent a lot of effort to bid for the management rights of these two mines. Now, we are selling them at the original price. How can this not make people suspicious? You can continue. Li Ziqing nodded. He seemed to have grasped some of the knack. Let's not talk about the cost of hiring Li Lixin. Just the time spent going back and forth is already enough, right? Li Tianyu said, and now, if we sell it at the original price, what will others think? They will definitely think that we are either crazy or that there is something wrong with these two mines. Obviously, we can't be lunatics. Then, there's only one explanation. There's a problem with the mine. Yeah. Li Ziqing patted his head and suddenly realized, why didn't I think of it before? It turned out to be like this. No wonder I felt that the eyes of Bobby and Jeffers were flickering. It turned out that they were suspicious of me. This time, I can't sell it at the original price. I have to raise the price. Yes, only by raising the price, others will think that we just want to earn a difference in price, so we bid for these mines. It is reasonable. Li Tianyu nodded and said. Tianyu, your analysis is good. Li Ziqing was suddenly enlightened. He was in a very good mood. Naturally, he was not stingy with his praise for Li Tianyu. Li Tianjia was somewhat disdainful on the side. When Li Tianyu said this, he actually thought about it, but he didn't think that his father didn't consider these things. But obviously, Li Ziqing was blinded by the situation. After Li Ziqing figured this out, he was not so worried. After breakfast in the room, he came to the activity room on the first floor of the guest house. Many investors would come here to play cards or something in their spare time. Li Ziqing entered the activity room and did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone was playing their own game. Li Ziqing simply found a card game and sat down. Hey, man, what are you playing? Li Ziqing looked at the black man closest to him and asked. Blackjack. When the black man saw that it was Li Ziqing, his expression changed involuntarily. However, he still replied to his question. What mineral did you invest in this time? When Li Ziqing saw the black man talking to him, he naturally continued to talk. The black man naturally heard about Li Ziqing, and after experiencing the incident with Jeffers in the morning, he naturally wanted to stay away from Li Ziqing. However, this guy was sitting next to him, so the black man could only answer him indifferently. I didn't get any minerals. My boxer is too garbage. He didn't win a single game. After Li Ziqing listened to the black man's words, his heart suddenly moved. You didn't get a single mineral? Isn't that the person I'm looking for? So, Li Ziqing quickly continued to talk with the black man. That's a pity. Yeah. After the black man finished speaking, he cursed, damn it, I took too many cards. As he said this, he closed the cards in his hand. In my hands, there are 2 minerals. I don't know if you are interested? Li Ziqing was ready to start peddling the minerals in his hands. In fact, I am a middleman. I make a living by speculating. I now have an iron mine and half a gold mine in my hands. I don't know if you are interested? Speculator? The black man repeated Li Ziqing's words. It was not salty nor light. It was difficult to understand the meaning in his tone. Yes, I am a speculator. Li Ziqing said, you only need to give me a certain benefit, and I will transfer the minerals in my hands to you. How about it? Isn't this a good deal? At least you won't go back empty-handed. Go back empty-handed? I have already gone back empty-handed, and I have booked a ticket for tomorrow. The black man snorted. Yeah, now, you have such an opportunity. You met me, this speculator. Li Ziqing thought that the black man was tempted and tried to introduce him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud and small voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Li Ziqing frowned. He thought, who is so unethical? Although this is a public place, you have to take into account the quality of a person, right? We are talking about business. Please keep your voice down. Li Ziqing found the source of the laughter. It was a white man sitting not far from them. Oh. Okay, Mr. Speculator. Mike showed a mocking expression. I know you want to transfer the minerals in your hands as soon as possible because you have a cash flow problem. What cash flow problem? Li Ziqing glared at Mike. He was somewhat dissatisfied that Mike interrupted the conversation between him and the black man. My business in Singapore has a cash flow problem. I need funds, so I will transfer the minerals in my hands at the original price. Oh, now you see that our black brother is easy to bully, right? You just turned around and raised the price? Mike learned how Li Ziqing talked to Jeffers before and pinched his nose. You. Li Ziqing's face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect Jeffers to leak their conversation. This made him very angry. How could this Jeffers do such a dirty and shameless thing? What's wrong with me? Mike was not afraid of Li Ziqing, especially after he learned from Bobby that there was a big shot who wanted to deal with Li Ziqing. He didn't care about him anymore. Therefore, he used all the sarcasm. Are you a fool, or are we fools? One person, one price? Do you think it's interesting to do this? Li Ziqing's face was blue and white for a while. After a while, he snorted. Well, I admit that my cash flow problem is not good. I will sell my minerals at the original price. Who wants them? I am not interested. Mike spread his hands, stood up, and walked directly to the door of the activity room. Sorry, I am not interested. The black man also stood up. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Although he really wanted the minerals in Li Ziqing's hands, he also understood that it was better not to buy it than not being able to gain a foothold after buying it. Hey, man, I can give you a discount. How about it? Li Ziqing shouted with his teeth clenched. I really don't have any interest. The black man shook his head and left without looking back. Let's go. It's not interesting here. The other people in the activity room also stood up and walked to the door. In the end, only Li Ziqing was left, sitting at the table in the lounge. Li Ziqing didn't understand why everyone seemed to have discussed it. They were not interested in the minerals in his hands. Li Ziqing was really dumbfounded this time. He originally thought that there was no need to worry about selling the goods. However, the current situation was that no one wanted him even if he sold it at the original price or even at a lower price. What the hell is wrong with these people? It doesn't make sense. Why don't they want such a good deal? Is someone not letting them buy it? Thinking of this, suddenly a chill hit Li Ziqing's body. Not letting them buy it. Yes, it must be like this. There must be a behind-the-scenes mastermind behind this matter. And this behind-the-scenes mastermind, is it Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Li Ziqing's body couldn't help but begin to tremble. Could it be that Yang Ming's revenge has begun? Yang Ming doesn't want me to transfer the minerals in my hands to others? Of course, Li Ziqing didn't think that Yang Ming didn't let him transfer because he wanted him to continue operating. Victoria was lying in the hospital bed, quietly thinking about what had just happened. This day had brought her too many surprises, and it had already exceeded what she could bear. The freedom that she had always longed for actually came to her so easily. Victoria had a feeling of a dream, it was very unreal. Yang Ming did not take the remote control away in the end, but Victoria had no use for it. She kept it just as a souvenir. Tomorrow, am I going to embark on a new life? Victoria was afraid that after she woke up, everything would change back to the original state, so she went to bed very late last night. However, when she woke up today and saw the remote control on her pillow, Victoria was convinced that she was not dreaming. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Victoria thought it was the nurse who came to change her medicine, so she did not care and spoke calmly. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Dr. Jessica took the lead. However, behind Dr. Jessica stood a person who made Victoria resent and fear from the bottom of her heart. This person was her former master, Bobby. This resentment and fear were involuntary. Although Victoria had nothing to do with him now, under years of submission to Bobby's oppression, Victoria had developed a fear of him. Victoria, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Bobby walked into the ward cautiously and greeted Victoria with a face full of concern. Bobby was a sociable person. He had worked hard to establish a relationship with Yang Ming. Naturally, he had to find ways to maintain and consolidate it. Therefore, when Yang Ming wanted to take Victoria away and treat her, Bobby mistakenly thought that Yang Ming had taken a fancy to Victoria because he did not think that the injured Victoria had any other use for Yang Ming. Yesterday, what Yang Ming said to Victoria, although Jessica heard it, she would never say these things without Yang Ming's permission. The doctors in this hospital were all soldiers, so they would never reveal anything. Therefore, although Jessica knew the real reason why Yang Ming wanted Victoria, this reason could not be told to Bobby. As for what Bobby thought, it was Bobby's own business. For Bobby's question, Jessica did not say anything other than a smile. However, the more it was like this, the more Bobby misunderstood. He thought that Jessica was smiling ambiguously, so his heart was even more fearful. After entering Victoria's room, Bobby was so careful. Victoria was shocked by Bobby's attitude. She did not know how Bobby, who had always been high and mighty, suddenly became like this. Victoria opened her mouth in amazement, and she did not say a word for a long time. Victoria, I know that I may have gone overboard with what I did to you before, but, you were my slave at that time. Now that you have a noble status, I think you won't hold a grudge against me and won't take what happened in the past to heart, right? Bobby saw that Victoria did not answer, and he was sure that Victoria was holding a grudge. Moreover, seeing that Victoria was now living in such a high-end ward, and there was a professional doctor accompanying her 24 hours a day, Bobby knew that Victoria should occupy a large position in Yang Ming's heart. In this way, this little girl was favored, and it was inevitable that she would resent Bobby for what he had done before. At that time, she would flirt with Yang Ming's pillow. Then, wouldn't Bobby be done for? Thinking of the accidents that might happen in the future, Bobby quickly ran to Victoria's ward to seek her forgiveness. Victoria was even more inexplicable. When did my identity become noble? Now, I just have a certain amount of freedom, but it is not related to the word noble. In this world, there are so many free people like me. I can't even count them. Are these people all noble? As a matter of fact, the beggars in the slums also had freedom. And Victoria really didn't feel that her situation was much better than theirs. When Bobby saw Victoria's appearance, he guessed that Victoria must still be very resentful. If he wanted to get Victoria's forgiveness, he was afraid that it would not be possible with just a few words. Victoria, it is your blessing that Mr. Yang likes you. However, you have to grasp this opportunity well. There is no shortage of beautiful women around Mr. Yang. So, if you want to always get Mr. Yang's favor, you have to first learn how to please and please men. Bobby saw that his blind apology was useless, so he changed his tactics. Before he came here, he made 2 preparations. One of the preparations was to talk to Victoria as a friend about her future and how she could stand firm in Yang Ming's family. Hey! Victoria's eyes widened. What does he mean by there is no shortage of beautiful women around Mr. Yang? What does it have to do with me if there are more beautiful women around him? It's just a few more targets to be protected. Moreover, why do I want to get Yang Ming's favor? Victoria, your previous identity. Oh, I'm sorry. Although it's somewhat demeaning to mention this now, I'm telling the truth. I hope you can understand. I'm now talking to you from the perspective of a friend. Bobby's two hands didn't know what to do, but his sincerity was fully shown. And then? Victoria was confused. When she saw that Bobby was also at a loss, she suddenly felt a little funny. Is this still the Bobby who used to flaunt his prowess? In front of me, he suddenly became like a child. The huge contrast made Victoria feel like she was dreaming. Victoria wanted to figure out what was wrong with Bobby, so she asked him to continue. Seeing that Victoria finally spoke, Bobby was overjoyed. It seems that Victoria is a little relaxed. I played the friendship card correctly, so he quickly continued, you couldn't have come into contact with these things between men and women in the past. Take me as an example. I have many women around me, but the one who attracts me the most may not be the most beautiful, but the most charming. A woman's charm can be cultivated and changed, so I came here this time mainly to talk to you about these things. Oh? Victoria still didn't quite understand the ultimate purpose of Bobby coming here. What woman's charm? Could it be that Bobby suddenly became stupid? Victoria had never seen Bobby talk and act like this before. If you want to always capture Mr. Yang's heart, Victoria, you have to work hard. Bobby said and mysteriously handed a box to Victoria's hand. Then he squinted his eyes and said, here, I have a small video player for you. There are videos that I downloaded for you. Some of the world's famous intelligence organizations are training female intelligence officers. The skill of seducing men is first class. If you learn half of it, you can. Female intelligence officer training? Victoria took the small box from Bobby's hand and repeated to herself. That's right. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Bobby quickly took credit. Well, Miss Victoria, I won't disturb your rest. I will come to visit you later. In addition, I got some fresh fruits that you like to eat. They are on the side of the bed. Bobby obviously didn't know what kind of fruit Victoria was willing to eat before, but Bobby had learned some of Victoria's living habits from the slaves under him overnight. Usually, Bobby was not harsh on the diet of these slaves because he wanted to rely on them to win the competition for him, so they must keep up with the diet and nutrition. After Bobby said these words, he got up and left. He smiled and nodded to Victoria before leaving the ward. Victoria held the box in her hand and stared at Bobby's departing back in confusion. She shook her head. What the hell is going on? What happened to Bobby? Jessica looked at the inexplicable Victoria and shook her head helplessly. Miss Victoria, Mr. Bobby thought that Mr. Young took a fancy to your beauty and made you his woman, so, Bobby has such a posture. Ah. Victoria suddenly blushed after listening to Jessica's words. The current Victoria was more like a normal girl. She had thrown away the shackles of her previous fate and became a free person. Victoria finally understood what the association said before and after Bobby. It turned out that Bobby regarded her as Yang Ming's woman. However, what puzzled Victoria was that Bobby at least didn't have to be so humble to her, right? When she went out with Bobby to fight in the arena, she also saw many beautiful women with Bobby's friends, but Bobby did not deliberately flatter them. On the contrary, he was very cold because in the eyes of these men, women were accessories. Only power and money could make them excited. Victoria even saw that one of Bobby's friends' women was slapped in public by Bobby's friends because she offended Bobby with words. This also indirectly showed that the friendship between men did not need women to be involved. But now, Victoria seemed to see another scene, which made her really inexplicable. She finally couldn't help but ask, but, even if this is the case, Bobby doesn't have to treat me like this, right? His attitude. After Jessica listened to Victoria's words, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Even if you just asked him to kneel, he might not hesitate. Kneel? This is impossible, right? Victoria exclaimed. I understand what you are thinking. If you are just the woman of a friend with the same status as Bobby, then Bobby will definitely not treat you with such an attitude. But, when a man's identity has completely overridden another person, the woman around him, even if she is just an unfavored one, will become high and mighty. Jessica said slowly, Mr. Yang, in this land, has absolute power, so your identity will also rise. Jessica naturally knew Yang Ming's real intention for Victoria, so she didn't have to worry about anything. She told Victoria all these things to help her solve her doubts, and at the same time, she could better understand the master she would serve in the future. High and mighty? Victoria had never felt like today before. Originally, she thought that Bobby had already stood at the top of wealth and upper-class society, but now it seemed that there were people who were stronger than Bobby. Just because of the groundless title of being Yang Ming's woman, Bobby, who was originally high and mighty, flattered her. It also made her change from a slave with the lowest status to a high and mighty empress. All of this was brought about by the man she saw last night. What kind of person is he? Victoria became a little absent-minded. This kind of rise and fall in status made her believe that her choice was correct. Although she was not Yang Ming's woman, and she couldn't be one, she didn't see lust and desire for her beauty in Yang Ming's eyes. It was just a kind of faint concern. However, in Victoria's heart, she was still a little vain. At the very least, she used the title of Yang Ming's woman to intimidate Bobby. This made her little heart unprecedentedly satisfied. Yes, from the very beginning, the identity of a slave, she suddenly rode on the head of the master. Who could not be happy? Victoria took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Thank you for not exposing this matter just now, so that I can vent the anger in my heart. I have no right to say anything to Bobby. What he thinks is his own guess. Jessica shrugged. In fact, even if you are the bodyguard of Mr. Yang's woman, Bobby will still look at you in a different light. This is the difference in identity. The gap between him and Mr. Yang is too big. Jessica said this because she naturally saw Yang Ming's posture in front of Li Chang and General Kars. Even Li Chang and General Kars were in awe of a person, so what was Bobby? Li Ziqing. And, how should I deal with him? Yang Ming stretched lazily and asked Huang Lele, who had not fully woken up. I don't know. I will sleep for a while. Huang Lele rubbed her eyes and glanced at the time on the alarm clock at the bedside. She found that it was still early, so she fell asleep again. Yang Ming smiled and got up and got out of bed. His schedule was limited, so he only had one day to deal with Li Ziqing. As for Li Ziqing wanting to sell the iron ore and gold mines in his hands, Yang Ming naturally heard the news. Bobby immediately told Yang Ming about the situation. For this opportunity to have a relationship with Yang Ming, Bobby naturally would not let it go. Yang Ming was non-committal about Bobby's approach. Sometimes, making the enemy panic psychologically was more torturous than doing something to them. Li Ziqing's family was probably in this mood now. They were in a panic all day long. He had not retaliated against them, but they had already fallen into the situation of scaring themselves. Thinking about it, Yang Ming felt a little funny. He had two mines in his hands. He couldn't sell them, and he couldn't mine them himself. This was probably the most painful thing in life. Yang Ming's prediction was naturally not wrong. At this moment, Li Ziqing was sitting in the guest house's room with a pale face, just like the white impermanence in the movie. Beside him were Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu. It must be Yang Ming's revenge. Li Ziqing's face was pale. Although his words were excited, there was some panic. Otherwise, why didn't anyone buy the iron ore and gold mine in my hands? These are the golden chickens that lay golden eggs. These people are not interested. If it weren't for Yang Ming's pressure, how could it be explained? Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu also fell into silence. Now, the Li family had reached a dilemma. They didn't dare to take a step forward. Who knew what kind of retaliation would be brought if they continued to operate in this place? But even if they took a step back, they couldn't retreat. No one took over the mines in their hands. That was an investment of $6 billion. It was not a small number. How could they just give it up like that? What they cheated from Huang Xiaofei was only $5 billion. Father, I think we can only make a choice now. I think under the pressure of Yang Ming, no one will take over our mines, and we can't continue to operate. I think we should make a choice and give up. Li Tianjia hesitated and advised. Give up? Li Ziqing exclaimed. That is more than $6 billion. This time, not only did we invest Huang Xiaofei's money, but we also used a large amount of the company's cash. If we give up like this, won't we lose a lot? Losing a lot is better than dying here, right? Li Tianjia advised, we can't give up our lives for money, right? Where there is life, there is hope. To be honest, in this place, I have no confidence in my heart. There is no law here. There are no rules. General Kars and Li Chong's words are the law. If they want to kill us, it is just a matter of a word. How could Li Ziqing not know that Li Tianjia was telling the truth? If he didn't know, he wouldn't be eager to get rid of the mines in his hands. It was because he knew this that he wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But now, it seemed that his idea was obviously not feasible. No one would take over the mines in his hands. Although Li Tianyu also felt that this was a great loss, this was the only way, so he had to agree. Father, we have no other choice. After Yang Ming left the room, he came to the dining room. Huang Xiaofei, Huang Rongtian, and Huang Rongjin had already woken up. They were sitting in the dining room and chatting happily. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Huang Xiaofei nodded with a smile. Huang Rongtian and Huang Rongjin stood up enthusiastically and greeted Yang Ming. They understood that the change in the Huang family could not be separated from this man in front of him. Although he was Huang Leilei's boyfriend, if he did not appear, the Huang family might really be finished. When are we going back to China? The things here were over. Huang Rongjin naturally thought about returning to China. We will leave tomorrow morning, but how do we deal with Li Ziqing's matter? Have you thought about how to deal with him? Asked Yang Ming. We were just talking about Li Ziqing's matter. Li Ziqing wanted to sell the mines in his hands, but no one took over. We also heard about this matter. Haha, Li Ziqing probably didn't think that he would have such a day. Huang Rongjin couldn't help but laugh when he said this. Hee hee. Huang Xiaofei also laughed heartily. This time, Li Ziqing's fall is really not small. The money he lost is much more than what he cheated from me before. It could be seen that Huang Xiaofei was really happy. He had come out of the shadow of the previous incident. Now, have you decided how to deal with him? Asked Yang Ming. Deal with him. I think he has already been punished. He has lost more money. Let's just forget about dealing with him. Huang Xiaofei thought about it and said faintly. Sometimes, when a person was in a different position, their thoughts would be different. In the beginning, Huang Xiaofei hated Li Ziqing to the bone. He could not wait to kill him to vent the hatred in his heart. But now, knowing Yang Ming's position in Country X, and knowing that Yang Ming was the owner of this land, Huang Xiaofei's perspective on the problem had also changed. He now looked at Li Ziqing with a completely overlooking attitude, just like an elephant looking at an ant. He could trample Li Ziqing to death with just a move of his feet. Therefore, he had no interest in how to ravage Li Ziqing. After all, the scariest thing was to put a person in a state of fear. True fear was the fear of the unknown, not the fear of reality. Li Ziqing was now already in fear. It was estimated that this kind of torment had tortured him to the point of madness, so Huang Xiaofei had no interest in attacking him physically. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. He Ziqing. Yang. After Huang Xiaofei heard it, he waved his hand and said, in fact, this feeling of being cheated of so much money is even worse. I have personally felt this feeling. It is simply better to die than to live. Yang Ming, if you didn't appear, maybe I would have chosen to commit suicide. So, I understand that kind of pain, and Li Ziqing's family will spend the rest of their lives in this kind of pain. Oh? This is a good idea. Yang Ming listened to Huang Xiaofei's words, and he had another idea in his heart. There was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, then, let them lose more money. Lose more money? What do you mean? Huang Xiaofei didn't understand Yang Ming's words. Aren't they losing enough money now? Now? If they can't sell the mines in their hands, what does it have to do with me? Yang Ming spread his hands. They can leave, but the 40 billion patakas that they cheated from you before should be returned to you, right? They didn't use it to invest in mines. Ah, you mean, let them take out another 40 billion patakas? Huang Xiaofei understood Yang Ming's words and exclaimed. Yang Ming nodded and said, but it's not again, but should. His investment in mines is the money he invested. It has nothing to do with the money he owes you. If he wasn't greedy and wanted to get some benefits here, why would he come to invest? Then again, if he didn't come here to invest, how can I trouble him? If he stayed in Singapore, I really couldn't do anything to him. Yang Ming and Huang Xiaofei were right. At this moment, Li Ziqing's mind had begun to waver. Yes, Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu were right. Where there is life, there is hope. Giving up some now was just a temporary waver. Although it was painful, it was better than losing his life. Thinking of this, Li Ziqing finally made a decision. Pack up. We will leave and return to China. I really regret coming here to invest this time. I didn't expect the Huang family to find such a big backer. I really didn't expect it. Li Ziqing's voice was a little bitter and hoarse, but this was normal. Who would not be distressed when they suddenly lost such a large sum of money? However, what made Li Ziqing's family more frightened was still to come. Li Ziqing's family packed up their things and came out of the guest house. As soon as they walked to the door of the guest house, they were stopped. Sorry, Mr. Li, you can't leave. Can't leave? Why? Li Ziqing was shocked, but he asked calmly. He had already thought of the worst result in his heart, but he was not very sure, so at this moment, he deliberately made himself look more calm. He hoped that these people stopped him because of other things. This is an order from above. The guard said faintly, please go back. An order from above? What order? We are here to invest. Why do you want to restrict my personal freedom? Li Ziqing suddenly became agitated. He couldn't not be agitated because the worst possibility had already occurred. The order from above is to prohibit you from leaving the guest house. The guard replied word by word. Prohibit me from leaving? Why? Li Ziqing snorted coldly and tried to push away the guard's obstruction. I will leave. What can you do to me? The muzzle of a long gun was pressed against Li Ziqing's chest. If you insist on leaving, according to the order, we will shoot you to death. You dare to shoot me to death? I don't believe it. What right do you have to shoot me to death? Li Ziqing shouted in exasperation, everyone, come out and take a look. This is how they treat investors. They restrict their freedom and even want to kill them. In the future, who would dare to invest in this damned place? Li Ziqing's clamor and noise did not attract any onlookers because the investors in this guest house already knew that Li Ziqing had provoked a very powerful person, so this had nothing to do with them. Who would stand up for Li Ziqing at this time? Isn't this asking for trouble? Ka. Li Ziqing heard the clear sound of a bullet being loaded, and the sweat on his forehead flowed down in an instant. His shouting just now was just to attract the attention of the investors here and arouse their public anger. In this way, the law would not punish the majority, and Li Ziqing could get the support of others. But now, obviously, his words did not resonate. Instead, it aroused the guard's vigilance. The guard had already loaded the bullet. Li Ziqing was not a fool. He knew that the guard would do what he said, so for a while, all the words that were about to come out of his mouth stopped abruptly. His half-opened mouth froze on the spot. Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu did not expect things to develop in this direction. Now, they had restricted their freedom and did not let them leave at will. The guard obviously did what he said. They could not watch their father die, so Li Tianjia pulled Li Ziqing's sleeve and whispered, Father, let's go back to the room. We will make plans after we go back. Li Ziqing was already timid. Now that he was pulled by Li Tianjia, he also had a way out. He snorted and turned back to the guest house. After entering the guest house, Li Ziqing found that all the room doors were closed. Obviously, others did not want to be involved in this matter, so they simply closed the door and pretended not to know. Li Ziqing sighed and said something that made him feel self-deprecating, but he had to say it. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu also bowed their heads in silence. Indeed, thinking about it now, Li Ziqing's previous approach was a bit too much. He almost forced the Huang family into a dead end, but they were indifferent and complacent. They had no compassion. But now, retribution was on their heads. How do you think Yang Ming will deal with us? Li Ziqing sat on the bed in the room absent-mindedly, like a criminal waiting to be judged by fate. He didn't know his future, and he didn't know what would happen to him in the next moment. Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu's hearts were also full of panic. Their psychological quality was not as good as Li Ziqing's. They were still young, and they didn't want to die in this damn place at such a young age. However, looking at the situation now, Yang Ming didn't seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, he wouldn't just restrict their travel. If Yang Ming wanted to kill them to vent his anger, he would directly take them to a remote place. Whether they were killed or abused, it was entirely up to Yang Ming's preferences. But now, Yang Ming didn't say how to deal with them. He just trapped them here. Until now, the Li family didn't even see Yang Ming's shadow, which made them feel uneasy. In many cases, the process was more terrible than the result. They always hoped that Yang Ming would let them go, but they were even more afraid that Yang Ming would think of more cruel ways to harm them. Tianyu, if you didn't try to invest here, we wouldn't have come. Who would have thought that we would encounter this kind of thing? Not to mention that we lost money, but now we can't even leave. Li Xianxia finally couldn't help but complain about the inner torment. What did you say? Li Tianyu's heart was also uncomfortable. After being stimulated by Li Xianxia, his fragile soul suddenly collapsed. He stood up and pointed at Li Xianxia and scolded, "You mother ****. If you weren't lustful and had thoughts about Huang Lele, how could we fall into this situation? Who are you scolding? You scolded my mother? I will kill you." Li Xianxia and Li Tianyu were not born from the same mother, so Li Xianxia was very sensitive to this topic. After being scolded by Li Tianyu, he immediately exploded. He raised his arm and hit Li Tianyu. "Who are you trying to kill?" Li Tianyu didn't show weakness and wrestled with Li Xianxia. "Okay, stop fighting." Li Zicheng was depressed in his heart, but his two sons were wrestling together. How could he feel good? He quickly scolded them. However, Li Xianxia and Li Tianyu's hearts were full of anger. How could they stop at this moment? Don't think that I don't know your thoughts. When you suggested that my father send me abroad, you wanted to inherit the family business. Li Tianyu sneered as he fought. But you are restless. You want to seduce Huang Lele. I think you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. You tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. Now, the Huang family's revenge is here. What do you think? I think we should castrate you and make Huang family happy. Maybe they will let us go. What did you say? Li Tianxia listened to Li Tianyu's words and was furious. Indeed, when he suggested that his father send Li Tianyu to Africa, he also wanted to exclude him from the center of power. However, Li Tianyu exposed his thoughts in public. He suddenly became angry, especially when Li Tianyu said that he wanted to castrate him to please the Huang family. He was even angrier. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Li Tianyu's penis and pulled it up forcefully. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to castrate me, I will castrate you first. Let's see how you inherit the family business in the future. I will let you die without descendants." Ha 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 ha. Under the disaster of the family, the ugliness and ferocity in human nature broke out in an instant. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that a husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but they flew away separately in the face of disaster? Husband and wife were like this, and so were brothers. Not to mention this kind of half-brother who had been fighting openly and secretly since childhood. Li Xianxia was ruthless at this moment. He wanted to solve Li Tianyu, this future trouble, once and for all. Under the pressure of no future and no reality of the next moment, the ferocity in his human nature burst out immediately. Ouch! Li Tianyu was in pain, and his tears came out. However, he did not show any weakness. Originally, he probably could not survive. Now that Li Xianxia actually bullied him like this, he wanted to vent his anger before he died. Therefore, Li Tianyu did not care about the pain. He kicked Li Xianxia's groin with his backhand. He kicked again and again, ignoring the pain of Li Xianxia pulling his groin. "What are you two doing?" Li Zicheng was shocked. He quickly stepped forward to stop it. How could this be? Yang Ming had not done anything yet. These two sons were fighting and killing each other first, and they were so vicious. Don't worry about it. Li Tianyu was dissatisfied with his father's bias. When he was sent overseas, his father nodded and agreed. If it were not for Li Xianxia, the eldest son, how could he be treated like this? Therefore, when he saw his father coming to stop the fight, he subconsciously thought that his father was taking sides. It just so happened that Li Ziqing pulled Li Tianyu's close first. Therefore, Li Tianyu's hatred surged into his brain. He raised his right leg. The leg that was about to kick Li Tianjia changed its direction and kicked Li Ziqing. Because the angle and direction of the kick were originally aimed at Li Tianjia's crotch, the angle did not change after the change of direction, so the kick landed on Li Ziqing's crotch. Li Ziqing suddenly squatted on the ground in pain. He covered his crotch in pain. He was a person in his 50s or 60s. That part was naturally much more fragile than a young person. Therefore, with one kick, his crotch exploded, and he rolled directly on the ground. For Li Ziqing's rolling on the ground, Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu did not care. The two of them had reached a state of madness. They did not consider the consequences at all. Li Tianjia's eyes were bloodshot. He had no scruples now, and Li Tianyu was the same. Therefore, the two crazy people kicked and scratched each other until there was a large amount of blood in their crotches. Then, they both fell to the ground unwillingly. At this moment, Li Ziqing had already fainted from the pain. The security guards in the guest house naturally heard the fighting in Li Ziqing's room. They rushed over and found that the Li family's father and son had fallen to the ground. Everyone's crotch had a lot of blood. These three people won't be having a threesome, right? The security guard widened his eyes and quickly reported the situation to his superior. Yang Ming was eating breakfast in the restaurant. He was talking with Huang Xiaofei and his son about how to deal with Li Ziqing's family, but he did not expect to get such news. The Li family's father and son killed each other, and the three of them had their genitals destroyed. Even though Yang Ming had seen a lot of things, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. Isn't this too much? I haven't done anything to them yet, and these three people have started to fight among themselves. Isn't their psychological quality too bad? Brother Yang, what should we do now? Should we let them die on their own? Li Cheng stood at the scene and was also surprised. Perhaps, the state of Li Ziqing and his son was unprecedented. It could be said to be unprecedented. That won't do. How can we just let them die? Send them to the hospital for treatment. Then, give them an amputation surgery. Yang Ming smiled strangely after listening and said, amputation surgery? Their legs are not broken. Li Cheng was somewhat inexplicable after listening to Yang Ming's words. Didn't their genitals explode? I'm talking about the third leg. Yang Ming explained. Ah? Okay. Li Cheng understood and hung up the phone. Huang Rongjin, who was listening to Yang Ming's phone call, accidentally spat out the porridge in his mouth. He gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Yang Ming's amputation was simply too vivid. Huang Xiaofei and Huang Rongtian were relatively far away. At this moment, they still didn't understand what happened on Yang Ming's phone call. They were looking at Yang Ming and Huang Rongjin strangely. Yang Ming hung up the phone. He didn't know if it was funny or not. This feeling was very strange, but it was more sad. Li Ziqing's family actually fell in their own panic and uneasiness. When Huang Rongjin told what happened to Li Ziqing's family to his father and brother, the two were also laughing, including Huang Xiaofei, the elder. At the moment, he was laughing so hard that he almost fainted. It's really retribution. I didn't expect Li Ziqing's family to have such a result. Now, without dealing with them, he has been punished. Right, why don't you let them fend for themselves? Asked Huang Rongjin. Sometimes, being alive is more painful than being dead, isn't it? Yang Ming shrugged. Besides, if they are dead, who do I ask for money? That's true. Huang Rongtian nodded. As a man, without money, you can't touch a woman. Being alive is really more painful than being dead. When Li Ziqing's family woke up, they didn't expect them to be lying in the hospital. Who sent them to the hospital? The three people on the hospital bed all looked at each other. Perhaps, Yang Ming couldn't wait to kill them, right? Looking at his father and brother on the hospital bed, Li Tianyu felt a lot of emotions, and his heart was full of regret. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he was indeed a little too impulsive before. Li Tianjia was also in the same mood. Now, the Li family was completely extinct this time. The bursts of pain from his lower body clearly indicated this point. However, what could he do with regret now? Li Ziqing was also bitter in his heart. Is the Li family really finished this time? How can we be so unlucky again and again? Just when Li Ziqing's family had their own thoughts, the door of the ward was pushed open. Mr. Yang, Li Ziqing and the others are awake. Dr. Jessica said to Yang Ming in the lounge. Yang Ming nodded and stood up. He really didn't know what kind of thoughts he had when he came to see Li Ziqing and his father. This made him feel that it was too dramatic. Yang Ming? Li Ziqing finally saw Yang Ming, and Yang Ming finally came to see him. However, what Li Ziqing didn't expect was that it would actually be under such a situation. Li Ziqing was a little bitter. This was purely a joke. They didn't do anything to him, but his own people had internal strife, and they were all hospitalized. Hospital, wait, was it Yang Ming who sent them to the hospital? Otherwise, how did they enter the hospital? You sent us to the hospital? Li Ziqing expressed his doubts. Yes. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't need to deny this. Why? Although Li Ziqing was faintly suspicious, after listening to Yang Ming's affirmative answer, he still asked doubtfully. Li Tianjia's father said Li Ziqing. Calm. Li Ziqing was stunned and asked in confusion, what money? The 40 billion patakas that were cheated from the Huang family, you haven't forgotten, right? Yang Ming's eyes were cold, and he said faintly, if you have forgotten, then I can remind you. Wasn't that money invested in the mines here? Why do you still want it from me? Li Ziqing asked in surprise after hearing it. You also said that you invested in the mines. What does this have to do with me? What I want from you is the 40 billion patakas that you cheated from the Huang family. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. That's not the same. We can't operate here. Isn't the money for contracting the mines in your hands? Li Ziqing was a little agitated. Yang Ming was simply blackmailing him. No wonder Yang Ming hadn't shown up. It turned out that he wanted to extort more money from him. Li Ziqing, I think you are mistaken. You invested the money that you invested. If you can't operate it, it is your own problem. What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming looked at Li Ziqing with an innocent expression. Right, the hospitalization fee for the three of you is $500 million. You have to pay me this money. Of course, if you think it is expensive, you can also complain to the medical supervision department here. Unfortunately, the medical supervision department here has not been established yet. If you want to complain, I can let Carr set up one now to complain to you. What do you think? Isn't this proposal good? You. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Li Ziqing was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. This is simply a rascal. However, Yang Ming's words also indirectly reminded Li Ziqing. That was, here, Yang Ming's words were effective. He could even order General Kars. This made Li Ziqing's heart tremble. He finally understood his position. Yes, people under the eaves have to bow their heads. Now, for Yang Ming's resistance, it doesn't make sense at all. Isn't it what he says? I, Li Ziqing, must be at the mercy of others. Mr. Yang, I really have no money in my hands. Li Ziqing was somewhat helpless, but he had to say in a low voice, the cash flow in my hands is invested in the mines here. There is no other money in the family except for real estate. Real estate? Yang Ming frowned. Well, then let's just say that I'm at a disadvantage. You are going to let me go? Li Ziqing asked quickly after listening to Yang Ming's words. Let you go? When did I not let you go? I just want back the 40 billion that originally belonged to me. Isn't this fair? Yang Ming looked at Li Ziqing and said simply and clearly. But I don't have this money. Li Ziqing was a little confused. Didn't Yang Ming say that he would suffer a loss? Isn't that letting him go? But now, it seems that Yang Ming doesn't seem to want to let him go. You don't have money. You can use your real estate to pay off the debt. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, when I said that you would suffer a loss, I meant that the property under your name, I will simply convert it to 40 billion. I won't calculate it carefully. You can directly transfer it to. And transfer it to Lei. The 40 billion was originally hers. What? Li Ziqing was furious after listening to Yang Ming's words. He almost jumped out of bed. My real estate is far more than 40 billion. Yang Ming actually gave me 40 billion just like that? Oh, you don't want to? Then you can continue to live here. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. Wait. Li Tianyu suddenly shouted. He didn't want to continue to stay in this damn place. He had to go back to Singapore quickly. This place was too horrible. If this continued, he felt that he would go crazy. Why? What's the matter? Yang Ming looked at Li Tianyu. You are ruthless enough. You crippled your father with one kick and your elder brother with another kick. Your end of posterity kick is practiced to the point of perfection. Li Tianyu was pushed by Yang Ming. His face suddenly turned red. Li Ziqing saw Li Tianyu speak. How could he not understand Li Tianyu's meaning? If Yang Ming let them continue to stay in the hospital, he was afraid that in the end, they would really lose their lives. It was better to agree to Yang Ming's request. At least, they could go back alive. Although the real estate was gone, with Li Ziqing's connections, they might be able to make a comeback in a few years. So, thinking of this, Li Ziqing spoke on behalf of Li Tianyu. Okay, I agree to your request, but you have to guarantee that we can return to Singapore safely. I have already said that I didn't want to do anything to you. My purpose is just to get back the money you owe me. Yang Ming said very shamelessly. Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu were taken as hostages, and Li Ziqing was going to return to Singapore with Wang Xiaofei. After all the transfer procedures were completed, Yang Ming would inform the people here to release Li Tianjia and Li Tianyu. The storm caused by Li Ziqing came to a dramatic end. The final result was beyond the expectations of Yang Ming, Wang Xiaofei, and others. Li Ziqing's family had become disabled. They had no descendants, and the people who caused this result were their own people. Victoria also packed her bags and was ready to go with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan rushed to Country X early the next day, preparing to return to Vietnam with the same route as Yang Ming, and then return to China. He had to break up with Huang Lele, but fortunately, Huang Xiaofei would no longer prevent Yang Ming from contacting Huang Lele in the future. Huang Lele could return to work in Macau's airline company. As a result, there would be more opportunities to meet Yang Ming. When they left, they naturally took Wulong and the black man Jim's stowaway boat. This time, Wulong had learned his lesson. Although he saw that there was a beautiful woman beside Yang Ming, he didn't dare to do anything bad again. The last lesson had scared him. However, Wulong's lust was still difficult to change. He did not dare to look at Wang Xiaoyan. When Victoria boarded the boat, Wulong couldn't help but look at her a few more times. His saliva almost flowed out. Wulong thought, this kid's luck is not bad. He is surrounded by first-class beauties, but I don't have this blessing. As he was fantasizing in his heart, suddenly, a cold dagger was placed on Wulong's neck. What are you looking at? Asked Victoria coldly. I didn't look at anything. Wulong almost peed his pants in fright. He thought, my God, who are these people? One is fiercer than the other. Is this chick also a master who kills without blinking an eye? If you look again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Victoria snorted and put away the dagger. If it were in the past, this guy named Wulong would already be dead. In Victoria's eyes, except for the master and the master's friends, other people who provoked her would be killed by her. This was also a way for Victoria to relieve pressure. Along the way, Wulong was very well behaved. For such people who he could not afford to provoke, he would not take the initiative to provoke them again. However, Wulong did not understand what these people were doing. They were not like ordinary stowaways at all. Instead, they were like people with status. In the evening, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan stayed in a room, and Victoria stayed in another room. As an assassin, Victoria keenly smelled a murderous aura from Wang Xiaoyan. However, Yang Ming did not have such a feeling. The feeling that Yang Ming gave people was ordinary. There was nothing special about him, but he had a unique temperament that made people look up to him. This was different from the feeling that Bobby gave people. Bobby was a kind of tyrannical high pressure, while Yang Ming was like a spring breeze, but full of awe. Perhaps this was the charm of his personality. Victoria was a little puzzled about the fact that Wang Xiaoyan was Yang Ming's woman. She saw the breath of her own kind from Wang Xiaoyan. This woman was definitely a dangerous person. However, Yang Ming asked her to protect his woman. Does Wang Xiaoyan need others to protect her? Victoria was very puzzled. Wang Xiaoyan should have very high skills. She did not need Victoria's protection at all. It was late at night. But Victoria did not fall asleep. She sat quietly on the deck alone, hugging her legs, thinking about what happened in the past 2 days. For her, it was like a dream. From a slave to a bodyguard with a free identity, this was simply a world of difference. Victoria could not accept this reality for a while. She always thought that she had fallen asleep. When she woke up, all of this would be a bubble. Wulong and Jim sat at the other end of the deck. Although Victoria, a beautiful girl, was not far away, Wulong did not have the slightest crooked thoughts. He could see that this Victoria was more frightening than Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was just scaring him, but this Victoria could really kill him. When he boarded the ship. During the day, the murderous look in Victoria's eyes made Wulong, who lived on the tip of the knife every day, shudder. Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, not far away, there was a flickering light. Wulong's expression suddenly turned cold, and Jim on the side also roared. He reached out to a box not far away and took out a shotgun from it. However, just as he held the shotgun in his hand, a dagger appeared on Jim's neck. "Why are you holding a gun?" It was Victoria's voice. Unknowingly, Victoria, who had just been by the side, had appeared behind Jim like a ghost. Jim and Wulong were both shocked. Wulong quickly waved his hand and explained, "Miss, the other side is a pirate ship." "Pirate ship? They're signaling us to stop the ship, or else they'll open fire." "Pirate ship?" Victoria frowned, repeated what Goro said, and looked in the direction of the signal light in the distance. She did not understand the rules of sailing at sea, so she did not understand these signals. When she saw Jim holding a gun, Victoria did not know what he was going to do, so she was vigilant and put the dagger on his neck. "It's a pirate ship." Wulong nodded. People who often travel at sea, who hasn't encountered pirates? But most of them are looking for money. Just give them the valuable things and it will be fine. However, you must also show a posture of resistance. Otherwise, you will be bullied by them. "Give me the gun. You go and inform Mr. Yang." Victoria was not afraid of pirates. She had automatically ignored all opponents. In her opinion, pirates and robbers were also people. As long as she wanted to kill them, she could still kill them. Jim glanced at Wulong and saw Wulong nodding, so he obediently handed the shotgun in his hand to Victoria. In fact, Wulong did not rely on this gun to repel the pirates, but with this gun in hand, it could make these pirates restrain themselves and not be too unscrupulous. People like him, who often traveled at sea, would take such measures when encountering pirates. With a gun in hand, when the pirates came to rob, the pirates would generally leave some leeway. For example, they would not take all the money, and they would not touch the fresh water and food on the ship. It was because a dog would jump over the wall when it was anxious. If these ship owners were forced into a corner, they would also do things that would perish together with the pirates. Therefore, when the ship owner held a gun, it had become an unspoken rule. When the pirates saw it, they would naturally leave some leeway. "Mr. Yang, we encountered pirates." Jim knocked on the door of Yang Ming's room and shouted loudly. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had already fallen asleep, but both of them belonged to the kind of people who were extremely sensitive. When Jim came over, they were already awakened by the slight creak of the ship's board. So, at the moment when Jim called, Yang Ming immediately turned over and got out of bed and opened the door. "What's wrong?" "Jim? We encountered pirates," Jim said quickly. "Pirates?" Yang Ming was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the window of the cabin. Sure enough, he saw a faintly discernible signal light in the distance. That was the signal for them to stop the ship. Yang Ming learned about similar ship signals in the set of CDs that Feng Tian gave him. Although the pirate ship was still a distance away from here, and it was still night, Yang Ming could clearly see the situation on the ship. It was a small ship. On the mast of the ship, there was a skull flag. Around the ship, there were 4 turrets. According to Yang Ming's observation, the turrets were real. They were not the kind of paper tigers that were used to scare people. On the deck of the pirate ship, there were 4 burly men standing. All of them had tattoos. One of them was even a one-eyed man. Looking at the back, he saw a person that Yang Ming absolutely did not expect. Yang Ming's eyebrows moved slightly. His brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character Chuan and then quickly relaxed. Things are getting more and more interesting, aren't they? Since when did this person get involved in this matter? Yang Ming did not have time to further observe in detail. He hurriedly withdrew his gaze because Jim was still standing aside at the moment. Yang Ming couldn't keep looking out of the window. Yes, at sea, encountering pirates is a normal thing. Jim nodded and said. Oh? Then, under normal circumstances, what do you do when encountering pirates? Asked Yang Ming. Under normal circumstances, when we meet pirates, we give them valuable things. In fact, on the ship, there is nothing valuable. The pirates also recognize that we are illegal immigrants. We only have a few tens of thousands of dollars on hand. If we give it to them, they won't make things difficult for us. This kind of thing is commonplace. Jim said, we have guns in our hands, so they won't touch the fresh water and rations on the ship. If they really force us into a corner and we die together, it won't be good for them. Everyone knows that at sea, without fresh water and rations, it's tantamount to waiting to die. Yang Ming nodded after listening and said, let's go. Let's go to the deck and see what tricks this group of pirates is playing. Okay, Mr. Yang, I will go up first. You guys get ready to go up too. As Jim said this, he left the room and quickly ran in the direction of the deck. Yang Ming, they can't be colluding with the pirates to rob us, right? You know, we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and some diamonds. Wang Xian frowned and whispered to Yang Ming. Hee, do you think Wulong has this courage? Especially after seeing the skills of you and Victoria, will he take this risk? Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. If Yang Ming hadn't seen the person who had absolutely no reason to appear on the pirate ship, Yang Ming wouldn't be so sure. This matter had nothing to do with Wulong. That's true. Wang Xian listened to Yang Ming's analysis and agreed with Yang Ming's words. Wulong didn't need to take such a big risk to rob them. These people who were the leaders of the gangs were not short of money. Robbing Yang Ming's group was basically equivalent to suicide. Therefore, as long as Wulong's brain was fine, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yang Ming and Wang Xian went to the deck and saw Victoria holding a shotgun. She looked coldly at Wulong and the approaching ship in the distance. The pirate ship had gradually approached. The people on the opposite ship listen. The people on the opposite ship listen. When the pirate ship approached, a shout came from the pirate ship. Please don't try to make any resistance. Otherwise, we will fire at you. Similar words were repeated several times, and the pirate ship also stopped beside Wulong's ship. Several ropes were thrown on the side of Wulong's ship, completely controlling Wulong's ship near the pirate ship. The 4 macho men on the pirate ship, including the one-eyed man, stayed on the pirate ship, and the other 3 climbed the ropes to Wulong's ship. Hand over all the valuable things. We don't want to do it. You have to be self-aware, said one of the macho men. Wang Xian and Victoria both looked at Yang Ming at the same time. As long as Yang Ming nodded, the lives of these 3 people, including the macho man on the pirate ship, would be handed over here at the same time. However, Yang Ming shook his head slightly and whispered to Wang Xian, give them the diamonds and money. Wang Xian was slightly stunned, but she still threw a small suitcase in her hand in front of the deck according to what Yang Ming said. Wang Xian was very surprised why Yang Ming didn't do anything to these pirates. You know, Yang Ming was not a person who would easily suffer a loss. These people actually wanted to rob Yang Ming. Wang Xian thought that they would die miserably. Yang Ming was still very confident in dealing with these people, but now the main character had not appeared yet. Yang Ming was too lazy to start with these people. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Ming used his special ability to check the other pirate ship. There were not many rooms on the pirate ship, so Yang Ming completed the investigation almost instantly. On the ship, except for the main character, there were no other hidden people. And on this pirate ship, there were only these 4 macho men. However, what surprised Yang Ming was that the main character was actually Help! Help me! I was caught by these people. Just as Yang Ming was thinking, a girl's scream for help came from the pirate ship, and the man who stayed on the pirate ship immediately became alert. He raised the gun in his hand and frowned. The unique voice made it easy for Yang Ming to distinguish that this voice was made by the main character on the ship. Even if Yang Ming couldn't hear it, he had already seen who she was just now. The 3 macho men on Garang's ship also paused their hands. Then, they grabbed the black suitcase on the deck. Before they could open it, they were ready to return to the pirate ship. However, at the moment they moved, Yang Ming also moved. Yang Ming quickly grabbed the right leg of the macho man closest to him and pulled him back forcefully. Then, without waiting for him to react, his right hand had already pinched his throat. The macho man fell to the ground without a sound. While Yang Ming killed this macho man, his legs were not idle. His left leg kicked directly and kicked another macho man who wanted to help out of the deck and fell directly into the sea. Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria had been paying attention to Yang Ming's movements, so when Yang Ming made a move, Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria also moved. Wang Xiaoyan's glass dagger slipped into her hand in an instant and stabbed the macho man closest to her, who bent down to pick up the black suitcase. Wang Xiaoyan's move was very fierce. The dagger directly penetrated the macho man's heart. After the macho man's body twitched, he fell to the ground silently. Victoria instantly raised her gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The macho man who stayed on the pirate ship was also shot and killed. The whole process was done in one go without the slightest pause. After killing the one-eyed man who stayed on the pirate ship, Victoria added a shot into the sea and hit the macho man, who was kicked into the sea by Yang Ming. Victoria looked at Yang Ming's neat technique and was very surprised. For the first time, she had this feeling of not being able to see through a person. In the past, she could keenly perceive the strength of her opponent in the ring. This was also the secret of her undefeated. But this time, she was wrong. Yang Ming had no murderous aura at all. However, when Yang Ming made a move, it was so fierce and full of blood. This made Victoria involuntarily afraid. If Yang Ming was her enemy, then could she avoid Yang Ming's blow? Wang Xiaoyan's move was not beyond Victoria's expectation. Victoria had long seen that Wang Xiaoyan was the same kind of person as her, so at this moment, she did not feel anything special about Wang Xiaoyan's move. However, Victoria was more and more puzzled. Why did Yang Ming bring her back to China? Yang Ming and the women around him were each more powerful than the other. Did they still need her, Victoria, to protect them? Watching Wang Xiaoyan pull out the dagger expressionlessly and wipe it on the macho man's body a few times before putting it into her cuff, Victoria could judge that Wang Xiaoyan was also a veteran of killing, not inferior to her, Victoria. Wulong and Jim were a little dumbfounded. They did not expect Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Victoria to kill the pirates in front of them in an instant. They could not help but widen their eyes. In addition to being surprised, they were also very glad that they did not provoke Yang Ming. Otherwise, they would die more miserably than these pirates. Who are Yang Ming and these people? They are much more ferocious than those pirates. Yang Ming did not pay attention to the corpses on the ship anymore. Instead, he jumped onto the pirate ship and walked in the direction of the sound. It was a locked room. However, under Yang Ming's kick, the door of the entire room was kicked down. Help! The people in the room were still calling for help. Don't shout, Miss Alice. Yang Ming glanced at the girl in the room and said faintly, the people above have all been killed by me. Why is it you? Yang Ming? Alice's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Yang Ming with blinking eyes, and her mouth opened into an O shape in disbelief. Of course, it's me. Yang Ming nodded. If I didn't recognize your voice, do you think I would care about this kind of thing? If Yang Ming hadn't seen the previous scene, Yang Ming might have been deceived by Alice's innocent expression at the moment. Unfortunately, Yang Ming was already alert to this woman. Coupled with the scene he just saw, Yang Ming didn't believe her nonsense at all. It was just that Yang Ming didn't want to expose her now. Yang Ming wanted to see what trick she was going to play, so he pretended to chat with Alice naturally. That's true. Alice sighed. It seems that I really have to thank God for letting me meet you. Otherwise, as you said, if it were someone else, they might not care about this kind of thing, and they wouldn't have the ability to care about this kind of thing. Those people are professional pirates. They are very powerful. Ordinary people really can't beat them. How do you know that I can beat them? Yang Ming looked at Alice with a smile that was not a smile. And? Alice was stunned, then she smiled. Naturally, I heard from Uncle Buffon that you are very powerful. Is that so? Yang Ming didn't say anything because there was no need to say anything. Yang Ming was now very sure that this Alice had a problem. There was definitely a problem. Because before this, Yang Ming saw the scene in Wulong's cabin. Alice was not locked in the cabin, but in a secret place on the deck of the pirate ship. She was giving orders to the one-eyed dragon. At that time, Yang Ming was in a hurry, so he didn't read their lips in detail. When they spoke, they used English very quickly. Yang Ming couldn't read it as smoothly as his mother tongue, so he didn't know what Alice said. However, this did not affect Yang Ming's judgment. Alice locked herself in the room after instructing the one-eyed dragon. Judging from her attitude toward the one-eyed dragon, they were obviously in cahoots. This was simply a show. Alice obviously didn't know that Yang Ming had X-ray vision and telescopic vision, and he could easily see what she had done before. In the dark night, even with binoculars, he couldn't clearly see the situation on the opposite ship. What's more, Alice had been in a secret place. She didn't think that Yang Ming could find out that this was her plan. What's more, in order to carry out this plan, the 4 crew members on the ship were also prepared to die. This had already made a great sacrifice. It could be said that the acting was very good, but Alice would never have thought that Yang Ming had already seen through her plan, but he still didn't know the real reason why Alice did this. Although Yang Ming had the ability to see through other people's thoughts, it required specific conditions, and it varied from person to person. For people like Alice, their willpower would not be so fragile, so it was difficult for Yang Ming to find an opportunity to make a move. Thank you for saving me, Yang Ming. Alice pecked Yang Ming's face lightly like a dragonfly touching the water, and then said sincerely, you helped me again. How can I thank you? You are already mine. I don't want you to be tainted by others, so I saved you only for myself. You don't have to thank me. Yang Ming gently pushed Alice away and said faintly. Yang Ming had always adopted a respectful attitude toward Alice, this woman. Yang Ming was not a weird uncle with a lolicon tendency. However, Alice didn't look like a loli, but more like an 18 or 19-year-old girl with even more exaggerated development. Hee, it turns out that you were right. You are an overbearing man. Alice's fingertips gently touched Yang Ming's face, full of provocation. But I like men like you. Yang Ming naturally would not be charmed by Alice. Yang Ming knew early on that this woman was acting, and her acting was good, so Yang Ming would not be fooled at all. Since Alice was willing to act, then Yang Ming was happy to cooperate with her to see what ulterior purpose she ultimately had. Really? But I am not interested in you for the time being. Yang Ming shrugged and moved Alice's hand away from his face. Take good care of what belongs to me. Don't lose it. Hee, don't you want to ask me how I got here? Alice saw that Yang Ming was really unmoved, so she put away the idea of continuing to tease Yang Ming. Puzzling things always have puzzling reasons. Since they are puzzling, I don't want to know the reason. Yang Ming said indifferently. It was not that he was really not curious, but he knew very well that even if he asked, Alice would definitely talk nonsense and come up with a set of well-prepared words to deal with him. So instead of this, Yang Ming might as well not ask. It's not puzzling. Alice shook her head. Her pair of big watery eyes looked at Yang Ming, and her cheeks gradually blushed. Do you know, Yang Ming? I fell in love with you, really. I came from Europe to Country X to find you, but my ship encountered pirates. On the way, my 2 followers were killed by them. When they saw that I was a girl, and I was very beautiful, they did not kill me. Instead, they kidnapped me to the ship. But fortunately, they did not have any bad thoughts about me, so they were killed by you. Looking for me? Yang Ming saw Alice's affectionate look, and his whole body trembled. He did not expect this woman to act so realistically, but at this moment, Yang Ming was not willing to expose her on the spot, because Yang Ming had not yet figured out Alice's ultimate intentions. It was not worth it to shed all pretense of cordiality now. Yes, Yang Ming. Alice pursed her lips. She had a lovely look on her face, but her tone was firm. I realized that you are really charming, so I'm going to find you and return your things to you. My things? What things? Yang Ming was nervous because of Alice. When Alice said that, Yang Ming immediately asked subconsciously. My body. After Alice said this, she took the opportunity to fall into Yang Ming's arms. I want to give you. Yang Ming frowned. He was getting more and more confused about Alice's true intentions. In this case, Yang Ming believed that if he really wanted her, Alice could not resist Yang Ming even if she wanted to. In the end, she could only admit that she was unlucky. As for Alice and himself, they should be two people who didn't have any interactions. Their meeting was completely accidental, without any inevitability or premeditation. After accepting old Buffon as an apprentice, Yang Ming could have an intersection with Alice. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not go to Europe, and there would be no chance to meet Alice. Alice could be said to be a character that he came into contact with under these coincidences. Although Yang Ming had killed Dorsk on this girl's ship, Yang Ming did not think that Alice entangled him and had anything to do with this matter. Okay, don't mess around. There are still people waiting for us on the ship over there. Yang Ming took a deep breath. For the temptation of a woman, especially the temptation of a beautiful woman, he believed that many people would find it difficult to refuse, regardless of whether there were feelings. Yang Ming and Alice were in this situation now. Therefore, Yang Ming was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something that was out of control. Alice listened to Yang Ming's words and glared at Yang Ming with some resentment. Then, she nodded bitterly. Okay, then let's go. Seeing that Yang Ming actually brought back a delicate beauty, Wulong's eyes suddenly widened. However, due to the fear of Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria previously, Wulong learned to be obedient this time. After glancing at Alice, he hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He didn't want to be threatened again. Wang Xiaoyan had seen Alice when she was in Europe. When she saw that Alice actually came back from the pirate ship with Yang Ming, she was slightly stunned, but she did not say anything. She just nodded faintly to Alice. Miss Wang, we meet again. Alice was friendly and extended her hand to Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan reached out and shook hands with Alice, but she did not show much enthusiasm. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan also noticed that this woman was not right, so she kept a certain distance from her appropriately. This was not because Wang Xiaoyan's character was cold, but it depended on who she was with. Just like for Huang Lele, Wang Xiaoyan showed great enthusiasm. Even Wang Xiaoyan herself had some doubts. Was she still herself when she was with Huang Lele? She was like a complete little woman. But now, for Alice, Wang Xiaoyan could not bring out any interest. Let me send you back to Europe first. Yang Ming glanced at Alice and said helplessly, call your entourage and ask them to send a ship to pick us up. Fortunately, Yang Ming did not go far. It would not be too hard to turn back now. Wulong, although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he did not dare to say it. He was very afraid of Yang Ming. No need. Alice refused the mobile phone that Yang Ming handed over and waved her hand. I have decided. I want to follow you. Wherever you go, I will be there. Follow me? After Yang Ming listened to Alice's words, he really felt a little dumbfounded. Yang Ming really did not know what Alice's purpose was. She actually came from Europe. After such a ruse, she wanted to follow him. Yeah, only you can protect me. Alice nodded firmly. Although you may not love me now, I will make you fall in love with me. After Wulong listened to Alice's words, he suddenly coughed. Why does this beauty favor the man in front of me? Wulong was very envious of Yang Ming. However, some things were useless even if he was envious. These women were not easy to provoke, and only a man like Yang Ming could subdue them. Alice, you said that you want to follow me back to China? Yang Ming looked at Alice. This chick's expression did not seem to be joking. Yes. Otherwise, why do you think that I came so far to find you? I even encountered pirates on the way and almost lost my virginity. Why? Alice nodded affirmatively and walked slowly to Yang Ming. Her hands could not help but open. It seemed that she wanted to hug Yang Ming. I say, is this woman's brain sick? Yang Ming doesn't like you, and you still want to get close to him? Before Alice approached Yang Ming, she was pushed away by Wang Xiaoyan. This Alice's pretentious performance made Wang Xiaoyan very uncomfortable. I say, Miss Wang, you don't need to care about me and Yang Ming, right? Are you jealous? Alice turned her head, and her charming expression became cold. Men are most annoyed by jealous women like you. I advise you to save it, or sooner or later, you will be abandoned. Do you believe that I will kill you? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly stretched out her right hand, and a transparent dagger flashed a cold light toward Alice. Pa! Wang Xiaoyan's wrist was caught by Alice. Crazy. Alice snorted coldly and pushed away Wang Xiaoyan's hand. It turns out that you are also a martial artist. Wang Xiaoyan's mouth smiled slightly. I don't know how you were hijacked by those pirates. Just now, Wang Xiaoyan felt that this Alice was a bit strange, so she deliberately found a fault to test her. She didn't expect that Alice really had kung fu. Otherwise, with Wang Xiaoyan's skill, she would never be so easily caught by Alice. However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't really want to kill Alice, but she showed a flaw to her. However, Alice didn't know that Wang Xiaoyan was just testing her. Wang Xiaoyan was using Yang Ming as an excuse to make trouble. A woman could do anything for a man, especially for a love rival. Therefore, Alice was very clear about this. She wasn't sure if Wang Xiaoyan was trying to scare her, or she really wanted to end her on this dark ship. For her own safety, Alice had to block Wang Xiaoyan's attack, and Wang Xiaoyan saw through the fact that she had kung fu. Under Wang Xiaoyan's interrogation, Alice's expression suddenly panicked, but it was gone in a flash. They fired a smoke bomb, and I fainted at that time. Alice said calmly. It turned out to be like this. Wang Xiaoyan still wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Yang Ming's eyes. Wang Xiaoyan snorted and stopped continuing to make trouble for Alice. Yang Ming found that something was wrong with Alice before, but he didn't have time to tell Wang Xiaoyan, so it led to this scene. Yang Ming didn't want Wang Xiaoyan to expose Alice's plot too early, so he stopped her. However, Yang Ming's eyes were different in Alice's eyes. In her view, Yang Ming was protective of the fairer sex and stopped the fight between the two women, so she looked at Wang Xiaoyan proudly and stuck out her chest. Alice was arranged to share a room with Victoria. It seemed that on the surface, it was because there were not enough rooms, so she could only live with Victoria. In fact, Yang Ming's intention was to let Victoria look after Alice. Victoria naturally understood. Yang Ming didn't need to say anything. She shouldered this heavy responsibility. Alright, Alice, you can tell me your plan now. Yang Ming sat down, face to face with Alice, and began to talk about her problems frankly. Although Yang Ming also knew that Alice couldn't tell the truth, he could guess some of her thoughts from her lies. I haven't thought about it yet, but maybe it's to go to school with you. Alice blinked her eyes and said to Yang Ming. Go to school with me? Yang Ming had a headache. Originally, the relationships with these women around him had not been straightened out. Now, a crazy Alice came out. How could Yang Ming not have a headache? Yeah, that's the plan for the time being. Alice nodded solemnly. I feel that the best time is the time when you're in love on campus. I've lived my life in vain. There's no meaning to it. Now, I'm finally ready to enjoy my life. Well, Alice, to be honest, I don't know what you are going to do with me, but there are some things that I don't want you to do too much. I don't want to cause some conflicts because of you. You know what I mean. Yang Ming did not pursue what Alice was going to do, but said with some threat and warning, if you are really here for me, then I hope you can follow the normal rules of the game. Yang Ming's words were not clear, but they had a double meaning. It sounded like Alice liked Yang Ming, so she came. If she wanted to pursue Yang Ming, then she had to follow the rules of the game and not destroy some existing balance. However, Yang Ming's intention was to let Alice have self-respect. She could use whatever moves she had, but she shouldn't use some underhanded tricks to create a diversion. Because Yang Ming simply didn't believe that Alice would fall in love with him, this man whom she had only met a few times. After that, without waiting for Alice to answer, Yang Ming stood up and went out of Alice and Victoria's room. Did he suspect something? Alice looked at Yang Ming's back and hesitated. Or, he just doesn't want me to destroy his love life. I hope it's just the latter. However, the woman named Wang Xiaoyan around him has obviously become suspicious. I have to guard against her in the future. When Yang Ming returned to his room, Wang Xiaoyan was already sitting on the bed waiting for him, but her face was facing away. Apparently, she was angry with Yang Ming. What's wrong? Yang Ming smiled and sat on the bed, holding Wang Xiaoyan's shoulder. You're back? I thought you were going to spend the night in that woman's room. Wang Xiaoyan snorted. For Yang Ming's former woman, Wang Xiaoyan was not qualified to be jealous, but for this woman whom Yang Ming met with her, Wang Xiaoyan would naturally throw a little temper. Are you angry? Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to be really angry because of Alice. That woman has a problem. There is really a problem. Wang Xiaoyan snorted again. However, some people are obsessed. It is difficult to see the essence of things. Only after suffering a loss will they know this. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Yan Yan, do you think that I am really that kind of person who is obsessed? If you are not obsessed, then you are obsessed. Wang Xiaoyan snorted. Yan Yan, in fact, I have already found something wrong with Alice. Yang Ming whispered, I have been suspicious of her since I was in Europe. Really? After Wang Xiaoyan listened, she looked at Yang Ming with some suspicion. Although she was not as angry as before, she was still somewhat uncertain. Of course, it's true. As Yang Ming said, he told Wang Xiaoyan about the scene he experienced in the casino in Europe. Ah. It turns out that she wants to harm you? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Should I kill her tonight? So that she won't harm you again? That's not necessary. I also want to keep her. I don't want to alert the enemy for the time being. I want to see what her ultimate purpose is and whether there is something deeper behind the scenes. Yang Ming said, so, I just stopped you from continuing to expose her. Now, it has not reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality. It turned out to be like this. Then you didn't want to say it earlier. Wang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Yang Ming did not take a fancy to Alice's beauty before he made the previous gesture. Why did I say it earlier? How could I have the chance to say it in a tense situation? Before that, I didn't know that I could meet her again. Yang Ming said as he spread his hands. So, there was one more passenger on the ship. Wulong could only squat in the corner and smoke a cigarette. He pondered in his heart. This Alice really knows Kung Fu. It seems that my guess is right. She is also someone who can't be provoked. This was Wulong's most cowardly sailing trip ever. There were 3 beautiful women on the ship, but he could only watch and not touch them. However, Wulong himself did not feel that there was anything cowardly. What is cowardly? This is called a great man knows when to yield and when not to. If you are stubborn, then you are playing with your own life. After getting off the boat, they still returned to Vietnam by plane. After more than 10 hours of travel, the person who received them was still Fatty Li Yang Ming. Fatty Li rushed to the plane where Yang Ming was. You're back. I'm back, Fatty. Yang Ming smiled and hugged him. The relationship between Yang Ming and Fatty Li could no longer be linked by simple interests. After the previous battle of life and death, the friendship between the two people was not the kind that could be easily destroyed. Finally, I can put my heart in my stomach. Fatty Li breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that something would happen to you along the way. You know, that side is not the range that I can control. It's nothing. There is indeed a snakehead who is restless, but after being taught a lesson, he became honest. Yang Ming shrugged and said indifferently. Haha. Fatty Li thought of Yang Ming's skill and understood. Who could take advantage of Yang Ming? Is the situation here stabilized? Yang Ming walked and asked Fatty Li, it's all stabilized. Now, the whole area is under my control. Fatty Li said, in the future, if you want to smuggle in, just look for me directly. How many times can I smuggle in? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This time, I don't know when I will see you again in the future. Yeah. Fatty Lee also had some emotions. When he and Fong Tian parted, it was more than 10 years. How many decades can there be in a person's life? However, you can take your wife back to China to visit often. Yang Ming saw Fatty Lee's sadness and patted his shoulder. I will. Fatty Lee said until here and paused. He wanted to continue to say something, but he stopped. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Yang Ming also saw Fatty Lee's hesitation, so he asked. Yang Ming, I have something to ask you, but I also know that this is a bit troublesome for you, so I don't know how to say it. Fatty Lee sighed and said slowly. Sure enough, there is something. Yang Ming patted Fatty Lee's shoulder and said, Fatty, if you have something to say, just say it. The relationship between the two of us is also from life and death. There is nothing that can't be said. If I can do it, then I will definitely help you. Fatty Lee listened to Yang Ming's words, and his heart was moved. Indeed, the relationship between him and Yang Ming could not be replicated. The experience between the two people were destined to be solid and irreplaceable. Although Yang Ming's help seemed to be more, how could a comrade in arms in the trench be distinguished from each other? Actually, this is the case. Fatty Lee said, I don't want to talk about this when you just got off the plane, but you are going to leave soon. I really have to say it. Fatty Lee, when did you become such a long-winded person? If you have something to say, just say it. Yang Ming kicked Fatty Lee and laughed. Why are you so long-winded? Well, then I will say it directly. Fatty Lee clenched his teeth and said, Brother Yang, forget it. I will let Yang Mei talk to you later. Yang Mei? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and immediately remembered that Yang Mei was Fatty Lee's wife. Seeing Fatty Lee so hesitant, Yang Ming had no way. He could only wait until he saw Yang Mei. At this moment, in the middle of the night, Yang Ming wanted to rest here for a while. He would leave for China at dawn. The resting place was naturally Fatty Lee's home. Yang Mei cooked a few side dishes. Apparently, she knew that Yang Ming would come back today, so she carefully prepared them. Although they were very simple, they looked, smelled, and tasted good. Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, Victoria, and Alice were all hungry. Alice, you are a woman who is usually aloof. I don't know if you are used to the food. If you are not used to it, then don't eat it. Wang Xiaoyan frowned when she saw Alice pick up the chopsticks. Apparently, she felt that this disposable chopstick was not very hygienic. Wang Xiaoyan's words were obviously not out of concern for Alice, but sarcasm. Alice naturally heard it. After glaring at Wang Xiaoyan, Alice said, Who said that I am not used to it? Yang Ming shook his head and said nothing, but Fatty Lee had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't know the identity of the woman brought by Yang Ming, so he didn't dare to speak casually. Alice frowned. It was because she had been in the upper class for a long time that she had that kind of subconscious reaction. But when she really sat down and ate, she didn't care so much. Instead, she ate with relish. Sister-in-law, your cooking is really good. It seems that Fatty Lee is usually blessed. Yang Ming smiled as he ate. Hee, Mr. Yang, you are used to eating good food. Occasionally, you eat something light and think that it tastes good. If you eat it every day, you won't think so. Yang Mei smiled. Fatty Lee waited for Yang Ming and the others to finish eating. He coughed twice to Yang Mei, and Yang Mei immediately understood. Mr. Yang, I have something to trouble you with. Fatty Lee may have said half of it before. Yang Mei hesitated and said. Sister-in-law, if there is anything, just say it. I asked Fatty Lee to say it before, but he was embarrassed. I have said that as long as I can do it, I will do it. Yang Ming said. Actually, this is the case. Mr. Yang, you see. When you leave, can you take Yang Hua with you? Yang Mei glanced at Yang Hua, who was eating silently with her head down, and then said to Yang Ming. Yang Hua. Take her away? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he understood the meaning of Fatty Lee and Yang Mei. They wanted him to take Yang Hua back to China, far away from here. Yeah. Fatty Lee also threw caution to the wind at the moment and nodded. The education and environment here are far worse than over there, and following me and Yang Mei. You also know that although the situation is stable now, maybe one day, the enemy will come to us. Yang Mei and I don't want to involve Yang Hua, so I asked you to take her away. Just take her back to her hometown. Her uncle is there. That's the case. I thought it was something else. Yang Ming nodded immediately after listening. This is very easy. Don't worry. I will do it, but is Yang Hua willing to be separated from you? When Yang Ming asked this, his eyes moved to Yang Hua on the side. Yang Hua's body moved slightly, but she still lowered her head. Apparently, she had talked to Fatty Li and Yang Mei before and reached a consensus. Emotionally, she is naturally unwilling, but the environment there is good. Yang Mei and I have already told her, said Fatty Li. Well, then take her with you. Yang Ming agreed. As for taking her back to her hometown, it will take a few days. I have to stay in Songjiang for a few days to deal with some things. That's no problem. Yang Hua is not in a hurry. Yang Mei said quickly, Mr. Yang, if you have something to do, you can do it first. The matter was settled like this. Yang Ming could also understand the mood of Fatty Li and Yang Mei. Yang Hua was still young. She should have her own life and not be in Vietnam. She should be living with them on tenterhooks. Yang Hua's identity also doomed her to be unable to marry an ordinary man in the future. The person she married could only be a type of person like Fatty Li. Yang Mei didn't want her sister to be like this, so the only way was to leave here and start a new life. With Yang Ming as an opportunity, Fatty Li and Yang Mei made up their minds to make such a decision. Because Yang Ming and Fatty Li were friends who had gone through life and death, Fatty Li naturally trusted Yang Ming. If it were other people, Fatty Li would definitely not let them take Yang Hua away. Fatty Li had too much contact with the dark side. He knew that if a beautiful and lovely little girl like Yang Hua was entrusted to a person with bad intentions, it was very likely that she would end up being sold to a nightclub as a prostitute. Of course, this was still good. It was even more likely that she would be sold to a remote mountainous area to marry a disabled person as a wife. It was scary just thinking about it. But Yang Ming would never do that. Although he didn't know Yang Ming for a long time, Fatty Li trusted Yang Ming, especially since Yang Ming's other identity was an assassin. Assassins were more trustworthy people. With these 2 points, Fatty Li was relieved to entrust Yang Hua to Yang Ming. In fact, with Fatty Li's own strength, it was not difficult to bring Yang Hua back to China and find her uncle. But the key problem was that Yang Mei was not at ease. Yang Mei and Yang Hua had left that place for many years. They didn't know what had become of their hometown. If they left Yang Hua there without a care, not to mention whether the uncle they had never met would take her in, even if he did, it was uncertain whether he would treat her well. With a strong backer like Yang Ming over there, Yang Mei was relieved. At least, with Yang Ming looking after her, Yang Hua would not suffer any grievances. Yang Ming actually understood this. Since Fatty Li trusted him so much, Yang Ming would not fail to live up to his trust. He would definitely let Yang Hua have a good life. It was dawn. It was time for Yang Ming to leave. Yang Hua and Yang Mei hugged each other and didn't want to separate for a long time. Her eyes were already red from crying, and her voice was hoarse. Fatty Li and Yang Ming stood aside and sighed. Well, Yang Hua, follow your brother Yang Ming. That is your life. You will have a good future. Yang Mei patted Yang Hua's shoulder and said. Sister, you promised me that within 2 years, you will end things here with brother-in-law and come to me. Yang Hua said with a sob. And your brother-in-law and I will come to you as soon as possible. Yang Mei nodded. Yang Hua silently let go of her sister's body. She actually understood that her sister was just comforting her. How could brother-in-law's business here be ended just like that? 2 years, I'm afraid that even 10 years may not be able to end it. After this farewell, when will we meet again? It was still Fatty Li who drove Yang Ming to the boat, but this time, Fatty Li did not go back with Yang Ming. Instead, he arranged a car to pick up Yang Ming on the opposite side. Yang Hua sat quietly in the back of the car, holding her cheeks with both hands. No one knew what she was thinking. She looked back, but she could no longer see the scene in Vietnam. From today onwards, Yang Hua understood that she would face another kind of life. Yang Hua, you stay in Songjiang for a few days. Wait for me to deal with the things in my hands, then I will arrange to send you to your hometown to find your uncle. Yang Ming turned his head, glanced at Yang Hua, and sighed. Yang Hua nodded in silence. She already knew at this moment that Yang Ming was not the same kind of person as Fatty Li, so at this moment, there was no previous hostility. Her silence was entirely because of sadness. Her sister, who had lived with her for many years, was separated from her today. It would be a long time before they could meet again. Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan, and Alice each occupied a row of independent seats. This was a Toyota coaster. There were a lot of seats, so they were able to be separated. Victoria was a person who did not like to talk much, and her identity was special. Naturally, she would not talk too much to others. Wang Xiaoyan was more disgusted with Alice. Alice was afraid that Wang Xiaoyan would notice something, so she was unwilling to say anything to Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin looked at the information in his hand, and he was a little irritated. This was just a mission to assassinate an ordinary college student. He had wasted so many days. According to the information, there were 3 places where Yang Ming often appeared. One was the school area and dormitory apartment building of Songjiang Industry University, one was the family area of Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry, and the other was the villa in Huasheng District. After waiting in these 3 places for many days, Wang Kejin did not see Yang Ming's trace. He even suspected that the information provided in the information was wrong. However, after confirming with the school's academic affairs office, Yang Ming was indeed a student of Songjiang Industry University, and the family area of Songjiang Mingyang Heavy Industry was indeed the home of Yang Ming's parents. The villa's name was also Yang Ming's name in the community property office. This made Wang Kejin puzzled, but he could only continue to wait back and forth in these 3 places. He did not expect such a simple mission to be so troublesome. If this mission could not be completed, then what face did he have to return to the butterfly family? How could he have the face to become a disciple of Martial Uncle Tombstone? The mobile phone that he carried with him vibrated twice. Wang Kejin took out the mobile phone and glanced at it. It was his instructor who called. Wang Kejin sighed slightly. My first mission has not been completed yet. I don't know if the instructor will scold me. Hello, instructor. Hello. Wang Kejin picked up the phone and said seriously. Kejin, how is the execution of the mission? Why is there no news for so many days? In the past few days, other instructors have mentioned you. The instructor's voice had some concern and some slight blame. Instructor, my mission has not been completed yet. Wang Kejin braced himself and said. Oh? The mission has not been completed yet? Hee, how can an underworld boss in a city be assassinated so easily? The instructor smiled comfortingly. However, you have to hurry up. No, instructor. This is the first mission. I have not completed it yet. Wang Kejin said helplessly. Although he knew that if he said this, the instructor might be disappointed with him, he could not lie. The first mission? The mission to assassinate a college student and his girlfriend? The instructor was stunned and asked incredulously, this mission is so simple. Why haven't you completed it yet? Simple, it is very simple, but I have been waiting for so many days and I have not seen any trace of the target. Wang Kejin hated Yang Ming in his heart. It was all because of this Yang Ming that he fell into this situation. If he could not be accepted by Master Tombstone, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, Wang Kejin blamed all of this on Yang Ming's head. He couldn't wait to tear Yang Ming into pieces. It turned out to be the case. The instructor said after listening, then this is not your fault. However, you have to speed up the investigation. This mission has been accepted for a long time, and the person who issued the mission has not been given an explanation. This has an impact on our credibility. I understand, instructor. Don't worry, I will hurry up. Wang Kejin promised. Well, keep in touch with me at any time if there is news. The instructor said. Yang Ming first arranged for Victoria, Alice, and Yang Hua to stay in Xianxia's hotel. The hotel had been renovated and renamed the Songjiang Mingyang International Hotel. It was successfully upgraded to a 5-star hotel. Victoria had no opinion on this. Since she was here, she would take it as it came. She understood that Yang Ming still needed some time to arrange her identity, so she was not in a hurry. Yang Hua also had the same idea as Victoria, but she was living in such a luxurious hotel for the first time. She was not quite used to it. Looking at the magnificent room in front of her, compared with the broken house in Vietnam, it was a world of difference. Yang Hua finally understood why so many girls were racking their brains to get married here. This was a qualitative change in life. It was a completely different world. Looking at the cautious look of the hotel waiter, Yang Hua also knew that Yang Ming must be a very powerful person here. She thought that her brother-in-law was also very powerful in Vietnam, but compared with the two, the things that her brother-in-law's power brought were too little. Yang Hua did not like girls who were greedy for vanity. She thought so much because she wanted her sister, Yang Mei, to come here and enjoy life. Her sister was not much older than her, but what she had to bear was much more than her. Alice was obviously used to living in a similar hotel. She did not seem to have any discomfort, but she was annoyed that Yang Ming left her here and ignored her. When Yang Ming left before, he told Victoria and Yang Hua, but he did not say anything to Alice. This was not that Yang Ming forgot, but it was obvious that Yang Ming did it deliberately. Yang Ming wanted to give her the cold shoulder. Of course, Yang Ming must also know that with Alice's identity and wealth in her hands, she did not need any help from Yang Ming in Songjiang. As for going to school with Yang Ming, she could do it herself. "Brother, I have arrived in Songjiang." After Alice waited for Yang Ming to leave, she quickly dialed a number with her satellite phone. She didn't use the phone in the room, although the phone in the room could also make an outside call at any time. However, Alice was a more cautious person. She was afraid that the phone in the room would be monitored, so she didn't use the phone in the room. "Little AI, you have arrived?" The person on the other side asked with concern. "How was it? Did you reveal any flaws along the way?" "There shouldn't be, but that Wang Xiaoyan is very alert. She noticed that I know Kung Fu, and I almost exposed it. Fortunately, I covered up the lie in time," said Alice. "That Wang Xiaoyan. She is indeed a troublesome character. What annoys me the most is that she and Yang Ming actually got together and disrupted my plan again and again." The person on the other side seemed a little irritated. "This plan has been delayed for too long. If we can't solve Yang Ming and alert that person, we will be finished." "Well, I understand. I will find a chance to start as soon as possible." Alice didn't know why, but when she said this, her heart felt like it was stung. She was a little uncomfortable. However, Yang Ming's skill is not worse than mine. This opportunity is not so easy to find. Men are most likely to relax their vigilance when they are infatuated. "Alice, you understand what I mean," said the person on the other side. Although the man on the other side couldn't bear to let Alice sacrifice herself, sometimes, in order to achieve great things, he had to make some sacrifices. "I know," said Alice calmly. From the beginning, when she received this task, she had already planned to sacrifice herself. "Well, if there is nothing, don't contact me, so as not to be discovered by Yang Ming. If he is vigilant and suspicious of you, it won't be good." The person on the other side said, "We are all in Songjiang. It is too dangerous to contact too many people." "Brother, don't worry. I know what to do." After Alice finished speaking, she hung up the phone, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it uncomfortable, or what? From the perspective of a third party, Yang Ming was an innocent person, but because of a strange combination of circumstances, it affected the interests of her brother. Sometimes, it was hard to tell who was good and who was evil. It was just that the perspective was different, and there were changes in the inside. Alice sighed slightly. She didn't have time to think about these things. She still had a lot of things to do. This time, Alice didn't use the satellite phone. She picked up the phone in the room because there was no need to hide it from Yang. "Hello, is this Kate?" "I'm Alice." The person Alice was talking to was the heiress of a business family in Malaysia. She was slightly older than Alice and had many businesses in the country. "Ah, it's you, Sister Alice. How do you have time to call me?" Although Kate was the heir of a big family in Malaysia with a net worth of billions, compared with Alice, she was worse. She had to rely on Alice to survive in the European market, so she was particularly enthusiastic about Alice's phone call. "Kate, I am in China. You have a lot of connections here, right?" Alice asked. "I want to go to Songjiang's Industry University now. Do you have any connections to let me enter this school?" "It's Songjiang, right?" Kate thought about it and said, "No problem. I am very familiar with Director Song of the Education Department. I helped to facilitate the exchange between several local and Malaysian schools." "Then, I will trouble you with this matter, Kate." Alice didn't expect to solve the problem with just a phone call. Sometimes, it was easy to deal with the person who contacted the matter. Although it was easy for Alice to enter Songjiang Industry University with the help of her brother's relationship, if Yang Ming really investigated how she entered this school, it was easy to expose the layer of relationship behind Alice. Therefore, Alice just used the relationship that she had cultivated over the years, not her own relationship here. This matter was not a big deal for Kate. It was nothing more than selling a favor to Alice. When Director Song heard that Alice came from Europe to study here and was a friend of Kate, he easily agreed. Therefore, Alice entered Songjiang Industry University as an exchange student. Victoria's student identity was not difficult. Yang Ming let Ho Zhenhan arrange it. Yang Ming had asked old Buffon to create a real identity for Victoria in Europe, so Victoria came to China this time as an international student. In this way, Songjiang Industry University had 2 more international students. However, the strange thing was that these 2 international students were Chinese. With Ho Zhenhan's social relationship, it was not difficult to arrange for a student to study in the university. These were not things that Yang Ming worried about. Even Ho Zhenhan didn't need to worry about it. His own people were responsible for it. After Yang Ming returned to Songjiang, the first thing was naturally to call Chen Mingyan. During this trip, with Huang Lei and Wang Xiaoyan accompanying him, Yang Ming didn't seem to be lonely. After returning, he naturally felt guilty to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun had already fallen asleep. During this time, Yang Ming wasn't at home, which allowed the 3 girls to get along more freely. Without the previous restraint, their relationship was more harmonious. This was what Yang Ming didn't expect. When Yang Ming was there, Chen Mingyan was always cautious, Lin Jiyun didn't fight for it, and Zhou Jiejia was shy and restrained. This made the 4 of them form a very strange relationship. They were a little awkward when they met each other. Since Yang Ming was gone, there was no such restraint and restriction. There were many topics between women, apart from the man who made them feel awkward. Therefore, in these few days, the relationship between Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun had improved by leaps and bounds. Although occasionally, some people would mention Yang Ming, which caused a temporary awkwardness between them, after a long time of awkwardness, they became accustomed to it. After all, Yang Ming wasn't around. Even later, Yang Ming had become a topic for several people to make fun of each other. Chen Mingyan rubbed her sleepy eyes. She didn't know who was calling so late at night. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia on the side were obviously woken up by the ringtone. Especially Zhou Jiejia, who seemed to have fallen asleep and was awakened by the ringtone. She was staring with a face full of question mark as she looked for the source of the sound. Chen Mingyan picked up the phone and didn't look at the caller ID. She said in a daze, "Hello? Who is it? Dear, are you asleep?" When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's dazed voice, he knew that Chen Mingyan must be asleep. Yang Ming was very sorry for disturbing her rest. However, because Yang Ming returned to Songjiang, it was already more than 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. This was not something he could control. He wasn't Iron Man who could fly, so he could only come back by car. "Who is your dear?" Chen Mingyan asked inexplicably. She subconsciously thought that the phone call was wrong. She directly hung up, threw the phone aside, and fell on the bed again. "Mingyan, who called?" Zhou Jiejia finally woke up. "I don't know. When I picked up the phone, he called me dear." Chen Mingyan waved her hand. She was still in a half-asleep state. "Dear? Could it be Yang Ming calling?" Zhou Jiejia was stunned and casually made a joke. Chen Mingyan sat up from the bed again and instantly woke up a lot. "It seems to be Yang Ming?" After that, Chen Mingyan quickly took the phone and glanced at the call record. It was indeed Yang Ming's name. Chen Mingyan said with a bitter face, "Sure enough, I just fell asleep and hung up." Zhou Jiejia listened to Chen Mingyan's words and remembered Chen Mingyan's previous sentence, "Who is your dear?" She suddenly laughed. "Mingyan, you were too fierce just now." "You're still laughing? Didn't I fall asleep?" Chen Mingyan said with some helplessness. "Then hurry up and call." Lin Jiyun also covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. "I hung up. Otherwise, Jiyun, you help me call." Chen Mingyan thought about her own behavior and felt a little embarrassed. If Yang Ming asked, it would be so embarrassing. So, Chen Mingyan threw the phone to Lin Jiyun. "Okay, I'll call." Lin Jiyun smiled and took the phone and pressed the replay button. The phone was quickly connected. Yang Ming looked at the phone that was hung up inexplicably and smiled bitterly. The phone rang. Seeing that it was Chen Mingyan's number, Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. He didn't need to ask. It must be that Chen Mingyan fell asleep. "Hello, Mingyan?" Yang Ming didn't call Chen Mingyan directly this time to avoid Chen Mingyan hanging up again. "It's me." Lin Jiyun said quickly, "Just now, Sister Mingyan was sleeping, so." "Hee, it's Jiyun." Yang Ming heard Lin Jiyun's voice. "I know. You must be sleeping at this time. I didn't disturb you, right?" No. Lin Jiyun shook her head. "We just slept not long ago. I just want to tell you that I'm back. I have arrived in Songjiang." Yang Ming said, "You should rest first. I will find you tomorrow morning." Okay. Lin Jiyun replied cleverly. "How is it?" When Lin Jiyun hung up the phone, Chen Mingyan asked quickly. "Yang Ming said that he has returned to Songjiang. He asked us to rest first and come to see us tomorrow morning." Lin Jiyun said truthfully. "I see." Chen Mingyan was slightly disappointed. She estimated that if she didn't show sleepiness, Yang Ming would be back tonight. During the time when Yang Ming was gone, although Chen Mingyan didn't say it on the surface, she still missed Yang Ming very much in her heart. However, because Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia were next to her, Chen Mingyan couldn't show too much enthusiasm. Otherwise, she would be laughed at. Therefore, Chen Mingyan could only give up the idea of continuing to call Yang Ming. She nodded and said, "Okay, then let's continue to sleep. I'm really sleepy. Yang Ming, this guy, is really annoying. He called me in the middle of the night. Yeah, let's go to sleep." Zhou Jiejia licked her lips and resisted her smile. Because anyone could see how happy Chen Mingyan was. She didn't blame Yang Ming at all. Yang Ming threw the phone on the driver's seat of the car. After arriving in Songjiang, Yang Ming changed to his BMW X5 and let Fatty Li's people rush back as soon as possible. "Have you appeased your harem?" Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming. There was an indescribable smile on her face. "Not yet. There are still a few." Yang Ming smiled. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged and glared at Yang Ming. If she were to be jealous, she wouldn't be able to handle it. However, what made Wang Xiaoyan feel fortunate was that Yang Ming didn't hide these things from her. This also made Wang Xiaoyan have a little sense of superiority. "Sister Xiaoqing, are you asleep?" Yang Ming called Xiaoqing. "Yang Ming? You're back?" Xiaoqing's voice suddenly had some surprise. I just came back." "How are you, Sister Xiaoqing?" asked Yang Ming. "Aren't I still researching the project?" Xiaoqing smiled bitterly. "Now, the college is developing a new wireless protocol. I am taking the lead to do it. It's so late." "You're still at school?" Yang Ming was a little surprised. "Yeah, but I'm not still here. I'm always here. I'm living in school." Xiaoqing said helplessly. "I'll go to school to find you tomorrow." Yang Ming smiled after listening. "Right, how is Sun Jie?" "Little Jia, I haven't seen her for a few days. I'm so busy that I haven't called her." "You should call her. She may have returned to Donghai." Xiaoqing said. "So it's like this." "Okay, then I'll call her." Yang Ming said. Well, I won't talk to you first. I'm still doing experiments here. Many people are here. Xiaoqing said, tomorrow afternoon. I'm on vacation tomorrow afternoon. Then tomorrow afternoon. Yang Ming knew that Xiaoqing might be really busy, so he didn't continue to disturb her. Yang Ming called Xianxia's phone several times, but he couldn't get through. Looking at the time, it was already past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Perhaps Xianxia had already gone to bed. Yang Ming didn't continue to call. He planned to call her early in the morning to inform her. As for Xiaoying, Yang Ming hesitated, picked up the phone, and put it down again. The relationship between Xiaoying and Yang Ming was really strange. Although Yang Ming wanted to call and inform her, he didn't tell her before he left, so he gave up after thinking about it. I don't know how Xiaoying is these days. Is her anger gone? It's better to test it on the internet first. Calling her recklessly may not be a good thing. Are you done calling? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming put down the phone, so she asked. But aren't you still here? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoyan. Now, it's our private time. Let's go home. Who cares? Wang Xiaoyan was telling the truth. During this time, she was with Yang Ming every day. Wang Xiaoyan even had the illusion that Yang Ming only belonged to her. However, Yang Ming's words reminded her that now that she was back in Songjiang, those days no longer existed. Wang Xiaoyan sighed. The night that was not very rare was now particularly precious. Tomorrow night, Yang Ming would definitely not accompany her anymore, right? The car drove in the direction of the Huasheng district. Along the way, Wang Xiaoyan was silent. She never thought that one day she would fall in love with a man. In the past, she came out to create her own assassin group to escape the family's arrangement and fight against the elders of the family. Rather than saying that she didn't want to marry a man without feelings, it was more to fight against the family. Because Wang Xiaoyan had never been in love before, marriage was also a dispensable thing in her opinion, so she didn't care much about it. Until the appearance of Yang Ming and falling in love with Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan began to re-examine her future. Her struggle against the family had become a struggle for her own happiness. Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to be separated from Yang Ming, so she wanted to control her own destiny and create the world's first assassin group to prove to her family that she, Wang Xiaoyan, could also create miracles by breaking away from the marriage. Boom. Just as Wang Xiaoyan bowed her head and pondered, a soft muffled sound passed through the eardrums of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan at the same time. The body of the BMW shook slightly and lost its balance. At the same time, Yang Ming subconsciously controlled the direction and stepped on the brakes. Fortunately, it was in the community, and the speed was not fast. Yang Ming could quickly take measures. The car's tire burst. However, Yang Ming didn't think that it was a natural tire burst because Yang Ming heard the muffled sound very clearly. That was a gunshot with a silencer installed. Someone shot at his wheels. Someone shot. Almost in an instant, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan said this sentence at the same time. The two also reached out and pressed each other's head under the seat at the same time. This BMW X5 was bulletproof. Although it was bulletproof glass, it also depended on what kind of bullet it was. If it was a high-intensity strafe at close range, the bulletproof glass was useless. At this time, they could only pin their hopes on the bulletproof steel plate inside the door. Wang Kejin began to pay attention to the BMW X5 when it just entered the community gate. According to the information, this car was Yang Ming's car. From the surveillance camera installed by Wang Kejin at the community gate, Wang Kejin couldn't see the appearance of the person driving. Therefore, Wang Kejin quickly took out the infrared night vision binoculars and looked carefully in the direction of the BMW. When he confirmed that it was a man and a woman in the car, and the man was the target he was looking for, Yang Ming, Wang Kejin was suddenly ecstatic. Yang Ming, who had disappeared for a few days, finally appeared today. Moreover, there was a woman sitting next to him. This woman was obviously Yang Ming's girlfriend mentioned in the information. She was also one of Wang Kejin's targets. If the person who came was only Yang Ming alone, then Wang Kejin would not necessarily make a move. Because if he killed Yang Ming, it would not be easy to find his girlfriend. After all, the information he brought was only about Yang Ming's information. The information about Yang Ming's girlfriend was only mentioned briefly. There was nothing special about her at all. It could be said that regarding the information about Yang Ming's girlfriend, after Wang Kejin read it, there was no valuable clue except that this person was a woman. It was precisely because of this that Wang Kejin would be cautious. He was ready to wait for Yang Ming and his girlfriend to appear at the same time, then he would kill them. However, it seemed that tonight was a godsend opportunity. There was a woman sitting in Yang Ming's car. Looking at the intimacy between the two, she should be Yang Ming's girlfriend without a doubt. Wang Kejin did not think that this would be a prostitute that Yang Ming casually found for fun, because who would bring a prostitute back to his residence? It was not a wise choice to let a prostitute know where he lived. Therefore, Wang Kejin believed that the woman next to Yang Ming must be his girlfriend. Yang Ming's car stopped. It stopped just like that. Wang Kejin was slightly stunned. As a matter of fact, the information showed that Yang Ming was just an ordinary college student. In the case of a tire burst, very few people could control the car freely and stop the car stably. However, Yang Ming did it. Although the maneuverability of a BMW car was one of the few in the world, good maneuverability did not mean that everyone's reaction ability was very sharp. Of course, this was not what made Wang Kejin feel incredible. The most incredible thing was that Yang Ming and his girlfriend actually lay down at the same time. Was this reaction the reaction of an ordinary person? Wang Kejin was confident that his pistol had been installed with a silencer. Although the pistol was not very good, because it was very difficult to get a pistol in China, it was already very good for Wang Kejin to get such a gun in a hurry. Even so, in the quiet night, the muffled gunshot was not very obvious. If one did not listen carefully, one would not hear it, especially Yang Ming in the car. This was something that was even more impossible to detect. However, if Yang Ming did not notice, then why did he lie down? This was one of the things that Wang Kejin was puzzled about. Wang Kejin did not have armor-piercing bullets. This pistol was very difficult to buy at a high price from a black gun market in the coastal area. This gun could blow up tires, but it was a bit difficult to shoot a steel plate. Seeing that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan both lay down, Wang Kejin did not dare to act rashly. He did not know if Yang Ming had discovered him. The community at night was quiet and desolate, but even so, Wang Kejin did not dare to act rashly. Who knew if there would be anyone nearby? Wang Kejin wanted to wait for Yang Ming to come out of the car, and then kill Yang Ming with one shot. Therefore, he hid his figure in the shadow of a nearby transformer box, quietly waiting for Yang Ming to get out of the car. Perhaps, it may be because Yang Ming thought that he had encountered a robber, so he did not dare to get out of the car. Wang Kejin had seen such a situation on the internet. It was said that at night, the car's tire suddenly burst, or it was suddenly hit. It was possible that it was a trap set by robbers. As long as the owner got out of the car to check, several people would rush over together, hijacking the owner and robbing the valuable things. Perhaps, Yang Ming was so cautious after reading the post. Otherwise, Wang Kejin really couldn't figure out why Yang Ming did not get out of the car, and even lay down under the seat of the car. Someone just shot. Wang Xiaoyan whispered. Although the car was soundproof enough, Wang Xiaoyan was still afraid that someone outside would hear it. "And, it seems that you also heard the gunshot." Yang Ming smiled. "I didn't expect to encounter this when I just came back. I thought it would be safer to go home. Don't underestimate me. I am also an assassin." Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words and snorted with some dissatisfaction. "You should know that assassins are very sensitive to danger, especially gunshots nearby." "Hee, this is true." Yang Ming shrugged. "We just came back, and we encountered someone shooting at us. Could it be a mistake? Who knows?" Wang Xiaoyan was also very helpless. She wanted to go home and have a good sleep. Who knew that they would encounter such a thing when they arrived at the entrance of the community? "Did you see the person who fired the gun?" A man, about 20 years old, with a buzz cut, medium build, and a little thin. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't find Wang Kejin's position and see his appearance at the moment Wang Kejin fired the gun. In that case, Yang Ming would not be Yang Ming, but Superman. Although Yang Ming had special abilities, he was not strong to that extent. When Yang Ming leaned down, Yang Ming began to explore the situation around the car with his special abilities. When he saw Wang Kejin and the counterfeit pistol in his hand, he suddenly felt relieved. This pistol was not enough to threaten the lives of him and Wang Xiaoyan. Not to mention the bulletproof steel plate on the door, even the glass of the car couldn't be penetrated. In this way, there was still no danger for the time being. As long as Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't get out of the car, this person couldn't do anything to Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming's heart was not reconciled to just this. This guy hid in the community and launched an attack on him and Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't think that this was random. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? I just returned to Songjiang, and I was inexplicably attacked. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that this attack must have a reason. At least, the person who attacked them should have a purpose. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to find some clues from the person who attacked them. The recent events made Yang Ming fall into a state of confusion. It seemed that there was no end to the conspiracy against him that was constantly being staged. It had even affected the people around him. Sun Jia, Wang Xiaoyan, and so on. Yang Ming didn't want this to happen. This wasn't the life that Yang Ming wanted. Although there was a saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, Yang Ming didn't want to be involved in these unknown disputes. It wasn't that Yang Ming was afraid of anything, but who wanted to live in caution every day. Recalling the road that he had walked in this year, indeed, he had special abilities and quickly stood at the top of the pyramid of wealth. He had wealth that many people couldn't imagine in their lifetime. At the same time, he had also become the king of assassins that made the entire assassin world look up to him. It was even more frightening to ordinary people. This kind of height and level was something that Yang Ming didn't dare to think about before. However, all of this had now been realized. However, at the same time, Yang Ming didn't have much enjoyment and happiness when he achieved this. He felt that he seemed to have been pulled into a huge conspiracy by an invisible hand. The strange events that happened again and again made Yang Ming really confused. Although the things that happened were generally people attacking him or the people around him, every time someone attacked him, it seemed that there was a lot of coincidence. Just like this time's Alice, who seemed to be completely unrelated to Yang Ming, how could she set up a trap to kill Yang Ming in Europe? This made Yang Ming puzzled. Even if Yang Ming knew that there was a mysterious boss behind the scenes, who was this boss and what was his purpose? This made Yang Ming really have some doubts. Yang Ming had doubts, guesses, and boldly imagined it. However, Yang Ming wasn't sure whether this behind-the-scenes boss was that person. Or was it Elder Yu whose plan was disrupted by him? He really wanted to end all of this as soon as possible and live a peaceful life with his family. This was what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming didn't like this kind of days of gunfire. Wang Kejin saw that there was no movement from Yang Ming's car for a long time, and Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't get out of the car. They didn't even get up. While he was puzzled, he was also a little anxious. If this dragged on, the one who would compromise in the end would definitely be Wang Kejin. As long as the sky was bright, the security patrol car of the community would begin to patrol. This was the rule that Wang Kejin had figured out after so many days. In the security patrol car, in addition to the community's security and the auxiliary police of the street office, there was a regular police officer with a gun. If he still held a gun and wandered around in the daytime, he would definitely be discovered by the patrol car. Although Wang Kejin wasn't afraid of these people, it was just a police officer with a gun. If Wang Kejin wanted to kill him, it wasn't difficult. But the difficult part was, what would Wang Kejin do after killing this police officer? He couldn't kill all the patrol members in the car. As long as one person was alive, he would quickly use the walkie-talkie to ask for help, and then a large team would arrive. Even if he could safely leave before the arrival of the large group of people, then the plan to kill Yang Ming would be ruined. The police would definitely be on guard and guard around this community. At that time, Wang Kejin would really not be able to make a move. Thinking of this, Wang Kejin knew that he had to take some action. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do anything at dawn. Wang Kejin took a deep breath, then stood up and gently approached Yang Ming's BMW. While moving, Wang Kejin was also carefully observing the movement in Yang Ming's BMW. His eyes had been staring at the BMW's window. When he saw that Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan didn't raise their heads, he was relieved to approach the BMW boldly. "He is coming. Be careful," Yang Ming told Wang Xiaoyan. It was because Yang Ming had already seen Wang Kejin's action through the steel plate of the door. "Oh? How do you know?" Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She wanted to raise her head, but she was pressed back by Yang Ming. Now, Wang Kejin was close to the car. It was a good opportunity to attack him. If Wang Xiaoyan raised her head and alerted him, then it wouldn't be good. "I heard the sound. Trust me." Yang Ming winked at Wang Xiaoyan. Although Wang Xiaoyan was still very confused, she finally chose to believe Yang Ming. After all, when she was in Vietnam, Yang Ming showed amazing judgment, which wasn't something she could reach. Wang Xiaoyan also understood that the difference between her ability and Yang Ming wasn't just a little bit, but a lot. Therefore, when Yang Ming said so, Wang Xiaoyan no longer observed curiously. "In a while, when he comes over, I will open the door and hit him with the force of the door. You get off when I open the door. I don't need to say what to do after getting off, right?" Yang Ming saw that Wang Kejin was coming in his direction. At this time, it was too late to change positions with Wang Xiaoyan, so the task of attacking Wang Kejin could only fall on Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan immediately understood after listening to Yang Ming's words. She nodded and said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." When Wang Kejin saw that there was still no movement in the BMW, he couldn't help but smile slightly because he was already close to the BMW. Previously, he had already observed that Yang Ming's door was not locked. After Yang Ming lay down, he apparently forgot to press the center lock of the door, so this also gave Wang Kejin an opportunity. Wang Kejin's plan was to carefully walk to the front of the BMW, then open the door abruptly and shoot wildly inside. There were still 5 bullets left in the pistol. At this kind of close-range shooting, these bullets were enough to take the lives of Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Kejin's idea was good, but his every move couldn't escape Yang Ming's eyes. Wang Kejin had already walked to the front of the door. He was overjoyed. He reached out and wanted to pull the door of the BMW, but at this moment, the door of the BMW opened abruptly. Boom! Before Wang Kejin's hand could touch the doorknob, his arm was hit by the door that opened abruptly. When Yang Ming opened the door, he had already used enough strength, and the speed was very fast. This made Wang Kejin unable to react at all. His arm was severely injured. It was like an iron plate smashed on Wang Kejin's left arm, making his left arm swollen instantly. Wang Kejin was counting his chickens before they hatched a plan. Who would have thought that Yang Ming actually played such a trick? Before he could do anything to Yang Ming, his left arm was already swollen. At the moment when Wang Kejin was in a daze, Wang Xiaoyan had already gotten out of the car. She quickly reached out and grabbed the pistol in Wang Kejin's right hand. Sometimes, the opportunity was in an instant. If it was seized, it would become a big deal. If it was lost, then it would be a disadvantage. Wang Kejin wasn't so easy to take away the gun from his hand. But this time, he failed. Although Wang Kejin had already recovered when the pistol was taken away by Wang Xiaoyan, everything was too late. The pistol was already in Wang Xiaoyan's hand. Then, Wang Xiaoyan threw the pistol into the courtyard of her villa. Wang Kejin wanted to enter Wang Xiaoyan's villa to pick up the gun, but it was obviously impossible. Wang Kejin's intestines were green with regret. He didn't expect that he, the most promising disciple of the 3rd generation of the butterfly family, actually failed such a small mission. In fact, the target of his assassination was an ordinary college student. If he couldn't complete the mission, then how could he still have the face to be a disciple of Master Tombstone? However, no one could be blamed for this matter. It could only be blamed on Wang Kejin's own carelessness. If he didn't underestimate the enemy before and blindly thought that Yang Ming was just an ordinary college student, he wouldn't be so careless. Wang Kejin was already very annoyed because he didn't find Yang Ming's trace for a few days. At this moment, he saw Yang Ming with his girlfriend. Wang Kejin naturally wanted to end this as soon as possible. As a result, the more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. The pistol was taken away by Wang Xiaoyan, and Wang Kejin also recovered his calmness. In an instant, he understood that Yang Ming and his girlfriend were both martial artists. They were not ordinary people who didn't know anything. This also instantly let Wang Kejin figure out why Yang Ming was so sensitive to stop the car and lie down. It turned out that they had already noticed the danger and had been waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Wang Kejin still stupidly thought that he wanted to open the door to shoot when they were unprepared, but they were waiting for the opportunity to attack when he approached. The reason why Yang Ming didn't lock the door was probably because of this, right? Wang Kejin had some self-deprecation. His judgment ability was still not good. As long as he thought about it at a deeper level, he would figure it out. When most people were robbed and in danger in the car, the first thing they would do was to lock the door. Yang Ming just happened to be able to stop the car and lie down, but he didn't lock the door. This had to explain some problems. It was just that Wang Kejin was eager for quick success and didn't understand this point. Wang Kejin retreated and avoided Wang Xiaoyan's fierce blow. Wang Kejin calmed down. It seems that today's mission is not so easy. Wang Kejin was a bit puzzled. How could such a difficult mission be defined as simple? Did the assassin group make a mistake, or did the client deliberately conceal the truth? However, now was not the time to pursue this. Regardless of whether the assassin group made a mistake or the client concealed it, Wang Kejin had to find a way to solve the matter in front of him first. Wang Kejin didn't know if Yang Ming knew Kung Fu, but the person next to him was definitely a master. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one would know whether or not he is a master. Wang Xiaoyan grabbed the gun, threw the gun, and attacked with her leg. It was done in one go without the slightest pause. Obviously, she was also a veteran of fighting scenes. Yang Ming also got off at this time. When he saw Wang Xiaoyan and Wang Kejin confronting each other, he frowned slightly. For this person who disturbed his rest, Yang Ming didn't have a good impression. His hand shook slightly, and a flying needle made of wood provided by Zhang Zhishan was drawn into Yang Ming's palm. Yang Ming wanted to move, but he heard Wang Xiaoyan say, "Leave it to me. I can just stretch my muscles." Wang Xiaoyan could be said to be annoyed with this Wang Kejin. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming could be said to be the last night of tenderness. Tomorrow, Yang Ming would accompany Chen Mingyan and the others, and this Wang Kejin actually came to disturb them. How could Wang Xiaoyan not be annoyed? Yang Ming had just pushed open the door until Wang Xiaoyan got off to grab the gun. He had been paying attention to Wang Kejin's movements all the time. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan succeeded in grabbing the gun, Yang Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. This Wang Kejin didn't seem to be very powerful. What Yang Ming didn't figure out now was whether he was just randomly blocking the road to rob, or he had a purpose. Since he had lost the gun in his hand, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about the safety of Wang Xiaoyan, so he said, "Okay, but leave him alive." When Wang Kejin heard Yang Ming's words, his lungs were about to explode. He came to kill Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. This Yang Ming actually said that he wanted Wang Xiaoyan to leave him alive. Isn't this looking down on me? Since Wang Kejin's debut, he had never been so insulted. His eyes suddenly turned green, but he also knew that it was not good to be angry at this moment. If he lost his head because of anger and delayed the business, then the sin would be big. Therefore, Wang Kejin calmed down and didn't take Yang Ming's words to heart. Instead, he stared at Wang Xiaoyan cautiously. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Ming's words might be reasonable. Although he was hit by Yang Ming's car door because of his carelessness, and the gun in his hand was also taken away by Wang Xiaoyan, this also indirectly showed that Wang Xiaoyan was not an ordinary girl. She had Kung Fu. It was just that he still didn't know how deep this Kung Fu was. However, Wang Kejin was now as cautious as possible. Wang Kejin didn't have the patience of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Time was slipping away. The more time was delayed, the more unfavorable it was for Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin also understood that if the battle was not resolved tonight, then it was likely that he wouldn't be able to successfully assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend in the future. After experiencing tonight, they would definitely be vigilant. Wang Kejin couldn't lose this opportunity, and he didn't dare to lose it. Although the success or failure of the mission only had a slight impact on the organization's income, to Wang Kejin, the failure of the mission this time meant that he had no fate with Uncle Tombstone. This was a dream opportunity for every assassin in the butterfly family. Wang Kejin had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. He would not allow himself to make any mistakes in this mission. Therefore, Wang Kejin made his move. He launched a fierce attack on Wan Xiaoyan. This was a good opportunity. Just now, he underestimated the enemy and underestimated Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan. But now, Wang Kejin thought that Yang Ming was underestimating the enemy. Looking at Yang Ming's relaxed and confident appearance, although he was a little angry, wasn't he the same before? Only by underestimating the enemy and letting down their guard would they suffer a crushing defeat. Yang Ming's bystander gave Wang Kejin a chance to deal with it one-on-one. If Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan besieged him, Wang Kejin would fail today's mission, needless to say. Both of them had kung fu, and they didn't seem to be very weak. If they attacked from both sides, Wang Kejin would definitely not be able to resist. In that case, he could only give up. But now it was different. Yang Ming did not join the battle. Only Wan Xiaoyan was fighting one-on-one with him, so Wang Kejin felt that as long as he seized the opportunity to kill Wan Xiaoyan in one fell swoop, it would be much easier to deal with Yang Ming. However, he must use the speed of lightning to give Wan Xiaoyan a fatal blow. Let Wan Xiaoyan be knocked down without having the power to fight back. Otherwise, if Wan Xiaoyan showed a lack of physical strength or other weaknesses, Yang Ming would definitely not sit idly by. In this way, with the addition of Yang Ming, Wang Kejin would lose the opportunity. Therefore, Wang Kejin was determined to kill Wan Xiaoyan as soon as possible so that he could have the energy to deal with Yang Ming. Wang Kejin moved. His whole person was like a toad. He jumped up from the ground and quickly turned his fist into a palm in the air. He slammed toward Wan Xiaoyan's head. Wan Xiaoyan's figure was relatively petite. She was not very tall, so this also gave Wang Kejin an opportunity. Wang Kejin's move was more effective against some relatively short opponents. Because of the strict professional training, Wang Kejin's jumping height was relatively high, which also ensured that his lower body was in a safe state. Wan Xiaoyan couldn't attack Wang Kejin's lower body because of her petite figure and Wang Kejin's jumping height. In this way, Wang Kejin had no danger of being attacked in his lower body. He could boldly launch an attack on Wan Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin's move might be effective against ordinary people, but for a well-tested assassin like Wan Xiaoyan, it could be said to be somewhat ridiculous. Wan Xiaoyan saw through Wang Kejin's intention at a glance. In fact, Wang Kejin's toad jump was mostly to scare people. It was a bit like Ouyang Fang's toad skill in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. It looked very sharp. Therefore, most of the opponents would be surprised and moved when they saw this toad skill at first glance. This was just a moment of stagnation brought by the movement. It was enough for Wang Kejin to kill. But unfortunately, Wang Xiaoyan was not scared by Wang Kejin at all. If this trick could scare Wang Xiaoyan, then Wang Xiaoyan would not be Wang Xiaoyan. At the moment when Wang Kejin launched his palm, Wang Xiaoyan also moved. She couldn't let Wang Kejin's palm hit her head. In fact, Wang Xiaoyan could completely avoid Wang Kejin's palm, but Wang Xiaoyan chose to use her palm to receive Wang Kejin's palm. Ah! Wang Kejin was suddenly shocked because he suddenly saw that between the fingers of Wang Xiaoyan's outstretched palm, there was actually a transparent dagger. How could Wang Kejin not be shocked? If this palm hit, then his right hand would be pierced with a hole. However, now that he was in mid-air, there was no point to exert force on his lower body. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't stop. Bang! Wang Kejin could only watch his palm and Wang Xiaoyan's palm face each other. The transparent and cold dagger stabbed into Wang Kejin's right palm. Wang Kejin groaned and endured the pain in his palm. After he landed on the ground, he quickly dodged backward. In this palm, Wang Xiaoyan obviously did not suffer any harm. The assassin's strength was not very great because they did not rely on strength to win, but on skills. Even if Wang Kejin wanted to attack Wang Xiaoyan's head, he would choose the most vulnerable back of the head or near the temple. He would not hit the top of the skull at all. The skull was the harder part of the head. He had not practiced the iron palm, so it was impossible to break the skull. Moreover, with the dagger blocking in the middle, Wang Kejin also subconsciously reduced most of the strength in his palm. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan did not suffer any harm except for bearing Wang Kejin's weight. Wang Kejin was secretly horrified. Is this girl in front of me still an ordinary student? Which student goes out in the middle of the night with a knife? And her skill is so good? Although most of Wang Kejin's mistakes were because he was too careless, if the other party did not have a certain strength, even if he was careless, the other party would not gain any advantage. Looking at the dagger in Wang Xiaoyan's hand that was covered with his blood, Wang Kejin was simply horrified. If he knew that this mission was so difficult, then Wang Kejin would not have chosen the close combat method to complete the mission. No matter how much it cost, he would get a sniper rifle and kill the man and woman in front of him from a distance. However, things had come to this point. There was no way back. He could only continue to fight. Wang Kejin took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind. In any case, Wang Kejin was the best assassin in the third generation of the butterfly family. Although the gap between him and Yang Ming was not small, the gap between him and Wang Xiaoyan was not very big. Although Wang Xiaoyan was the young lady in the family and could receive the best training from a young age, Father Wan did not want his daughter to do missions. Instead, he wanted her to focus on learning management so that she could inherit the family business in the future. After all, managing an assassin organization did not necessarily require one to be an assassin, so Father Wan did not deliberately train Wang Xiaoyan. This caused Wang Xiaoyan to be in a position where she was neither too high nor too low. She was definitely much better than the average assassin. When she encountered someone like Yang Ming, she could only be bullied. However, Wang Kejin was too confident before, and he blindly attacked when the enemy's strength was not clear. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan took advantage of the opportunity and gained the upper hand. Wang Kejin thought about it and recalled that he was a little impatient just now. It was only 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. There was still a long time before dawn, so he still had time. There was no need to fight head-on with Wang Xiaoyan as soon as he went up, resulting in Wang Xiaoyan taking the opportunity to stab him. The pain in his hand was nothing for Wang Kejin. Thinking about the previous training, this little injury was nothing at all. However, if he was injured in the execution of a mission, especially when his hand was injured, it would affect his strength more or less. However, now that they had fought head-on, both of them were in a state of preparation. Wang Kejin could not stop and be in a stalemate with Wang Xiaoyan. Retreating at this time was equivalent to giving Wang Xiaoyan a chance to fight back. He believed that Wang Xiaoyan would definitely continue to stab him with the dagger. Wang Kejin's assumption was not wrong. After Wang Kejin escaped, Wang Xiaoyan did not stop. Instead, she pursued and stabbed at Wang Kejin's chest with the dagger. Wang Kejin quickly leaned back. His entire upper body was in a horizontal state, but Wang Kejin's leg was not idle. He quickly kicked at Wang Xiaoyan's arm that was holding the dagger. Wang Kejin had some regrets. If he used his leg to attack instead of his hand, he would not be stabbed by Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin's shoes were thick and hard. The lethality of the kick was relatively high. Similarly, it was difficult for the dagger to pierce it. Wang Xiaoyan originally made a feint. She did not expect this dagger to kill Wang Kejin. Therefore, after the attack missed, Wang Xiaoyan also quickly retracted her arm. Wang Kejin's leg kicked the air. Wang Kejin saw that he did not kick Wang Xiaoyan. He supported himself with both hands, bent his leg slightly, and kicked hard. His whole body flew up and kicked at Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Kejin learned to be smart this time. He did not wait for Wang Xiaoyan to stand firm, and he kicked out this flying kick. In fact, this flying kick was similar to the Yang Ming's flying kick invented by Yang Ming. It was just not as high-end as Yang Ming's flying kick. The same legs were off the ground, but Wang Kejin could only kick once. He could not continue to kick a second time after the first kick like Yang Ming. Yang Ming's technique was purely practiced by himself when he was fighting with the street gangsters. It was completely contrary to normal martial arts. It was impossible for normal martial arts not to leave a way out after the move. After Yang Ming kicked the Yang flying kick, he fell to the ground with a big butt. The result was that it would be better if the kick hit. If the kick missed, he would be kicked by others. Wang Kejin obviously could not make such a common mistake, so he only kicked once. However, although it was safe in this way, the power was also reduced a lot. As long as the attacker dodged, the kick would be in vain. It couldn't be like Yang Ming, who kicked after the enemy dodged. This kind of attack caught others off guard. Who would have thought that after dodging the first kick, Yang Ming could still kick a second time in the air? Therefore, Yang Ming also used this Yang flying kick to do a lot of big things at the critical moment. Although Wang Kejin's flying kick was not as powerful as Yang Ming's, his attack caught Wang Xiaoyan off guard. Indeed, there were not many people like Wang Kejin who bent down and used his hands as a fulcrum to jump up and kick. This required a lot of arm strength and explosive power to do it. Wang Xiaoyan obviously couldn't do it. After everyone made a move, there would be a momentary flaw. However, many people made this process fast to a certain extent, making it impossible for others to see their flaw. This was the so-called in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. But obviously, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't do this, so when Wang Kejin's leather boots were about to step on Wang Xiaoyan's chest, the flying needle in Yang Ming's hand was about to be launched. However, a very strange scene appeared. Wang Xiaoyan quickly dodged. Her body, which was still in front of Wang Kejin, quickly slid behind Wang Kejin with an incredible posture and pace. The dagger in her hand was placed on Wang Kejin's neck. Wang Kejin's face showed an incredible look. Even Yang Ming widened his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to actually have such a move. Butterfly dance micro-steps? Wang Kejin exclaimed subconsciously. He was really shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually see the butterfly family's best martial arts that he was looking forward to learning when he was performing a mission. This was the butterfly family's secret technique. Only the direct relatives of the butterfly family and the best disciples of each generation of the butterfly family could learn it. If Wang Kejin's mission this time didn't go wrong, then he would worship under the tombstone and be able to learn this wonderful butterfly dance micro-steps. This was the butterfly family's best and most difficult martial arts to practice. Not only could it be used for assassination, but it could also be used for escape. It was extremely useful. Legend had it that this was adapted from the martial arts secret technique lightning ripple micro-steps. This kind of extremely exquisite kung fu actually appeared on the target of the assassination. How could this not make Wang Kejin shocked? In Wang Xiaoyan's heart, she was actually very lucky. She had been exposed to this set of butterfly dance micro-steps since she was a child, but it was extremely difficult to practice it. Wang Xiaoyan practiced it for a while, but she didn't make much progress, so she gave up trying to practice it. Wang Xiaoyan's father didn't force Wang Xiaoyan to practice it. His idea was that Wang Xiaoyan would marry the king of assassins in the future, so with this link, even if Wang Xiaoyan didn't know martial arts, the assassins under Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't dare to disobey Wang Xiaoyan's orders. Who dared to rebel against the wife of the king of assassins? Wouldn't that be courting death? Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan didn't practice this set of butterfly dance micro-steps. Otherwise, when she was competing with Yang Ming, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly by Yang Ming. Even if she couldn't beat Yang Ming, with the butterfly dance micro-steps, wouldn't she be able to escape? This was also the reason why Yang Ming was surprised. Since Wang Xiaoyan had such a powerful skill, why didn't she use it when she was competing with him? Wang Xiaoyan was proud in her heart. In her desperation, she actually used this set of butterfly dance micro-steps unnaturally. It was really a coincidence. She often saw on TV that some martial arts masters broke through themselves in a crisis and understood a certain martial arts. Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect this to happen to her. However, Wang Xiaoyan didn't wait too long to be proud. Wang Kejin's words were like a basin of cold water poured on her head. Wang Kejin actually knew the name of this set of martial arts. As a matter of fact, this was the secret of the butterfly family. Except for the people in the butterfly family who knew and had seen this set of martial arts, outsiders couldn't have access to it. Wang Kejin only saw Wang Xiaoyan's few steps, and he could call out the name of the butterfly dance micro-steps. He must be a person who knew this set of martial arts very well. Who are you? How do you know? Wang Xiaoyan asked quickly. She also increased the strength of the dagger that was pointed at Wang Kejin. This involved the top secret of the family. Although Wang Xiaoyan had a conflict with her father, she also knew what was more important. This kind of family matter couldn't be sloppy. Who am I? Wang Kejin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to actually ask him this. If Wang Xiaoyan didn't speak, he just wanted to ask Wang Xiaoyan this sentence: who are you? How do you know the butterfly dance micro steps? However, since Wang Xiaoyan had already asked, then Wang Kejin couldn't ask anymore. At this moment, Wang Kejin's heart was also full of confusion. How did Wang Xiaoyan learn this set of the butterfly family's highest martial arts? In particular, this person is Chinese, and in China. Wait. Wang Kejin suddenly thought of something. It must be like this. The cold sweat on Wang Kejin's forehead suddenly came out. He thought of a possibility, and it seemed to be the only possibility. Wang Kejin carefully turned his head and looked at Wang Xiaoyan carefully. He was more convinced in his heart. You are the miss? Wang Kejin had naturally heard of the name of the butterfly family's miss, Wang Xiaoyan. However, Wang Xiaoyan had left the family very early to live independently. Wang Kejin had never really seen the real Wang Xiaoyan. He only mentioned Wang Xiaoyan when he was chatting with other assassins. He roughly knew about Wang Xiaoyan's age and the matter of her going to China. That was all he knew. However, when Wang Xiaoyan used the butterfly family's secret skill, butterfly dance micro steps, Wang Kejin thought that the person in front of him was probably the butterfly family's miss, Wang Xiaoyan. Butterfly dance micro steps was a very good and secretive kung fu. Even the assassins in the butterfly family couldn't practice it casually, let alone unrelated outsiders. However, Wang Xiaoyan could use butterfly dance micro steps. This in itself explained the problem. Wang Kejin didn't think that Wang Xiaoyan learned it secretly. How could this kind of kung fu be learned secretly? If this was the case, then the kung fu of the butterfly family would all be leaked, and the butterfly family would not be the world's largest assassin organization. Therefore, in summary, there was only one possibility. That was why Wang Kejin was so panicked. When he went to assassinate, he actually killed the eldest young miss, Wang Xiaoyan. How could he not be horrified? To assassinate the miss, he was simply trying to rebel. Thinking of this, Wang Kejin's body trembled. Who are you? Wang Xiaoyan was very sensitive to this miss because she was called the miss in the family. Do you know butterfly dance micro steps? Are you really Miss Wang Xiaoyan? When Wang Xiaoyan said the name of butterfly dance micro steps, Wang Kejin was more convinced that the person in front of him was Wang Xiaoyan. Are you from the family? Wang Xiaoyan didn't say the butterfly family because she didn't want Yang Ming to know her background. She didn't want Yang Ming to feel discouraged because the butterfly family was too difficult to surpass. Wang Kejin nodded. What's his name? Wang Xiaoyan continued asking. Wang Kejin, a third-generation disciple. Wang Kejin answered honestly. Now that the identity of Wang Xiaoyan had been determined, then Wang Xiaoyan's question was equivalent to the question of the family master. Wang Kejin naturally had to answer in full detail without concealing anything. There is a family token in my pocket. Because Wang Kejin was threatened by Wang Xiaoyan with a knife, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he just said that there was a token in his pocket, but didn't take it out. Wang Xiaoyan reached into Wang Kejin's jacket pocket. Sure enough, she found a small butterfly token in his pocket. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She fully believed Wang Kejin's words and put away the dagger on his neck. Don't reveal the family's secret. Come in and talk with me. Wang Xiaoyan whispered to Wang Kejin. Although Yang Ming wasn't far away, Wang Xiaoyan's voice was very low. Yang Ming didn't hear it. Indeed, Yang Ming had the special ability of telescopic vision and could read lips, but he didn't need to do that with Wang Xiaoyan, so he didn't hear the last sentence of Wang Xiaoyan clearly. Yang Ming, this person is an assassin sent by my family. After Wang Xiaoyan finished talking to Wang Kejin, she turned to Yang Ming and said. Yang Ming had already faintly guessed something from the conversation between Wang Kejin and Wang Xiaoyan. At this moment, when he heard Wang Xiaoyan, he immediately nodded and made a gesture. Let's go in and talk. Yang Ming got in the car and waved to Wang Xiaoyan and Wang Kejin. When Wang Xiaoyan nodded, Wang Kejin sat in the back seat of the BMW. The car drove into the underground parking lot of Wang Xiaoyan's villa. After parking the car, Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan, and Wang Kejin got off. At this moment, Wang Kejin no longer had the previous murderous aura, but he was very respectful behind Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. However, Yang Ming didn't relax his vigilance because Wang Kejin and Wang Xiaoyan knew each other. Who knew if this was a trick to deceive people? Therefore, Yang Ming always paid attention to Wang Kejin's movements. Until they entered the villa's hall, Wang Xiaoyan let Wang Kejin sit opposite the sofa. Yang Ming relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't completely lose his guard against Wang Kejin. First, bandage your hand. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Kejin's right hand and said, Yan Yan, you go upstairs to the bedroom and bring down my medicine box. Since he was a member of Wang Xiaoyan's family, Yang Ming naturally treated him differently. He planned to give him some of Fang Tian's secret healing medicine. These were refined by Fang Tian according to the ancient prescription. The price was very expensive. Wang Xiaoyan originally planned to find a medicine box and gauze for Wang Kejin, but after listening to Yang Ming's words, she immediately understood that Yang Ming wanted to give Wang Kejin better medicine. So, she looked at Yang Ming gratefully, and then quickly went upstairs. In any case, Wang Kejin was a member of her family, which meant that he was her subordinate. Yang Ming cared about Wang Kejin because of Wang Xiaoyan's face, so Wang Xiaoyan was naturally very grateful to Yang Ming. Thank you. Wang Kejin naturally understood that the reason why Yang Ming let Wang Xiaoyan get his medicine box must be that the medicine in the medicine box was better, and it couldn't be taken easily. Yang Ming waved his hand and looked at Wang Kejin. He said faintly, your mission is to kill me or Wang Xiaoyan? It's you. Wang Kejin hesitated and didn't hide it. Now it seemed that the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan was deep. Since Yang Ming let Wang Xiaoyan go to the bedroom to get the medicine box, it proved that the two people lived together. In other words, Yang Ming was Wang Xiaoyan's boyfriend. So when Yang Ming asked, Wang Kejin had no reason to hide it. However, the employer asked me to kill your girlfriend together. Of course, I didn't know that your girlfriend was the miss, because the information said that I should kill you and your girlfriend. Wang Kejin didn't hide the fact that Wang Xiaoyan was the miss of the family. Their previous conversation was also heard by Yang Ming. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan didn't intend to hide this. Wang Xiaoyan's last sentence to Wang Kejin might have asked him to hide some specific details of the butterfly family and the name of the family, so Wang Kejin didn't mention these. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that Wang Kejin really should have come to kill without knowing anything. He only knew at the last minute that the target was their Mississippi. However, Yang Ming was wondering, who wants to kill me and my girlfriend? Who has this kind of hatred with me? Who is the employer? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. The mission was issued through the platform. We don't know the identity of the employer. Wang Kejin shook his head. Yang Ming naturally knew the mission process of the assassin platform. Many missions were issued anonymously, so Yang Ming didn't question Wang Kejin's words. Wang Xiaoyan took the first aid kit and handed it to Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin didn't need anyone's help. He opened the first aid kit, applied the medicine, and bandaged the gauze with one hand. This was the most basic quality ability of an assassin. After being injured, one would bandage himself. Because in many cases, the execution of the mission was carried out alone, and there was no one else around, so it was necessary to bandage himself after being injured. After Wang Kejin bandaged himself, Wang Xiaoyan spoke, Who sent you? It's my instructor. Wang Kejin said truthfully, this is a mission received from the assassin platform. It asked the organization to assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend. There was only Yang Ming's information on the information, but there was no information on his girlfriend. So, I didn't know that his girlfriend was you, Mississippi. That's the case. Wang Xiaoyan nodded after listening. She thought, luckily, you met me with Yang Ming, so you made a move. If Yang Ming was with other women, and you made a move, you would die directly. You wouldn't have a chance to see me again. Who is the employer? The missions on the assassin platform are issued anonymously. Wang Kejin smiled bitterly. The organization won't ask about this kind of thing. Okay, I got it. This mission is stopped. You can go back. Try to investigate the identity of the employer. Forget it. I will talk to my father directly about this. Wang Xiaoyan waved her hand and said, Miss, I still have other missions. I'm afraid I can't go back immediately. Wang Kejin didn't need to hide anything from Wang Xiaoyan, so he naturally told Wang Xiaoyan that he still had a mission. There are other missions? What mission? Wang Xiaoyan asked casually. It is a mission to assassinate a gang boss in Songjiang. Wang Kejin replied. Gang boss? Yang Ming's heart was subconsciously shocked, and then he quickly asked, what is the name of the assassination target? This? Wang Kejin hesitated. The assassination mission needed to be kept secret. It couldn't be said casually. I asked you a question. Just answer it. Why are you stuttering? Wang Xiaoyan glared and snorted at Wang Kejin impatiently. Yes, Mississippi, Wang Kejin said quickly. Yang Ming's identity, although it seemed that he was the boyfriend of the miss, whether this identity was recognized by the family was unknown. Therefore, Wang Kejin still had reservations about Yang Ming. Most of the assassins in the family were clear about Wang Xiaoyan's affairs. Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé should be the apprentice of the king of assassins, and Wang Xiaoyan's escape was to escape this marriage. However, although Wang Xiaoyan escaped, it was still unknown whether she could resist the fate of the family, so Wang Kejin had reservations about Yang Ming. Now, since Wang Xiaoyan spoke, then Wang Kejin couldn't hide it anymore. The Mrs. words represented the second highest power in the family, so Wang Kejin replied truthfully, it is Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. It is said that they are the gang bosses of this city. What? Although Yang Ming heard Wang Kejin say that he wanted to assassinate a gang boss, he had already faintly guessed something. At this moment, when he heard Wang Kejin say that it was Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, he immediately exclaimed, you want to assassinate Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan? Wang Kejin was puzzled by Yang Ming's big reaction, but he still nodded and said, yes. This mission is also cancelled. Yang Ming waved his hand. You can go back. Ah? Wang Kejin was a little dumbfounded. Yang Ming's words were like an order, but Wang Kejin frowned in his heart. He thought, you are just the boyfriend of the Mississippi. What right do you have to order me? Even if I am the miss, I can't just cancel the mission, right? The previous mission involved the miss, so it had to be cancelled. But now this mission was aimed at an outsider. How can it be cancelled easily? Once it is cancelled, how can I report back? Cancel? This is impossible. Wang Kejin said subconsciously. If I ask you to cancel it, then just cancel it. What is impossible? Wang Xiaoyan knew about Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. When the Black Widow assassin group merged with Li Cheng and the others to form the Black Butterfly assassin group, she saw Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. She also knew that these two people were working for Yang Ming, so at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan naturally stood on the side of Yang Ming. Miss. Wang Kejin was helpless about Wang Xiaoyan's words. Miss, the previous mission involved you, so it must be cancelled. I can report back, but, if this mission is cancelled, I can't report back when I go back. The family master will not agree. Really? Then you have to go through me first. Yang Ming's eyes were cold as he spoke to Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin didn't know how Yang Ming's skills were. Before, he only fought with Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't make a move, but he thought that Yang Ming should also know Kung Fu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have something like a medicine box. Miss, don't make it difficult for me. Wang Kejin really didn't know what to do in the face of Yang Ming's threat. Fighting with Yang Ming was obviously not giving face to Wang Xiaoyan, but, if he didn't fight, Yang Ming would stop him from completing the mission. Shua. A flying needle pierced Wang Kejin's right ear and directly pierced a hole in his right ear. Ah. Wang Kejin was suddenly shocked. Although he was talking to Wang Xiaoyan just now, and he was distracted, he didn't see how Yang Ming made a move. If this flying needle was pierced in another position of Wang Kejin, then he would probably be dead at this moment. Don't do something that is beyond your ability. Yang Ming said faintly, you are a member of the Yin family, so I am so polite to you. Otherwise, do you think you can still stand here? Wang Kejin's cold sweat came out. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Yang Ming's words. He didn't expect that Yang Ming would actually use a concealed weapon, and it was such a small concealed weapon. In some of the top assassins, concealed weapons were not unfamiliar to them, but most of the concealed weapons were launched with the help of machinery, similar to pistols. This kind of concealed weapon that was launched purely by hand strength could be said to be less and less in today's society. This was because the first throw of a concealed weapon had a very high requirement for the opponent's strength. This required very strict training. This was not the most difficult point. Many assassins were people who could bear hardships. However, the second point wasn't something that everyone could achieve, and that was the accuracy of the throw. Perhaps, many assassins were sharpshooters, but if they didn't use modern equipment, then who could guarantee the accuracy? Therefore, many assassins would not spend much effort to practice the throwing of concealed weapons. In contrast, the use of firearms was more convenient. The problem could be solved with one shot. Why would they need to use concealed weapons? However, in many cases, in some public places, using a gun was not a good way. If they could use a concealed weapon to quietly kill the target, it was hundreds of times better than using a gun. Yang Ming could casually throw out a flying needle in an instant. This seemingly simple technique was a height that many assassins couldn't reach in their lifetime. Especially with a flying needle. If it was a dagger or a stone, it was still possible, but a flying needle was so small and light that it was very difficult to throw it. After Yang Ming revealed this move, Wang Kejin already knew that his mission was extremely difficult to complete. Even if he took advantage of Yang Ming's unpreparedness, pretended to leave Song Jiang, and then turned back to assassinate the target, even if he succeeded, then Yang Ming would definitely know that this was done by Wang Kejin. With Wang Xian in the middle, Wang Kejin would not be able to mingle in the butterfly family. So for a time, Wang Kejin was in a dilemma. Let's do it this way. I will talk to my father about this matter. Your plan will be suspended for these 2 days. After seeing my father's opinion, I will inform you again. Wang Xian also knew Wang Kejin's dilemma. As an assassin of the butterfly family, if he gave up the mission and went back directly, he would definitely be severely punished by the family. However, if there was a reason and he got the permission of the family master, then there was no problem. Thank you, Mississippi. This is the best. When Wang Kejin saw that Wang Xiaoyan said a compromise, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. However, he still had not solved the most important problem. From Wang Xiaoyan's words, Wang Kejin had already understood that the result of the matter was likely to be to cancel the mission and let him go back directly. But in this way, these 2 missions were not completed. Then, would he still have the opportunity to worship under Master's tombstone? However, the current situation did not allow him to make any refutation. He could only let it be. Well, you leave your contact information. I will keep in touch with you at any time. Wang Xiaoyan didn't want to waste time on Wang Kejin's matter. Today was already the last night to get together with Yang Ming. The next time was uncertain, so Wang Xiaoyan particularly cherished it. Okay, my satellite phone number is. Wang Kejin said his satellite phone number, then got up and said goodbye to Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Wang Kejin was somewhat frustrated as he left Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Originally, he came to Songjiang excitedly. He wanted to complete these 2 tasks perfectly, but he did not expect that he could not complete one. Is this fate? It seems that I have no fate with Master's tombstone. A hand was silently placed on Wang Kejin's shoulder. Wang Kejin was suddenly shocked. His hair stood up in fright. Why are there so many strange things today? Who is it? Wang Kejin exclaimed subconsciously. Although Wang Kejin was not a top assassin, it was incredible that someone could approach him without him being aware of it. Wang Kejin did not think that he was incompetent to such a point. But in fact, this was the case. Someone approached him and even put his hand on his shoulder before he reacted. He didn't know if it was because he was a little distressed and in a bad mood when he came out of Wang Xiaoyan's house, so he was careless, or the approaching person was really powerful. However, these were not important. In the case of not distinguishing between friend and foe, Wang Kejin could only concentrate on dealing with it. Don't be nervous, young man. A familiar hoarse voice came to Wang Kejin's ears. Wang Kejin was shocked and quickly turned around, but he saw the person he wanted to see in his dreams. Masters Jr.? Wang Kejin couldn't believe his eyes. The person in front of him was actually Masters Jr., Tombstone. He had always wanted to be a disciple of Masters Jr., but he had never had a chance. He finally had the opportunity this time, but he had not completed the task yet. Wang Kejin wanted to give up, but he did not expect to unexpectedly meet Masters Jr., Tombstone, here. The person who came was Tombstone, the person sent by the Butterfly family's family master to secretly protect Wang Xiaoyan. However, in most cases, as long as Tombstone saw Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan together, he would give up tracking and protecting them because Yang Ming was there. Wang Xiaoyan would not be in any danger. If even Yang Ming could not deal with someone, it would be useless for Tombstone to go. Therefore, Tombstone only secretly tracked and protected Wang Xiaoyan when Yang Ming was not with Wang Xiaoyan. Today, Tombstone also saw the fight between Wang Kejin and Wang Xiaoyan from a distance. Tombstone smiled slightly and nodded. Wang Kejin, right? The third generation of the family's outstanding assassin. Masters Jr., do you know my name? Wang Kejin was very excited when he saw that Tombstone could actually call out his name. His voice changed a little. Of course, I know. Your instructor has recommended you to me to let me train you alone. Tombstone said with a smile. Really? Wang Kejin looked at the martial uncle in front of him in disbelief. However, after he was excited for a little while, he showed a depressed expression. Martial uncle, my mission this time has failed. Failed? You lost to eldest miss, do you think it's considered a failure? Tombstone waved his hand. Young miss has received strict training since she was young. Although she is not as professional as us, she has been exposed to the most sophisticated martial arts. Wang Kejin was shocked. Although he was already convinced in his mind that the person he saw just now was Wang Xiaoyan, the Butterfly family's Mississippi. But now, after hearing Tombstone say it personally, he was more confident in his heart. But Miss Boyfriend asked me to give up another mission in Songjiang together. Wang Kejin hesitated and said. Because Tombstone was not an outsider, Wang Kejin did not need to hide anything from him. Another mission? What mission? Tombstone's current duty was to protect Wang Xiaoyan's safety and report Wang Xiaoyan's situation to the clan leader at any time. It's an assassination of the two gang leaders here. Wang Kejin said truthfully, however, the two gang leaders should have a good relationship with eldest Miss Boyfriend, Yang Ming. Oh? After listening to Wang Kejin's words, Tombstone asked, are the targets of the assassination called Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli? Martial uncle, do you know them? Wang Kejin was stunned. He didn't expect Tombstone to know the names of these two people. Tombstone shook his head and said, I don't know them, but I know these two people. Their relationship with Yang Ming is really good. Just cancel this mission. Wang Kejin did not expect martial uncle Tombstone to let him cancel the mission. However, Tombstone's words were obviously more powerful. Although Wang Xiaoyan was also a member of the family, her current identity was still the eldest Mississippi. She did not participate in the family's assassin affairs, but Tombstone was different. Tombstone was one of the leaders of the Butterfly assassin group. Tombstone's words represented the order of the organization. Do not worry. Even if there are these two missions, I will still let you follow me. Tombstone patted Wang Kejin's shoulder as if he saw through his thoughts and said with a smile. Wang Kejin did not expect Tombstone to directly agree to accept him as a disciple, and he was overjoyed. He completed these two missions in order to be able to worship Tombstone. Since his dream had now been realized, Wang Kejin was no longer entangled with the success or failure of the mission. Originally, Wang Kejin was still worried that these two missions could not be completed. Now, with martial uncle Tombstone's personal guarantee, Wang Kejin regained his previous mood of coming to Songjiang. Thank you, martial uncle. Wang Kejin quickly thanked him. What are you thanking me for? Tombstone waved his hand. We are all family. If you are not excellent, I will not teach you anything. I can let you follow me because of your own efforts. Although Wang Kejin also understood that if he did not work hard, then it would be a waste of effort, but at this moment, he was still very grateful to Tombstone. Well, I will report this matter to the family master. You don't have to go back. Follow me to experience Songjiang. I still have the mission to protect the eldest miss here. I can't go back for a while, said Tombstone. That's great. Wang Kejin was overjoyed after listening to Tombstone's words. He immediately nodded and agreed. As long as he could follow Marshal Uncle Tombstone, it was the same no matter where. Wang Kejin naturally would not care. My mission is to secretly protect the first miss, but the first miss doesn't know of my existence. So, don't tell the first miss that you've met me, the Tombstone said. You know the stakes of this. Yes, Marshal Uncle, I know. Wang Kejin responded hurriedly. Tombstone nodded and said to Wang Kejin, let's go. I will take you to my residence. Wang Kejin and Tombstone disappeared into the night. Yang Ming in Wang Xiaoyan's villa frowned. Yang Ming had long noticed the existence of Tombstone. He even fought with him. However, since Tombstone was to protect Wang Xiaoyan's safety, Yang Ming did not bother with him and let him follow Wang Xiaoyan there. However, recently, as long as he was with Wang Xiaoyan, Tombstone would avoid him, so Yang Ming had no reason to find trouble with Tombstone. Now that he saw the scene of Wang Kejin and Tombstone meeting, Yang Ming also heard him say that he was here to secretly protect Wang Xiaoyan. Then, his and Wang Xiaoyan's every move must have been passed to the ears of Wang Xiaoyan's father. So, why didn't Wang Xiaoyan's father take any action? It was reasonable to say that Wang Xiaoyan still had a marriage. A big family like hers would definitely pay attention to the privacy of their private life. Now, Wang Xiaoyan was still a student, and she lived with Yang Ming every day. After Wang Xiaoyan's father knew about it, it was reasonable to say that he should stop it. He shouldn't let it happen, right? Therefore, Yang Ming felt a little puzzled. Which side is this Tombstone on? Is he helping Wang Xiaoyan hide from her father, or has he reported everything about Wang Xiaoyan to him? However, just from Tombstone's words, Tombstone should be more protective of his side. He advised Wang Kejin to cancel the mission of assassinating Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. It was entirely out of Yang Ming's consideration. Otherwise, what did Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli have to do with Tombstone? With Tombstone's mediation, Wang Kejin believed that this time, Wang Kejin had completely given up the plan to assassinate Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Otherwise, Yang Ming was really worried. The reason why Yang Ming used his special ability to detect Wang Kejin's departure was that he wanted to see where he was going after leaving Wang Xiaoyan's house. He also wanted to see if there was any intention to assassinate Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Now, there was no need to look anymore. Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli could be said to be safe. However, Yang Ming still couldn't calm down. This matter was really weird. Someone actually hired an assassin to kill me and Wang Xiaoyan, and they also wanted to kill Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Although my relationship with Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli was not public, and only a few people knew about it, there was indeed a great relationship between them. Now, when someone wanted to kill me and Wang Xiaoyan, they also wanted to kill Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Is the client of these two missions the same person or two people? Is this all a coincidence, or is it a well-planned conspiracy? This was nothing. The weirdest thing was that the client actually hired an assassin in Wang Xiaoyan's family to kill Wang Xiaoyan. This was simply too funny and unexpected. In this case, there was only one possibility left. That was, the client of the mission did not know about Wang Xiaoyan's background, nor did he know about her relationship with the assassin organization. Moreover, the most important thing was that in the assassination information received by Wang Kejin, it only mentioned that she was Yang Ming's girlfriend. There was no other detailed information, not even a name. In other words, the client's target should be Yang Ming, not Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was just a sacrificial victim. Even if the person sitting next to Yang Ming was not Wang Xiaoyan, but Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jejia, Xiao Qing, Sun Jia, or even Zhao Ying, as long as it was a girl who was close to him, she would be the target of Wang Kejin. Then, it seemed that this conspiracy should not be made by the mysterious boss. The mysterious boss was obviously also targeting Wang Xiaoyan. That time, he set a trap in Macau and the assassination in Wang Xiaoyan's villa. Obviously, he knew Wang Xiaoyan's information very well. At least, it was impossible that he didn't even know her name. So it seemed that the client this time should be someone else. However, it involved Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. What the hell is going on here? Thinking of this, Yang Ming picked up the phone. Although it was already very late, Yang Ming couldn't sleep if he didn't figure it out. Hello? Bao Sanli? I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming dialed Bao Sanli's cell phone. Brother Yang? What's the matter? Bao Sanli and Yang Ming had just separated. Bao Sanli had driven the car to Yang Ming's hands. Now, he had just returned to the nightless club. Baozi, I just met an assassin. Yang Ming said. Assassin? Brother Yang, are you okay? Bao Sanli was shocked after listening. Brother Yang, the assassin wanted to kill you? N. Yang Ming nodded. But Yan Yan knew the assassin, so he stopped his mission. But according to him, his next mission was to assassinate you and Ho Zhenhan. What? Bao Sanli was even more surprised when he heard that Yang Ming had met an assassin. Now, when he heard Yang Ming say that the assassin wanted to kill him and Ho Zhenhan, he was suddenly horrified. Yes, but his mission was also cancelled. For the time being, you and Big Ho will not be in danger. Yang Ming said, however, what I don't understand is why someone wants to hire an assassin to kill you. Have you offended anyone recently? Who did we offend? Bao Sanli was stunned. Brother Yang, you know that we have now turned into a proper business. We have long stopped doing underworld business. How can we offend anyone? That's strange. Since there is no enmity, why would someone target you and Big Ho? Yang Ming listened to Bao Sanli's denial and was even more puzzled. That assassin, did he say who hired him? Bao Sanli didn't understand the rules of the assassin industry, so he asked directly. The assassin's mission is anonymously issued through the mission platform. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If we knew the client of the mission, we wouldn't have to work as hard as we do now. So that's the case. Bao Sanli was a little embarrassed. Could it be that some people feel that after Big Ho and I unified the underworld of Songjiang, we have become a proper business, and they are not used to our practice? It is also possible. Yang Ming nodded in agreement after listening to Bao Sanli's words. You may not feel anything, but what about your men? Perhaps some people just yearn for the life of swords and knives. They intend to take the opportunity to get rid of you. I understand, Brother Yang. Tomorrow, I will start to investigate the internal and external affairs. This matter must have a result. Otherwise, we are not afraid of thieves stealing, but we are afraid of thieves scheming. If this person is not found, Big Ho and I will not be able to live a stable life, said Bao Sanli. It's good to investigate. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that time when he met Lu Cha in the elevator. The arrogant look at that time was still fresh in Yang Ming's memory. Especially the several senior executives inside the group, it is best to check if there is any problem. The person named Lu Chan, his son, is very arrogant. Why? Did Lu Cha offend you? Bao Sanli also knew Lu Chan's son. He knew what kind of character Lu Cha usually had, so when he heard Yang Ming mention Lu Cha at this time, he quickly asked. He didn't offend me, but this kid had thoughts about my cousin's girlfriend. Last time, he wanted to take the opportunity to kidnap her and do something. As Yang Ming said this, he sighed. Baozi, I know that some people have been following you until now, but the children of these people are too arrogant. Although you have changed to a proper line of work, the actions of these children have seriously affected the image of the group. I understand, Brother Yang. I will deal with it. Bao Sanli was now not as careless as before. He understood a lot of Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming had long wanted to clean up the internal affairs of the group, but there had been no suitable opportunity to speak. After all, these were veterans who followed Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli couldn't be too heartless. This would make it difficult for him. However, since there was such an opportunity, Yang Ming naturally passed the words directly to Bao Sanli, and it didn't seem abrupt. If there is news, contact me. Yang Ming said, be careful. I will also start the investigation, but before the results come out, you and Big Ho shouldn't go out casually. I am afraid that the client will do something again. Yang Ming said. Okay, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli quickly agreed. Wang Xiaoyan had already gone upstairs to take a bath. After a few days of traveling, she was already dirty. Wang Xiaoyan loved cleanliness. When she got home, she naturally went straight to the bathroom. Yang Ming waited for Wang Xiaoyan to take a bath before going, so in his free time, he thought about Wang Kejin's assassination here. Tian Long's main goal was Yang Ming, not Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia. Once all the Sun family's businesses in Donghai were transferred to Tianlong's name, then Sun Hongjun and Sun Jia would not pose any threat to him. On the surface, Sun Hongjun seemed to have a lot of power in Donghai, but this power, to put it bluntly, was controlled by Tianlong. Whether it was the gang or the group, Tianlong had placed his own people in all of them. In other words, as long as Tianlong substantially held the power, Sun Hongjun would not make any more waves. After persuading Tian Donghua to lure Yangming failed, Tianlong could only make other plans. However, he quickly came up with another alternative, which was to let Sun Jia call Yangming. Naturally, he couldn't force Sun Jia to make this call. With Sun Jia's character, she would not be obedient. Tianlong was very familiar with Miss Sun's character. Sun Jia's character was very strong. She would never be manipulated. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to lure her here. It was reasonable to say that with Sun Jia's IQ, she would not be deceived by such a small conspiracy, but Tian Donghua played the emotional card. An elder who watched Sun Jia grow up, a person who had been loyal to her father, how could Sun Jia be on guard against such a person? When her father was in trouble, Sun Jia subconsciously thought of the people who could be trusted around her father. Besides Uncle Sun San, it was Tianlong. Therefore, Sun Jia was deceived by Tianlong when she didn't have any defense against him. This was not that Sun Jia was not cautious, but if it were anyone else, they would be deceived in this case. However, this kind of trust could only be used once, not a second time. Now, Sun Jia would not believe anything Tianlong said. Originally, Tianlong's idea was to force Sun Jia to call Yangming and use the same trick again. He would find a way to trick Yangming to a certain place, and then he would catch him in one fell swoop. However, with Sun Jia's character, this possibility was small because Sun Jia was not a person who could be coerced. It was probably not feasible for her to call Yangming and trick Yangming. However, the result of the matter was likely to be that Sun Jia would tell Yangming not to be fooled, or say something else that was unfavorable to Tianlong. Instead of this, it was better for Tianlong to call Yangming himself, tell him that Sun Jia was in his hands, and ask him to meet him somewhere. However, this would depend on whether Yangming really cared about Sun Jia. It was a bit risky. Tianlong did not dare to take such a method now. Only when he was 100% sure that Yangming cared about Sun Jia very much, could he use such an extreme method. Tombstone's residence was located in the Hillman's villas on the west side of the Huashang district. It was similar to the villa area in the Huashang district, but there were fewer multi-story and high-rise buildings. There were no buildings for sale, only villas. It could be said that it was specially designed for the rich. The Hillman's villas were developed earlier. Tombstone bought a second-hand villa from a rich businessman who was going abroad. The interior was already decorated properly, and the full set of supporting facilities was also very complete, so it was suitable for people like Tombstone who did not bring any luggage to live directly. The villa was very large, and the price was naturally not cheap. However, Tombstone was not short of money. As an assassin, he had more than $100 million in savings. It was also due to the nature of his profession that he was not married and had no family. He really did not know how to spend the money. For Tombstone, money was just a number. His only mission was to be filial to the organization and the Butterfly family. Therefore, Tombstone bought this villa without any heartache. When the rich man sold the villa, he saw that Tombstone was dressed very ordinarily and did not look like a rich person at all. He thought that Tombstone was just asking casually, so he reported a relatively low price. He did not expect Tombstone to nod and agree directly. He took the rich man to transfer the villa and swiped the card to transfer the money without even blinking. Only then did the tycoon realize that this guy was hiding his strength. It seemed like he was even richer than him. The rich man regretted that he had quoted a lower price. Fortunately, he was also in a hurry to go abroad, not to make money by speculating in real estate. Therefore, it was rare to meet such a straightforward buyer like Tombstone. There were many rooms in the villa. Tombstone casually arranged a guest room for Wang Kajin. "Marshal uncle, is there anything else?" Wang Kajin asked. "It's okay. You go and rest. I'm going to call the family head." Tombstone waved his hand and said. Okay, Marshal Uncle, I'll go back to my room first. Wang Kejin knew that when Tombstone made the call, he needed to leave, so he turned around and went upstairs to his own room. Tombstone, on the other hand, called Butler Mu in the family. The family master, Wang Songshan, would not answer the phone directly. Only when there was something important would Butler Mu transfer the phone to Wang Songshan's room. Butler Mu, this is Tombstone. After the call was connected, Tombstone said. It's Tombstone. I haven't contacted you for a long time. Why? Is there anything important? Is it about Miss? Butler Mu naturally wouldn't neglect Tombstone's call. It was about Wang Xiaoyan, so it was of the utmost importance. Is the master resting? I have something to talk to him about. Tombstone asked. No, I'll help you connect. Butler Mu did not ask much because Tombstone's current mission was quite special. Some things really had to be discussed with the family master in person to decide. Butler Mu could not make the decision for Wang Songshan. Okay. Tombstone was naturally very respectful to Butler Mu. Although Butler Mu did not have actual control of the assassin organization, he was one of the trusted people around the master. After a while, the phone was connected, and Wang Songshan's voice came from the other side. Tombstone, what's the matter? Master, this is the case. Tombstone quickly said, Wang Kejin came to Songjiang to perform a mission. His assassination target is Yang Ming. And? Wang Songshan immediately attracted attention. You mean Yang Ming? Yanyan's boyfriend? Yes, the description of the mission is to let Wang Kejin kill Yang Ming and also kill his girlfriend. Tombstone explained, when Wang Kejin appeared, Yang Ming and Miss were together, so Wang Kejin made a move. Ah. He has already made a move? How is Yan Yan? Is she injured? Wang Songshan immediately asked in a hurry when he heard that Wang Kejin made a move. However, after asking, before Tombstone could speak, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Hee, look at me. I'm really anxious. With Yang Ming, that kid, following Yan Yan, how can anything happen to Yan Yan? That kid, Old Feng, is called the King of Assassins in vain. Yang Ming did not make a move. It was Miss who made the move. However, at the moment of crisis, when Yang Ming and I were about to appear, Miss actually used the butterfly dance micro-steps. Tombstone said. Oh? Wang Songshan's eyes widened in surprise after he heard it. You're saying that Yan Yan used the butterfly dance's subtle steps? How is this possible? She learned it for a few days and gave up because she felt that it was difficult. Why did she suddenly? I also find it very strange. Tombstone shook his head and said, I haven't seen First Miss practice the butterfly dance's subtle steps here, but she just had to use it. Maybe she broke through her limits in a moment of desperation? That should be the case, but it's fine as long as Yan Yan is fine. Wang Songshan breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Kejin, this kid, is really daring. He even provoked the apprentice of the King of Assassins. Yeah, this kid is quite lucky. At that time, if Miss didn't make a move and Yang Ming didn't directly make a move, Wang Kejin would probably be. Tombstone smiled bitterly. I'm not Yang Ming's opponent. And, that guy, Old Feng, is really good at training apprentices, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to beat him soon. Wang Songshan felt happy when he thought about it. Tombstone didn't understand what Wang Songshan was talking about, but he couldn't ask. When Yan Yan and Yang Ming give birth to a grandson for me, ha ha ha, I will be the grandfather of the new generation of King of Assassins. The butterfly family will really become the world's #1. Wang Songshan couldn't help but say excitedly. Because Tombstone was also a veteran of the family, Wang Songshan didn't hide anything in front of him. Tombstone was also very clear about these inside stories. Tombstone was speechless. He wanted to say something, but he still held back. What he wanted to say was that it was hard to say whether the butterfly family would still be surnamed Wang at that time. However, he didn't want to attack Wang Songshan at this time. Master, Wang Kejin is now in my residence. I am also going to train him alone. He is considered the best among the third generation of the family, said Tombstone. This is no problem. Then let him stay in Songjiang. He doesn't need to come back first. Wang Songshan agreed directly. He still trusted Tombstone in the internal affairs of the assassin group. Wang Songshan would not interfere with Tombstone's suggestions as long as they were reasonable. There is one more thing. Wang Kejin came to Songjiang this time with a mission to assassinate 2 leaders of a local gang. However, these 2 leaders are Yang Ming's friends. Miss also knows them. At that time, Yang Ming stopped him. Later, I also asked Wang Kejin to cancel the mission, reported Tombstone. And, since they know each other, then cancel it. Wang Songshan said, Tombstone, you did a good job. You can make a decision on some things based on your discretion. Yes, master, replied Tombstone. How is the relationship between Yan Yan and Yang Ming? I heard you say a while ago that she went on a trip with Yang Ming, asked Wang Songshan. The relationship between the two seems to be good. Miss should have fallen in love with Yang Ming. Otherwise, she can't protect him all the time. Tombstone said, it's just that Yang Ming's other private life is a bit messy. This is not a problem. Yan Yan herself didn't say anything, so I can't interfere. After all, he is the king of assassins. He is well matched with us. If we talk about it, he is even higher than us. So, don't worry about these things. Let Yan Yan handle it herself. Wang Songshan was more open-minded. In fact, this was also due to the previous agreement. Since the generation of Fang Tian's master, the marriage between Fang Tian and Wang Songshan's sister was set. At that time, Fang Tian was unwilling, and Wang Songshan's father had already made it clear that Fang Tian was allowed to marry another wife outside. However, Fang Tian was more single-minded and stubborn, which caused the tragedy of the previous generation. However, the rules were passed down. In other words, as a member of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan had no right to interfere with how many wives Yang Ming would marry. As long as Wang Xiaoyan agreed, then he had nothing to say. Yan Yan didn't notice your presence, right? Asked Wang Songshan after he finished speaking. She didn't, but Yang Ming should have noticed. He should have guessed that I was secretly protecting Miss, but he didn't expose me, said Tombstone. With Yang Ming's keen insight, Tombstone believed that he didn't have the ability to completely hide from Yang Ming. Oh? Yang Ming noticed you, asked Wang Songshan after listening. Then he should have told Old Fang about you. I don't know if Old Fang told Yang Ming our true identity. If he did, then it wouldn't be fun. This? I don't think so. Tombstone thought about it and said, Yang Ming should not know that we are members of the butterfly family, including Yan Yan. That's good, that's good. Haha, I really want to see what Yan Yan's expression will be when she knows the truth. Wang Songshan couldn't help but laugh when he said this. Yan Yan wanted to escape the marriage and run to Songjiang. I didn't expect that she would meet her future husband in the end. Moreover, they got together early. Tombstone couldn't help but smile after listening. If he hadn't seen Yang Ming use some of Fang Tian's exclusive skills when he fought with Yang Ming for the first time and had doubts about Yang Ming, he would have already separated Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. Tombstone's mission here was to protect Wang Xiaoyan, but he also had the intention of secretly monitoring Wang Xiaoyan. If Wang Xiaoyan really fell in love here, he would definitely stop it. However, Tombstone had secretly investigated Yang Ming and saw Yang Ming and Fang Tian together, so he immediately understood that Yang Ming was the apprentice of the king of assassins, Fang Tian. He was also the new king of assassins and Miss Fiancé. Otherwise, how could Tombstone and Wang Songshan let Wang Xiaoyan fall in love with a strange man and live together? Of course, Wang Xiaoyan didn't know about this. Wang Xiaoyan didn't notice the existence of Tombstone. She thought that her father, Wang Xiaoyan, didn't know about everything here. Wang Xiaoyan was waiting for her Black Butterfly assassin group to make some achievements before she told her father about Yang Ming. When she had some achievements, she believed that her father couldn't stop her from being with Yang Ming. I guess that Senior Fang Tian should have guessed the identity of the Mississippi. Before the Miss and Yang Ming went abroad, they had visited Senior Fang Tian together. Senior Fang Tian seemed to have a good impression of the Miss, said Tombstone. Hey, Old Fang is a cunning guy. How could he not discover it? He must have discovered it long ago. As Wang Songshan said this, he suddenly snorted. This guy, Old Fang, must have guessed it long ago. No, I have to call him. Master, is there anything else? Do you need to tell me? Tombstone saw that everything was explained, so he asked. Nothing. Right, you tell them to investigate carefully to see who wants to kill Yang Ming and Yin Yin. They actually dared to make a move on my baby daughter. They really don't want to live. Wang Songshan said coldly, find him. You send Wang Kejin over to kill him. Yes, master. Tombstone quickly agreed. However, Wang Songshan didn't take it seriously that someone wanted to kill Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan because Wang Xiaoyan's skills were not weak, and Yang Ming was by her side. Even if Yang Ming was not there was still Tombstone, so Wang Songshan was not worried about this at all. However, he still had to find the murderer behind the scenes. Wang Songshan hung up Tombstone's phone call and was about to call Feng Tian, but Butler Mu's voice came from outside the study. Master, it's a call from Miss. Oh? Quickly transfer it to me. Wang Songshan heard that it was Wang Xiaoyan's phone call and quickly instructed Butler Mu. In Wang Songshan's castle, there were many phones. One was busy, and another was busy. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan must have called the previous one and found that the line was busy, so she called another one. The call was transferred, and Wang Xiaoyan's voice came from the other side. It's me. Why don't you even call me Dad? Wang Songshan had been in a particularly cheerful mood since he learned that Wang Xiaoyan's boyfriend in Songjiang was Yang Ming, Feng Tian's apprentice. He no longer worried about Wang Xiaoyan. Dad. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know that her father already knew about Yang Ming. In Wang Xiaoyan's heart, her father, Wang Songshan, was still indifferent and ruthless. Hee, baby Yin Yin, why are you calling Dad? What's the matter? Wang Songshan asked with a smile. There is an assassin named Wang Kejin in the family's assassin group. He came to Songjiang to perform a mission. I asked him to cancel the mission. Wang Xiaoyan said until here and paused. Because Wang Xiaoyan knew that Yang Ming's matter couldn't be hidden anymore. Even if she didn't say it, Wang Kejin would definitely say it. In front of her and her father, Wang Kejin would definitely choose to be loyal to her father instead of her, the miss. After Wang Kejin returned to the family, he would definitely report his encounter with Wang Xiaoyan in Songjiang. Such news would definitely reach her father's ears. At that time, her father would definitely ask Wang Kejin in detail about what mission he was carrying out in Songjiang and why he wanted to assassinate Wang Xiaoyan. At that time, Wang Kejin would definitely tell the truth and say that he came to assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend. In this way, Yang Ming's matter would inevitably be exposed in front of her father. At that time, when her father found her again, Wang Xiaoyan would definitely be in a passive position. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan hesitated again and decided to call her father personally to tell him about her and Yang Ming. At the same time, Wang Xiaoyan also decided to be firm with her father. No matter what her father said, she would not be separated from Yang Ming. However, how to talk to her father and the wording had become Wang Xiaoyan's problem. Wang Xiaoyan called her father's residence, but she found that the line was busy. She called again, but the line was still busy. After calling a few more times, the line was still busy. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to give up. People were like this. Once they made up their minds to do something, they must do it immediately. Once there was a delay, they would waver and hesitate. Yang Ming. I'm scared. Wang Xiaoyan put the phone on the table weakly. Her whole body was curled up in Yang Ming's arms. Wang Xiaoyan had just discussed with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan decided to formally talk to her father about her future in marriage. The Black Butterfly Assassin Group had improved. This was obvious to all. This was a solid achievement. Especially this time, they had merged with the world's second-largest assassin group, the Charles family. The strength of the Black Butterfly Assassin Group had improved a lot. Wang Xiaoyan already had enough capital to compete with her father. Although she had not yet reached the goal of being the world's first, Wang Xiaoyan believed that this goal would be achieved in time. There is nothing to be afraid of. Don't forget that the capital in your hands is not bad. Yang Ming cheered Wang Xiaoyan up. You now have the Black Butterfly Assassin Group and the Charles family in your hands. What are you afraid of? That's right. I have the capital now. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and was full of confidence again, so she picked up the phone and dialed the phone number of her father's other phone. As a result, the previous scene had occurred. I already know. Wang Kejin has already reported it. Wang Songshan did not say anything about Tombstone. Following Wang Xiaoyan was a secret, so Wang Songshan directly said that Wang Kejin told him, not Tombstone. However, this was not unexpected because Wang Kejin was responsible for the assassin group. If there was a problem here, he would definitely report it to the assassin group immediately. He has already said it? Wang Xiaoyan's heart was subconsciously shocked. Since Wang Kejin had already said it, then he must have also said about Yang Ming. However, her father's tone doesn't seem to be condemning me. This made Wang Xiaoyan slightly puzzled. Yes. Wang Songshan said, even if you didn't call me, I would have called you. So it's like this. For some reason, Wang Xiaoyan, who was originally full of confidence, felt a little guilty at the moment. She wanted to tell her father about Yang Ming personally, but now, her father should have known it in advance. Why didn't her father mention it? You have a boyfriend, in Songjiang? Wang Songshan saw Wang Xiaoyan stuttering. How could he not guess Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts at the moment? A father knows his daughter best. Most likely, Wang Xiaoyan called back this time to tell him the truth. However, he got the news from Tombstone in advance, so Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to speak. Since Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to speak, Wang Songshan simply spoke first. Anyway, he was very much in favor of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming being together. Even if Wang Xiaoyan wanted to break up with Yang Ming, Wang Songshan would not agree. It was just that he couldn't say it out loud. Although Wang Songshan was already old, who didn't have a childish temper? In the past, his daughter ran away from home and put him in an awkward position. Wang Songshan was very annoyed. Although he also understood Wang Xiaoyan's difficulties, Wang Xiaoyan's approach was a bit extreme. Therefore, at this moment, there was an opportunity to make Wang Xiaoyan worried. Wang Songshan still had to seize it. Of course, this was only a secondary reason. The main reason was that Feng Tian had not revealed it to Yang Ming. How could Wang Songshan reveal it first? It was better to let the two children develop naturally. It would not be nice to reveal the identity early. If it affected the relationship between the two, then he would be a sinner. Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Although she had guessed that her father already knew about Yang Ming's matter, she still couldn't help but be surprised when she heard her father say it personally. Don't be surprised. Wang Kejin's mission is to assassinate a person named Yang Ming and his girlfriend. Wang Songshan said calmly, however, it was an assassination attempt on your head. How can I not guess your relationship with Yang Ming? Could it be that I made a mistake? Are you just ordinary friends? No. Dad, you didn't make a mistake. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan could completely deny it. Since she denied it, Wang Songshan was too embarrassed to continue to expose her, so this matter was over. However, Wang Xiaoyan nodded and admitted, he is my boyfriend. We are already together. Oh? Sure enough. After Wang Songshan heard it, he said faintly, however, someone promised me that she would quietly finish high school and college outside and then come back to get married. She would never have a boyfriend outside, right? Or did I remember it wrong? Wang Xiaoyan's face suddenly blushed. This ambition was indeed what she said when she ran away from home. Now that she thought about it, she broke her promise. How could Wang Xiaoyan's face not be hot? Wang Xiaoyan was embarrassed and said, however, I also said that as long as I can establish the world's #1 assassin group before I get married, I cannot marry that person and pursue my own life. You did say that. Wang Songshan nodded. But did you create the world's #1 assassin group? Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly speechless. Indeed, she had not created the world's #1 assassin group, so in theory, Wang Xiaoyan did not have the right to love freely. I have seen the Black Butterfly assassin group that you created. Not bad. You can actually go to Africa to complete a special mission. Wang Songshan smiled. Yan, you did a good job. For the first time, Dad is impressed by you. You know all about it? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised that her father actually knew that her assassin group had been renamed to the Black Butterfly Assassin Group. but after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. Her name change was announced on the World Assassin platform, so as long as her father saw the announcement, he would know that the current Black Butterfly Assassin group was created by her. Hehe, I saw the announcement. Naturally, I knew. Wang Songshan seemed to be in a good mood. So, I won't say much about you getting a boyfriend, but I want to remind you that although the Black Butterfly Assassin group is now ranked very high and has entered the top 50, it will take a lot of effort to surpass our butterfly family. Don't be happy too early. The higher the ranking, the harder it is to break through. This is the reason why our butterfly family has not surpassed the King of Assassins for so many years. Just one mission from him is equivalent to hundreds of normal missions from us. You see, the Charles family has always wanted to surpass us, but they are always a little short. After so many years, they are still a little short. This point determines the fundamental difference between the two of you. Dear Dad, I want to tell you a very unfortunate thing. Wang Xiaoyan listened to her father's words and was a little dissatisfied. The Charles family has decided to work with our Black Butterfly Assassin group. What? Charles family? Work with you? What do you mean? Wang Songshan was stunned and suddenly said in surprise. He had not heard of this news. After all, Tombstone did not follow Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming to Europe. He did not know what happened to them in Europe. He was shocked when he heard the news. The Charles family is going to entrust their assassin group to our Black Butterfly Assassin group. We will be in charge of running it. Old Charles only wants a portion of the dividends every year. Wang Xiaoyan said proudly. Although these were all negotiated by Yang Ming, in any case, Yang Ming was her man. In Wang Xiaoyan's view, it was as if she had fought for it herself. Yan, are you telling the truth? Wang Songshan listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and widened his eyes. He didn't think that old Charles was crazy. How could he hand over the management of such a big assassin organization to a newly established Black Butterfly Assassin group that was not well known? This is incredible. How is this possible? Of course, it is true. Wang Xiaoyan said affirmatively. Although Wang Xiaoyan did not hear what old Charles said, these were told by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming would not lie to her, so Wang Xiaoyan was so sure. Old Charles, he handed over the assassin group to you to run? Wang Songshan still did not believe it. Yan, you are not lying to Dad, right? This is not the time to joke. Dad, I really didn't lie to you. In a few days, we will go to Europe to talk to the Charles family about this. Wang Xiaoyan explained with a dumbfounded expression. It was understandable that her father did not believe it. When Wang Xiaoyan first heard the news, she was also shocked. It took a long time to accept this fact. If it were not for her trust in Yang Ming, maybe Wang Xiaoyan would not believe it now. Yan, I still don't believe it. Why would old Charles hand over his assassin group to you? You know, the Black Butterfly is just a newly established assassin group. Asked Wang Songshan. Old Charles handed the assassin group to us for a reason. Wang Xiaoyan explained, old Charles's son, little Charles, is a racer. I believe you know this, right? I know this. Wang Songshan said, that kid seems to be unwilling to inherit the family business. He wants to be a racer, and he really made a name for himself. At that time, it seemed that he and old Charles had an agreement that as long as he won the world championship in the racing competition, he could live his own life. Every family has its own difficulties. Yan, I just found out now that you are better than little Charles. Of course. Wang Xiaoyan snorted proudly. At least I still like the assassin profession. This is the reason I want to say. Old Charles is getting older and older, and there is no one to take care of the family business. Little Charles is also unwilling to inherit the family business, so he can only entrust the assassin group to someone else. He just needs to get some dividends every year. It's like this. Wang Songshan nodded after listening, but he still had some doubts. But, you are a newly established assassin group. Although you are growing rapidly, there is no reason for old Charles to be convinced. Even if he wants to entrust it, he should entrust it to some of the top-ranking veteran assassin groups. Wait. Speaking of this, Wang Songshan suddenly thought of something. He patted his head and asked, Yan, did you tell old Charles that you are my daughter? Did you reveal the identity of the butterfly family? No. Wang Xiaoyan smiled bitterly. When I left home, I said that I don't want to rely on the power of the family. I want to make a career with my own ability. Of course, I won't tell others about the identity of the butterfly family. However, this old Charles was talked to by Yang Ming. I don't know the details. Right, Dad, I haven't told you yet, right? Yang Ming is also an assassin. He is very powerful. Wang Songshan certainly knew that Yang Ming was an assassin. However, he was a little surprised after listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words. It turns out that Yang Ming was the one who settled old Charles. It seems that Feng Tian's apprentice is also a talent. I have already guessed it. Wang Kejin also said before that Yang Ming knows Kung Fu. Wang Songshan naturally wouldn't say that he already knew Yang Ming's identity. Instead, he pushed the responsibility to Wang Kejin. Which organization does he belong to? He doesn't belong to any organization. He's a freelance assassin. Wang Xiaoyan said, a lot of things happened between him and me, so. Dad, you don't oppose us? To be honest, I was against it before, but I heard you say that he actually pocketed old Charles's family business. He is indeed a talent, Wang Songshan said. However, not opposing doesn't mean that I agree. Everything still depends on your strength. If you don't make the Black Butterfly Assassin Group the world's #1 within the specified time, then you still have to come back and get engaged to the King of Assassins' apprentice. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't get a satisfactory answer, her father's attitude now was very different from before. This made Wang Xiaoyan relieved in her heart. How did he do it? Wang Songshan didn't continue on this topic, but asked. I don't know. I didn't ask in detail. We just came back from a mission in Europe. Wang Xiaoyan said, I just want to tell you about us. I really like him, or rather, I love him. Yan Yan, are you sure you are in love with him? Wang Songshan was eager for Wang Xiaoyan to fall in love with Yang Ming. I am sure. Wang Xiaoyan said affirmatively. Well, then you hold on to it. I won't comment on this now. Wang Songshan said, rest early. I want to call old Charles and ask him what's going on. Okay. Wang Xiaoyan was telling the truth. She wasn't afraid that her father would verify it. It would be better if he could verify it. When Wang Xiaoyan hung up the phone, Yang Ming came over. Wang Xiaoyan and her father were talking, so it was inconvenient for Yang Ming to listen. So, after the call was connected, Yang Ming walked away. How is it? Yan Yan asked Yang Ming. My father. He didn't say anything about our matter. He didn't support it, nor did he oppose it. In short, let's finish the assassin group as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoyan said. It doesn't matter. We still have time, don't we? Yang Ming didn't feel anything in his heart. In the end, he could reveal his identity and tell Wang Xiaoyan's father that he was the apprentice of the King of Assassins, which meant that he would be the world's #1 in the future. In this way, the Black Butterfly Assassin Group would become the organization run by the King of Assassins, and naturally become the world's #1. Yeah, we still have time. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, and her courage increased. At most, I will be pregnant with your child. Let's see what my father can do. He will kill you. Yang Ming was shocked after hearing it. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to do such a bold thing. Not to mention Wang Xiaoyan's father, any father would go crazy when he heard that his daughter was unmarried and pregnant with someone else's child during college. It was even more so for a big family like Wang Xiaoyan. That's a child with 2 lives, as long as he can do it. Wang Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. At that time, he has no choice but to accept reality. That's true. Anyway, Yang Ming still had a backup plan, so he was not very worried at the moment. Yeah, let's work hard now. As Wang Xiaoyan said, she wrapped her arms around Yang Ming's neck and whispered in Yang Ming's ear. Work hard for what? Yang Ming was tempted by Wang Xiaoyan, but he still asked. Being pregnant with your child. Wang Xiaoyan blinked. Wang Songshan naturally didn't care about this. Even if Wang Xiaoyan was pregnant with Yang Ming's child, Wang Songshan would only be happier. After dialing old Charles's phone, Wang Songshan quietly waited for the other side to answer. Although Wang Songshan and old Charles were second and third on the assassin list, they had a good relationship with each other. Because they were both in Europe and were both Chinese, the two would usually call and greet each other. Butler Zhou? Please transfer to Mr. Old Charles. I am Wang Songshan. Wang Songshan said to the other side of the phone. Is this Mr. Wang from the butterfly family? Hello, Butler Zhou has retired. I am the person who replaced his position. My surname is Zhang. The man on the other side said respectfully. It's Butler Zhang. Hello. Wang Songshan did not expect Butler Zhou to retire. Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. I have transferred the phone to Mr. Charles's room. Butler Zhang said. After a while, old Charles's voice came from the phone. Hello? Is this Songshan? It's me. Wang Songshan said, Old Charles, I heard that you are going to hand over your assassin group to someone else. You know? Old Charles did not find it strange because he had already guessed the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and the butterfly family, so it was not surprising that Wang Songshan knew about this. Did your daughter say it? Yes, you know about Yan Yan? Wang Songshan was a little surprised that old Charles actually knew about Wang Xiaoyan. I guessed it, but it was not confirmed. The person who came to talk to me did not know the identity of Wang Xiaoyan, so I did not ask much. Old Charles said, however, I remember that your daughter seems to be called Wang Xiaoyan. That is Yan Yan's boyfriend. Wang Songshan said, however, I am puzzled. You actually handed over the assassin group to them? Is this not wise? Old Charles laughed. That's not it, but Yan Yan is still a child. Although she has made some achievements. Wang Songshan was interrupted by old Charles halfway through his words. No, no. Old Charles waved his hand. Don't you know? Yan Yan's boyfriend, Yang Ming, is the descendant of the king of assassins, Feng Tian? Ah? You know it too? Wang Songshan was surprised and immediately understood that old Charles was interested in this. Of course, I know. If I didn't know, how could I entrust the assassin group to him? And this is what I am interested in. Old Charles said, I am not as lucky as you to find a good son-in-law. My son is disappointing and does not come back to inherit the assassin group. I can only entrust the assassin group to others. What else can I do? No wonder. Wang Songshan suddenly realized that old Charles was relieved to entrust the assassin group to Yang Ming after learning about Yang Ming's life experience. I thought you were interested in our butterfly family's ability. Wang Songshan complained sourly. Your butterfly family is just older than my Charles family. In terms of the average number of tasks completed per year, we are not much worse than you. Old Charles said, how can I be willing to entrust this to you? Then you are willing to entrust it to my son-in-law? Haha, isn't it the same? Speaking of this, Wang Songshan couldn't help but laugh proudly. Old Charles snorted unhappily, your son-in-law? I don't think so. If I had a daughter, she would definitely snatch it from you. AI, but I'm old, so it's impossible. I'll talk to my son tomorrow. If he can't get married, then we'll become sworn brothers with Yang Ming. This is a good idea. Your idea is really shameless. Wang Songshan curled his lips disdainfully after listening. But in any case, Wang Songshan was still very happy in his heart. His daughter was really a blessing. It seemed that her decision to run away from home was very correct. Not only did she find the king of assassins' apprentice as her boyfriend, but even old Charles's assassin family was fooled together. After hanging up the phone call with old Charles, Wang Songshan dialed the phone to Feng Tian again. He was ready to ridicule Feng Tian. He knew the truth for so long, but he didn't tell him, causing his relationship with Wang Xiaoyan's father to be so tense. It was only resolved today. Feng Tian lay quietly in the rocking chair, drinking a little wine and looking at the small 21-inch color TV on the table. Yang Ming and Dong Jun wanted to change a bigger TV for Feng Tian several times, but Feng Tian said that he was not used to it. He had been watching this color TV for decades, and he couldn't get used to it suddenly changing to a bigger TV. Feng Tian insisted, and Yang Ming and Dong Jun couldn't do anything about it. However, Feng Tian squinted his eyes. Although his eyes stayed on the TV, his mind was not on the TV. Yang Ming told Fang Tian about the strange things he had encountered recently. Fang Tian's suspicion in his heart was even stronger, but everything was still speculation. There was no definite evidence, so Fang Tian was not completely sure who the behind-the-scenes person was. The phone rang, and Fang Tian picked it up. Hello? Who is it? Old man Fang? Guess who I am? Wang Songshan and Fang Tian could be said to be old friends. When the two met, there would always be some childish behavior, which surprised many people. Brat Wang? You haven't died yet? When Fang Tian heard the voice on the other side, he knew who was calling. I will definitely die after you. Wang Songshan didn't care. He snorted and said, I am 1 year younger than you. It doesn't matter. If you don't die before I die, I'll let my disciple send you off. Fang Tian said indifferently, my idea isn't bad, right? My son-in-law will kill me? Stop dreaming. Wang Songshan sneered, Old man Fang, did you already know that my daughter and Yang Ming were together? Oh, you mean this? My disciple has slept with many women. Who knows which one is your daughter? Fang Tian narrowed his eyes and deliberately wanted to anger Wang Songshan. Oh, I know. Is it because my disciple dumped your daughter? Are you here to denounce me? Your daughter is the one who was dumped. Wang Songshan was irritated by Fang Tian. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Did you already know about this? I just found out not long ago. After Yang Ming merged the Black Widow assassin group and formed the Black Butterfly assassin group, I only found out. Fang Tian also recovered his seriousness and said to Wang Songshan. Damn, you said you just found out not long ago? They just got together at that time. Wang Songshan snorted, Old man Fang, you are not honest. Why didn't you tell me when you knew? Brat Wang? Since you know when they got together, why are you here to denounce me? Fang Tian caught Wang Songshan's faulty wording and asked. This? Wang Songshan was suddenly speechless. He thought about it, and it was indeed so. It seemed that Tombstone also reported to him at that time. He and Old man Fang were almost the same. Okay, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I still have important things to think about here. Fang Tian was a little impatient and wanted to hang up the phone. He and Wang Songshan often talked on the phone. When they were young, they were as close as sworn brothers, so they didn't talk so much to each other. Is it still that thing? Wang Songshan also recovered his serious expression after listening. What else can it be? You should have heard that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were assassinated several times, but they were all resolved, said Fang Tian. Right, speaking of this, I still have one more thing. Previously, someone issued a mission to assassinate Yang Ming and his girlfriend. Wang Songshan said, it just happened, but the assassin recognized Jin Yan's identity. Do you suspect that it was done by one person? Asked Fang Tian. This is not the case. The person who issued the mission only gave some information about Yang Ming. He didn't mention anything about Yin Yin. He just said that it was to kill Yang Ming's girlfriend, so I don't think it should be done by the same person. Wang Songshan analyzed. Yeah, if it is really that person, his own forces are enough. There is no need to hire an assassin. Fang Tian said, since there are others involved, you are responsible for checking to see who issued the mission. You can't help me with my matters. I can only rely on myself. Then I won't bother you. I'll hang up first. Wang Songshan also knew that the matter was important. He put away his previous joking tone and said seriously. In fact, Fang Tian had been watching silently many things that happened to Yang Ming, but he didn't intervene. On the one hand, he also wanted to experience Yang Ming. On the other hand, because the current situation was not clear, it was not time for Fang Tian to do it personally. Bao Sanli didn't know if he didn't check, but he was shocked when he checked. First of all, there was a serious problem with Mingyang Entertainment's accounts. In the past few months, Mingyang Entertainment, as the parent company of several industries, should have been in a profitable state, but the accounts were in deficit. And the deficit was very serious. They actually owed a lot of money to many suppliers. It was more than 130 million yuan. Bao Sanli looked at Guo Jianchao with a pale face. At this moment, Guo Jianchao was also nervous. He didn't know what Bao Sanli would do under the thunderbolt. Although Ho Zhenhan didn't speak, his face was obviously very ugly. What happened? Bao Sanli slammed the account book in his hand in front of Guo Jianchao. How can there be so much money in the account book? The Nightless Club, International Hotel, originally the Fan family's business, then it was modified into the Songjiang International Hotel, Tianjiao Entertainment City, invested and built by Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Dashan, and then taken over by Bao Sanli due to poor management, are very profitable industries. Every day, the customers are full. How can they still lose money? Brother Bao, I'm sorry. I didn't do a good job as a manager. Guo Jianchao lowered his head. At this moment, he could only hope that Bao Sanli would let him live. Didn't do a good job? Is this just a simple matter of not doing a good job? Bao Sanli's eyes were red. This money wasn't just his own money, but also Yang Ming's money. When the money was gone, Yang Ming would think that he didn't do a good job. Then, he wouldn't have a good ending. Bao Sanli had seen Yang Ming's means, so how could he be angry at this moment? Brother Bao, please punish me. Guo Jianchao was somewhat helpless, but he was the general manager of Mingyang Entertainment. If something happened, he must be the scapegoat. Although he wasn't responsible for the money, it was more or less because he didn't do a good job as the commander, which led to the company's overall deficit. What's the use of punishing you? What I'm asking now is, where is the money? Bao Sanli snorted coldly. Money. The money was used to purchase necessities and office supplies in nightclubs and hotels. A while ago, a lot of money was spent on the renovation of the International Hotel. Guo Jianchao said carefully. Bull**T. How can you spend 130 million yuan on necessities and decorations? Are you building a house? Bao Sanli glared and scolded. This. Guo Jianchao was also somewhat helpless. Although he was the general manager, the financial power of the company was in the hands of Lu Chan, and the purchasing department was in charge of Chu Daming. Therefore, Guo Jianchao only had the overall operating rights of the company. In fact, most of the power had been divided. However, Lu Chan and Chu Daming were both Bao Sanli's confidants. They followed Bao Sanli to conquer the world. As an outsider, would Bao Sanli believe them if he complained about them in front of Bao Sanli? If he didn't handle it well, he would be in trouble. President Guo, just say it. What can't you say? Guo Jianchao's assistant was somewhat indignant. Seeing that Guo Jianchao was hesitating, he couldn't help but interrupt. Little Wang, don't talk nonsense. Guo Jianchao glared at Little Wang. Little Wang stood up for him. Guo Jianchao was grateful in his heart, but Little Wang didn't know the relationship between Chu Daming, Lu Chan, and Bao Sanli. They were friends who had gone through life and death. And? You know the inside story? Bao Sanli waved his hand and interrupted Guo Jianchao's words. Then, he said to Little Wang, you tell me. What the hell is going on? Brother Bao, it's not that I want to excuse President Guo. There are some things that aren't President Guo's fault. This Mingyang Entertainment isn't something that President Guo can decide by himself. Little Wang said hurriedly, of course, President Guo has an unshirkable responsibility as the main leader, but President Guo has the right to make decisions, but he doesn't have the right to execute. Oh? Bao Sanli frowned. He seemed to hear the meaning in Little Wang's words, but he was still very angry. He is the general manager of the company. Why can't he make decisions? Yeah, I also said that President Guo has the right to make decisions, but he doesn't have the right to execute. Little Wang straightened his chest and said loudly without fear. He was promoted by Guo Jianchao. From a little waiter with a brain to a foreman, he became a senior in the company step by step. He was naturally grateful to Guo Jianchao. Then you tell me. What do you mean by having the right to make decisions but not the right to execute? Bao Sanli appreciated Little Wang's courage to speak, but he was still a little annoyed that Little Wang contradicted him. Brother Bao, although President Guo is the general manager, Vice President Liu is in charge of the company's financial power. Vice President Chu is in charge of purchasing and the specific decoration of the hotel. President Guo only has the right to make decisions. The specific execution is theirs. Speaking of this, little Wang paused. He didn't dare to continue. Ho Zhenhan listened to little Wang's words. When he heard this, he had already faintly guessed something. He waved his hand and said, "Little Wang, you continue." "Yes. Brother Ho." Little Wang had Ho Zhenhan's encouragement. He took a breath and continued, "Vice President Liu and Vice President Chu are the seniors in the company. They fought with Brother Bao. They always obey President Guo's orders. President Guo can't do anything to them." Little Wang's words made Bao Sanli's face become more ugly, but he didn't get angry. Because what little Wang said, he believed it. Previously, he had heard Yang Ming's dissatisfaction with Lu Chan. Now, little Wang said so. Bao Sanli was even more convinced that little Wang was telling the truth. Because little Wang was just a small assistant, even if Vice President Liu and Vice President Chu were pushed away, it wouldn't be good for him. He wouldn't be the deputy manager. Moreover, these words couldn't have been instructed by Guo Jianchao because this inspection was carried out suddenly. They didn't inform Guo Jianchao beforehand but rushed directly to the company. When the people at the company's front desk told Guo Jianchao that he and Ho Zhenhan came for the inspection, Guo Jianchao wouldn't have extra time to explain anything. "You said that these accounts are usually done by Lu Chan and Chu Daiming?" Bao Sanli stared at the account book on the table and asked with a cold face. "Yes." Little Wang said with certainty as he straightened his chest. Even if Bao Sanli killed him at this moment, little Wang didn't care because he wanted to tell the truth. He wanted to protect Guo Jianchao. In the beginning, it was Guo Jianchao who promoted him. It was also Guo Jianchao who gave him a year's salary in advance so that he could send the college tuition fee to his sister in time. Therefore, little Wang was very grateful to Guo Jianchao. He didn't want Guo Jianchao to take the blame for Lu Chan and Chu Daiming. Even if Bao Sanli didn't believe it, he had to say it. "Jianchao, is what he said true?" Ho Zhenhan spoke and stared at Guo Jianchao's eyes. "Yes, Brother Ho." Guo Jianchao nodded. "Why didn't you say it before?" asked Ho Zhenhan. "Before?" Guo Jianchao looked at Bao Sanli with embarrassment. Bao Sanli suddenly blushed. He snorted and said to Guo Jianchao, "Call Lu Chan and Chu Daiming." "Yes." Guo Jianchao listened to Bao Sanli's tone and knew that Bao Sanli believed what little Wang said. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and praised little Wang's cleverness in his heart. If I say these words, although Bao Sanli will doubt it, he probably won't believe it. He might even think that I am sowing discord and framing the company's elders. Guo Jianchao quickly picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed the secretary's phone number. "Secretary Song, help me inform Vice President Liu and Vice President Chu to come to my office." Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan didn't talk. They sat there quietly, waiting for Lu Chan and Chu Daiming to come and ask. After a while, they didn't see anyone knocking on the door. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan suddenly had some doubts. "Why is it so slow? Is your company this efficient?" Guo Jianchao could only smile bitterly at this moment. Bao Sanli sighed. "It seems that the company has reached the point where it has to be rectified. These two people have actually controlled themselves to this point. They don't even put the company's general manager in their eyes." After a while, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were a little impatient. The phone on Guo Jianchao's desk rang. "Hello?" Guo Jianchao quickly picked up the phone. "Secretary Song, how is it? Vice President Liu and Vice President Chu haven't come yet." "What? I haven't seen these two people in the company?" "The security guard in the parking lot said that the two of them just drove away from the company." "When did this happen?" "Okay. I got it." "What happened?" Bao Sanli also heard the general idea. "It seemed that Lu Chan and Chu Daiming ran away. Just now, shortly after you and Brother Ho came to the company, Vice President Liu and Vice President Chu went to the parking lot and drove away from the company." Guo Jianchao said truthfully. "Just now? Did the news leak?" Bao Sanli frowned. "These two people know that we came to check the company's accounts. Did they abscond?" I don't know." Guo Jianchao was immediately stunned. "These two people ran away. What should I do?" "Wait. Let's talk about it later." Ho Zhenhan stood up and began to carefully check Guo Jianchao's office. Bao Sanli and Guo Jianchao didn't know what Ho Zhenhan was doing, but since Ho Zhenhan asked them to talk about it later, they all closed their mouths and looked at Ho Zhenhan. In the end, Ho Zhenhan finally stopped his gaze and stopped on the chandelier in Guo Jianchao's room. Ho Zhenhan stomped his foot slightly and took a black button-like object from the chandelier. Tapping device. Bao Sanli was no stranger to the thing in Ho Zhenhan's hand. He saw it at a glance. This was a small tapping device. Guo Jianchao and little Wang opened their mouths at the same time. They didn't expect that in the general manager's office, there was actually a tapping device installed. For so long, they didn't notice it. Ho Zhenhan nodded. Yes, it is a tapping device. Our conversation just now was heard by someone, so Lu Chan and Chu Daming ran away. Bao Sanli slammed his fist on the table. He didn't expect that the parasites of Mingyang Entertainment were actually the two veterans who fought with him. A citywide search. I don't believe that we can't catch these two people. Bao Sanli took out his mobile phone and wanted to call his men to order a citywide search for Lu Chan and Chu Daming. Speaking of this, Bao Sanli looked at the tapping device in Ho Zhenhan's hand again. He quickly stopped dialing and pointed to the untapped device in Ho Zhenhan's hand. It meant that the tapping device was still working, right? Ho Zhenhan took the eavesdropper in his hand and carefully observed the appearance of the eavesdropper. Then, he shook his head. This kind of eavesdropper works by emitting analog signals. Because it only uses a button battery, the emitting power is very small. It is estimated that it can only be received in this building, and it can only be received in a few rooms near the general manager's office. If it is far away, it will be ineffective. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Chan and Chu Daming have run away, and they won't hear our current conversation. That's good. Bao Sanli breathed a sigh of relief. He was a rough man. Unlike Ho Zhenhan, who retired from the special forces, he had certain detection and anti-detection abilities. The Mingyang Security Company was directly under Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. Lu Chan and Chu Daming had not infiltrated yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If something really happened, there would be no one available. When Bao Sanli's arrest warrant was issued, the Mingyang Security Company's idle personnel immediately acted. The security personnel who were already on duty in some entertainment venues also began to pay attention. However, Lu Chan and Chu Daming seemed to have disappeared from the world. After discovering that the two were missing, Bao Sanli sent people to guard the two's residence, but unfortunately, the two did not return to the residence. There was no one else in the residence. In this way, it further confirmed little Wang's words. Lu Chan and Chu Daming had an inescapable relationship with the company's deficit. It seemed that Lu Chan and Chu Daming had been prepared for a long time. In other words, it was estimated that the two had plotted to escape a long time ago. Today's inspection by Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan was just an opportunity for them to escape. The two of them had already prepared an escape route. If something went wrong, they could immediately retreat. It would not be so easy to find the two of them again. What should we do? At this moment, Bao Sanli had no idea. If he was asked to kill, he was better than anyone. But now, when he was asked to analyze the whereabouts of Lu Chan and Chu Daming, Bao Sanli obviously didn't know what to do. First, report to Brother Yang. Then, go to Chu Daming and Lu Chan's offices and search to see if there are any valuable clues. In addition, let the security guards be on high alert. Ho Zhenhan said after a moment of hesitation. Yes, I'll inform the security guards and tell them to be more alert. Bao Sanli nodded and said, Brother Yang sighed. When it came to reporting to Yang Ming, Bao Sanli was a little timid. After all, this was caused by his own veteran. It had nothing to do with Yang Ming, so if Yang Ming was angry, he would first vent it on Bao Sanli. Let me do it. Ho Zhenhan also knew Bao Sanli's difficulties at the moment. He patted Bao Sanli's shoulder and said with a bitter smile. Bao Sanli looked at Ho Zhenhan gratefully, but he didn't say much. He quickly took out the phone and called his men to instruct them. Ho Zhenhan dialed the phone to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was on his way to school. He left a little earlier today. Yang Ming couldn't let Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jejie see him going to school with Wang Xiaoyan, so he could only drive to school earlier. Before arriving at school, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Ho Zhenhan, so he picked it up. Big Ho, what's the matter? Brother Yang, Baozi and I are checking the accounts of Mingyang Entertainment. Lu Chan and Chu Daming ran away. Ho Zhenhan didn't explain much, but he went straight to the topic and told Yang Ming the original story. In Gu Jianchao's office, we found a small tapping device. Ran away? Yang Ming frowned after listening. What did they do? The company's financial power and purchasing power have always been in charge of Lu Chan and Chu Daming. They both obeyed Gu Jianchao in public but opposed him in private. During this time, they have emptied the company. Now, they still owe suppliers and decoration wages of more than 130 million yuan. Ho Zhenhan said, when we were about to take coercive measures against them, we found that they had run away. Oh? Yang Ming had long suspected that Lu Chan and Chu Daming had problems. He didn't expect their problems to be so serious. Although 130 million yuan was nothing for the current Yang Ming, the money he got from Singapore's Li Zicheng was more than 100 times, but these were two different things. After all, Songjiang was his foundation. If the foundation was ruined, everything would be over. Brother Yang, Baozi and I have failed in our management. Please punish us. Ho Zhenhan also knew the seriousness of this matter. When he heard that Yang Ming didn't speak, Ho Zhenhan thought that Yang Ming was angry and blamed him. Lu Chan and Chu Daming, I know these two people. They have nothing to do with you. These two people are veterans who follow Baozi. It is also difficult for Baozi. Yang Ming sighed. Tell him not to be angry. He must be responsible for this matter, but I will not hold him accountable. Let's talk about it after I go there. Yes, Brother Yang. I will tell him in a while. Ho Zhenhan listened to Yang Ming's tone and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although Yang Ming was a little angry, it had not reached the point of anger. Bao Sanli should not suffer too much. Right, have you sent someone to search for the whereabouts of Lu Chan and Chu Daming? Asked Yang Ming. I have called all the security guards in the company to act, said Ho Zhenhan. Just do your best. Yang Ming comforted Ho Zhenhan slightly and hung up the phone. Looking at the puzzled Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming explained, there is a problem with my company. I can't go to school. I will send you to the school gate later. N. Wang Xiaoyan was a person who cared about the big picture. She knew that when Yang Ming said that there was a problem with the company, it must be something very important, so Wang Xiaoyan did not hesitate. When passing by the school gate, Yang Ming stopped the car and let Wang Xiaoyan get off at the school gate. Watching Wang Xiaoyan enter the school gate, Yang Ming was relieved to start the car and leave the school, driving to the headquarters of Mingyang Entertainment. Wang Xiaoyan did not enter the school for long. A figure ran over to Wang Xiaoyan. Yan Yan. Wang Xiaoyan's brows suddenly twisted together. She was a little disgusted, but she still tried not to let herself get angry. Coach Li? Why are you here? The person was Li Diding, Wang Xiaoyan's former long-distance running coach. See Chapter 0982, Teasing, Yan Yan, I was invited to come here to train students. The university games are about to start. Li Diding said with some pride. He enjoyed the feeling of being respected. Yan Yan, do you want to participate in the games? It's just a matter of a word from me to register you. Sorry, Coach Li, I haven't practiced long-distance running for a long time. Besides, I don't want to develop in sports. Wang Xiaoyan had goosebumps when Li Diding called her Yan Yan. Although Yang Ming and her father also called her Yan Yan, Wang Xiaoyan only felt disgusted when it came from Li Diding's mouth. So what if you don't practice? Don't you have me? I will train you alone and guarantee that you will get a place in the national competition. At that time, if you are chosen by the national team, you will have a meteoric rise. This is an opportunity that many people dream of. Li Diding said quickly, at that time, if you really win the championship of the world competition, you can have whatever you want. Li Diding painted a big picture and wanted Wang Xiaoyan to be fooled. In fact, Li Diding also understood that it was not so simple to get a place. However, in order to get Wang Xiaoyan, Li Diding didn't mind exaggerating the facts. After all, he didn't lie. Really? Hee, I think it's good now. I don't want to be a champion, and I don't want to be famous. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. You are a college student. It is always a good thing to participate in more activities, right? Li Diding still didn't give up. How could Wang Xiaoyan not know Li Diding's thoughts? Seeing that he was still talking, she said, Coach Li, in fact, my boyfriend doesn't like me to practice long-distance running. Okay, I have to go to class. Wang Xiaoyan told Li Diding that she had a boyfriend, and she also warned him to restrain himself. However, it was fine if Wang Xiaoyan didn't mention it. When she mentioned Yang Ming, Li Diding had an inexplicable anger. Last time, Yang Ming hit him with the excuse of reversing the car, and Li Diding couldn't say anything. At this moment, when he heard Wang Xiaoyan say this, he suddenly remembered that there were photos of Yang Ming and other women in his phone. Therefore, Li Diding was overjoyed and quickly said, Yan, wait a minute. Speaking of your boyfriend, I have important news to tell you. It is related to your lifetime happiness. And? Wang Xiaoyan was about to leave. When she heard Li Diding mention Yang Ming, she was slightly stunned. She stopped and asked, What is it? That boyfriend of yours is not honest. Li Diding whispered mysteriously. He took out his phone from his pocket, then opened the photo album and put the phone in front of Wang Xiaoyan. His head also deliberately leaned toward Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan turned to the side with some disgust and looked at Li Diding's phone screen. On Li Diding's phone screen, there was a group of photos of Yang Ming. The protagonists of the photos were Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, they really looked like a couple in love. However, Wang Xiaoyan had long known about the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Moreover, Zhao Ying liked Yang Ming before she liked Wang Xiaoyan. If she really wanted to compare, she, Wang Xiaoyan, owed Zhao Ying. Therefore, after Wang Xiaoyan saw the photos, she understood Li Diding's meaning. He wanted to use this to make her feel that Yang Ming was too timing so that she would give up on Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was more than too timing. For Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan couldn't understand him more. What's wrong with this? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Li Diding's phone and asked faintly. The restaurant in the background of the photo seemed to be a Sichuan restaurant near the Huashang district where she lived. She and Yang Ming seemed to have been there a few times. Your boyfriend is eating alone with another woman, and they are talking and laughing. Doesn't that explain anything? Li Diding didn't think that Wang Xiaoyan couldn't see anything. He felt that Wang Xiaoyan said this because she cared about her face. However, Li Diding didn't mind exposing Wang Xiaoyan. Only in this way, the deeper Wang Xiaoyan was hurt, the more opportunity he had to take advantage of it. Oh, but what's wrong with this? Wang Xiaoyan smiled faintly. I know the person in the photo. She is my boyfriend's math teacher in high school. It is normal for my boyfriend to treat her to a meal. It is understandable. What? This person is his high school math teacher? Li Diding was stunned. He didn't expect to get such an answer. Yeah, does Coach Li think that there can be any abnormal relationship between a student and a teacher? Wang Xiaoyan pursed her lips and smiled. Coach Li, your thoughts seem to be a bit wrong. So it's like this. How could Li Diding not understand? Wang Xiaoyan was using this matter to poke at him. She was telling him not to have any improper thoughts about her. It was impossible for a student and a teacher to be together. If there is nothing else, then I will go first. Coach Li. Wang Xiaoyan still maintained politeness, neither humble nor overbearing. She waved her hand to Li Diding and quickly walked in the direction of the teaching building. F***ck. Li Diding cursed and spat a thick phlegm on the ground of the school. Mother ***, what a waste of effort. I didn't expect her to be this kid's teacher. I was also scolded by Yan. I am really unlucky. No, I must get back at her. Wang Xiaoyan, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, she will be mine. The woman that I, Li Diding, like, has never not been hooked. Spitting everywhere, a fine of 50 yuan. A fat old woman walked up to Li Diding, grabbed Li Diding who wanted to leave, and shouted. Li Diding was unhappy in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be entangled by an old woman when he spat. He was annoyed. Who are you? I am from the school's logistics department. I am responsible for school hygiene. The old woman snorted and tore a fine receipt. She handed it to Li Diding. Pay up. I am also from the school. I am a school teacher. Li Diding saw that the old woman was serious and quickly explained. School teacher? Why haven't I seen you before? The old woman looked at Li Diding up and down, and then said, besides, school teachers should lead by example. Don't say that. Hurry up and pay the money. Pay what money? Don't you know who I am? I am an expert invited by the school. Coach. Li Diding glared at the old woman. Hurry up and get out of the way. If you want money, ask the school leader for it. What's wrong? You want to escape after spitting? The old woman grabbed Li Diding's sleeve and didn't let him leave. Let go. When Li Diding saw that the old woman dared to make a move, he immediately became angry. I will count to 3. I am telling you, I am practicing sports. If you don't let go, you have to bear the consequences. 1, 2, 3. Pa. There was a crisp sound. A loud slap hit Li Diding's face. Suddenly, 5 red marks appeared on his right face. What's wrong? Are you threatening me? The old woman glared and said, what's wrong with you practicing sports? I practiced judo in the past. Hitting you is just for fun. Let me tell you. Li Diding was hit by the old woman until he saw stars. Now, he knew how powerful the old woman was. Most people didn't have this strength. Looking at the old woman's body shape, Li Diding also believed the old woman's words. This old woman wasn't simple. If he really fought with her, then the unlucky one would definitely be him. Li Diding had no choice. Since he couldn't beat her, then he had to pay. In desperation, he had to take out 100 yuan from his pocket and give it to the old woman. He said with a sad face, give me 50 yuan. The old woman grabbed the money in Li Diding's hand, then tore a fine receipt and handed it to Li Diding with the previous one. She said, I can't give you the change. I will give you another receipt. You can spit again in a while. Ah? Li Diding was stunned. He didn't expect this old woman to be so overbearing. He saw the change in the old woman's bag, but it was obviously because Li Diding's attitude was too bad. The old woman deliberately messed with him. He still wanted to say something, but the old woman had already gone away. Li Diding was very helpless, but he could only swallow the insult. Looking at the fine receipt in his hand, Li Diding snorted, tore it up, and threw it into the trash can on the roadside. He didn't want to keep this kind of shameful thing. Li Diding walked in the direction of the gymnasium. The more he thought about it, the more he felt suffocated. I am a sports coach, but I was actually messed with by an old woman. I am really a coward. Thinking of this, Li Diding spat on the ground again. It would be a waste not to spit. Anyway, I have already paid the fine. However, when Li Diding just finished spitting, an old man rushed in front of Li Diding. Even Li Diding, the former long-distance running champion, was inferior to that speed. Spitting everywhere, a fine of 50 yuan, shouted the old man. Li Diding's eyeballs almost popped out. I have just been fined 100 yuan. The person didn't have change, so I can spit again. Oh? The old man obviously knew the old woman's style. When he heard Li Diding say this, his attitude was better. Then, can you show me the receipt? Ah? Receipt? Li Diding's face suddenly turned green. I thought it was useless, so I just threw it away. Threw it away? The old man's face also changed. He snorted and said, are you lying to a ghost? Hurry up and give me the money. Li Diding didn't expect this. He hesitated and ran away. He didn't want to explain. He saw that the other party was an old man. He definitely couldn't catch him, unlike the old woman who was burly. Li Diding thought, as long as I run away, the old man can't do anything. If he meets me again, there will be no evidence. That spit had already evaporated. However, Li Diding didn't wait to run far before he was caught by the old man. Just as Li Diding was very proud, he thought, I am a long-distance running coach. How can I not outrun you, this old man? However, in the next moment, Li Diding did not run far, and his clothes were pulled by the old man from behind. Why? Do you still want to run? The old man stared at Li Diding. Little guy, I was a sprinter in the past. How can I not outrun you? When Li Diding heard it, he felt bitter in his heart. What kind of people are they? Is this school a sports family? The old woman before was a judo player, and this time there is a sprinter. Although I am good at long-distance running, people who have been involved in sports know that long-distance runners mainly rely on endurance, while short-distance runners rely on explosive power. In the short-distance range, long-distance runners are naturally not the opponent of short-distance runners. I won't run anymore. Li Diding was really at his wits' end this time. Seeing that there were already many people watching, Li Diding had no choice but to take out 100 yuan from his pocket and hand it to the old man. Okay, I will pay the fine. I can't give you change. I will give you 2 receipts. The old man tore 2 receipts and handed them to Li Diding. You can spit it out in a while, but remember to keep the receipts. Li Diding was furious, but he was too lazy to argue with the old man. He put the 2 receipts in his pocket and walked to the gymnasium. Wang Xiaoyan did not take Li Diding seriously. She did not believe that Li Diding dared to do anything to her. If he really dared, then she would just kill him. However, the content of Li Diding's mobile phone made Wang Xiaoyan's heart fall into contemplation. Zhaoying. This was my former roommate, my only good sister in Songjiang. After careful calculation, she had not contacted me for a long time. This had never happened before. Although the 2 people did not live together, they often got together to go shopping or eat. During this time, I was busy with the assassin group. After that, I went abroad with Yang Ming, so I never looked for Zhaoying. As for Zhaoying, why hadn't she contacted him during this period of time? Wang Xiaoyan felt a little strange. Could it be that Zhaoying couldn't contact her because she was abroad? It was possible, but Wang Xiaoyan checked the phone recording in her villa, and there was no record of Zhaoying calling. Zhaoying, this girl, did something happen to her? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan's heart tightened. She quickly took out her phone and dialed Zhaoying's cell phone. During this period of time, Zhaoying's mood had also calmed down a lot. She was not as excited as she was at the beginning. Instead, she missed Yang Ming more and more. A while ago, with Xiaoqing and Xianxia accompanying her, Zhaoying didn't seem to be lonely. However, in these few days, Xiaoqing was busy researching an important topic. She lived in school day and night, so she had little time to be with them. As for Xianxia, she didn't know why. After she said that she wanted to go back to Donghai, she lost contact with her, and her phone was turned off. Zhaoying didn't realize what would happen to Xianxia. After all, this kind of family division to compete for property, Zhaoying had only seen it on TV. In reality, this was something far away from her. Therefore, Zhaoying just thought that Xianxia might be delayed by something. Sitting in the school cafeteria and drinking mung bean porridge in boredom, Zhaoying suddenly had an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Although she met 2 new friends, Xiaoqing and Xianxia, what about her old friends? She suddenly remembered that she and Wang Xiaoyan had not been in contact for a while. Thinking back, the 2 of them lived under the same roof like sisters, and they talked about everything. Those days were really happy. A year later, the relationship between the 2 was getting more and more distant. Zhaoying sighed slightly. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Wang Xiaoyan went behind her back and got together with Yang Ming, Zhaoying wasn't a jealous person. She couldn't accept the deception of her friend. Now that she thought about it, Wang Xiaoyan actually didn't do anything wrong. The ringing of the phone pulled Zhaoying back from her thoughts. Looking at the 3 familiar words on the phone's caller ID, Zhaoying's heart flashed a strange feeling. Yan Yan. She was full of resentment, but it turned into this affectionate name. It was from the heart, and she couldn't help it. Yes, I have no contradiction with Wang Xiaoyan. Sister Ing, where are you? Wang Xiaoyan heard the familiar and affectionate voice, and she suddenly felt sweet in her heart. I'm eating porridge in the school cafeteria. What's wrong, Yan Yan? Why did you call me so early in the morning? Zhaoying found that when she really faced Wang Xiaoyan, it wasn't as awkward as she imagined. Instead, it was so natural. There was no pretense, and there was no resentment. I missed you, so I called you. When she heard that Zhao Ying's voice was normal, Wang Xiaoyan was relieved. She thought that something had happened to Zhao Ying. Now it seemed that she was too worried. You haven't contacted me for so long. What are you busy with? Oh. Zhao Ying listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and blushed. She thought, you are with Yang Ming all day long. How can I contact you? However, this couldn't be said. Zhao Ying had to say, during this time, the graduate course is quite busy. Maybe you forgot? It turned out to be like this. Wang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Sister Ying, I'm going to the cafeteria to find you now. I haven't eaten yet. Okay. Zhao Ying subconsciously wanted to refuse. She was afraid that they would be awkward after seeing Wang Xiaoyan, but when the words came to her mouth, it became okay. Wang Xiaoyan was somewhat inexplicable. Sister Ying, are you memorizing the pinyin? Wait for me. I'll be right there. Songjiang Industry University had 3 cafeterias, but only one main cafeteria opened in the morning to provide breakfast. After all, many students bought soy milk and bread to go to the classroom for morning self-study. They wouldn't eat in the cafeteria, so one cafeteria was enough. If all 3 cafeterias were open, it would be a waste. Wang Xiaoyan quickly ran to the cafeteria. With her keen eyesight, she saw Zhao Ying sitting in the corner of the cafeteria. In fact, after Wang Xiaoyan hung up the phone, Zhao Ying's mood had been very unsettled. Her eyes had been looking at the entrance of the cafeteria. After Wang Xiaoyan came in, Zhao Ying subconsciously waved to her. Yan, here. Wang Xiaoyan smiled and walked quickly to Zhao Ying's table. In the early morning in the university cafeteria, there weren't many students eating in the cafeteria. Most of them bought things at the window and took them away directly, so there were no other students around Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan. Sister Ying. Wang Xiaoyan sat down and looked at the small bowl of mung bean porridge in front of Zhao Ying. She was a little surprised. Sister Ying, why do you eat so little? Look at you. You have lost a lot of weight. Indeed, Zhao Ying's face had become thinner. Wang Xiaoyan saw the change at a glance. Compared to a month ago, Zhao Ying must have lost more than 5 kilograms. Probably because I am tired from studying? Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. Everyone said that lovesickness was bitter. It seemed that only people who had experienced it personally knew the taste. When Zhao Ying thought of Yang Ming and her future, she had no appetite. She couldn't eat anything. It was good enough that she could eat a bowl of mung bean porridge in the morning. How can this be? Wait for me. I will buy something to eat. Wang Xiaoyan said. She stood up and ran to the breakfast window. Zhao Ying wanted to stop Wang Xiaoyan and tell her not to buy anything for her. She couldn't eat it even if she bought something for her. However, when she saw Wang Xiaoyan's excited look, Zhao Ying swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. They were good sisters who talked about everything. When did they start to be estranged? Zhao Ying didn't know. But looking at Wang Xiaoyan's friendly figure, the estrangement was melting little by little. No matter what, Wang Xiaoyan was genuinely concerned about him. Zhao Ying could see this from Wang Xiaoyan's speech and behavior. Although Zhao Ying was a little annoyed that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming got together without telling her, Zhao Ying wasn't angry at all when she really faced Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan ran to the breakfast window in the cafeteria and ordered 2 fried eggs and 2 soft cakes. After swiping her meal card, she took them back to Zhao Ying's seat. She pushed one of them in front of Zhao Ying. Sister Ying, eat more. Don't think about losing weight. Look at how thin you are now. How am I losing weight? Zhao Ying smiled bitterly, but she didn't want to refuse Wang Xiaoyan's kindness. She had to put the fried eggs and soft cakes in front of her and pick up the chopsticks. You didn't lose weight. Why don't you eat more? Wang Xiaoyan smiled. She didn't know why, but Wang Xiaoyan always felt that Zhao Ying's heart seemed to have something. The two had lived together for so long. Wang Xiaoyan was still very sensitive to Zhao Ying's emotional changes. Then I will eat more. Zhao Ying said so, but she still ate very little. The two fell into silence. Zhao was a little embarrassed in her heart. She didn't know what to say to Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan felt that Zhao must have something in her heart, but Wang Xiaoyan didn't know how to ask. Sister Ing. What's wrong with you? I think you seem to be a little absent-minded. Is there something in your mind? Wang Xiaoyan finished eating the fried eggs and soft cakes. She looked at Zhao, who didn't even finish half of the soft cakes, and finally couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Zhao looked at Wang Xiaoyan, who was more charming and beautiful. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. It seemed that Wang Xiaoyan was nourished by love, and her whole person was in high spirits. The more Zhao said that she was fine, the more Wang Xiaoyan felt suspicious. After all, she and Zhao lived together for so long. Who didn't know each other? Is it because of emotional problems? Indeed, after thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan felt that it was very possible. Before, when I lived with Zhao, I often shared my joys and sorrows with her. However, the most common topic was Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan faintly felt that Zhao Ying's troubles might be related to Yang Ming. Thinking of her current relationship with Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that Zhao Ying knew about my relationship with Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan never thought of hiding anything from Zhao Ying. Her relationship with Yang Ming was only recently confirmed. From the initial cooperative relationship to the current relationship of lovers. Wang Xiaoyan planned to find a suitable opportunity to confess this matter to Zhao Ying. However, during this time, she was really too busy. There was no free time to talk to Zhao Ying. Today was only the first day after returning to China. Thinking of Zhao Ying's bitter smile and unnatural awkwardness when facing her, Wang Xiaoyan seemed to have understood something. Sister Ying, between you and Yang Ming, did something happen? Wang Xiaoyan asked tentatively. Zhao Ying panicked and the chopsticks in her hand fell on the table. However, she forced herself to pretend to be calm and picked up the chopsticks again. She smiled and said, Yang Ming and I, what could happen? The two of us, actually, it's impossible. Zhao Ying's reaction did not reveal anything in Wang Xiaoyan's eyes. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan could be completely sure that Zhao Ying's troubles must be related to Yang Ming. At this point, Wang Xiaoyan decided to talk about her and Yang Ming first. Whether Zhao Ying knew or not, these things had to be talked about. Why is it impossible? Wang Xiaoyan said, Sister Ying, I know that Yang Ming actually likes you a lot, but can't you be a little bolder? If you were more proactive, maybe the two of you would already be together. Proactive? Bold. Zhao Ying sighed. When had she not been proactive and bold? That night, she took the initiative to go to Yang Ming's villa and waited for him the whole night, but in the end. Sister Ying, actually, to be honest. Yang Ming and I are together. Wang Xiaoyan gritted her teeth. Since she had to say it sooner or later, she might as well say it all in one go. Although Zhao Ying already knew that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were together, she did not expect Wang Xiaoyan to suddenly admit it in front of her. Moreover, she admitted it so naturally. The whole thing came so suddenly that Zhao Ying could not react for a while. Wang Xiaoyan admitted it just like that? Zhao Ying always thought that Wang Xiaoyan was lying to her and hiding it from her. However, when the real Wang Xiaoyan admitted it, Zhao Ying did not know what to do. Zhao Ying could not interfere with Wang Xiaoyan. They were not married. Besides, Zhao Ying was not Yang Ming's girlfriend. Chen Mingyan was there, but she did not say anything. What right did Zhao Ying have to criticize Wang Xiaoyan? Sorry, Sister Ying. Seeing Zhao Ying's panic, Wang Xiaoyan explained very apologetically, between Yang Ming and I, a lot of unexpected things happened. In the end, we ended up together. At first, I just wanted to cooperate with him on some business matters, but I couldn't control my feelings. Yan, actually, you don't have to apologize to me. Seeing Wang Xiaoyan in front of her, who was like a child who did something wrong, how could Zhao Ying blame her? Besides, Wang Xiaoyan didn't have anything to apologize for. Sister Ying, I know you like Yang Ming, but there are some things that I can't control. Wang Xiaoyan said until this point, and her voice was a little choked. On one hand, she really couldn't lose Yang Ming. On the other hand, the guilt towards Zhao Ying came from the bottom of her heart. Yan, you don't have to do this. In a moment, Zhao Ying's knot in her heart melted. What she accepted was that Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were together but kept it from her. However, Wang Xiaoyan had confessed to her, so what was there for Zhao Ying to be angry and confused about? Sister Ying, you really aren't angry? Wang Xiaoyan asked carefully. On the outside, she was a cold-blooded killer. However, in front of Zhao Ying, she was an obedient sister. She really didn't want to ruin her relationship with Zhao Ying. Why would I be angry? Zhao Ying shook her head. My relationship with Yang Ming hasn't been settled yet. If you want to be angry, it's not my turn to be angry. Besides, Yang Ming, this fellow, is very fickle. Compared to hooking up with other women, I'd rather be with you. I'm also relieved. Wang Xiaoyan's face instantly turned red as she stuttered, Sister Ying, you're making fun of me. How am I? Alright, Yan Yan, don't think too much. My relationship with Yang Ming, sigh, there's no use for you to worry. I know my own situation very well. Zhao Ying smiled bitterly, it's not that I'm not willing to take this step. It's just that between the two of us, it's not something that can be solved just by one of us taking this step. Sister Ying, actually I know that Yang Ming still likes you very much. Why don't I tell him? Wang Xiaoyan saw that Zhao Ying wasn't angry at her and returned to her previous mischievous expression. She blinked her eyes and said to Zhao Ying. Don't, please don't. Zhao Ying was shocked and quickly stopped her, it's better for me to say it myself. Haha, then I won't worry. Wang Xiaoyan laughed, very relaxed. Today, she finally said the things that she had kept in her heart for a long time. Hee hee. Not knowing why, Zhao Ying's mood also became better. Looking at the friendly and cute Wang Xiaoyan opposite her, Zhao Ying really couldn't find a reason to blame her. If the two of them could really be sisters in the future, wouldn't it be a good thing? However, the matter between myself and Yang Ming is really difficult to handle. Sometimes, taking this step is much more difficult than ascending to the sky. Looking at the fragrant fried eggs and soft cakes on the table, Zhao Ying suddenly had a big appetite. In a few bites, she finished all the food on the table. After eating, she found that Wang Xiaoyan was looking at her opposite. Suddenly, she was a little embarrassed, I'm suddenly a little hungry. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan could finally be sure that Zhao Ying's troubles really came from her. Zhao Ying must have noticed the matter between me and Yang Ming, so she was unhappy. Perhaps, Zhao Ying was angry that I was with Yang Ming and didn't tell her? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyan also understood why Zhao Ying didn't contact her for so long. It seemed that Zhao Ying was waiting for her to tell her. Looking at Zhao Ying wolfing down the food, Wang Xiaoyan felt a little ashamed. It seemed that Zhao Ying hadn't eaten properly for a while. Until today, she finally put aside the knot in her heart. Sister Ying, where do you live now? Wang Xiaoyan watched Zhao Ying finish eating and handed a napkin to Zhao Ying, then asked. Thinking of her residence, Zhao Ying suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't interrupt Wang Xiaoyan. I live very close to you, in the Huashang district. Huh? Wang Xiaoyan was stunned. She didn't expect Zhao Ying to live so close to her. Then, she and Yang Ming always appeared together in the community. Zhao Ying must have seen them several times, right? Sister Ying. You also live in the community? When did you buy the house? Or did you rent it? Wang Xiaoyan asked quickly. It's. Yang Ming bought it for me. Zhao Ying's face was red as she whispered. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, but she covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Ying, it turns out that Yang Ming is planning to hide a mistress in a golden house. Haha. What do you mean by hiding a mistress in a golden house? Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Ying's face was even redder. In the beginning, I asked Yang Ming to pretend to be my boyfriend to see my mother. In the end, my mother wanted the house. Don't explain. Explaining is covering up. Wang Xiaoyan smiled even more happily. Sister Ying, Yang Ming bought a house for you, and you also want it. What's the gap between you two? AI. Zhao Ying sighed slightly. Yan Yan, you don't know. In the beginning, Yang Ming and I were teacher and student. At that time, I rejected him, so now. In short, it's. Zhao Ying couldn't tell what the gap between her and Yang Ming was. Was it her own cowardice, or was it the fear of Chen Mingyan calling her a vixen on the street, or was it the fear that Yang Ming would reject her? Or was it something else? Wang Xian saw Zhao Ying's appearance. Although she sympathized with her, she also knew that other people couldn't help in matters of the heart. The more you help, the more trouble you will get. If Zhao Ying wanted to get her own happiness, she could only rely on herself to fight for it. No one could help her. Alright, Sister Ying, I got it. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Wang Xian said, in the future, let's make an appointment to go to school together every morning. Or you can stay at my house at night. N? Zhao Ying was stunned. She looked at Wang Xian and said strangely, Yan Yan, don't you live with Yang Ming every day and go to school together? I don't. Wang Xian smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yang Ming is so busy. How can he accompany me every day? Having said that, Yang Ming and I built our relationship completely through work. I can't ask for anything from Yang Ming. Now, I think it's quite good. Listening to Wang Xiaoyan, Zhao Ying was suddenly happy. We can live together again. Of course, that's good. Otherwise, every night, I really have nothing to do. Then tonight, you stay at my house. Wang Xiaoyan sent an invitation to Zhao Ying. Okay. Zhao Ying nodded happily. Recently, Sun Jia had returned to her home in Donghai. Xiaoqing was very busy, so Zhao Ying really had no activities at night. It was a good choice to be with Wang Xiaoyan. After the two people decided, they looked at the time. It was time for their respective classes, so they walked out of the cafeteria together. After making an appointment to contact by phone at night, they walked to their respective teaching buildings. When Yang Ming rushed to the headquarters of Mingyang Entertainment, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were sitting in the general manager's office. They were methodically directing the security guards of the Mingyang Security Company to search for Chu Daming and Lu Chan's whereabouts, but their expressions were very gloomy. Seeing that Yang Ming had come, Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli stood up at the same time. They shouted bitterly, Brother Yang. How is it? Is there any news? Yang Ming just asked casually. From the faces of Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, he already knew the answer. If they found them, the faces of the two would not be so ugly. Not yet. Ho Zhenhan shook his head. When we found that the two people disappeared, it had been a while. This time is enough for them to escape and hide. Is there no one in their home? Yang Ming nodded and did not blame Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. No, they have not returned home, Bao Sanli said. It seems that they have planned it a long time ago. They have no family in their home. They should have moved their family long ago. This way. Yang Ming hesitated and said, let's call the police first. Call the police? Call the police for what? Bao Sanli was stunned. His face showed a strange expression. From Bao Sanli's expression, Yang Ming could naturally guess his thoughts. Bao Sanli was a gangster. The way he solved things was also by violence. He never thought of finding the police to solve it. Thinking of this, Yang Ming explained, Baozi, now we are a legitimate company. We operate according to the law and pay taxes according to the law. After this kind of thing happens, we naturally have to find the police to solve it. Moreover, they are more familiar with solving this kind of thing than us. It's better than us searching the whole city, right? Bao Sanli listened to Yang Ming, and his head turned around. Indeed, now the company was operating and paying taxes legally. If there was such a case of the deputy general manager embezzling public funds, it was natural to call the police to solve it. Thinking of this, Bao Sanli quickly nodded. Yes, we should call the police first. The police issued an arrest warrant. It is much more effective than us searching the whole city. Brother Yang, should I call the police, or should you? Ho Zhenhan glanced at Yang Ming and asked. You should do it. Yang Ming said to Ho Zhenhan, after all, the legal person of the company is you now, and you also have your own social status in Songjiang. Ho Zhenhan nodded quickly and said, I will make the call. Ho Zhenhan did not call the police, but directly called Chen Fei, who was the acting chief of the police station and the captain of the criminal police. Hello, Chief Chen. I am Ho Zhenhan. Ho Zhenhan smiled and dialed the phone. President Ho, hello. When Qin Fei heard that it was Ho Zhenhan, he did not dare to neglect. Ho Zhenhan had now become a big taxpayer in Songjiang. Many companies were Ho Zhenhan's, especially the Mingyang Security Company, which was still under the supervision and guidance of the city bureau. Therefore, the personal relationship between Qin Fei and Ho Zhenhan was also good. Chief Chen, I want to call the police. The two vice presidents of our Mingyang Entertainment Company took the money from the company's account and fled. As Ho Zhenhan spoke, he told Qin Fei what happened before. When Qin Fei listened to Ho Zhenhan's narrative, he knew the seriousness of the matter. This was a very vicious economic crime. Qin Fei quickly said, I will immediately take the police officer in charge of economic investigation to investigate. President Ho, you can wait in the company. After Ho Zhenhan quickly thanked him, he hung up the phone. Brother Yang, I have already called the police. Chief Qin Fei of the city bureau said that he will bring people over immediately. Ho Zhenhan reported to Yang Ming. Uncle Chen is coming. Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. Qin Fei didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't know his relationship with Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Yang Ming didn't know what expression Qin Fei would have when he saw him. However, such a big thing happened in the company. Yang Ming really couldn't not follow here. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan naturally knew Chen Mingyan. 2 days ago, they helped Chen Mingyan book a car. They also knew that Qin Fei was Chen Mingyan's father, so they could understand Yang Ming's expression at the moment. Brother Yang, why don't you go back first? Baozi and I will follow here? Asked Ho Zhenhan. Forget it. I will stay here. Yang Ming said, these things have to be made public sooner or later. Now is the time. Recently, Yang Ming had also thought it through because of the continuous assassination. His identity hadn't been made public yet, but it had already attracted so much trouble, so Yang Ming wasn't afraid to disclose his identity. Maybe, after his identity was made public, there would be less trouble. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also made a decision to wait for Qin Fei here. Qin Fei's efficiency was still very fast. About 10 minutes later, Qin Fei rushed to the headquarters of Mingyang Entertainment Company with a few police officers. Under the leadership of Guo Jianchao, they came to the general manager's office. Bureau Chief Qin. Ho Zhenhan quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Qin Fei. After that, it was Bao Sanli's turn. Qin Fei was very clear about Bao Sanli's past. He knew that this kid was a gangster. However, Qin Fei was still a bit puzzled when Bao Sanli suddenly set up a security company and went on the right path. However, Qin Fei was also very pleased that Bao Sanli could turn over a new leaf. After that, Qin Fei didn't discriminate against Bao Sanli. He just regarded him as a successful businessman. After shaking hands with these two, Qin Fei suddenly found Yang Ming standing in the office. He was suddenly stunned. Yang Ming? Why are you here? Uncle Chen. Yang Ming smiled and came forward. Uncle Chen, in fact, I also have shares in this company. I started it with Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. Because I was still a student, I didn't have time to manage it, so I didn't participate in the specific operations. Now, such a big thing happened in the company. Naturally, I have to be there. Oh? Qin Fei looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. How do you have so much money? My godfather gave it to me. Yang Ming pushed the matter of the funds to Lu Weishan. Anyway, the matter of participating in the Hong Kong auction was also well documented. Yang Ming was not afraid of Qin Fei investigating further. So that's the case. Qin Fei nodded. However, do your parents know that you are doing this? This matter, let me tell you slowly later, Uncle Chen. Yang Ming waved his hand. Now, the top priority is to catch the two vice presidents. Right, I almost forgot about the business. Qin Fei quickly said, take us to the office of the two vice presidents. Ho Zhenhan nodded and took Qin Fei and the police to Lu Chan and Chu Daming's office. Qin Fei was better at criminal investigation work. He listened carefully to Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli's introduction of the situation at the time. After hearing that the two had absconded for a long time, Qin Fei asked, what are the license plates and models of the cars they drove? Lu Chan drove an Audi A6L. The license plate number is Song AEG 777. Chu Daming drove a Mercedes-Benz SL600. The license plate number is Song GGG 888. Bao Sanli introduced. When did they drive out of the company parking lot? Asked Chen Fei. According to the video of the parking lot, the time they left was 9:48. Ho Zhenhan had checked the surveillance video before, so he knew the data. Chen Fei nodded, took out the phone, dialed a number, and said, "Is this the Traffic Police Command Center? I am Chen Fei. Hello, Director's son, help me check the surveillance video near the Mingyang Entertainment Company on Simon Road at 9:48. Track an Audi A6L with the license plate number of Song AEG 777 and a Mercedes-Benz SL600 with the license plate number of Song GGG 888. Okay, call me immediately after you find out where they went." After listening to Chen Fei's phone call, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan both brightened up. Why didn't they think of this simple method before? As long as they tracked the surveillance video at each intersection at the time, they could easily find the whereabouts of the two cars. As a matter of fact, Chen Fei was a criminal investigator. He couldn't be more familiar with the way to solve this kind of case. The top priority was naturally to investigate the whereabouts of the two cars. Not long after, Chen Fei's phone rang. Chen Fei picked up the phone and listened carefully for a while. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, I got it." "How is it?" asked Bao Sanli quickly. "There is news. These two cars didn't drive in the same direction after they went out, but they went in opposite directions. However, they finally met at the entrance of Songjiang Garden. The people in the car took a taxi with the license plate number of Song A55104 and left. The car was left in the parking lot at the entrance of Songjiang Garden." Chen Fei said, "I have already contacted the taxi driver. I believe there will be a result soon." Sure enough, there was news soon. The traffic police called and said that the taxi driver did send two people to the Songjiang bus terminal. The appearance of these two people was the same as what Chen Fei described. Songjiang bus terminal? "It seems that they want to escape," asked Ho Zhenhan subconsciously. "There is this possibility." Chen Fei nodded. "They chose to leave by bus. This kind of transportation has the most lax inspection. It seems that it was premeditated. However, I have sent someone to the bus terminal to investigate this matter." Fortunately, the waiting hall of the Songjiang bus terminal was also installed with surveillance video. Now, many public places in Songjiang were installed with surveillance video. As a bus terminal, a place with a particularly large flow of people, it was naturally no exception. Although the investigation was more troublesome, Lu Chan and Chu Daming's figures were finally found in the surveillance video. After confirmation, the two bought tickets to Donghai and left Songjiang by the previous bus. The distance between Songjiang and Donghai was relatively close. Obviously, Lu Chan and Chu Daming must have arrived in Donghai. Lu Chan and Chu Daming changed buses halfway, indicating that the two still had a certain awareness of anti-reconnaissance, but after all, they were not professionals. They didn't know that it was useless to change buses. In the end, they were still found. Donghai? When Yang Ming heard where Lu Chan and Chu Daming went, he was slightly stunned. He subconsciously thought of Xianxia. Because Yang Ming only knew Xianxia and Donghai. Yes, after confirmation, the two of them have fled to Donghai. Ho Zhenhan reported to Yang Ming. Chen Fei and his police officers had finished the investigation and returned. Apparently, they were preparing to transfer manpower to Donghai. As for Yang Ming's matter, he could only talk to Chen Fei in detail after the case was over. Chen Fei didn't have time to entangle with this now. Although Chen Fei had some complaints about Yang Ming and Bao Sanli mixing together, Bao Sanli was doing a legitimate business, so Chen Fei was relieved. What are they doing in Donghai? Yang Ming frowned. Intuitively, this matter didn't seem to be simple. Logically, if these two people wanted to escape, they shouldn't run to Donghai. Generally, people would run to a small place. The more remote it was, the harder it was to be found. Why would they run to the provincial capital? It was a bit unreasonable. Who knows? Bao Sanli didn't know what Lu Chan and Chu Daming were thinking, so he shook his head. Let's wait for the results. I still believe in Uncle Chen's ability. Yang Ming didn't care about the 130 million yuan, but he must take this as a warning to alert Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan. He would never allow similar things to happen in the company again. Brother Yang. I'm sorry. Bao Sanli said carefully, but he was interrupted by Yang Ming halfway. I understand your difficulties at the time. This time I will let it go. Yang Ming waved his hand. But, don't let it happen again. I understand. Bao Sanli nodded quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't intend to pursue his responsibility. This time I am also responsible. I haven't been ruthless enough to ask you to clean up the company's parasites. As a result, it led to the current situation. Yang Ming sighed and said, I informed you last night. I didn't expect something to happen this morning. It seems that they have been planning for a long time. Bao Sanli lowered his head with some shame, but Yang Ming didn't pursue it. Bao Sanli still blamed himself in his heart. It was his duty to check the company's accounts. He didn't need Yang Ming to remind him. Therefore, Bao Sanli knew that this was all caused by himself. He made up his mind that he would never let this kind of thing happen again. Thinking of Xianxia, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he called Xianxia last night, but her phone was turned off. So, he picked up the phone again and dialed Xianxia's number. However, after the phone was dialed, it was still turned off. Yang Ming frowned. Xianxia shouldn't have turned on her phone during the day, right? Even if the phone was turned off at night because of charging or other reasons, why didn't she turn it on at noon? Could it be that something happened to Xianxia? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Ming couldn't sit still. Previously, when the company's money was taken away, Yang Ming was just angry, but he wasn't worried. But now that it was related to Xianxia, Yang Ming couldn't calm down. When he called again, it was still the cold female voice that indicated that the phone was turned off. Yang Ming called the landline of Xianxia's home again, but the phone rang many times until it was automatically hung up. There was no answer, and no one answered. Although Yang Ming was very confident in Xianxia's ability to deal with things, it was precisely because of this that Xianxia had never rashly turned on her mobile phone. Even if she didn't turn on her mobile phone at night, there was no reason to turn it off during the day. This was the reason why Yang Ming was really worried. However, there was no way to worry now. Yang Ming couldn't go to Donghai personally to see what happened. He could only put this matter aside first. He would contact Xianxia again in the evening, or ask Xiaoqing when he saw her. Big Ho, Baozi, you two are responsible for following up on the company's matters. Don't blame yourself too much. Yang Ming said, in addition, during the time when the police are in charge of the investigation, you should also investigate the people around Lu Chan and Chu Daming in the company. See if they have frequent contacts or phone calls during this time. Try to find some clues as much as possible. I understand. Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan nodded solemnly. Don't worry. I will do this well. Yang Ming finished explaining the matter, so there was no need to continue to stay in the company. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was thinking about something in his heart. The company's vice presidents, Lu Chan and Chu Daming, emptied the company, but someone paid to assassinate Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. Is there any necessary connection between these two things? Is it a coincidence, or is there any unspeakable connection? If Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan are dead, who is the biggest beneficiary? According to common sense, the beneficiary should be the immediate family of Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli because according to the inheritance law, their immediate family members enjoyed the company's inheritance rights. However, it didn't rule out that Lu Chan and Chu Daming used extraordinary means to take the company away. When Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan died, the company's accounts were unclear. The deficit of 130 million yuan couldn't be attributed to Lu Chan and Chu Daming. They could also completely shift the blame to Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. In any case, since there was no evidence, they would definitely be able to escape this calamity. So in this way, Lu Chan and Chu Daming could use some extraordinary means to let the family of Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan give up on inheriting the company and really control the company's management rights in their hands. Of course, Lu Chan and Chu Daming didn't know the fact that the behind-the-scenes owner of the company was Yang Ming. Although they knew Yang Ming, they only knew that Yang Ming had a good relationship with Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan. It was impossible to think that Mingyang Entertainment was actually Yang Ming's company. To sum up, the biggest beneficiary of this matter was Chu Daming and Lu Chan. Perhaps the two found an assassin to assassinate Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli, but because Wang Kejin had wasted a lot of time on the mission of assassinating Yang Ming, he didn't make a move on Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan. This made Lu Chan and Chu Daming anxious, so they planned a second plan, which was an escape plan. Or perhaps, the escape plan had already been formulated, and the two of them had made preparations for both sides. This was unknown. But in any case, perhaps the two didn't wait for the news of Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan being assassinated. In addition, Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan came to the company this morning to check the accounts, so Lu Chan and Chu Daming had to escape in advance. Because of what Bao Sanli used to do, Lu Chan and Chu Daming were very clear. It was difficult to guarantee what Bao Sanli would do when he was angry, so the two chose to escape. As for why the two fled to Donghai instead of other remote cities, this explained the problem. But Yang Ming couldn't figure out the reason why the two people did this. He could only wait until the two were caught, then he would reveal the mystery. After receiving the call from Lu Chan and Chu Daming, Tianlong's face was pale. He didn't expect the matter in Songjiang to be exposed so quickly. You said that Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan went to the company to check the accounts this morning? Tianlong knew that Chu Daming and Lu Chan couldn't be blamed for this kind of emergency, but the taste of failure when you were about to succeed was still very uncomfortable. Yes, Brother Long, Lu Chan said carefully, we didn't expect that Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan would go to the company to check the accounts at this time. The company has been established for so long, and he has always trusted us. But at this time, didn't Boss Wei say that he had found the assassin? Why is there no movement for so long? Tianlong suddenly thought that Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan were supposed to die in the plan. We don't know. During this time, Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli are fine. It doesn't look like they have been assassinated. Lu Chan shook his head. Did Boss Wei lie to me? It can't be. What good is it for him to lie to me? Tianlong frowned. Brother Long, we have no other place to go now. We can only rely on you. You can't abandon us. Lu Chan said quickly. Don't worry. You can just come. I will find a place for the two of you to hide. Tianlong said faintly. Fortunately, Tianlong's ambition was in Donghai. He had never been interested in Songjiang. If the mysterious boss didn't ask him to completely destroy the power of Songjiang, Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli, Tianlong wouldn't bother to touch them. It was just that since the boss behind the scenes ordered, he had to do it. Now, the plan had failed halfway, and the boss behind the scenes couldn't blame him. It could only be said that man proposes but God disposes. After hanging up Lu Chan's phone call, Tianlong called Sui Yuejin. Boss Sui, what happened to the assassin you hired? Why is there no movement for so long? Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan are still alive? When Tianlong said this, he couldn't help but be annoyed. He couldn't even do such a small thing. It seems that Sui Yuejin's ability is just average. And? Is there still no movement? I have already made the order. It stands to reason that they should have acted in these 2 days, right? Sui Yuejin listened to Tianlong's question and was stunned. Action? Humph. Tianlong said coldly, Boss Sui, are you not working hard? Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan came to the company today for a surprise audit. Lu Chan and Chu Daming have been scared away. Now, they are running to my Donghai. Brother Long, you can't say that. I am looking for the world's top assassin organization. As for why Bao Sanli and Ho Jinhan are still fine, I don't know. But if you say that you are not working hard, that is impossible. Sui Yuejin listened to Tianlong's words and was shocked. Although he felt that he was in the wrong, he couldn't help but argue. After all, he did contact the assassin organization. The current situation was not what he wanted to see. Humph, you should hurry up as soon as possible. If these two people don't die, your plan to get Jiduan City will be ruined. You can do as you see fit. Tianlong said with a sneer. I understand. Although Sui Yuejin was very upset by Tianlong's tone, there was no way. Indeed, Tianlong's goal was only Donghai. Sui Yuejin wanted Songjiang and Jiduan City. I made a mistake here, but Tianlong is still worried about me. It's not bad. If it were someone else, they might not care about it. Hanging up the phone, Tianlong sighed slightly. Things are a bit difficult to handle. If the forces of Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan are not destroyed, how can I explain to the mysterious boss? If I can catch Yang Ming, I can still explain to the mysterious boss. If I don't catch Yang Ming, it means that I owe the mysterious boss too much. How can I repay it in the future? Thinking of this, Tianlong had to reconsider Yang Ming's matter. It was obviously not a good idea to let Sun Jia call Yang Ming. Sun Jia obviously wouldn't do it to deceive Yang Ming. Tianlong was very familiar with Sun Jia's character. If Sun Jia were to call Yang Ming, Sun Jia would never lie to deceive Yang Ming. What she said to Yang Ming was probably to let Yang Ming be careful and not be fooled by Tianlong. In that case, Yang Ming would be on guard. If they wanted to catch Yang Ming by surprise, it would be extremely difficult. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan's forces belonged to Yang Ming. Tianlong was very clear about this. He was a close person to Sun Hongjun, and he was very familiar with the underworld. Once Yang Ming was prepared, it would bring about a one-of-a-kind revenge and a fight. That was not the result that Tianlong wanted. What Tianlong wanted was to catch Yang Ming without harming his own interests. If it was too laborious, it was not necessary. In the end, if both sides suffered losses, then what was the use of controlling the Sun family's forces in Donghai? So, how can I lure Yang Ming into the trap without alerting him? It was obviously unrealistic to make a move on Yang Ming in Songjiang. Tianlong didn't know if Yang Ming had bodyguards protecting him. The best way was to let Yang Ming come to Songjiang. Thinking about it, the only person who could be connected to Yang Ming was Tian Donghua, but Tian Donghua didn't want to help him to lure Yang Ming. It seemed that he could only do it himself. Thinking of his son, Tian Donghua, Tianlong suddenly came up with a more brilliant idea. Of course, he thought it was more brilliant. Shortly after Yang Ming left the headquarters of Mingyang Entertainment Company, his mobile phone rang. Yang Ming picked it up and saw that it was actually Tianlong's number. Previously, Yang Ming only met Tianlong once at the Immortal Resort. At that time, they exchanged phone numbers. After that, there was no contact. Now, at this time, Tianlong called him. What could be the matter? Hello, Uncle Tian? Yang Ming asked in a hesitant tone. Yang Ming, it's me. Tianlong's hearty laughter came from the other side of the phone. Uncle Tian, it's really you. When I saw the caller ID, I was still a little hesitant. Yang Ming also smiled. Uncle Tian, are you looking for me? Matter, there is a little matter, but I don't know if you have time, Yang Ming. Tianlong had already thought about how to say it, so at this moment, his tone was very natural. Time? Yes, Uncle Tian. If you have something to say, just say it. Yang Ming's first impression of Tianlong was good. Because of Tian Donghua, Yang Ming was very polite to Tianlong. The more important reason was that Tianlong was the arm of the Sun family. Since Yang Ming was the son-in-law of the Sun family, naturally, he would have to deal with Tianlong in the future. However, Yang Ming's ambition was in Country X in Africa. He had no interest in the game business here. Yang Ming's initial plan was that if Sun Hongjun really retired, and Sun Jia and Yang Ming obviously couldn't inherit his family business, and Sun Jiwei wasn't a talent in this area, then this heavy responsibility could only fall on Tian Donghua. Yang Ming could only leave these affairs to Tian Donghua. Although there were some suspicions of giving away the Sun family's business, Yang Ming's energy was limited. He really couldn't take care of these things. At most, he would leave some shares to Sun Jiwei. This is the case. Yang Ming, I want to talk to you about Donghua, this child, and his girlfriend. Tianlong felt that this reason was very natural. It was normal to find a good friend of his son to understand his son's school. Looking for me? Talk about Tian Donghua? Yang Ming was stunned and suddenly showed a strange expression. Uncle Tian, are you looking for me for this? What else can I look for you for? Tianlong sighed. I have been busy with my career these years, and I have become more and more estranged from Tian Donghua. Now that Tian Donghua has a girlfriend, I don't even know what his girlfriend's family does. Tian Donghua, this kid, didn't tell me, and I don't know what he is busy with in school every day. It turned out to be like this. Although Yang Ming felt that Tianlong seemed to be making a fuss, he could understand Tianlong's mood. It was the pity of parents in the world. Thinking about his own parents' attitude toward him when he took the college entrance examination, Yang Ming also understood. However, now that Tian Donghua was so old, Tianlong was still so worried about his affairs. This was a bit strange. Uncle Tian, what do you want to know? Yang Ming felt that betraying Tian Donghua behind his back was not something a friend should do, so whatever Tianlong asked, Yang Ming could only answer selectively. It would be best if he could communicate with Tian Donghua in advance, but there was no time now. Let's do this. Yang Ming, it's almost noon. Uncle will treat you to a meal. Let's talk while we eat. Tianlong led Yang Ming into his trap step by step. Eat? Uncle Tian, are you in Songjiang? Yang Ming was stunned and asked. No, I am in Donghai. How about this? You take a taxi and come to Donghai. Uncle will reimburse you for the fare. Very soon, it will be over in an hour. Tianlong said, Uncle can't leave someone here, so I can only trouble you to come over. Me? Go over? Go to Donghai? Yang Ming felt a little strange after listening to Tianlong's suggestion. He felt that Tianlong was really making a fuss over nothing. Obviously, he could explain things clearly on the phone, but he insisted on talking about it in person. Moreover, if Tianlong was in Songjiang, it would be fine. After all, it was easy to come out and have a meal together. However, the problem now was that Tianlong was in Donghai. In order to meet him for a meal and chat, Yang Ming had to drive an hour. Yang Ming, if you have something to do, then forget it. Let's talk about it another day. Tianlong's voice sounded a little regretful. If I go, there is no problem. After all, Tianlong had a request for him for the first time. As a junior, Yang Ming really couldn't refuse. In fact, what made Yang Ming most tempted was going to Donghai. Before, Yang Ming had not been able to contact Xianxia. Yang Ming also wanted to see Xianxia and see how she was doing. Therefore, Yang Ming simply agreed. Uncle Tian, then I will drive there myself. You can tell me the place. Let's go to the Spring Garden Hotel in Donghai. After you go there, just tell the lobby manager that you are looking for me. Tianlong saw that Yang Ming agreed with him, and his heart was suddenly happy. Okay, Uncle Tian, then I will see you later. Yang Ming responded and hung up the phone. However, Yang Ming's heart was full of doubts. Tianlong suddenly looked for him just to understand Tian Donghua's matter. Tianlong wanted him to go all the way to Donghai. No matter how he thought about it, it was a bit unreasonable. However, Yang Ming couldn't think of other reasons. Although he was puzzled, he could only suppress his doubts in his heart. Before leaving for Donghai, Yang Ming decided to call Tian Donghua first. It had been so long since school started, but he had not been to school. He had been busy with things outside. He didn't know if there was anything going on at school. Zhang Ben was busy with the jewelry company during this time. It was estimated that he had no time to go to school. Yang Ming wanted to ask about the situation at school. The only person he could find was Tian Donghua. This kid was with Wang Shui all day long. He had become a member of Yang Ming's class, so he just had to ask Tian Donghua about the things in the class. On the one hand, he wanted to ask about the school. On the other hand, he wanted to ask Tian Donghua if this kid had gotten into trouble recently. Before Yang Ming met Tianlong, he wanted to unify with him. Old Tian, it's me. Yang Ming dialed Tian Donghua's phone. Yang Ming? Wait for me. I am in the classroom. I will go out to the corridor. Tian Donghua and the voice of the teacher in the classroom came from the phone. The management of the university's classroom was lax. For a young master like Tian Donghua, it was obvious that he came to school to waste time. The teacher also turned a blind eye to his usual behavior. Buddy, where are you? Why haven't I seen you for a long time? Tian Donghua went out of the classroom and his voice became louder. I went out of town a few days ago. Yang Ming didn't say that he went abroad. After all, these things were relatively secret. Yang Ming wouldn't tell others easily. During this time, is there anything going on in the class? No, but the tutor, Xianxia, asked where you went once. We said we didn't know, so he didn't ask again. Tian Donghua thought about it. I know. He probably asked my sister, Xiaoqing, and she helped me cover it up. Yang Ming said with a smile. Xiaoqing knew that he had to go out to do things, so she probably covered for him with Xiaoyongqiang. It's good that you have such a sister. You can skip class at any time. In the class, there is a kid who doesn't go to class. He didn't come for 2 weeks, and he was criticized. Tian Donghua smiled enviously. You don't even need a sister. I guess you haven't even been to your own class, right? Yang Ming said with some sarcasm. Yeah, but I paid for it. Unlike you, the school doesn't care about me. Tian Donghua didn't care and said with a smile. Are you going to stay like this? Yang Ming sighed. No wonder Tian Long was worried about him. Tian Donghua seemed to have no plan and purpose in life until now. Just stay like this first. Tian Donghua didn't understand the meaning of Yang Ming and still said in a joking tone. Don't you want to take over your father's family business in the future? Asked Yang Ming. Let's talk about it later. Thinking of the things his father had done recently, Tian Donghua was a little upset. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't agree with his father doing this. The Tian family relied on the Sun family to gain a foothold, but in turn, his father made a move on the Sun family. It was morally unacceptable. It was just that Tian Donghua and the Sun family didn't have any feelings. His impression of Sun Jiwei was even worse, so he didn't interfere with his father's behavior. In fact, he had no way to interfere. His resistance was meaningless. If Tian Donghua didn't want to fall out with Tian Long probably wouldn't give up on the matter that was disadvantageous to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know what Tian Donghua was thinking. He still wanted to hand over the future business of Donghai to Tian Donghua, but now it seemed that Tian Donghua's mind was not on this at all. Old Tian, your father just called me. Yang Ming thought about it and felt that it was necessary to inform Tian Donghua in advance. Your father wants to know about your situation in school from me. He asked me to go to Donghai. Ah. When Tian Donghua heard Yang Ming's words, he suddenly exclaimed. Even his voice changed. Yang Ming, my dad is looking for you? When did this happen? What's wrong? Just now? Yang Ming wondered why Tian Donghua's reaction was so big. Old Tian, did you really do something? Why are you so afraid? No, Yang Ming. You tell me first. When did my dad look for you? Tian Donghua interrupted Yang Ming's words and asked in a panic. Just now, before I called you. The more Yang Ming listened to Tian Donghua's attitude, the stranger it became. Old Tian, didn't I call you immediately to compare statements with you? If I say too much, it will be disadvantageous to you, right? Fortunately, you called me. Tian Donghua breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was also struggling fiercely. Tian Donghua was very clear about why his father called Yang Ming and what his father wanted to do. At this moment, he had to make a choice. Either he told Yang Ming about his father's conspiracy, or he hid it from Yang Ming. However, he couldn't betray his friend. Wang Shui had already betrayed Yang Ming and betrayed Yang Ming once. At that time, Tian Donghua even almost broke up with Wang Shui. If Yang Ming didn't plead for Wang Shui, Tian Donghua would have already kicked Wang Shui away. Although he also liked Wang Shui, if he had to choose between Wang Shui and his friends, he would choose his friends. It could be said that Tian Donghua was a very loyal person. However, now he was faced with the choice between family and friendship. Tian Donghua really didn't want to betray his father, but his father lied to him. He said that he didn't intend to make a move on Yang Ming. As a result, in just a few days, he came up with such a reason to deceive Yang Ming to Donghai. If his father didn't make a move on Yang Ming, Tian Donghua would treat it as if this had never happened. He wouldn't say anything to Yang Ming. But now, his father violated his own promise. This was what Tian Donghua couldn't accept and tolerate. Thinking of this, Tian Donghua had made a decision. One of the most important decisions in his life. It was also because of this decision that he saved his father at the last moment, saving his father from death. What do you mean by fortunately calling you? Yang Ming frowned slightly. In the face of Tian Donghua's clueless words, Yang Ming was really puzzled. Old Tian, what are you talking about? Yang Ming, where are you? You wait for me. I will come to you now. Tian Donghua said in a hurry. I am on the way to school. Yang Ming said. Before receiving Tian Long's call, Yang Ming was going to school. It was because he received Tian Long's call that Yang Ming temporarily changed his itinerary. In this case, I will wait for you at the school gate. Tian Donghua didn't allow any explanation and hung up the phone. Yang Ming didn't know why Tian Donghua was so mysterious, but he still drove in the direction of the school. Tian Donghua, after hanging up Yang Ming's phone call, hurried back to the classroom and said to Wang Shui, Shui'er, I have something important to do now. I have to go out. Now? Wang Shui wasn't an unreasonable person. Seeing Tian Donghua's anxious look, she nodded. Then, will you come back for lunch? I don't know yet. Maybe I won't eat. You eat by yourself. I will contact you by phone. Tian Donghua said. Okay, then contact me by phone. You be careful. Wang Shui saw that Tian Donghua should have something, but Tian Donghua didn't say in detail, so she didn't ask much. There is no danger. It's fine. Tian Donghua smiled bitterly. His father wouldn't do anything bad to him. He was not in danger. We have already let Yang Ming down once. We can't let him down a second time. Wang Shui was stunned after listening to Tian Donghua's words. Yang Ming? It's nothing. You pay attention to the class. I will talk to you about this later. Tian Donghua waved his hand and walked out of the classroom. Looking at Tian Donghua, who entered and left the classroom as if he was going through the city gate, the teacher could only smile helplessly. University was like this. If you didn't study, the teacher wouldn't care about you. The attendance was occasionally called by the tutor. In other cases, they were basically left to their own devices. The first semester of freshman year was better, but no one cared after that. Especially for students like Tian Donghua who spent money, the teachers knew what was going on in their hearts. They were even more negligent in their management. Tian Donghua quickly ran out of the teaching building and ran in the direction of the school gate. Tian Donghua was angrier as he thought about it. His father promised him not to touch Yang Ming. As a result, his father actually called Yang Ming behind his back and wanted to trick him to go to Donghai. This made Tian Donghua extremely angry. After hesitating, Tian Donghua picked up the phone and dialed his father's phone number. Hello? Donghua? Tian Long saw his son's phone call and was stunned. It was reasonable to say that Tian Donghua rarely took the initiative to call him. Dad, where are you? Tian Donghua asked faintly. I am at the company. What's wrong? What's the matter? Tian Long was more and more baffled. Why did his son call him like this? Dad, I heard that you asked Yang Ming to go to Donghai. You want to know about my usual movements at school. Is this really the case? Tian Donghua wanted to expose his father's conspiracy, but the other party was his father after all. Tian Donghua could only beat around the bush. Tian Long's face suddenly changed. Yang Ming told you? Yeah, Yang Ming will naturally tell me. Tian Donghua said coldly, Yang Ming is my buddy. If you want to understand me, he will definitely agree with me first. So it's like this. Haha, I just want to find Yang Ming and ask about your situation at school. Tian Long's tone became a little unnatural. The feeling of being caught by his son on the spot made him very uncomfortable. Is this really the case? Tian Donghua snorted. Do you think I will believe it? Of course, it's true. Tian Long knew that his plan to catch Yang Ming was ruined. He calculated everything, but he didn't expect that Yang Ming would communicate with Tian Donghua after receiving his call. He stood from the perspective of a father and said these words to his son's good friend, Yang Ming. He hoped that Yang Ming could hide from Tian Donghua and tell him what Tian Donghua did. In his opinion, this was for Tian Donghua's good. Yang Ming should be able to understand. However, he ignored one point. That was the brotherhood between Yang Ming and Tian Donghua. Whether Tian Donghua was good or not, Yang Ming couldn't directly betray Tian Donghua. He would definitely discuss with Tian Donghua first. As a result, his plan failed. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed a little too eager for quick success. When he learned that Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan had seen through the conspiracy of Chu Daming and Lu Chan, he became a little anxious. Because he had to give some explanation to the boss behind the scenes. Before the rebellion in Donghai, when Tian Long bought a lot of people's hearts, the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss gave him very generous financial support. Now, the boss's task was not completed. Tian Long could only pin his hopes on catching Yang Ming. Now that he thought about it, his plan was full of loopholes. Even if Yang Ming didn't talk to Yang Ming should doubt his motives and purpose. However, Tian Long still didn't consider the most critical problem. That was Yang Ming so easy to catch? He didn't know Yang Ming's other identity. He thought that Yang Ming was just a student who knew some kung fu. As long as he sent more people, it should be easy to catch him. Dad, are you still lying to me? Tian Donghua was obviously not a fool. After hearing Yang Ming's words at the beginning, he saw through his father's conspiracy. Tian Long sighed. He also understood that no matter how he explained now, Tian Donghua would not believe it. He could only blame himself for telling Tian Donghua that he wanted to deal with Yang Ming. Dad, didn't you promise me? Why didn't you do it to Yang Ming? How can you go back on your words? Tian Donghua finally couldn't stand his emotions and broke out. You didn't keep your words. Donghua, it's not that Dad went back on his words, but some unexpected changes happened. Only by catching Yang Ming can I save it. Tian Long explained, the other things that the boss told me have been done wrong. I can only remedy it from other aspects. Therefore, catching Yang Ming is the only way to remedy it. Dad, I have already said that I don't want to interfere with what you do, and I can't interfere. But you can't do it to my friend. Tian Donghua said firmly, you promise me. You must promise. If you have any ideas about Yang Ming, I will break off the relationship with you. Tian Long took a deep breath. He didn't expect his son to have such a personality. However, now that his son had seen through his plan, it was impossible for him to catch Yang Ming, so it didn't make sense to say this now. Even if Tian Long wanted to make a move on Yang Ming, it was more difficult. Okay, I promise you. Tian Long said helplessly. Tian Donghua didn't say anything and silently hung up the phone. Is my father's promise really useful? Tian Donghua smiled. Bitterly. In fact, he also understood. He was very clear in his heart. If it was useful, his father wouldn't have gone back on his words after promising him before. If his father really went back on his words, could he really break away from the relationship between father and son? Tian Donghua still smiled bitterly. In any case, they were father and son. This was an unchangeable fact. Tian Donghua could only work hard for his own beliefs. However, his father really broke his promise. What could he do? It seemed that he could only remind Yang Ming. He really didn't have any other good ideas. Standing at the school gate for a while, he saw Yang Ming's car driving over from a distance and slowly stopped beside him. Old Tian, get in the car. Yang Ming opened the door of the front passenger seat and said to Tian Donghua, who was standing by. Tian Donghua was not polite and directly got in the car. Yang Ming, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you. I went on a long trip. Yang Ming said, Old Tian, you are in such a hurry. Why are you looking for me? Yang Ming, I am looking for you for something. Tian Donghua hesitated, and his face showed an awkward expression. Although Tian Donghua had made up his mind to tell Yang Ming about his father's intention to harm Yang Ming, after all, the person involved was his father. Tian Donghua found it difficult to speak. Old Tian, what is the matter? Just say it. Yang Ming also saw that Tian Donghua seemed to have some difficulty speaking, so he said, why don't we find a quiet place to talk? Okay. Tian Donghua nodded. Tiandonghua was really embarrassed to talk in the car. It's just noon. Let's find a restaurant. I will treat you to a meal. Yang Ming smiled and said, well, let's find a Western restaurant. I know that there is a Russian restaurant nearby that is relatively quiet. Yang Ming drove to the nearby Persian Western restaurant. This restaurant was opened by Su Peng. Su Peng finally did not accept Yang Ming's suggestion to work with Li Degong, because he felt that it was better to be stable with a wife and child. However, since there was a relationship with Yang Ming also asked Bao Sanli to take care of Su Peng. Although Su Peng did not work with Yang Ming, after all, they were once brothers. They cried, laughed, and went crazy together. Yang Ming still helped him open such a Western restaurant. The income was much more stable and generous than the previous billiard room. Yang Ming was also very pleased that his former brother had a good home. Everyone had their own aspirations. Yang Ming couldn't force him to do anything. It was enough as long as he did his best. Western restaurants generally had more guests at night. During the day, there were not many guests. Su Peng was calculating at the bar. When he looked up and saw Yang Ming coming in, he immediately put down the account book in his hand with some joy. He came out from the bar and greeted, Brother Yang, you are here. Although Su Peng asked Yang Ming to come here more often when he was free, Su Peng also knew that Yang Ming couldn't come here often. Yang Ming's identity had doomed him not to come here often. Although the Western restaurant's grade was not low. Big Peng, how are you recently? Yang Ming smiled and patted Su Peng's shoulder. The business is good. There are more than 100,000 left in a month. Su Peng didn't hide anything from Yang Ming. After all, everything was given to him by Yang Ming. Although the opening of the Western restaurant was paid by Su Peng himself, the social connections were all found by Yang Ming. After all, for a person like him who had no foundation, if he wanted to open a Western restaurant in the downtown area, without connections, he couldn't handle a lot of things. But with Bao Sanli's help, these things became much easier to handle. So far, no one came to find trouble with Su Peng. It's stable. Yang Ming was satisfied with this result. Yeah, we earned a lot more than before. Su Peng nodded happily. Brother Yang, is this your friend? My college classmate, Tiandonghua. Yang Ming introduced him to Su Peng. We are roommates, good buddies. Hello, I am Yang Ming's junior high school buddy, Su Peng. Su Peng reached out to Tiandonghua in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you. Tiandonghua was also a friendly person. He shook hands with Su Peng. Su Peng, find us a private room. We need to talk about something. As for the food, you can do as you see fit. Yang Ming said to Su Peng, I will catch up with you another day. No problem. Su Peng nodded and took Yang Ming and Tiandonghua to a very elegant private room upstairs. Brother Yang, I am going to ask the kitchen to prepare the food. It seems that I can't treat you to this meal. After Su Peng left, Tiandonghua made a small joke to ease the atmosphere. Judging from the degree of familiarity between Su Peng and Yang Ming, the relationship between the two should be very solid. Then, Tiandonghua couldn't take out the money to treat him. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Ming smiled. We were good friends in junior high school. If I give him money, he won't accept it. Instead, we will be estranged. Yang Ming, there are some things that I don't know how to tell you, but I have to say it. Tiandonghua closed the door. He looked solemn and said with a complicated expression. Old Tian, what's the matter with you? Why are you so mysterious all the way? Yang Ming was somewhat baffled by Tiandonghua's reaction. He had always been a bold and fearless character. What happened today? Although Tiandonghua's mood was unstable now, Yang Ming could use his special ability to explore his thoughts, but Yang Ming didn't do so. It didn't make sense to do so. Since Tiandonghua found him, he would definitely say it. It was better to wait for him to speak. Yang Ming, Wang Shui and I have already let you down once. Tiandonghua's face darkened. So, I, Tiandonghua, will never let you down a second time. You treat me as a brother, then I have to live up to my conscience. Yang Ming, my father is targeting you. What? Originally, Yang Ming listened to the first half of Tian Donghua's sentence, and he was still somewhat inexplicable. When he listened to the second half of the sentence, he was suddenly shocked. Old Tian, what are you talking about? You said that your father is targeting me? What do you mean? My father, he. AI, this matter has to be explained from the beginning. Tian Donghua took out a bottle of beer from the wine cabinet behind him, opened it, and drank it in one breath. Yang Ming didn't speak, but he sat there quietly and watched Tian Donghua drink the beer. Tian Donghua's words made Yang Ming's heart tremble. Although he didn't understand why Tian Long would target him and what he was targeting, it was obvious that Tian Donghua wanted to betray his father and say such words. He had already done a lot of psychological struggle. After calming down his emotions, Tian Donghua began to talk to Yang Ming about what his father had done during this time. Yang Ming, our Tian family's position in Donghai, you should understand it, right? Yang Ming nodded, indicating that he knew. Tian Donghua saw that Yang Ming understood, so he continued to say, my father was unwilling to be under the Sun family. So, he bribed the management of the Sun family's company with the help of a mysterious boss behind the scenes. He bribed the Sun's family. Under house arrest put. Yang Ming was shocked after hearing Tian Donghua's words. He stood up and stared at Tian Donghua. Is what you said true? Yeah. Tian Donghua was very confused at the moment. He didn't notice Yang Ming's abnormal behavior and continued, in exchange, the behind-the-scenes boss asked my father to catch you. However, after I knew about this, I rejected it on the spot and almost fell out with him. Yang Ming calmed down his emotions and asked, you mean, the mysterious boss behind the scenes asked Uncle Tian to catch me? This is the case. Tian Donghua nodded. But last time, he had already promised me that he wouldn't touch you. Who knew that this time, he? AI, fortunately, you called me in advance. Only then did I know about this matter and stop you. Yang Ming, I can't hurt you. Yang Ming nodded thoughtfully. Although he didn't have any clues after listening to Tian Donghua, it seemed to be related to the previous actions against him. Another mysterious boss. Is this mysterious boss the same as the previous one? The most important thing was that Tian Donghua brought an unusual message to him. That was, the people of the Sun family were under house arrest by Tian Long. Did this include Xianxia? Thinking that Xianxia's phone couldn't be reached, her phone was turned off, and no one at home answered, then it was in line with Tian Donghua's words. This was a very possible thing. Thinking of Xianxia, Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. You said that your father put the Sun family under house arrest and wanted to catch me to the behind-the-scenes boss, asked Yang Ming. This is the case, but I have just called my father and scolded him. Tian Donghua said firmly, I don't care about the Sun family, but if he wants to touch you, it is absolutely impossible. I want to break off the relationship with him. Yang Ming didn't expect Tian Donghua to say such firm words. Yang Ming was suddenly moved. However, after Yang Ming listened to Tian Donghua's words, he also knew that his other plan was ruined. Originally, Yang Ming planned to beat Tian Long at his own game and go to Donghai to meet Tian Long, but now it seemed that Tian Long should have been alerted. Tian Donghua's phone call must have made him understand that his plan had been exposed, so he wouldn't easily see Yang Ming again. In fact, then again, how could it be so easy for Tian Long to catch him? Yang Ming was the apprentice of the king of assassins, Fang Tian. If there were no people around him, Yang Ming could easily escape alone in the sea of people. Tian Long wanted to catch Yang Ming, but it was simply a fool's dream. Even without Tian Donghua's snitch, Tian Long would not succeed. But now, since Tian Long already knew that Yang Ming knew his plan, then Yang Ming had no need to go to Donghai to see Tian Long. At the very least, on the surface, Tian Long would not meet up with him. Tian Long was also afraid that Yang Ming would play some tricks or even call the police. It must be known that these things that Tian Long did were dishonorable. Many things in the underworld were solved internally, and no one would call the police. But with Yang Ming joining in, it was different. Yang Ming's public identity was a college student. There was nothing wrong with calling the police and saying that Tian Long kidnapped him, so Tian Long would not take the risk to touch Yang Ming again. Thank you, old Tian. Yang Ming patted Tian Donghua's shoulder, but he was thinking about Tian Donghua's words. The shock that his words brought to Yang Ming was too great. Tianlong actually rebelled, put the Sun family's people under house arrest, and took over the Sun family's business in Donghai. This was what Yang Ming did not expect. This change came too quickly, and Yang Ming couldn't digest it. Why did so many changes happen when I went out of the country? Something happened at Mingyang Entertainment. The two vice presidents, Lu Chan and Chu Daming, ran away. On Donghai's side, the Sun family's right-hand man, the Tian family, also rebelled against the Sun family. Wait. Yang Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and some bold guesses flashed through his mind. Is the matter of Lu Chan and Chu Daming related to Tianlong? Since Tianlong wanted to mess with him, would he start with his own business? The most important thing was that Lu Chan and Chu Daming escaped to Donghai, which could not help but explain some problems. However, this was also Yang Ming's general judgment. Whether there was a relationship between them was not known now. He could only ask when he caught the two in the future. Yang Ming did not expect that Tianlong could not hold back. In Yang Ming's plan, Sun Jia would be his woman sooner or later, and she would go to North Africa with him. The business in Donghai would also be left to Tian Donghua to manage. In this way, these businesses in Donghai would belong to the Tian family sooner or later. Tianlong actually rebelled at this time, which made Yang Ming feel a little embarrassed. Yang Ming wanted to lead the Sun family's business to Tianlong, but now, Tianlong's rebellion made this matter advance. However, in this way, Yang Ming really had no way to give the Sun family's business to him. Although the result was the same, it was just a little earlier, but Tianlong's approach was absolutely intolerable to Yang Ming. Looking at Tian Donghua, who was distressed, Yang Ming sighed. In any case, Tian Donghua was not wrong, and his approach also made Yang Ming appreciate it. When Tianlong intended to harm him, Tian Donghua stood up bravely. Although it was more of a hindrance, this friendship made Yang Ming grateful. If I touch Tianlong, then what about Tian Donghua? If I kill Tianlong, will my relationship with Tian Donghua still be the same as before? Yang Ming shook his head. The relationship between Tian Donghua and Tianlong was different from the relationship between Wang Shui and Wang Shifan. In the end, Wang Shifan was just a father in name to Wang Shui. In fact, he did not fulfill the responsibility of a father. Wang Shui's relationship with him was not deep. Even so, Wang Shui still did something unfavorable to him under the instigation of her brother, Wang Jitao. And Tian Donghua was very close to Tianlong. If I touch Tianlong, then... Thinking about this, Yang Ming felt a headache. Seeing that Yang Ming's face was somewhat uncertain, Tian Donghua didn't know Yang Ming's thoughts. He thought that Yang Ming was angry, so he said, Yang Ming, you can rest assured. In any case, we are brothers. I can only do so much. I will use all my strength to fight against my father. Yang Ming listened to Tian Donghua's words and was somewhat moved. Sometimes, it was really hard to choose between brotherly love and morality. It was easy to kill Tianlong, but how would I face Tian Donghua in the future? Thinking of this, Yang Ming decided to test Tian Donghua's thoughts first. Old Tian, do you know what your father is doing? That is embezzling other people's property. Tian Donghua lowered his head. To be honest, he didn't agree with his father's approach, but his father kept saying that he was doing this for the Tian family, for Tian Donghua and Tian Dongguang. Besides, Tian Donghua really couldn't interfere with what Tianlong did. What he said was useless in front of Tianlong. Otherwise, it wouldn't cause Tianlong to promise him not to touch Yang Ming, but then go back on his words afterward. If it succeeds, then everything can be discussed. As Yang Ming said this, he paused and continued, but have you thought about what if it fails? Won't the Sun family fight back? And those who are related to the Sun family, will they turn a blind eye? At that time, your father won't just die, but he will die in an ugly way. Tian Donghua was shocked. It wasn't that he didn't think about this, but he didn't think about it. Now that Yang Ming mentioned it, Tian Donghua knew that this was not an alarmist talk, but it was really possible. Yang Ming was right. What did my father do? He took over someone's company and put their family under house arrest. If possible, would the other party spare him? My words are useless. He won't listen to me. Tiandonghua shook his head sadly. I also know that what he did was wrong, but I can't help it. Yang Ming knew that Tiandonghua was telling the truth. In Tianlong's view, Tiandonghua was just a child. How could Tianlong listen to Tiandonghua's advice? Moreover, in Tianlong's view, he did this for the good of the Tian family. If something happens to your father, what will you do? Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Tiandonghua. Tiandonghua was shocked by Yang Ming's sudden question, but Tiandonghua wasn't stupid. He immediately heard the hint in Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming, you. Tiandonghua didn't know what to say, but he could guess something faintly. Donghua, there are some things that I don't want to hide from you. Yang Ming sighed, organized his thoughts, and said, do you know why your father wants to catch me? Why? Tiandonghua was slightly stunned and looked at Yang Ming strangely. Listening to Yang Ming's tone, he seemed to have known the resentment between his father and him. Because Xianxia is my girlfriend. Yang Ming said word by word. Yang Ming's words were like a clap of thunder. Tiandonghua was so shocked that he didn't recover for a long time. He opened his mouth and looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Yang Ming didn't say anything about the behind-the-scenes boss. Those were too vague. The reason that he was Sun Hongjuan's son-in-law was enough to explain Tianlong's abnormal behavior. It could also create a reason for him to make a move on Tianlong's son Jia. Is she your girlfriend? Tiandonghua looked at Yang Ming incredulously. Could it be that my father didn't make a move on you because of the behind-the-scenes boss, but because of your relationship with the Sun family? Yang Ming nodded and said, as long as he doesn't get rid of me, he can't completely control the Sun family. I will definitely avenge the Sun family, so your father wants to catch me. Yang Ming, Sun Jia is actually your girlfriend. This is too surprising. Tiandonghua widened his eyes. Why didn't I know before? How can I publicize this kind of thing? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. However, I'm telling the truth. You don't have to doubt it. In other words, the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss is just an excuse? In fact, there is no such thing at all? Tiandonghua asked quickly. I don't know if there is such a person. Yang Ming shook his head. However, he is definitely targeting me because of the Sun family. Yang Ming was a little apologetic. After all, he deceived Tiandonghua. However, this kind deception was much better than direct deception. With Yang Ming's character, he wouldn't let Tianlong go. He just found a reason that Tiandonghua could accept. Yang Ming, do you want to go against my father? Tiandonghua was slightly stunned. Some things must be done. Yang Ming nodded. I must save Sun Jia. But, you are not my father's opponent. Tiandonghua exclaimed, otherwise, I will talk to my father and ask him to let go of the Sun family. Donghua, I know that it is difficult for you to be caught in the middle. However, I don't want you to continue to participate in this matter. It is not good for you. Yang Ming shook his head. Tianlong is an ambitious person. If he can listen to your advice, he will not go back on his words. Once the enmity between me and him is formed, it is not so easy to resolve. Hearing that Yang Ming's address to his father changed from the initial Uncle Tian to the current Tianlong, Tiandonghua knew that Yang Ming was really determined to be an enemy of his father. In fact, Yang Ming was right. If his father listened to his advice, he could not go back on his words. His words were really insignificant in front of his father, and there was almost no substantive effect. Tiandonghua didn't want anything to happen to either Yang Ming or his father. Although it was his father's matter, after all, he was his father. On one hand, it was family, and on the other hand, it was friendship. Tiandonghua was silent. Yang Ming, no matter what, I will advise my father. I hope that he can rein in the situation. Tiandonghua took a deep breath and said, even if he doesn't listen to me, I will try my best to persuade him not to hurt you. Similarly, I also hope that, if my father really stands against you, I hope that you can resolve this matter peacefully if you can reconcile. Yang Ming looked at Tiandonghua, who was usually cheerful in front of him, and was a little surprised when he suddenly said these words. However, it was not uncommon to experience sudden growth after experiencing changes, so it could only be understood that Tian Donghua was sensible. I promise you. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Tian Donghua's attitude did not let Yang Ming be ruthless in the end. Tian Long's life could be saved, and he should be more grateful to Tian Donghua. If it weren't for Tian Donghua's attitude of not hesitating to fall out with Tian Long for friendship, Yang Ming would not be soft-hearted. In fact, Yang Ming also knew that the current Tian Donghua did not understand the true strength of Yang Ming. If he knew the true strength of Yang Ming, he would not be like this now. Tian Donghua was probably more worried about whether Tian Long would harm Yang Ming. From the perspective of overall strength, Tian Long's strength was naturally very strong. Yang Ming was just a student. How could he go against him? Tian Donghua didn't know that Yang Ming was an assassin, and he was also a world-class top assassin. Could the person who was targeted by Yang Ming still be alive? I will go back to Donghai in a while. No matter what, I will do my best to persuade my father. I hope he can listen to me, said Tian Donghua. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. If Tian Long could really turn over a new leaf and rein in the situation, Yang Ming might as well let him go this time and act as if nothing had happened. However, this was the last chance. It depended on whether Tian Long could grasp and cherish it. If Tian Long was still stubborn, then no one could help him. Songjiang Industry University was one of the famous science and engineering universities in the country. The Computer Science Department of Songjiang Industry University was one of the members of many research groups. At the beginning of this year, the Dragon Code wireless protocol, which was led by the country, was developed by Songjiang Industry University. This was also one of the wireless transmission protocols independently developed by the country. Xiao Qing was the person in charge of this project. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Qing was so busy every day. Because the computer science department was understaffed, the department would recruit some graduate students as assistants every time there was a research and development project. Although graduate students were free labor, and the department would not give them a salary, the graduate students were still scrambling for it. Those who could be admitted as graduate students were generally those who were more motivated and loved learning. Those who were just idling around with the attitude of passing the test couldn't be admitted as graduate students. Therefore, in this way, being able to participate in the research and development of national key topics was a rare opportunity for personal ability training and future prospects. With the experience of participating in the research and development of national key topics, it was believed that this would be a very good qualification when looking for a job in the future. This was also the reason why many graduate students signed up when the recruitment notice came out. However, the number of participants was limited. After all, the research and development project was not a big class. It was impossible to get all the people inside. Zhou Jiejia looked at the latest announcement in the department. After seeing this news, she was suddenly ecstatic. As a veteran hacker, she had a very deep research on any kind of network protocol. However, that was just research. If one day she could personally become a rule maker, what a proud honor it would be. Originally, Zhou Jiejia faced the computer science courses in the university with an attitude of not listening. After all, the courses in the university were really old. A lot of knowledge was no longer useful or even wrong. However, this did not mean that there was nothing to learn in the university. Sometimes, some of the extracurricular knowledge taught by the course teacher was still very bright. This time, it was definitely an unexpected opportunity. After Zhou Jiejia saw the notice, she quickly put down the things in her hands and rushed to the computer science faculty building to sign up. Although there were not as many graduate students in the computer science department as undergraduate students, even so, there were as many as 180 people. At this moment, in front of the computer science faculty building, it also presented a scene of a sea of people. The registration was handled by Li Buoliang, the president of the Computer Science Association of Songjiang Industry University. Although Li Buoliang was not a graduate student, because of his status in the society and his own knowledge, he was also admitted to the research team. For Li Buoliang, see Chapter 1054, I Love Little Ming. The admission of the research team was very strict. Everyone had to fill in a form, write down what they were good at, what awards they had won, and what achievements they had achieved. After filling in the form, it was only a preliminary examination. Among these people, some of the people with potential would be selected and then interviewed. During the interview, it was naturally not as simple as just moving one's lips. The awards and achievements you have received during the preliminary review must be written out on the spot. Award winners will present their award certificates, while those with achievements will present their works. Zhou Jiejie squeezed through the crowd and squeezed to the front of the registration office. She said to Li Buoliang, who was distributing the registration form. Li Buoliang heard Zhou Jiejie's voice. It was like the sound of nature. In this computer science department where dinosaurs were everywhere, Li Buoliang had not seen a beauty for a long time. It was not easy to see a beauty at the beginning of school. She was in the computer science department and wanted to join the computer science club. As a result, there was no news. This made Li Buoliang regret that he did not get the contact information of the beauty. Now, hearing such a beautiful female voice, Li Buoliang subconsciously raised his head. As a result, he saw Zhou Jiejie, the girl he saw on the first day of school. He was overjoyed. What a coincidence. It's you. Zhou Jiejie was slightly stunned. She also recognized that the person in front of her was Li Buoliang, the president of the Computer Science Association. She smiled slightly and nodded to him politely. Yeah, what a coincidence. It turns out that you are responsible for the registration. Yeah, generally, this kind of activity is organized by the Computer Science Association. After all, the energy of the teachers in the department is limited, said Li Buoliang. However, anyone could see the pride in Li Buoliang's words. In fact, the Computer Science Association was responsible. This also indirectly proved that the authority of the Computer Science Association in the school could not be underestimated. Can you give me a form to sign up? I also want to participate in the research of the wireless network protocol. Although Zhou Jiejie was very clear about Li Buoliang's thoughts, she had to ask him for help at this moment, so she had to smile and say a few words to him. Of course. Oh, wait. You are not a graduate student. Li Buoliang just wanted to take out a form and hand it to Zhou Jiejie. He suddenly remembered that the object of this research was a graduate student, not an undergraduate student, so he quickly said, for this research, the department only recruits graduate students, not undergraduate students. Ah? I see. Zhou Jiejie listened to Li Buoliang's words and was disappointed. This was a good opportunity that she had been looking forward to for a long time. The real opportunity was in front of her, but because of her current academic qualifications, she could not participate. Seeing the beauty's disappointment, Li Buoliang suddenly felt pain in his heart. He thought about it and said, I am also an undergraduate student, but because I am the president of the Computer Science Association, I also participated in the research and development of this project. How about this? I will help you ask the computer science teacher to see if you can also participate in this research and development. Then, I will trouble you. Zhou Jiejie originally thought that there was no hope, but when she heard Li Buoliang's words, she was suddenly happy and quickly thanked him. In order to please Zhou Jiejie, Li Buoliang ignored the work in his hands. He put down the work in his hands and quickly ran to the computer science teacher building. Li Buoliang's Computer Science Association was usually led by the deputy director of the Computer Science Department, Sun Dimao. Li Buoliang and Sun Dimao were also familiar with each other. When he came to the door of the deputy director's office, Li Buoliang knocked on the door, and Sun Dimao's voice came from inside, Who is it? Please come in. Li Buoliang pushed open the door of the office and found that the director of the department, Xianxia, was also there. He quickly called out respectfully, Director Xiao, Director Sun. What's the matter? Sun Dimao put down the work in his hands and asked Li Buoliang. Director Sun. When Li Buoliang saw that the director, Xianxia, was also there, he was a little embarrassed to speak. He was familiar with Sun Dimao, but he was not very familiar with Xianxia. Xianxia was responsible for the overall work in the department, and she was the main person in charge of many scientific research projects, so some trivial matters in the department were managed by the deputy director. The Computer Science Association was a non-governmental organization for students. Xianxia naturally did not have much time to manage it, so it was also managed by Sun Dimao. However, Xianxia still knew Li Buoliang. He was one of the more famous students in the department, and he had also won a national computer competition award. If you have something to say, just say it. I am discussing the wireless project with Director Xiao. Sun Dimeo saw that Li Builiang did not speak after coming in, so he was somewhat unhappy and scolded him. Director Sun, this is the case. There is an undergraduate student who also wants to participate in our research group. As Li Builiang said this, he carefully observed Sun Dimeo's reaction to see if he was angry before continuing. An undergraduate student? There are undergraduate students who also want to participate. Sun Dimeo frowned and thought it was a little funny. Generally speaking, the school said that it was recruiting graduate students. Undergraduate students would not join in the fun. Moreover, the knowledge level of undergraduate students was limited. It was useless to participate. Therefore, even if there was a project recruitment over the years, no undergraduate students had signed up. Yes, this undergraduate student is a computer enthusiast and a member of our Computer Science Association. Li Builiang said quickly. Zhou Jiejie originally intended to join the Computer Science Association, but she did not report later. However, Li Builiang was not lying. There are really undergraduate students who are interested in this. Which year is the student? Xiaoqing was also interested and asked. It's a freshman student. When Li Builiang heard Xiaoqing's question, he quickly replied respectfully, a very quiet girl named Zhou Jiejie. What? A freshman? Sun Dimeo listened to Li Builiang's answer and was stunned. He frowned and said, could it be that she wants to join in the fun? This can't be done. This is a national key project. It is not a joke. Are you, kid, interested in her and want to use this opportunity to please her? After Sun Dimeo said this, he suddenly remembered that Xiaoqing was also listening. His forehead suddenly had cold sweat. He was usually very familiar with Li Builiang. It was normal to joke, but today, the head of the department was here. If he still made this kind of joke with a student, it was a bit too much. Li Builiang was blushed by Sun Dimeo's words. He said embarrassedly, how can it be, Director Sun? Look at what you said. I just saw that she was more concerned about our project, so I came to ask you. Besides, undergraduate students want to sign up for project research. This is something that has happened for many years. Okay, you can go back. I still have things to do. Sun Dimeo just made a mistake. He was afraid that Xiaoqing would have an opinion of him, so he quickly sent Li Builiang away. Then I am leaving, Director Sunday. Li Builiang saw that there was no hope, so he left the office with his head down. However, when he left, he did not forget to say, goodbye, Director Xiao. Xiaoqing really didn't care much about Sun Dimeo's joke, but the name Zhou Jiejie was familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere, but she forgot. Recently, she was very busy. Xiaoqing's mind was also confused, so this thing just flashed by. She didn't take it seriously and put it aside for the time being. Li Builiang's plan was ruined. He couldn't show his ability in front of the beauty, which made Li Builiang very distressed. He was the president of the Computer Science Association. If he couldn't handle this kind of thing, how could Zhou Jiejie fall in love with him? He could only blame himself for going at the wrong time. Director Xiaoqing of the college was also in Deputy Director Sun Dimeo's office. Sun Dimeo probably wouldn't dare to make a decision. Maybe if it was another time, Deputy Director Sun would agree. Because Deputy Director Sun was still more understanding, he once cared about Li Builiang's private life and asked if he had a girlfriend. When he learned that Li Builiang didn't have a girlfriend, Deputy Director Sun also urged him to find one quickly. He couldn't delay his private life because of technology. But today, he obviously found the wrong opportunity. Seeing Li Builiang's face, Zhou Jiejie's expectant eyes suddenly dimmed. It seemed that there was no hope. In fact, after Li Builiang left, Zhou Jiejie probably guessed that her hope was not big when she saw the scene of a sea of graduate students signing up. Although Zhou Jiejie could proudly say that she was not inferior to the people present, the school would not care about this. The school looked at your academic qualifications. Zhou Jiejie was a freshman student. How could she participate in the research of graduate students? I'm sorry, beauty. I tried my best. Li Builiang helplessly spread out his hands. The leaders in the department said that there is no precedent. So, thank you too. Although Zhou Jiejia knew that Li Buliang's purpose seemed to be impure, he did help her. Zhou Jiejia couldn't not express it. At least Li Buliang didn't say that he wanted to pursue her face to face, so Zhou Jiejia pretended not to know. I have a good relationship with Deputy Director Sun in the department, but today, Director Xiaoqing arranged work in Deputy Director Sun's office, so it may be because of this reason that Deputy Director Sun rejected me. Li Buliang defended himself. He didn't want to lose face in front of the beauty, so he pushed the responsibility away. Director Xiaoqing? Our department's director is called Xiaoqing? Zhou Jiejia heard Li Buliang's words and suddenly asked. Yeah, our department has only one director, Xiao. Who else could it be? Li Buliang smiled. Director Xiao is young, but her knowledge is not simple. She is involved in many key topics in China. She is a strong woman. Her scholarship is also very rigorous. When students went to university, they were not as familiar with the names of the school's directors and principals as they were when they were in junior high school or high school. Because the university was too big, these high-level leaders had little interaction with them. The most they usually dealt with were the tutors and lecturers. It was not surprising that Zhou Jiejia didn't know the name of the department's director, especially a freshman like her, so Li Buliang was not surprised. The reason why Li Buliang said that Xiaoqing was very powerful was to prove that Xiaoqing was a master in academia. In this way, the selection of assistants could be stricter. Zhou Jiejia couldn't blame herself if she wasn't chosen. So that's the case. Zhou Jiejia nodded thoughtfully. She remembered that Yang Ming's godsister seemed to be called Xiaoqing. Zhou Jiejia also faintly heard Yang Ming mention it. She wasn't sure if it was the case. It seemed that the beautiful woman she saw when they went out to eat last time was Xiaoqing. It was just that it was unknown whether this Xiaoqing and the department's director, Xiaoqing, were the same person. Zhou Jiejia planned to ask Yang Ming when she went back. It doesn't matter. The wireless project is now only in the initial stage of collecting data. The research has not officially started yet. It will take a while before it can start, so there is still a chance. Wait for me to find a private time and talk to Deputy Director Sunday. Maybe it will work. Really? Then I will trouble you to help me ask about this from time to time. Zhou Jiejia wasn't sure if Yang Ming's godsister was the department's director, so she could only pin her hopes on Li Buliang. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Right, what's your phone number? I will call you when I have news. Li Buliang wanted to establish a long-term contact with Zhou Jiejia, so he beat around the bush to get Zhou Jiejia's phone number. Zhou Jiejia hesitated a little and told Li Buliang the phone number. Originally, the phone number was something public, so it couldn't be considered private. It was fine to tell Li Buliang. After getting Zhou Jiejia's phone number, Li Buliang was ecstatic, but he was afraid that Zhou Jiejia would see and hate him. On the surface, Li Buliang still pretended to be calm and put away Zhou Jiejia's phone number. Zhou Jiejia didn't say much to Li Buliang. Since she couldn't sign up, Zhou Jiejia could only leave. She didn't have the leisure to chat with Li Buliang. Yesterday, Yang Ming came back. Zhou Jiejia was now full of thoughts on the scene of meeting with Yang Ming at night. Her father had returned to Donghai safely. Although he hadn't met her yet, he had called her. It was said that he was going to do some business with her mother in Donghai. Her father could come back safely. All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejia still didn't know how to thank him. However, when she was usually chatting with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, Chen Mingyan once jokingly suggested that Zhou Jiejia should repay Yang Ming's kindness of saving her father with her body. If this was in ancient times, it would be a good story. It made Zhou Jiejia blush, but in her heart, she also agreed with Chen Mingyan's words. It was just that she was a girl, so she didn't dare to say some words. Sometimes, Zhou Jiejia felt that she was a little funny. She actually became timid. Thinking back, when she pursued Yang Ming, she was so bold. She even dared to send such a hot text message. Now, she blushed when she talked to Yang Ming. Perhaps only now did Zhou Jiejia restore the girl's original reserved nature. A phone rang. Zhou Jiejia glanced at the caller ID. It was Chen Mingyan, so she picked up the phone. Sister Mingyan, where are you? It was just noon now. At this time, Chen Mengyan called Zhou Jiejia. Basically, it was to ask her to eat together at noon. Jiejia, Zhiyun and I are in the cafeteria. Where are you? Didn't we agree to meet here? Asked Chen Mengyan. Zhou. Jiejia looked at the time on her watch and found that it was already 11:30. Unknowingly, it took a lot of time to sign up at the computer science teacher building, so Chen Mengyan and the others were anxious. In fact, the reason why Chen Mengyan was anxious was that she wanted to ask Zhou Jiejia about Yang Ming's situation. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia were in the same class. If Yang Ming came to school, Zhou Jiejia would see Yang Ming first. For the whole morning, there was no news about Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun were naturally anxious. Seeing Zhou Jiejia enter the cafeteria, they quickly waved to her. Jiejia, here. Zhou Jiejia also saw Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun. She smiled and walked over quickly. However, because it was noon, there were more people in the cafeteria. Zhou Jiejia walked 2 steps and accidentally bumped into a classmate. Unfortunately, this classmate was holding a plate of fried noodles in her hand. Her hand shook, and the fried noodles fell to the ground, splashing onto Zhou Jiejia's pants. However, because she bumped into others, Zhou Jiejia naturally wouldn't blame others. She looked at the girl in front of her apologetically and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. I bumped into you. Can I buy you a new bowl?" The girl didn't snort. She was about to attack, but she suddenly saw that the person in front of her was Zhou Jiejia, so she immediately recovered her smile. "It's okay. I can buy it myself." Jing Xiaolu's shoes were bought with Yang Ming when they went shopping. Jing Xiaolu naturally cherished them. Although the fried noodles didn't get on her clothes and pants, some of it splashed on her shoes, which made Jing Xiaolu feel distressed. Anyone would be angry if they were in this situation. However, when Jing Xiaolu saw that it was Zhou Jiejia, her anger disappeared. Jing Xiaolu still knew about Zhou Jiejia. Of course, it was all from Guxiniao's mouth. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu knew that there was a deep relationship between Zhou Jiejia and Yang Ming. It was even possible that she was one of Yang Ming's girlfriends. When Jing Xiaolu saw Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun not far from Zhou Jiejia, she was even more convinced of this point. These 3 people ran to eat together at noon. It couldn't help but explain some problems. How can that be? Let me buy it for you. Zhou Jiejia thought that the other party would also blame her. After all, it was her fault. Moreover, she had dirted the other party's shoes. Although it wasn't to the extent of a fight, there would definitely be a few complaints. He just didn't expect her to be so peaceful. She didn't even need him to buy a new bowl of noodles for her. Jing Xiaolu was just being polite. Seeing that Zhou Jiejia insisted, she nodded and agreed. If she could build a relationship with Zhou Jiejia, she could integrate into the small circle of Yang Ming's harem. Jing Xiaolu calculated with her own thoughts. Then let's go together. Chen Mengyan was also afraid that Zhou Jiejia would suffer, so she also ran to Zhou Jiejia's side. However, seeing that Zhou Jiejia was very understanding, she was relieved. Jing Xiaolu had completely changed her dressing from the original non-mainstream to the current youthful student outfit. Chen Mengyan really didn't recognize that she was the previous Jing Xiaolu. "Mengyan, I am going to accompany this classmate to buy fried noodles. Wait for me." Zhou Jiejia smiled at Chen Mengyan and explained. Chen Mengyan also witnessed the whole process of the incident before, so she nodded happily at the moment. Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejia walked to the canteen's vending window together. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, "I don't plan to buy fried noodles. I just regretted it when I bought fried noodles. I was worried about what to do, but you knocked it down. Hehe, this time I plan to buy a rice dish." Zhou Jiejia didn't know whether what Jing Xiaolu said was true or not, but she felt that Jing Xiaolu's character was very good. She was very approachable. She couldn't help but have a good impression of her. "It seems that I have inadvertently done a good thing?" "Yeah." Jing Xiaolu nodded seriously. "Right, my name is Jing Xiaolu. I am from the art department." Zhou Jiejia, computer science. Zhou Jiejia also quickly introduced herself. "You are from the art department? Are you studying acting?" "No, I am studying art, but it is also related to computer science. Many of our courses are using." Computers to make animations. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, I was worried about not knowing computer science students. My computer often has problems, and I don't know how to solve them. This is great. If there is a problem in the future, I will ask you. You can't refuse. Of course, there is no problem. Zhou Jiejie readily agreed. Jing Xiaolu's request was very ordinary. The two were now acquainted. Zhou Jiejie was also very happy to make friends with Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu really didn't know much about the computer's installation system and antivirus, so it couldn't be considered as lying to Zhou Jiejie. Although she wanted to deliberately get close to Zhou Jiejie, she didn't want to lie to her. After all, if she lied now and was exposed in the future, it would be bad for her. The two came to the window selling rice dish together. Jing Xiaolu ordered a beef and persimmon rice dish. Zhou Jiejie saw that the color was good, so she also ordered one. Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun had already ordered, so she didn't need to care about them. When it was time to pay, Zhou Jiejie rushed to swipe her card, and Jing Xiaolu didn't argue too much. Why are there so many people today? It seems that it is not easy to find a seat. Jing Xiaolu looked at the people in the cafeteria and pretended to be emotional. Eat with us. My friend is over there. Zhou Jiejie pointed to Chen Mengyan and said. Jing Xiaolu originally wanted to eat with Zhou Jiejie, Chen Mengyan, and Lin Jiyun. She just wanted Zhou Jiejie to invite her. Now that Zhou Jiejie sent an invitation, Jing Xiaolu gladly agreed. The two returned to the table with the newly bought rice dish. Jing Xiaolu saw Lin Jiyun and pretended to be surprised. Lin Jiyun, you are here too? Lin Jiyun naturally knew Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu and her roommate, Gu Xinyao, were good sisters. Jing Xiaolu often went to play with Gu Xinyao. So, she was also very familiar with Lin Jiyun. Because of Gu Xinyao's presence, Jing Xiaolu couldn't be too close to Lin Jiyun. It was obvious that some of her intentions and motives were impure. If Gu Xinyao saw it, she would definitely scold her. So, although Jing Xiaolu and Lin Jiyun were very familiar, they never went out to play or eat together. Jing Xiaolu, what a coincidence. Lin Jiyun smiled sweetly. Lin Jiyun was a very easygoing person. She also saw Jing Xiaolu's recent changes. She didn't reject Jing Xiaolu as much as before. She just saw the dispute between Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejie. She wanted to persuade them, but Chen Mengyan ran ahead of her. Lin Jiyun couldn't leave because she wanted to occupy the table, so she had to watch from here. But seeing Jing Xiaolu's attitude toward Zhou Jiejie, Lin Jiyun still agreed. She felt that Jing Xiaolu really learned well and wasn't as capricious as before. Jing Xiaolu? Chen Mengyan was slightly stunned. This name is so familiar. After taking a closer look, she finally recognized it. The person in front of her was the non-mainstream girl who made a scene when she was eating with Yang Ming in the cafeteria not long after she went to university. Later, she was splashed with porridge by Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan was really surprised by the huge change in the two of them. If she didn't hear this name, Chen Mengyan would never connect the two together. You, our sister Chen Mengyan? Jing Xiaolu was well-behaved and modest to Chen Mengyan. You recognized me? Chen Mengyan also confirmed at the moment that the person in front of her was the former non-mainstream girl. However, Chen Mengyan didn't think that Jing Xiaolu's politeness to Zhou Jiejie was because she saw her. From Jing Xiaolu's dressing, Chen Mengyan had already seen the change. The original Jing Xiaolu was no different from a delinquent girl in the society. Now, Jing Xiaolu was more like a lively student. Yeah, I'm really sorry about the last time. Jing Xiaolu tidied up her hair and said, I was not sensible before. Now I have grown up. When she heard Jing Xiaolu say that she was not sensible before, and now she had grown up, Chen Mengyan couldn't help but smile. Now it seemed that Jing Xiaolu was still quite cute. At least, Chen Mengyan's impression of her had improved a lot. You can still remember me, hee. Since Jing Xiaolu said so, Chen Mengyan couldn't be bothered about the past. She said with relief, let's forget about the past. The most important thing is that you can change those bad habits. Thank you. Sister Mengyan. Jing Xiaolu said quickly. Why do you call me sister? Chen Mengyan was a bit baffled by Jing Xiaolu's address. I studied for a year in the morning, so I am younger than you. Jing Xiaolu quickly explained, moreover, I was in trouble last time. Thank you, brother Yang Ming, for saving me. Otherwise, I really didn't know what to do. Now I am working in a company that brother Yang Ming introduced to me. It's like this. Chen Mingyan really didn't know that Jing Xiaolu had met Yang Ming later. Yang Ming also helped her, but Chen Mingyan was still a bit awkward when an outsider called her Sister Mingyan. Although Lin Jiyun also called her that at home, it was a name in the boudoir. When they were at school, they still called each other by their names. Now that Jing Xiaolu called her that, Chen Mingyan thought of the things at home, so she said, call me by my name in the future. Don't call me sister. We are all classmates. It sounds a bit awkward. Well, I will call you Mingyan. Is that okay? Jing Xiaolu actually knew that Lin Jiyun called Chen Mingyan as Sister Mingyan privately because when Lin Jiyun called Chen Mingyan in the dormitory, Jing Xiaolu paid attention. However, now that Chen Mingyan didn't let her call her that, Jing Xiaolu could also understand the reason. Lin Jiyun called Chen Mingyan as Sister Mingyan because Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan were both Yang Ming's women. This kind of address was very secretive when they were together. Jing Xiaolu was now just an outsider. Calling Chen Mingyan like this would naturally make Chen Mingyan feel awkward. Of course, you can. Chen Mingyan gladly agreed. Jing Xiaolu originally deliberately came to get close to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun. Jing Xiaolu naturally followed their topic. A few months of white-collar life in the company made Jing Xiaolu mature a lot and understand a lot of communication means between people. Therefore, under Jing Xiaolu's deliberate management, Chen Mingyan and the other two also accepted Jing Xiaolu as a friend. However, Jing Xiaolu was very clear in her heart that Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and Lin Jiyun only regarded her as an ordinary friend. It was absolutely impossible to integrate into their circle. Unless Yang Ming pushed her down on the bed, it was possible to achieve it. Therefore, after exchanging everyone's phone numbers, Jing Xiaolu decided to contact them more in private when she was free. Jing Xiaolu didn't expect to integrate into their circle at once. She just wanted to leave a good impression on them. Now, Jing Xiaolu also let go of her previous impetuous heart. She carefully paid attention. The women that Yang Ming liked, although they were definitely beautiful, each of them had their own characteristics, and each of them had their own strengths. Jing Xiaolu wanted to have a place in Yang Ming's heart, so she could only work on herself. Originally, her previous image of a non-mainstream delinquent girl gave Yang Ming a bad impression, so Jing Xiaolu worked hard to change her image while constantly enriching herself. It was true that she was a little smart. Jing Xiaolu could pat her chest and say that she could definitely give Yang Ming some ideas. However, this kind of incompetent advisor didn't seem to be very glorious, so after Jing Xiaolu entered the company, she began to work hard to learn the knowledge of management and public relations. After she had a certain ability, she wasn't afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't pay attention to her. Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan also met in the school's cafeteria. Yan Yan. Chen Mingyan is over there. Zhao Ying saw Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, Lin Jiyun, and an unknown girl not far away. However, Zhao Ying didn't know if she should go over and say hello. If it was just Chen Mingyan alone, Zhao Ying didn't mind going over. But now, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jejia, the other two women of Yang Ming, were also there. Zhao Ying didn't know when it was appropriate for her to go over. I saw them. Wang Xiaoyan actually noticed Chen Mingyan and others long ago. With her eyesight, she saw the three people as soon as she entered the cafeteria. Then, should we go over and say hello? Zhao Ying was a little scared. When she saw Chen Mingyan, she was a little nervous and felt sorry for her. However, at this time, if they met in the cafeteria, it didn't seem good if she didn't say hello. So, Zhao Ying planned to stand up and go over to say hello to Chen Mingyan. Sister Ying. Chen Mingyan is your student. Why should you go over and say hello to her? Wang Xiaoyan pulled Zhao Ying's hand and stopped her action. If you want to say hello, she should be the one to say hello to you. Sister Ying, don't put the cart before the horse. But, she is Yang Ming's. Zhao Ying spoke halfway and didn't continue. However, the meaning of the words was already very clear. That was, Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, which was the so-called first wife. She believed that Wang Xiaoyan could also understand. So what? Wang Xiaoyan snorted and said with some disdain, you know, the person that Yang Ming liked first was you. If you weren't so wishy-washy, Chen Mengyan wouldn't be here now. You can't say that. Yang Ming liked Chen Mengyan first. Zhao knew that Wang Xiaoyan's character was like this, so she didn't care. So what? Anyway, Yang Ming confessed to you first. Wang Xiaoyan said, Sister Ying, I think you are Yang Ming's first wife. Anyway, I support you. That's not good. Zhao Ying was a little embarrassed by Wang Xiaoyan's words. She wasn't a competitive person, but when she thought of Chen Mengyan calling her a vixen, Zhao Ying's heart was a little timid. What's not good? Wang Xiaoyan disagreed. Anyway, I don't like Chen Mengyan's behavior. After listening to Wang Xiaoyan's words, Zhao Ying could only smile helplessly. However, when Chen Mengyan was about to leave after eating, she saw Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan. For Wang Xiaoyan, this neighbor, Chen Mengyan had seen her a few times. Although they didn't talk much, they were familiar with each other. In Chen Mengyan's impression, she had always regarded Wang Xiaoyan as her junior high deskmate who pursued her. Therefore, she never thought that Wang Xiaoyan would have a relationship with Yang Ming. Sister Ying, Wang Xiaoyan, you are here too. After Chen Mengyan and Zhao Ying resolved the misunderstanding, the relationship between the two also restored the previous sisterly relationship, so Chen Mengyan was very enthusiastic. Mengyan, have you finished eating? Zhao Ying also smiled and nodded. Let's sit down and eat together? Although Zhao Ying knew that Chen Mengyan had finished eating, she could only pretend that she didn't know at the moment. Otherwise, if Chen Mengyan asked why she didn't go over to say hello, Zhao Ying wouldn't be able to explain. We have finished eating. You can eat. Chen Mengyan said, Sister Ying, then I will go first. I still have class in the afternoon. See you later. Zhao Ying smiled and waved her hand. After Chen Mengyan left, Zhao Ying sighed subconsciously. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Sister Ying, why are you so cowardly? If you are so overcautious, when can you get happiness? Yan, you don't understand. The relationship between you and Chen Mengyan isn't like the relationship between me and her. Zhao Ying shook her head. I used to be her teacher, and I was also Yang Ming's teacher. You said that I snatched a man from my student. This is so bad. You. Wang Xiaoyan really didn't know what to say to Zhao Ying. She pointed at Zhao Ying and was angry for a long time. Then, she said, forget it. I don't care about you. I can't do anything about it. You always have various reasons. Yan, I know that you are also good for me. Zhao Ying saw that Wang Xiaoyan really thought for her. However, Wang Xiaoyan's character was different from her own style. Zhao Ying couldn't ignore Chen Mengyan's thoughts. But my situation is really complicated. These things can only be left to fate. Since you have said so, then I have nothing to say. Wang Xiaoyan said helplessly, but you have to work hard yourself. Zhao Ying's face had a little blush, and she nodded. Tian Donghua left in a hurry before he finished eating. When Su Peng came to the private room with the waiter who served the dishes, he was surprised when he saw that only Yang Ming was left. Bring up Zhou Zhejia's file. Let me have a look. After Li Builiang left, the name Zhou Zhejia was hovering in Xiaoqing's mind. She felt more and more familiar as if she had heard it before. However, she had been busy these days. Xiaoqing couldn't remember where she had heard this name, but she was not relieved. She always felt that this name seemed to represent something, so she asked Sun Dimeo to bring up Zhou Zhejia's student file. The computer science department naturally had the right to access all the student files in the computer science department, but it could only be the computer science department. Xiaoqing naturally had no right to access students from other departments. Oh? Sun Dimeo was slightly stunned. He was surprised that Xiaoqing would suddenly pay attention to a student. Just now, when Li Builiang came to recommend Zhou Zhejia to participate in the research and development project, Sun Dimeo was still very angry with Li Builiang's insensitivity. He mentioned this in front of the department's director. If Sun Dimeo were to cheat and be seen by Xiaoqing, it would be bad. If Sun Dimeo found him privately, maybe Sun Dimeo could help Li Builiang. However, Sun Dimeo didn't expect that Xiaoqing would ask him to bring up this student's file. However, since Xiaoqing requested it, Sun Dimeo was naturally duty-bound. He quickly logged into the university's internet database, entered his username and password, and entered the student archive. It was easy to search for the freshman Zhou Jiejia's information file. Director Xiao, this is Zhou Jiejia's student file. Sun Dimeo pointed to the student file on the computer screen in front of him. Zhou Jiejia's photo was very cute. There were 2 small dimples on her sweet smiling face. Sun Dimeo praised in his heart. She is really a beautiful little girl. No wonder Li Buoliang is so attentive. It seems that Li Buoliang wants to find her to be his girlfriend. If there is a chance, I have to help Li Buoliang matchmake. A student in the first-year class. Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. Isn't this Yang Ming's opposite class? In fact, the opposite class in the university was the same as the same class. There was no difference. The classes and extracurricular activities were all carried out together. Even the teachers were a set of people. They were usually in the same classroom, and there was no exception even during exams. Looking at Zhou Jiejia's appearance, Xiaoqing was even more convinced. She finally remembered who this Zhou Jiejia was. Last time, when she met Yang Ming at the restaurant with Sun Jia, Zhou Jiejia was among them. Xiaoqing also learned about Zhou Jiejia's story from Yang Ming. This was a girl who was willing to risk her life for her lover. She could even sacrifice herself to block the bullet for Yang Ming. This made Xiaoqing feel grateful and admired her from the bottom of her heart. It's her. However, this Zhou Jiejia is actually interested in wireless technology? This is a very novel thing. If Zhou Jiejia was really interested in this aspect, it would be a good opportunity. Although Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister, she didn't expect to be able to walk together with Yang Ming openly one day. However, she still somewhat hoped that her identity would be recognized, even if it was just a small recognition. Azaz. If Zhou Jiejia was really interested in computer technology, she believed that with her knowledge, she would definitely get Zhou Jiejia's recognition quickly. If there was such a day, she could integrate into Yang Ming's small circle. Then, Zhou Jiejia would definitely support her. Xiaoqing had never thought about having a harem war or seizing power. It was her greatest wish to get a small recognition among Yang Ming's women. So when she thought of this, Xiaoqing said to Sun Dimeo, this Zhou Jiejia, how is her professional course results? Sun Dimeo quickly opened Zhou Jiejia's transcript and found that Zhou Jiejia's professional course results in the previous semester were actually excellent. This made Sun Dimeo very surprised. As a matter of fact, the university was a place where one could get a score of 600. Especially for freshmen who had just experienced the torment of the college entrance examination, it was the semester that they were most unwilling to study. It was rare for a girl like Zhou Jiejia to get such an impressive result in her professional course. Especially in the compilation class, she actually got a high score of 150 points. This made Xiaoqing a little surprised. Although there weren't many students who got 100 points, there were still a few. However, it wasn't surprising. After all, most of the things on the paper were from the books. As long as one listened to the class and read the books carefully, they would get good results. Including the programming questions at the back of the paper. They were all examples of programs that had ready-made answers in the books. As long as one memorized them, they could pass smoothly. However, to get 150 points, it meant that the experimental class results also got a perfect score of 50 points. Generally, the school's programming exam would have experimental questions. The students were required to write a program designed by themselves. This kind of question didn't have a standard answer. It was entirely up to the students to create. As long as the written program could be successfully debugged, it was considered correct. Such additional questions were actually opened for those students who had real talent and weren't willing to memorize by rote. Some smarter students learned programming very well, but they weren't willing to memorize some conceptual things. In this way, as long as the program was written correctly, the score on the paper only needed to be 10 points, and the total score would be enough to pass. This kind of exam was more humane. Fishman's curriculum was like this when he went to university. I don't know if it was like this in other schools. But generally, no one would do this kind of question. After all, assembly was a very difficult programming language to learn. It was much more difficult to understand than C language. Especially this time, the question was more unusual. The students were asked to design a program to copy and read the entire floppy disk under DOS. Most students gave up on the experimental question. After all, for this kind of program, not only did you have to provide the compiled program, but you also had to provide the complete program code. The teacher who reviewed it was also stricter. If it was plagiarized, it would be seen directly. Not only did Xianxia write such a program, but the program also supported copying of special tracks and weak sectors while supporting copying of ordinary disks. In other words, Xianxia's program could copy some software so-called key disk. For example, many antivirus software in the early days used the encryption method of the floppy disk key disk. Although later, when the encryption and decryption technology developed to its peak, the floppy disk encryption had been abandoned by many manufacturers. The floppy disk encryption technology was no longer the top technology and was publicized. However, Xianxia, a freshman student, could actually write such a comprehensive program, which really surprised Xiaoqing. Sun Dimeo, who was on the side, was also shocked. He slammed the table and said, "Is this student a genius?" Originally, Sun Dimeo thought that Li Builiang wanted to pick up girls, so he pulled Xianxia to participate in the research and development project. Now it seemed that this Xianxia was indeed a real talent. "Director Xiao, it seems that this Xianxia is the same as you. She is also a female hero in our computing world." Sun Dimeo praised Xianxia and flattered Xiaoqing without leaving any trace. Xiaoqing didn't have time to listen to his flattery. Xiaoqing originally just wanted to bring Xianxia to participate in the research project to deepen their relationship. But now, Xiaoqing changed her original intention. She really wanted Xianxia to participate in the research and development project together. This kind of student with the spirit of research was a very rare talent. Her future achievements would definitely not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Xiaoqing said, "Let this student also participate in our research project." "I think so, too." Sun Dimeo's idea was the same as Xiaoqing's. He also wanted to go through the back door to help Li Builiang. Now it seemed that this Xianxia was really a talent. It was a pity that she didn't participate in the research project. "So, you find Li Builiang and inform him. Let him report directly to the computer science faculty building. He doesn't even have to participate in the interview." Xiaoqing said until here. She paused and thought about it. "Forget it. I will inform him personally." "Okay." Sun Dimeo nodded. Sun Dimeo wanted to give Li Builiang face and let him know that he was working hard here. So, Li Builiang would work harder for him in the future. However, if Xiaoqing wanted to inform him personally, this opportunity would be gone. However, Sun Dimeo thought about it again. Xiaoqing informing Xianxia wouldn't delay him from informing Li Builiang. Anyway, it was a foregone conclusion that Xianxia would participate in the research project. Wasn't it the same who informed her? Thinking of this, Sun Dimeo decided to call Li Builiang in a while and tell him the good news. Xiaoqing left Sun Dimeo's office and returned to her own office. Sun Dimeo picked up the phone and dialed Li Builiang. Li Builiang had just finished the graduate student registration. He was so tired that he was sweating. He glanced at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. He quickly ran to the cafeteria. If he was late, there would be no food. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Builiang took out the phone and glanced at it. He found that it was Deputy Director Sun in the department. He quickly picked up the phone. "Deputy Director Sunday, Li Builiang, where are you?" Sun Dimeo asked with a smile. "I am going to the cafeteria to eat." Li Builiang didn't know why Sun Dimeo called him at this time, but his intuition told him that it was probably related to his reckless behavior in his office before. "Li Builiang, you are not young anymore. Why are you still so impatient?" Before Sun Dimeo said this, he naturally had to teach Li Builiang a lesson. If today's incident was not accidental, this Xianxia would not be able to participate in the research project. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director Sun." Li Builiang listened. It was really about his incident today. He quickly apologized. "I have caused you trouble." I didn't know that Director Xiao would be in your office at that time. Okay, it's good that you know. Sun Dimeo sighed. Director Xiao and I are researching. You should find a chance to talk to me privately about this matter. I know, Deputy Director Sunday. I won't do it next time. Li Buoliang said quickly. Li Buoliang, tell me privately. Did you pat your chest and make a promise to the female classmate? Do you have that kind of feeling for her? Asked Sun Dimeo. How could it be? Li Buoliang was exposed, and he was embarrassed. Director Sun, Zhou Jiejia is indeed a computer enthusiast, and her skills are excellent. I know this. I have seen Zhou Jiejia's exam results last semester. They are all excellent. Sun Dimeo said, let me tell you. Director Xiao has agreed to let Zhou Jiejia participate in the research of the wireless protocol. Really? Li Buoliang thought that there was no hope. At this moment, when he heard Sun Dimeo, he was overjoyed. Director Sun, thank you so much. Okay, you don't have to thank me. Don't be impatient in doing things in the future. Sun Dimeo was proud. It was so easy to buy people's hearts. Li Buoliang would definitely be more obedient in the future. I won't. You can rest assured, Director. Li Buoliang promised. Okay, you go and eat. I have other things to do. Sun Dimeo said, you tell Zhou Jiejia to come to the computer science faculty building and report directly. She doesn't have to participate in the interview. She was admitted as an exception. Well, I will inform Zhou Jiejia now. Li Buoliang said happily. After hanging up the phone, Li Buoliang dialed Zhou Jiejia's phone number ecstatically. In this way, he could brag about his credit in front of Zhou Jiejia. He believed that Zhou Jiejia would definitely admire him. However, at the same time, Xiaoqing was talking to Zhou Jiejia, so Li Buoliang dialed a few times, but it didn't go through. Zhou Jiejia was still on the phone, so Li Buoliang had to give up. He planned to call again later and finish eating first. Zhou Jiejia's phone number was written in the computer science faculty's contact list. Xiaoqing didn't spend much effort to find Zhou Jiejia's number and dialed Zhou Jiejia directly. Zhou Jiejia had just finished eating. She was walking on the playground with Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Jing Xiaolu. Zhou Jiejia's phone rang. She took it out and found that it was an unfamiliar number. Zhou Jiejia was a bit puzzled, but she still picked up the phone. Hello? Is this Zhou Jiejia? Xiaoqing asked. She had to confirm Zhou Jiejia's identity first. After all, the contact list was made during the freshman year. After such a long time, many students had changed their mobile phone numbers. Yes, you are? Zhou Jiejia asked, baffled. The other party was a woman with a pleasant voice, but Zhou Jiejia didn't remember knowing such a person. I am Xiaoqing, the director of the computer science faculty. Xiaoqing said calmly. Ah. Director Xiao, hello. Zhou Jiejia was subconsciously shocked. She didn't expect the director of the computer science faculty to call her personally. This made Zhou Jiejia somewhat flattered. I heard that you want to participate in our wireless protocol research project. Is that so? Asked Xiaoqing. Yes. Zhou Jiejia quickly replied, Director Xiao, do I have a chance to participate? Zhou Jiejia, when she heard Xiaoqing's call personally, had a hunch, so she was very excited at the moment. I saw your exam results last semester and saw the disk copy program you wrote using Hui. It was very good, so I decided to let you participate in our wireless protocol research project, said Xiaoqing. Thank you, Director Xiao. This kind of twists and turns and the feeling of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel made Zhou Jiejia very happy. I will cherish this opportunity with all my heart. In the afternoon, come to the computer science faculty building and report to my office, said Xiaoqing. My office is on the 3rd floor. If you can't find me, you can also call this phone number. This is my cell phone number. Okay, I will be there in a while. Zhou Jiejia was really happy. She could finally participate in the customization of the network protocol. This was a very rare opportunity. Jiejia, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited after receiving a phone call? Chen Mingyan looked at Zhou Jiejia curiously and asked. Ming Yan, it's Director Xiao of our department. She just called me to inform me that she wants me to participate in a research project. This is a very rare opportunity. Of course, I am happy. Zhou Jiejie said excitedly. Previously, I went to sign up in the morning, but the person who received me said that this research project only recruited graduate students or doctoral students, not undergraduate students. Later, the person who received me asked the department for my opinion and said that it was not possible. I thought that there was no hope, but just now, our department director called me personally. It really surprised me. Oh? So that's the case. Chen Mingyan nodded. She also knew that Zhou Jiejie was particularly interested in computer-related things, so she said, then, congratulations to you. And I will report to her office in a while. Zhou Jiejie nodded. Right, you just said Director Xiao of your department? Chen Mingyan suddenly thought of something and asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhou Jiejie looked at Chen Mingyan's somewhat strange expression and asked. Hee, I was wondering why you were allowed to participate after being rejected before. Chen Mingyan covered her mouth and laughed. What's wrong? Mingyan, do you know the reason? Zhou Jiejie asked, puzzled. Chen Mingyan said halfway and suddenly saw Jing Xiaolu next to her. She quickly stopped and said, let's talk about it later. Jing Xiaolu naturally saw that Chen Mingyan wanted to say some secret things that could only be shared between the sisters. Jing Xiaolu was still an outsider, so she couldn't say it to her. Although Jing Xiaolu felt a little sour in her heart, she still smiled understandingly and said, Jiejie, Mingyan, Zhiyun, I will go first. I still have classes in the afternoon, so I have to go back to the dormitory to prepare. After lunch, Jing Xiaolu was familiar with the relationship between the three of them. She was already satisfied. Things always had a gradual process. She didn't expect Chen Mingyan and the others to accept her as one of them now. And then you go quickly. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Zhiyun said goodbye to Jing Xiaolu affectionately. After Jing Xiaolu left, Zhou Jiejie hurriedly asked, Sister Mingyan, can you say it now? Zhou Jiejie was smart. She naturally knew that Chen Mingyan didn't want Jing Xiaolu to hear the conversation between them. Of course. Chen Mingyan smiled mysteriously. Your dean is called Xiaoqing, right? Yeah. How do you know? Zhou Jiejie continued to ask. Because she is Yangming's godsister. Chen Mingyan covered her mouth and smiled. She must know your relationship with Yangming, so she made an exception to let you join. Hee. Zhou Jiejie thought that Xiaoqing's name was familiar. She guessed that she was Yangming's godsister. When she heard what Chen Mingyan said at the moment, it was true. She suddenly blushed. It seemed that Chen Mingyan was right. She was accepted as an exception. Perhaps it was because of her good grades, but if it wasn't because Xiaoqing knew that she was Yangming's girlfriend, she probably wouldn't pay attention to her in her busy schedule, let alone investigate her file. Sister Mingyan, don't talk nonsense. Yangming will definitely not talk about the things between me and him. In the eyes of outsiders, he only has you as his girlfriend. Zhou Jiejie lowered her head and said embarrassedly. Sister Xiaoqing is not an outsider. Chen Mingyan smiled. She also knows about Lanling's matter. Although she said it with a smile, Chen Mingyan still felt a little sad when she said this. It wasn't that Chen Mingyan was still petty, but she was annoyed that Yangming actually found another girl when they were at odds. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Zhiyun all talked about Lanling's matter. They also knew about the existence of such a person. When they heard Chen Mingyan say that Xiaoqing knew a lot of things, they couldn't help but be slightly surprised. A godsister, not a biological sister, knew so many things. It seemed that the relationship between Yangming and her should be very good. Even so, they didn't think too much about it. After all, Xiaoqing's identity was there. She was the dean of the computer science department. In their opinion, it was impossible for her to have any abnormal relationship with Yangming. Then, after I meet her, won't it be very awkward? Zhou Jiejie was a little timid. No, you can do whatever you want. Do you want me to accompany you? Chen Mingyan saw Zhou Jiejie's cautious look, so she asked. That's great, but, is that really okay? Zhou Jieji thought about it and felt that it was not good to let Chen Mingyan accompany her. If Xiaoqing saw it, what would she think? What if the other party really didn't accept her because she was her godbrother's girlfriend? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Hee, I think you should go by yourself. I was just joking to cheer you on. Chen Mingyan also felt that it wasn't good for her to accompany Zhou Jieji. It seemed that she was deliberately promoting something. Then I'll go by myself. Zhou Jieji pursed her lips. I don't think it's good either. In front of the computer science faculty building, Zhou Jieji, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun parted ways and ran upstairs. It was lunch break now. The graduate students who had come here to register had left to eat lunch and rest. Just as she entered the faculty building, Zhou Jieji's phone rang again. Zhou Jieji quickly left the faculty building. The faculty building was empty now. The ringtone of the phone was harsh. It was particularly clear in the quiet building, so if Zhou Jieji wanted to answer the phone, she could only retreat outside. Hello? Zhou Jieji picked up the phone. Zhou Jieji? I'm Li Buoliang. Li Buoliang's voice came from the phone. Oh? It's Senior Li, hello. Zhou Jieji said politely. Zhou Jieji also understood Li Buoliang's thoughts. This kind of person couldn't give too many hints. She had to keep a distance at all times so that he wouldn't misunderstand. Jieji. Can I call you Jieji? Haha, do you know? The department has approved your application to participate in the wireless protocol research. Li Buoliang said excitedly, you know, I spent a lot of effort to persuade Deputy Director Sunday. He also agreed. In a while, you can report to the faculty building in the department. You don't even need to go through an interview. You are directly admitted. You. Just call me Zhou Jieji. Only my family calls me Jieji. I'm not used to others calling me that. Zhou Jieji softly refused, I can participate in the research? Thank you, Senior Li, but Director Xiao has called me personally and told me to report. I have already arrived at the faculty building. Ah? Director Xiao called you? Li Buoliang didn't care about the title of Zhou Jieji and Jieji at this time. When he heard that Director Xiao had called Zhou Jieji directly, Li Buoliang was shocked. Then, wouldn't my previous shameless lies be exposed all of a sudden? Thinking of this, Li Buoliang suddenly blushed. So it's like this. Hee, it seems that Director Xiao still values you. Right, Deputy Director Sun also said that your grades last semester were good. This is the important reason why you are admitted. Of course, my lobbying and recommendation are only one aspect. The most important thing is still to rely on your own grades and ability. Zhou Jieji smiled faintly. Zhou Jieji was not angry with Li Buoliang's lame lie because Li Buoliang was completely an outsider. Zhou Jieji would listen to whatever he said. As for whether he lied or not, what did it have to do with Zhou Jieji? Thank you very much, Senior Li, but I am going to enter Director Zhao's office soon. Let's talk next time, said Zhou Jieji. That's good, then let's talk next time. Li Buoliang hung up the phone and suddenly felt a little discouraged. He felt that he was still a step too late. How could I let Director Xiao call Zhou Jieji first? If I called before this, then wouldn't I be able to have the first impression? Now that Director Xiao had made the first impression, he didn't have any credit for it. This time, the hero saving the beauty didn't play out well. Li Buoliang was very depressed. It seemed that he could only find the next opportunity. Brother Li, what's wrong with you? Next to Li Buoliang, a cool man who was dressed very fashionably patted Li Buoliang's shoulder and asked, why are you so down? You seem to have encountered some setbacks. Jiang Naigong. Li Buoliang looked up and saw the man next to him. It's nothing, hee. Brother Li, aren't you obviously not treating me as a brother? Your business is my business. Jiang Naigong was full of admiration for Li Buoliang. The matter originated from the company run by his father. There was a very important encrypted account book. The accountant added a password, but this accountant had a car accident and was admitted to the hospital. The doctor said that it would take half a year at the earliest to wake up. This made Jiang Naigong's father, Jiang Fugue, anxious. There were many customers' arrears in the account book. If it couldn't be opened, the company would be finished. Even if it could be opened after half a year, there would be a shortage of funds in this half a year, which would bring immeasurable losses to the company. Jiang Naigong knew that his roommate, Li Buoliang, was a computer master and the president of the school's computer association, so Jiang Naigong took the initiative to recommend Li Buoliang to his father, Jiang Fugui. Jiang Fugui was a computer idiot. In fact, this kind of password cracking was not particularly difficult. As long as he went to a professional computer data recovery center, it could also be solved. It was just that Jiang Fugui thought that the computer was too mysterious, so he didn't think about consulting the people in Computer City. Listening to his son, his roommate was the president of the school's computer association. This name was quite big. Jiang Fugui took the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living one and brought Li Buoliang to the company. Li Buoliang looked at the encrypted account file. It was a file in the RAR format. The password of this type of compressed file could only be cracked by brute force. There was no other backdoor. Fortunately, the accountant's password was only an 8-digit birthday password, which was 8 numbers. Li Buoliang used cracking software to crack it in just a few hours. Jiang Fugui didn't know the length of the encryption password. He only knew that Li Buoliang solved his problem, so he respected Li Buoliang like a celestial being. He also told his son, Jiang Naigong, to learn more from Li Buoliang. Although Jiang Naigong also played computer games, he didn't know anything about decryption, so he also admired Li Buoliang. He often invited Li Buoliang to visit his home. So at this moment, seeing that Li Buoliang seemed to be in trouble, Jiang Naigong naturally had to stand up. Seeing Jiang Naigong's inquiry, Li Buoliang didn't continue to hide it. He felt that it was okay to pour out his thoughts to others, so he said, "AI, you also know me as a brother. I used to devote myself to computers, and I neglected my life. Brotherly, are you thinking about women? This is simple. I will find you a few tomorrow. You can have as many as you want." When Jiang Naigong heard Li Buoliang's words, he thought that Li Buoliang had a physiological need. He thought about finding him a few clean ladies tomorrow. If it really didn't work, he could spend money to find a third-tier celebrity. Anyway, his family wasn't short of money. Li Buoliang had helped them a lot. He believed that his father would understand if he told him. "Naigong, you misunderstood." When Li Buoliang heard Jiang Naigong's words, he was dumbfounded. "Do you think I am that kind of person? Even if there is a physiological need, I will solve it on the computer. How can I find a prostitute?" "Oh, then I understand. Brotherly, you want to find a girlfriend, right?" Jiang Naigong understood Li Buoliang's meaning. He patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. Leave this to me." "Naigong, you still don't understand. I like a freshman girl in our school, but she doesn't seem to have any interest in me." Li Buoliang sighed and said, "Brotherly, you are a talented person. How can she not like you?" Jiang Naigong said, "However, you can rest assured that girls nowadays worship money. I will package you up and lend you my sports car. I guarantee that you will get the girl." "Really?" Li Buoliang was suddenly happy. Li Buoliang knew that girls nowadays worship money. Zhou Jieji shouldn't be an exception, right? In recent dating shows, basically all girls worship money. Li Buoliang had seen it before. "Then, can I still lie to you?" Jiang Naigong said, "When the time comes, you bring her out. I will take you to a few upper-class parties. When she sees your strength, won't she fall for you?" Li Buoliang was overjoyed and quickly thanked, "Then, I will leave this to you." Zhou Jieji easily went to the dean's office on the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Xiaoqing's voice came from inside, "Please come in." Zhou Jieji opened the door and entered Xiaoqing's office. She said politely, "Director Xiao, hello. I am Zhou Jieji. I am here to report." Xiaoqing had just eaten and was taking a lunch break. Because of continuous fatigue, Xiaoqing used the lunch break to take a nap in the office. She didn't expect Zhou Jieji to come so quickly. She just called her and she came. It seemed that Zhou Jieji was really interested in this wireless protocol topic and wanted to participate. Xiaoqing was a little surprised that Yang Ming had such a girlfriend. Zhou Jieji was very knowledgeable about computers, but Yang Ming didn't mention it to her. Zhou Jiejie, you are here. Please sit down. Xiaoqing pointed to the sofa next to her. Director Xiao, I didn't disturb your rest. Seeing that Xiaoqing was sleeping and was woken up by her, Zhou Jiejie suddenly felt a little apologetic. It's okay. I was a little tired these days, so I lay down for a while. Xiaoqing smiled, Zhou Jiejie. And, I will call you Jiejie, okay? Okay. Zhou Jiejie nodded happily. Although she had just told Li Builiang that she wasn't used to people other than her family calling her Jiejie, Zhou Jiejie had subconsciously regarded Xiaoqing as a family. Yang Ming's godsister was Zhou Jiejie's godsister. Naturally, they were a family. And, Jiejie, I saw your last semester's results. They were really good, especially the disk copy program. Not only can it perform normal disk copy, but it can also copy encrypted tracks. It uses a lot of edge technologies. Many professors in our university aren't as good as you in these things. Xiaoqing praised sincerely. Although Xiaoqing also studied encryption and decryption for a while when she was in school, she didn't continue to study it in depth. After all, Xiaoqing was now studying some formal technologies. In terms of encryption and decryption, she wasn't Zhou Jiejie's opponent. But in terms of academics, she was much better than Zhou Jiejie. Hehe, it's all some unorthodox things. Zhou Jiejie smiled embarrassedly. However, what I'm good at is also these hacking technologies. I have never participated in the customization of network protocols. I heard that our university is actually leading the research on the domestic wireless protocol standards. I was very happy, so I came to sign up. I heard that only graduate students were recruited. I thought that there was no hope. I didn't expect Director Xiao to accept me. Actually, I heard Yang Ming talk about you. Xiaoqing suddenly changed her previous businesslike attitude and blinked at Zhou Jiejie. But Yang Ming didn't say that you were interested in computing. Otherwise, I would have brought you along if there were these topics to study. Director Xiao, you know. Zhou Jiejie's face turned red. Previously, Zhou Jiejie listened to Xiaoqing's words. She thought that Xiaoqing really accepted her because of her good grades and skills. It turned out that there was really a relationship with Yang Ming. You can also call me Sister Xiao. Qing. Xiaoqing smiled and said, you saved Yang Ming and almost sacrificed yourself. How can I not know this? I'm really grateful to you. That's what I should do, and, I'm also a busybody. With Yang Ming's skill, he should be able to dodge that shot. I'm superfluous, and I brought such a big burden to Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie sighed and said with some emotion. These words were indeed her heartfelt words. It was just that she didn't say it to anyone, including Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. Now that Xiaoqing was in front of her, she was like a loving big sister next door. Zhou Jiejie couldn't help but speak out her own thoughts. Zhou Jiejie later learned about Yang Ming's skill. Therefore, Zhou Jiejie thought about the situation at that time. Yang Ming really didn't need her to block the shot. It was just that she couldn't ask Yang Ming about these words, and Yang Ming wouldn't admit it. And she couldn't say it to Chen Mingyan. Zhou Jiejie was afraid that after she said it, Chen Mingyan would feel that she was with Yang Ming. Therefore, Zhou Jiejie didn't dare to. You can't say that. Xiaoqing waved her hand. Yang Ming's skill is great. This is a fact, but there are always accidents. Maybe if you didn't block the shot for him at that time, the shot would have hit him. Even if he can avoid it, your kind intentions are still precious. Thank you, Sister Xiaoqing. Zhou Jiejie smiled happily. After listening to your words, my heart feels a lot better. Well, don't think so much. Xiaoqing said, in the future, it will be very tiring to participate in the research team. You may not be able to go home at night. You live with Yang Ming, right? Zhou Jiejie was blushed by Xiaoqing's question, but she still nodded. I live with Mingyan and the others. Yang Ming sometimes comes back to live. Hehe, I guessed it. Xiaoqing smiled. You may have to live on campus in the future. Is that okay? This is okay. I will live in the dormitory. Zhou Jiejie nodded. It's not the dormitory. It's living in the laboratory. Xiaoqing said, the research and development may be day and night. It may be black and white reversed. In short, if you are tired, rest for a while. If you are not tired, go to work. Ah. Wouldn't that be living with a lot of boys? Zhou Jieji was shocked and asked quickly. To be honest, in this research team, except for me, a woman, the others are all boys. Xiaoqing smiled. But you can live with me. I have a separate lounge. That's good. Zhou Jieji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. She naturally agreed to live with Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was Yang Ming's godsister. Zhou Jieji also wanted to have a good relationship with her. After letting Zhou Jieji fill in the form, Xiaoqing gave Zhou Jieji the laboratory access card. After completing the formalities, Xiaoqing enthusiastically took Zhou Jieji to visit the laboratory. Sister Xiaoqing, I didn't expect our school's laboratory to be so advanced. Zhou Jieji looked at the experimental equipment in the laboratory with emotion. Hehe, if you like, you can come over at any time. Xiaoqing said with a smile. Right. Sister Xiaoqing, I may really need to borrow the equipment here. Zhou Jieji suddenly thought of the mobile phone that Yang Ming gave her to decrypt. The computers and equipment in her dormitory and home couldn't meet the decryption requirements. If she were to repurchase it, it would be very troublesome. Not to mention whether some military-grade items could be bought. Even if they could be bought, the approval process would be quite cumbersome. However, the university's laboratory didn't have this restriction. The purchase of equipment in the laboratory was easier to be approved. After all, it was a scientific research base. That's not a problem. I will talk to the teacher in the laboratory in a while. You can come directly. Xiaoqing agreed readily. And, if I have something I don't understand, I will ask you for advice. Zhou Jieji saw that Xiaoqing agreed and was very happy. After Jing Xiaolu returned to the dormitory, she couldn't help but excitedly tell Gu Xinyao about the previous encounter. Sister Xinyao, tell me. What I did was right, right? You. Gu Xinyao listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and was a little dumbfounded. However, this kind of accidental encounter was hard to come by. Jing Xiaolu didn't do it deliberately, so she couldn't find any fault. However, Gu Xinyao was a little worried. Lin Jiyun is fine. She is a very easy girl to get along with, but Chen Mengyan is very smart. You must not let her see any clues. If she knows that you have a purpose in contacting them, then the matter between you and Yang Ming will be even more difficult. I know. You can rest assured, Sister Xinyao. I'm not stupid. How can I let her see anything? Jing Xiaolu said, besides, there is really nothing between me and Yang Ming now. When there is really something, it's not too late to take precautions. You. I really don't know what to say to you. Gu Xinyao shook her head. I always feel that you are biting off more than you can chew and expecting too much. Every woman around Yang Ming has their own characteristics and strengths, and they all have an unusual story with Yang Ming. And you? Why, Sister Xinyao? Am I that bad? Jing Xiaolu asked. Yang Ming must have some opinions on you. Explained Xinyao explained. Yang must have some opinion. Calm, Sister Xinyao, you still don't know me. It's true that I have a few partners, but I'm not stupid enough to go to bed with them. I'm also a virgin. As Jing Xiaolu said this, she was still proud. When I was in the bar, I confessed to Yang Ming. He already knows that I'm a virgin now. Gu Xinyao looked at Jing Xiaolu's appearance and said helplessly, well, even so, I don't think there is much hope. I'm not discouraging you. I think it's enough for you to find a boy who is down to earth and treats you well. Sister Xinyao, what do you mean? Didn't you find Bai Hai to be your boyfriend because of vanity? If it weren't for Brother Yang's words, maybe Bai Hai, that kid, would have already dumped you. Jing Xiaolu exposed. Jing Xiaolu was right. Bai Hai did want to get rid of Gu Xinyao in the beginning. Now, Bai Hai was the security manager of the community property. He was also a small leader, and he earned a lot of money. It was just that Yang Ming had spoken, so Bai Hai really couldn't do anything to Gu Xinyao. Moreover, Gu Xinyao specifically took the wife route and had a good relationship with Lin Jiyun. Bai Hai really didn't dare to break up with her. Once they broke up, maybe Yang Ming would know and fire him. Therefore, Gu Xinyao thought about herself and Jing Xiaolu. She felt that Jing Xiaolu had her own pursuits, so she could only wish her well. She hoped that Jing Xiaolu could show her own talents in front of Yang Ming. After receiving a call from Tian Donghua, Tianlong was surprised and cautious at the same time. After repeatedly asking Tian Donghua, Tianlong told Tian Donghua where he was after Yang Ming was not around him. After all, his plan had been exposed. Tianlong was not sure if Yang Ming would bring people to trouble him. Although Yang Ming was in Donghai's territory, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. However, Tianlong was afraid that Yang Ming would not play by the rules and call the police to solve the problem. It was reasonable to say that the matters between the gangs were solved by the gangs themselves. After one side suffered a loss, they would not call the police. However, Yang Ming was different. Yang Ming's identity was a college student, and the gangs in Songjiang could no longer be called gangs. They had all turned into legitimate businesses, so Tianlong was really afraid that Yang Ming would bring the police to trouble him. In that case, once the police were involved, it would be difficult for him to make a move on Yang Ming. As long as Yang Ming had a problem, the first suspect would be Tianlong. In a secret villa, Tian Donghua saw his father. Tian Donghua had never been to this villa before. Tian Donghua did not expect that his father had so many properties outside. Donghua, you are here? Tianlong sat on the sofa in the living room. His face was cold, and it was difficult to see his original thoughts. Dad. When Tian Donghua called his father, he was somewhat bitter. He was now in a dilemma. On one hand, it was family, and on the other hand, it was friendship. However, choosing the side of family was against morality. After all, it was his father who was wrong first. It was not legitimate for him to side with him. Therefore, Tian Donghua had already made his own choice. Dad, why did you lie to me? Donghua, you are still young. Tianlong pointed to the sofa opposite and motioned for Tian Donghua to sit down. Then he said, you don't understand my difficulties. Do you know that if I can't catch Yang Ming this time, what will the boss behind the scenes do to me? Dad, let's stop. Tian Donghua finally made up his mind. He stood up and looked at his father and said, Dad, it is not too late to stop now. Stop? Tianlong looked at Tian Donghua and suddenly smiled. How can I stop now? At this point, how do you want me to stop? Let go of the Sun family's people. Take the initiative to admit the mistake, as if this had never happened. Tian Donghua said with some excitement. Let go? How do you want me to explain to the boss behind the scenes? Tianlong said, Donghua, you know too little. The boss behind the scenes is not an ordinary person. If I quit halfway, he will not let me go. Didn't he just provide you with funds? Don't you now control the Sun family's company? Just compensate him with money. If it really doesn't work, give more. When the Sun family's people are released, you can explain this situation to them. I believe that they are not unreasonable people. They should be able to understand, said Tian Donghua. Refund the money to the mysterious boss? Tianlong sneered at himself. The behind-the-scenes boss is not short of money at all. What he lacks is people who can do things for him. Do you think that if I compensate him with money, he will let me go? Dad, don't be stupid. Don't be stubborn. Tian Donghua said loudly, if the behind-the-scenes boss is really so powerful, then he can catch Yang Ming himself. Why does he need your help? Wake up. He is not powerful at all. Tianlong listened to Tian Donghua's words and suddenly became silent. Indeed, if the behind-the-scenes boss is really so powerful, why does he need my help to catch Yang Ming? Why doesn't he do it himself? Seeing that Tianlong was a little shaken, Tian Donghua quickly continued, Dad, you think about it. This must be a scam. The other party wants to use you to achieve an unspeakable purpose. Just when Tianlong was about to be shaken, he suddenly remembered one thing. That was, in his own gang, when he was eliminating the dissidents, the behind-the-scenes boss once sent a mysterious person to help him. This mysterious person's skill was very good. In his own gang, Jin Gang, who used to be one of the 4 protectors, was not his opponent. Old Qian was one of Sun Hongjuan's loyalists, But because of his strong martial arts, his status in the gang was extraordinary, so he had always been a big problem for Tianlong. However, the first master in the gang died in the hands of the mysterious person. This made Tianlong have a new understanding of the behind-the-scenes boss strength. Thinking of this, Tianlong suddenly had a cold sweat. His face changed. You don't understand the behind-the-scenes boss. It is normal that you don't know his strength. His strength is not a lie. Then why doesn't he catch Yang Ming himself? Instead, he needs your help, asked Tian Donghua. Maybe there are some reasons, but the strength of the boss is definitely not what you can imagine. Tianlong denied. Donghua, you don't have to participate in this matter anymore. Dad, have you lost your mind? Tian Donghua was anxious. How is his strength strong? Why don't you say it? The strength of the behind-the-scenes boss. Okay. Tianlong saw that Tian Donghua insisted on knowing, and there was no other way. He had to say, do you know Jin Gang's old Qian in the gang? Uncle Qian? Was he not killed by the enemy? When Tian Donghua said this, he suddenly faintly thought of something. Jin Gang's old Qian was loyal to Sun Hongjun. Would his accident be related to his father? No, he was not killed by the enemy, but by the behind-the-scenes boss. Tianlong said even Jin Gang's old Qian could be easily killed. How strong do you think the behind-the-scenes boss is? Tian Donghua listened to his father's words and frowned. He knew Uncle Qian's martial arts. When he was young, he was once the provincial boxing champion. He was famous for his pair of powerful Jin Gang's legs. He once broke a steel bar with one kick. What kind of terrifying strength was this? However, Tian Donghua just couldn't understand why the behind-the-scenes boss wanted to deal with Yang Ming. Yes, Tian Donghua remembered what Yang Ming said to him before. Could this be an excuse for his father? The behind-the-scenes boss didn't want to do anything to Yang Ming, but his father was afraid that the remnants of the Sun family would be detrimental to his career. So, he wanted to capture Yang Ming, right? When he just came to the villa, Tian Donghua was made to forget this by his father's words. At this time, he suddenly remembered and felt more and more that there was such a possibility. Otherwise, the behind-the-scenes boss was so powerful that he could even kill Jin Gang's old Qian, let alone Yang Ming. Moreover, Yang Ming was a college student in Songjiang, which was so far away from Donghai. Why would the behind-the-scenes boss specifically go against him? No matter how he thought about it, it was somewhat illogical. Thinking of this, Tian Donghua asked, Dad, I understand. In fact, the behind-the-scenes boss didn't ask you to target Yang Ming at all, right? You were afraid that Yang Ming would cause trouble for you, so you took the initiative to capture him. But you were afraid that I wouldn't agree, so you made up such a reason that the behind-the-scenes boss wanted to target Yang Ming to deceive me, right? What? Tianlong was a little excited after listening to Tian Donghua's words. I am targeting Yang Ming? Why would I target him? Donghua, don't make wild guesses. I'm not making wild guesses. I'm telling the truth. Tian Donghua said, Yang Ming is the son-in-law of the Sun family and Sun Jie's boyfriend. You are afraid that he will cause trouble at this juncture. You're afraid that he'll find trouble with you, so you must restrain him before you'll stop. Me? Control him? Are you kidding me? What kind of trouble will he bring me? Tianlong laughed a little. Yes, although he is just a college student, he may call the police. Tian Donghua said, you are afraid that he will call the police, so you made an excuse to talk to him about me and asked him out without him noticing. Why do you think so? Tianlong listened to Tian Donghua's words and was a little dumbfounded. Tianlong secretly captured the Sun family's people without others noticing. Not many people knew about this matter, and Yang Ming obviously didn't know, so Tianlong didn't expect that Yang Ming would find trouble with this matter. Tianlong wanted to capture Yang Ming because of the behind-the-scenes boss. However, now Tian Donghua's statement made him unable to refute it. Indeed, if it was related to Yang Ming's identity and he captured him, in the eyes of outsiders, he really had the intention of targeting the Sun family. Isn't that the case? Tian Donghua and Tianlong were tit for tat. Since you think so, I can't help it. Tianlong sighed. Donghua, don't blame Dad. Before this matter is over, you should stay here honestly. What do you mean? Tian Donghua was slightly stunned, and his face changed. Come, take the young master to rest for a few days. Tian Long shouted at the door next to him, and two macho men came out from inside. They came to Tian Donghua's side, one on the left and one on the right. What are you doing? Tian Donghua asked subconsciously. Young master, I'm sorry. After the two finished speaking, they held Tian Donghua's arms on both sides and looked at Tian Long lock him up with the Sun family's people. Let him live in the luxury suite where I live. Tian Long thought about it and said faintly. Dad, you want to lock me up too? Tian Donghua looked at his father angrily. Are you crazy to this point? Could it be that you are so stubborn that you don't know that what you are doing now is wrong? Donghua, don't blame me. Tian Long was a little uncomfortable with his son's words, but there was really no other way. If I retreat now, I won't be able to mix in Donghai in the future. I, Tian Long, have no other choice. I can only go down this road. Tian Donghua knew that it was useless to say anything else. His father would not listen. If he could even lock himself up, then it meant that he was already possessed. Tian Donghua did not resist. At this time, resistance had no meaning. He followed his father's two men to a black commercial car outside the door and was taken away. Yang Ming had been waiting for news from Tian Donghua. He hoped that Tian Long could make the right choice. Sometimes, the opportunity was in front of you, but there was only one chance. If you missed it, there would be no more. At least he knew that Sun Jia and Sun Hongjun were safe now, but they were under house arrest by Tian Long, so Yang Ming was not worried. Su Peng saw that Yang Ming was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything more. He just accompanied him to eat lunch silently. Yang Ming first called Chen Mingyan. He didn't expect so many things to happen on the first day back. First, it was the company's matter, then it was Tian Long's matter and the Sun family's matter. As a result, he didn't even go to school. Dear, what are you doing? Yang Ming dialed Chen Mingyan's phone. Chen Mingyan was now in a sober state, so she immediately heard Yang Ming's voice. She couldn't help but blush when she thought of the scene when she hung up the phone directly last night. Yang Ming, I am in the dormitory. Where are you? Chen Mingyan pulled Lin Jiyun's hand and pointed to her phone. Lin Jiyun naturally knew that it was Yang Ming who called. She sat next to Chen Mingyan and paid attention to the movement here without blinking. I am outside. Ming Yang, something happened at the company. Yang Ming finished speaking, and then he thought that Chen Mingyan still didn't know that he was the actual owner of Ming Yang Entertainment, so he said, 2 people ran away with the money. I just met with your dad. Since Chen Fei had already seen that he was in Ming Yang Entertainment, then Yang Ming didn't need to hide anything from Chen Mingyan, but now wasn't the time to talk about this. At least he had to meet her before he told her about Ming Yang Entertainment. Ah. Is it serious? Chen Mingyan was shocked. She didn't know which Ming Yang company Yang Ming was talking about. She thought it was Yang Ming's father's company, so she didn't ask much. At night. If I have time at night, I will go home, but I may not be able to spend the night. Yang Ming sighed. Mingyan, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Business is more important. Then you should hurry up and go home at night. Chen Mingyan wasn't an unreasonable person. Seeing that Yang Ming was so serious, she no longer chatted with him. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were safe and sound, which made Sui Wujin shocked and angry. According to the news from the informants in Songjiang, these 2 people were fine. Not only did they conduct a large-scale search for the company's absconders, but they also frequently cooperated with the police to solve the case. These 2 people were fine, but Sui Wujin wasn't. Facing Tian Long's question, it was like he didn't ask anyone to assassinate them. However, Sui Wujin did indeed entrust the world-class assassin group, the Butterfly Assassin Group, to undertake this mission. As for why Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were not dead yet, Sui Wujin couldn't understand. Sui Wujin logged into the platform for the release of the Assassin Commission mission and checked the mission he had posted. The status of the mission showed that it had been accepted by the Butterfly Assassin Group, and the mission was in progress. However, how many days had passed? There was still no news. The Butterfly Assassin Group was the world's most well-known and efficient assassin group. How could a mission be backlogged for so many days? Could it be that there were too many missions, and they missed my mission? Thinking of this, Sui Huijin felt that it was very possible. After all, an assassin group had a lot of missions every day. My mission isn't a big mission, so it might be ignored. But what should I do if it is ignored? Although there was also a reminder button on the website, when Tianlong called before, Sui Huijin had already urged the order, but there was no response at all. Sui Huijin couldn't be helped. He had to start looking for the contact information of the Butterfly Assassin Group on the website. After a lot of effort, he finally found a phone number. Sui Huijin didn't think much about it. He picked up the landline on the table and dialed the contact number of the Butterfly Assassin Group. Because his mobile phone didn't open the international live broadcast function, only the landline on the table could be opened, so Sui Huijin used the landline on the table. After a while, the call was connected. However, the other party spoke in English, so Sui Huijin didn't understand a word. Sui Huijin quickly called his secretary and asked him to answer the phone. Sui Huijin's secretary was a master's student with a postgraduate degree who knew 3 international languages. President Sui, this is the phone voice. Let us choose. Press 1 to inquire about the mission, press 2 to urge the mission, press 3 to leave a message, press 0 to transfer manual service. The secretary listened to the voice on the phone for a while, then she translated it for Sui Huijin. Press 0. Switch to manual mode and talk to him. Sui Huijin instructed after listening. Okay, Director Sui, the secretary replied. Then, she pressed the 0 button and switched to the manual service. Tell me exactly what it says, said Sui Huijin. After a while, the secretary said, Mr. Sui, he's asking how he can be of service to you. You ask him why the mission I submitted hasn't been executed yet, said Sui Huijin. This secretary was also Sui Huijin's confidant. After following Sui Huijin for a few years, he also knew what kind of business Sui Huijin was doing, so Sui Huijin did not hide anything from him. The secretary translated to the other side of the phone according to Sui Huijin's instructions. After listening to the other party's answer, the secretary said to Sui Huijin, President Sui, he said, please provide the mission order number. The order number is ZXCDFW 2009XXXXX. Sui Huijin opened his notepad and pointed out the order number on it to the secretary. The secretary nodded and reported the order number to the other party. After a while, he relayed the other party's words to Sui Huijin. President Sui, the other party said that he wants to check and then give us an answer. Please leave your contact information. Okay, you can leave the landline number of my office with them, said Sui Huijin directly. The secretary reported the phone number to the other party. After hearing the confirmation from the other party, he hung up the phone and said to Sui Huijin, President Sui, they said that they will contact us after checking. Sui Huijin nodded and waved to the secretary, indicating that he could go out. Tombstone had already ordered to thoroughly investigate who the client of Wang Kejing's 2 missions were, but because the platform was confidential, there was no way to investigate thoroughly. However, for the client who wanted to assassinate Yang Ming, they got an unexpected clue. The mission to assassinate Yang Ming was contacted by a veteran agent in the assassin world to the Butterfly Assassin Group. According to him, it was a commission from a friend in the industry. This was a very valuable clue. After Tombstone learned about it, he immediately asked his men to follow up and contact the veteran agent to find out who the client was. However, because the client was also an underground worker, he could only be contacted through email. He didn't get a reply yet. As for the mission to assassinate Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, there were no clues. The Assassin's Mission Commission platform was completely anonymous, and no clues could be found on it. Therefore, this matter could only be put on hold. Because Tombstone was now performing a mission outside, the actual person in charge of the assassin group was Tombstone's junior, Xiao Hai. The efficiency of the Butterfly Assassin Group was still very high. After Sui Huijin's question was answered, they entered the inquiry process. However, after checking, they found that the mission was suspended. In the database, the reason for the suspension was not written, but because the suspension of a mission could only be suspended with the agreement of the highest person in charge of the organization, Other people did not have this authority, so this mission could only be reported to Xiaohai. Master Xiaohai, the client with the order number ZXCDFW 2009XXXXX, just called to ask why this mission has not been executed. I checked the database and found that this mission has been suspended. Asked a disciple of the butterfly family. Oh? Xiaohai put down the matter in his hand. His face changed slightly and became a little excited. There were only 2 missions that had been suspended by him recently, both of which were Wang Kejin's missions. Tombstone also told him to pay attention to the mission and asked him to find out who the client was. However, there had been no news, so it was put on hold. He didn't expect the client of this mission to call. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? As Xiaohai thought of this, he quickly checked the order number mentioned by the disciple on his computer. Sure enough, it was the order about Wang Kejin's assassination of Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan that he had suspended. Someone had already contacted the veteran agent about the order to assassinate Yang Ming. This order to assassinate Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan was issued through the assassin platform, so there was no way to track it thoroughly. But now, someone took the initiative to send it to him, which shocked Xiaohai. Did he leave his contact information? Asked Xiaohai. For the lower-level disciples of the assassin group, Xiaohai didn't need to say too much. These were confidential things. Xiaohai naturally couldn't tell them. He left it. It's here. The disciple respectfully handed the registration card to Xiaohai. Okay, I got it. I will take care of this matter. You go and do your work first. After Xiaohai finished, he made a gesture, indicating that the disciple could leave. Yes, Master Xiaohai. The disciple bowed and respectfully left Xiaohai's office. After the disciple left, Xiaohai picked up the phone and dialed Tombstone's phone number. After the phone rang twice, it was picked up. Hello? Tombstone's voice came from the phone. Senior brother, I am Xiaohai. Xiaohai said, the client of the assassination of Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan has been found. What? Found? So fast? Tombstone was shocked when he heard Xiaohai's words. He also knew the process of the assassin platform. It was all published anonymously. How could they find the client? Yes, the client just called and asked why the mission was not completed. After that, he left his contact information. Xiaohai explained, now, the contact phone is in my hand. It is the phone number of China. It should be more convenient for you to track it down than me. Good job. You tell me the contact number, said Tombstone. The phone number is 0XXX88887777, said Xiaohai. Is there still no news about the person who assassinated Yang Ming? Tombstone wrote down the phone number and asked. Not yet. I have contacted the veteran broker, but he has not replied yet, said Xiaohai. Okay, let me know as soon as you have news. Tombstone hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The contact between him and Xiaohai had always been concise. There was no nonsense. This was also a habit that he had developed in the organization for many years. Although it was against the rules to give the client's contact information to the target to be killed, Tombstone could only make an exception because the situation was special. It involved the butterfly family's Miss Wan Xiaoyan and the butterfly family's future son-in-law, Yang Ming. Anyway, he was not afraid that the client would reveal the butterfly family's broken promise because he would not be able to survive. Wang Kejin, pass this contact information to the Mississippi. It is not suitable for me to appear. Tombstone gave the recorded contact information to Wang Kejin and asked him to pass it to Wang Xiaoyan. Okay. Wang Kejin took the contact information. Although he also thought that it was inappropriate, Wang Kejin could not say anything because it was Tombstone's order. He could only do as Tombstone instructed. Wang Kejin hesitated and dialed Wang Xiaoyan's phone number. Wang Xiaoyan had just finished class. She heard the phone ring, but she saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? Wang Xiaoyan picked up the phone. Miss, it's me, Wang Kejin. Wang Kejin introduced himself. Oh? Wang Kejin? What's the matter? Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She did not expect the call to be from Wang Kejin. Miss, we have investigated the contact information of the client who assassinated Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, said Wang Kejin. There is already a result? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised. There was actually a result so soon. Tell me his contact information. Okay, his phone number is 0xxx88887777. Wang Kejin said. He used this phone to call and asked why the mission had not been carried out. Miss, this is not in line with the rules of our organization. You must not make it public. Wang Kejin couldn't help but remind her. I understand. You don't have to tell me. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly. Although she didn't say anything, she was the miss of the butterfly family. It was very embarrassing to be reminded by her underlings. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't do something that would ruin the family's image. Wang Kejin heard that Wang Xiaoyan's tone was a little unhappy. He was shocked and felt that he had said too much. Wang Xiaoyan did not take over the family's affairs, so Wang Xiaoyan's status had not been cultivated among them. In their subconscious, they did not face Wang Xiaoyan as the master. Thinking of Wang Xiaoyan's status, Wang Kejin was a little scared. He quickly said, Sorry, Mississippi. I was meddlesome. It's nothing. Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about anything with Wang Kejin. Have you found the person who assassinated me and Yang Ming? Not yet, but it is being followed up. I believe there will be a result soon, said Wang Kejin. Okay, contact me at any time if there is news, said Wang Xiaoyan. After getting the phone number of the person who assassinated Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, Wang Xiaoyan immediately dialed Yang Ming's phone number. Because Ho Zhenhan, Bao Sanli, and Wang Xiaoyan were not familiar with each other, this matter could only be handled by Yang Ming. Yan, what's the matter? Yang Ming was anxiously waiting for Tian Donghua's news, but after waiting for 4 hours, Tian Donghua should have already arrived in Donghai. Yang Ming still had no news of him. The phone rang. He thought it was Tian Donghua calling, but when he looked at the caller ID, it was Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan would call him at this time. Yang Ming, the person who assassinated Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan has been found. Wang Xiaoyan said, Wang Kejin just called me. What? He has been found? Who is it? Asked Yang Ming quickly. Previously, Chu Daiming and Lu Chan's escape from Donghai had already made Yang Ming vaguely feel that the assassination of Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan should have a great relationship with Chu Daiming and Lu Chan. Tianlong's rebellion was inextricably linked to Chu Daiming and Lu Chan. Tianlong's targeting of Yang Ming just proved this point. In other words, these three things could be considered as one thing. Therefore, when Wang Xiaoyan said that she had found the person who assassinated Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, Yang Ming's heart moved. This was a very valuable clue. Maybe he could get some hints from it. Now, things were still not clear. Yang Ming was completely in a state of confusion. Tianlong targeted him, targeted Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, targeted his company, and targeted the Sun family. Although these things were beneficial to him, it would be very troublesome to do them all together. Normal people wouldn't do so many things at the same time. In this way, not only would they be powerless, but it would also bring a lot of trouble if they messed up. Is it really like what Tian Donghua said? Is it just because of the behind-the-scenes boss that Tian Donghua is targeting me? These answers could only wait for Tian Donghua to see Tianlong before he could solve his doubts. However, just as he was waiting for the answer, Wang Xiaoyan unexpectedly gave him a piece of exciting news. Wang Kejin gave me his contact information. The contact information is 0xxx88887777. Wang Xiaoyan said, that person only left the contact information, but this should be enough. Is it a phone call from Mount Jing? When Yang Ming heard the area code, he couldn't help but exclaim, why is it Mount Jing? Then I don't know. I will leave the investigation to you. I will go to class first. If there is any news, contact me at any time, said Wang Xiaoyan. Okay, contact me at any time. Hanging up Wang Xiaoyan's phone call, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Originally, he thought that the person who assassinated Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan was either Lu Chan or Chu Daiming, Tianlong or someone around Tianlong, but he didn't expect it to involve Mount Jing. When it came to Mount Jing, Yang Ming's first thought was the Sui family, but whether this matter had anything to do with the Sui family, Yang Ming wasn't sure. With a tentative attitude, Yang Ming dialed the 114 inquiry desk of Mount Jing. This was the most common inquiry channel. Yang Ming didn't think that he could find the information of this phone number from 114. After all, if it was an assassination client, they shouldn't be so careless to use a public phone to call. However, this phone number was a lucky number. It shouldn't be a random temporary number, so Yang Ming decided to dial 114 to test it out. If there was no result, he would go to Qinfei or Xiaxue and use internal channels to investigate this number. However, in that case, the police were bound to be alarmed. It would be more difficult for him to have any private actions. Of course, Yang Ming could also call this number directly, but in that case, there was the possibility of alerting the enemy. Hello, this is the 114 telephone inquiry desk of Mount Jing. Do you need any help? The sweet female voice of the operator came from the phone. Hello, please help me check what phone number is 88887777, said Yang Ming. Please wait a moment. I am checking for you, said the operator. After a while, the operator said, Hello, I'm sorry, sir. I have made you wait for a long time. When Yang Ming heard the operator say I'm sorry, he thought that it was hopeless because he couldn't find it. He just wanted to say that it was nothing and hang up the phone, but he heard the operator say, I have made you wait for a long time. So, Yang Ming continued to listen patiently. Sir, the number 88887777 you are looking for belongs to the Immortal Group in Mount Jing, said the operator. Immortal Group? Thank you. Yang Ming didn't expect that he could actually find such a phone number. However, where is the Immortal Group? Why does it sound familiar? After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and searched for information about the Immortal Group through the mobile G3 network. The Immortal Group was a comprehensive group enterprise with many subsidiaries, covering a variety of industries such as real estate, catering, entertainment, etc. Immortal Resort. Suddenly, a familiar name came into Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming's mind suddenly sobered up. No wonder I feel that this Immortal Group is so familiar. It turns out that the Immortal Resort is a subsidiary of this Immortal Group. Then, isn't this Immortal Group the property of the Sui family? Could it be that the assassination of Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan was instructed by the Sui family? As a result, the process of the incident, which had a little clue, became clueless again. If the matter involved the Sui family, then it was not as simple as Tianlong leading. What kind of person was Sui Wujin? He was different from Lu Chan and Chu Daming. He was also a duke. Whether it was in the business world or in the gang, he was not inferior to Tianlong. It was impossible for him to be controlled and ordered by Tianlong. Therefore, this matter was either a conspiracy between the two or a coincidence. But in any case, Yang Ming was ready to talk to Sui Wujin. Tianlong had the Sun family's people as hostages. Yang Ming naturally did not dare to act rashly without understanding the situation. But for the Sui family, he did not have so many scruples. Last time, I let you go once. At this time, you came to find trouble again. Then, you can't blame Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't understand why the Sui family wanted to join in the fun. Whether it was Sui Guangqi's pursuit of Zhou Jiejia, or Zhou Ruoguang's pursuit of Zhaoying and Chen Mingyan, to the current assassination of Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. Is this Sui family going against me? To be honest, Yang Ming's original intention was not to run a gang. Otherwise, it was impossible to guide Bao Sanli to the right path. Therefore, Yang Ming did not care about Sui Yuejin's power in Mount Jing, and he did not want to occupy anything. After all, the longer he stretched his hand, the faster he would be unlucky. It was better to develop his own African tourism island business and assassin business. This was his own future path. However, now that the Sui family found trouble with him, Yang Ming naturally couldn't sit idly by. That would be too cowardly. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who didn't fight back when he was bullied. Although it couldn't be said that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, he was also the kind of person who would retaliate if someone offended him. After calling Tian Douhua's phone several times, he couldn't get through. While Yang Ming was worried about Tian Douhua's safety, he also became more and more cautious. However, Thinking that Tianlong was Tian Donghua's father, Tian Donghua shouldn't do anything to Tian Donghua. Yang Ming was relieved. If the other party was only Tianlong alone, Yang Ming would not be afraid. However, he was afraid of the hostages in Tianlong's hands and the mysterious boss behind Tianlong. Yang Ming couldn't say that he had suffered a loss in the hands of the mysterious boss, but he didn't get any benefits either. This was a strong opponent. Not only did he know Yang Ming very well, but he was also very cunning. Every move he made was unexpected for Yang Ming. Since Tianlong's side had to carefully discuss before deciding the next step, Yang Ming decided to go to Mount Jing first to solve the trouble of the Sui family. Otherwise, with him causing trouble, Yang Ming couldn't deal with Tianlong with peace of mind. Judging from Tianlong's current response policy, he would not kill the Sun family's people. Otherwise, Tianlong wouldn't choose the house arrest policy at the beginning. So in this way, the Sun family was not in danger for the time being. Tian Donghua was Tianlong's son. Even if Tianlong was crazy, it was impossible for him to kill Tian Donghua. So Yang Ming was not very worried. In order not to leave any evidence and handle, Yang Ming removed the license plate in front of his BMW and replaced it with a fake license plate with messy numbers. Bao Sanli had a lot of such things in his hands. Many of them were broken off from scrapped cars. It could be said that the license plates were suppressed by the formal license plate factory, but there was no procedure. So, from the appearance, it was no different from a real license plate. After changing the license plate, Yang Ming drove to Mount Jing. This time, Yang Ming went alone. He didn't bring anyone, including Wang Xiaoyan. Because dealing with Sui Yujin, he alone was enough. At 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the rush hour to get off work. The bustling Mount Jing was full of traffic. Yang Ming sat here and quietly observed the Immortal Building not far away. In the Immortal Building, many white-collar workers of all kinds came out one after another. There were men and women, old and young. In the underground parking lot, there were cars driving out from time to time. Yang Ming's gaze had been fixed on the chairman's office on the 16th floor of the Immortal Building. A middle-aged man with a similar appearance to Sui Guangqi and Sui Yumin. This person was obviously Sui Yujin. This could also be seen from the names of the people who came in and out of the building. Most people called him Chairman Sui or President Sui. Sui Yujin was sitting in the office at the moment, quietly waiting for a call from the Butterfly Assassin Group. Originally, there was a social engagement tonight, but Sui Yujin also asked his secretary to cancel it. The most important thing at present was to figure out the situation of the assassination of Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli. Otherwise, facing Tianlong's responsibility, Sui Yujin really couldn't refute it. President Sui, haven't you called yet? The secretary had an appointment with his girlfriend tonight, but now it seemed that Sui Yujin didn't mean to let him get off work, so the secretary could only accompany him here. Sui Yujin shook his head, glanced at the secretary and asked, "What's the matter?" Today is my girlfriend's birthday. I originally agreed to have dinner with her. The secretary said with a bitter smile, "But, I will call and tell her now." Sui Yujin nodded. This secretary had been with him for many years and had made great contributions to him. Sui Yujin wasn't the kind of person who was unreasonable. Today was a temporary situation, and it involved some secret things. Sui Yujin wanted to buy people's hearts, so he said, "So, isn't it her birthday today? I happen to have a diamond ring here. A friend brought it back from France for your sister-in-law, but your sister-in-law already has a lot of jewelry. This is for you. Give this to your girlfriend as a gift so that she won't be angry with you." As Sui Yujin spoke, he opened the safe next to him, took out a small box from it, opened it, and pushed it in front of the secretary. The secretary's eyes suddenly lit up. What a big diamond! Such a diamond was at least 4 or 5 carats, and it was made by a famous master in Paris, France. There was also an appraisal certificate inside. Such a diamond would cost at least $1 million in China. Such a valuable gift, the secretary didn't dare to accept it. President Sui, such a valuable gift. Indeed, when she was with Sui Yujin, the secretary had taken a lot of small favors. For example, Sui Yujin would usually give things like tobacco, wine, rice, and soybean oil to the secretary. However, this time, the thing was different. It was a diamond ring, and the secretary didn't dare to take it. Sui Huijin looked at the secretary's fearful look and smiled with satisfaction. Xiao, you have been with me for so many years. Even if you don't have any merits, you have worked hard. So, this diamond ring is my engagement gift to you too. Since Sui Huijin said so, the secretary couldn't refuse. She had to quickly thank him and accept the ring, but her hands were shaking again. Go and call your girlfriend. Sui Huijin waved his hand and urged. The secretary quickly held the box and happily left Sui Huijin's office. Sui Huijin smiled slightly. It's only a little more than 1,000,000 yuan. It's worth it to bribe my underling so that he won't go out and talk nonsense. The secretary left Sui Huijin's office and returned to her workspace. She put the ring aside with trembling hands and dialed her girlfriend's cell phone number. Hello? Where are you? I have been waiting for you in the restaurant for half an hour. Why haven't you come yet? The girlfriend's angry voice came from the other side of the phone. I called your cell phone, but no one answered. What do you want? I'm sorry, Xiaoli. My cell phone was in the workspace. I just got it from President Sui. The secretary quickly apologized. Then, when are you coming? Aren't you supposed to get off work early? I have already ordered the dishes. The girlfriend snorted and said. I'm sorry, Xiaoli. I can't go. The secretary said apologetically, today, President Sui has something to do in the company. I can't go. You eat by yourself. Go home and wait for me after eating. I eat by myself? The girlfriend was angry when she heard the secretary's words. What's wrong with your President Sui? You work hard for him all year round. It's my birthday today, and he still doesn't give you a break. Xiaoli, don't be angry. Listen to me. The secretary quickly picked up the ring box and opened it. What are you saying? I'll give you 2 choices. Either we break up. Or you come to the restaurant within 10 minutes. The girlfriend interrupted the secretary's words and ordered. Xiaoli, listen to me. The secretary said, President Sui also knew about your birthday, and he gave us a big gift. What gift? When the girlfriend heard that President Sui gave something, she asked patiently. A 5-carat French diamond ring. The secretary said, it was given to President Sui's wife by someone else, but President Sui said that there were already a lot of jewelry at home. He just heard that it was your birthday, so he gave it to us as an engagement gift. Ah. 5 carats. The girlfriend suddenly exclaimed, really? There are 5 carats? Yeah, I've seen it. It's about the same style in China. It's more than 1,000,000. The secretary said with some pride, so, are you still angry? Then why should I be angry? I'll go home and wait for you after I finish eating. The girlfriend said cheerfully, changing her anger. Okay, you wash up and wait for me in bed. The secretary was also very happy. However, he never thought that this phone call would become his and his girlfriend's last words. For many years, the secretary who helped Sui Huijin to do evil also got the punishment he deserved. Sui Huijin's words and actions to the secretary were clearly seen by Yang Ming. He didn't expect this guy to be so good at buying people's hearts. No wonder he was so popular in Mount Jing, but unfortunately, he just had to go against Yang Ming. Yang Ming naturally wanted to beat this guy up and make him bleed. The sky gradually darkened, and the street lights lit up. The entire immortal building was initially brightly lit. Now, only the chairman's office and the security room on the first floor were lit. Yang Ming had already made a plan to sneak into the immortal building. It was obviously not advisable to enter from the front door. After work, if he wanted to enter again, he would definitely be strictly interrogated by the security guard on duty. As a result, it was not conducive to Yang Ming's next plan. However, although the security of the immortal building seemed to be tight, it was actually not. Although it was spring, the windows in the bathroom were still open. This was also the fatal weakness of many buildings. The last time he went to teach the Four Snakes gang from Donghai a lesson, Yang Ming sneaked in from the bathroom. This time, it was no exception. Although the main body of the building was made of plexiglass and large mosaics, it was not difficult to climb. As long as there was a suction cup dipped in water, it could be easily climbed up. It was just that the building was in a bustling area with cars coming and going. Although it was already dark at this moment, there were still many pedestrians, making Yang Ming unable to move. At this time, if a person climbed up the building, it would definitely attract the attention of others, so Yang Ming could only wait until there was no one on the street before he took action. Yang Ming's plan was to follow Sui Weijin after he got off work and go to a secluded place to make a move. However, it was obvious that Sui Weijin planned to stay in the company today. From the conversation between Sui Weijin and his secretary, Little Yu, Yang Ming also heard some general information. It turned out that Sui Weijin had called the assassin organization to inquire about it. At this moment, he was waiting for the assassin organization's reply. However, could he still wait for a reply? Sui Weijin probably never dreamed that the assassin organization he entrusted was actually related to Yang Ming. Why is the efficiency so slow? What a world-famous assassin organization. There is actually no news for so long. Sui Weijin sat at his desk and looked at the clock at the corner of the table impatiently. It was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and there was still no call. If Sui Weijin knew this, he should have left his cell phone number. Why wait here for a call? However, after thinking about it again, the other party spoke English. If he left his cell phone number, he couldn't understand what the other party was saying. He had to find his secretary, Little Yu, to translate, so he could only leave the company's phone number. Sui Weijin was so bored that he opened the card game on the computer and played it. The clock passed by minute by minute. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie returned home early and waited for Yang Ming to come back. However, they waited from 6 o'clock in the evening until 11 o'clock, but they didn't see Yang Ming. Although she knew that Yang Ming might be delayed by something important, Chen Mingyan still couldn't hold back the worry in her heart and dialed Yang Ming's phone number. Yang Ming had been paying attention to Sui Weijin's movements and didn't pay much attention to the time. A qualified assassin must have good patience. When tracking and monitoring the target, he must ignore the existence of time. When he heard the phone ring, Yang Ming found out that it was already 11 o'clock. He picked up the phone apologetically. Mingyan, haven't you rested yet? I am outside. I have something to deal with. Not yet. We are all waiting for you, but we know that you must be delayed by something. We just miss you, so we called to ask. Chen Mingyan wasn't an unreasonable person. When she heard Yang Ming say this, she naturally understood. I'm fine. You should rest first. I'm really sorry, Mingyan. Yang Ming had been back for so long, but he hadn't been able to see Chen Mingyan. Okay, then we will sleep first. You have to be careful. Once you are done, go home early. Chen Mingyan reminded him like a newlywed wife. Yang Ming sighed and hung up the phone. He didn't know when this kind of life would end. Although he got something that others couldn't get in a lifetime, sometimes when he calmed down, he didn't have the carefree happiness of high school. Every day, he was surrounded by danger and conspiracy. This kind of life made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. Although he hoped that all of this would end as soon as possible, Yang Ming had to deal with the matter in front of him first. Looking at the watch, it was almost 12 o'clock. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. Yang Ming changed into a night suit in the car, got off, and hid in the darkness. He tiptoed to the side of the immortal building and checked the suction cup in his hand. After confirming that it could be firmly attached to the outer wall of the building, Yang Ming began to quickly climb to an open window on the second floor of the building. Yang Ming's movements were fast. In just a few seconds, he jumped into the open window on the second floor. Yang Ming had already used his special ability to check before. This was indeed a bathroom. Climbing up this building was actually not difficult. The difficulty was the camera in the corridor after leaving the bathroom. If he was here to perform an assassination mission, Yang Ming would definitely kill the people in the security room without mercy, and then destroy the monitoring system. However, this time, Yang Ming was not here to kill, but he intended to extort something from Sui Weijin and let him pay for his actions. As mentioned before, Yang Ming's ambition was not to unify the underworld and develop a gang, so Yang Ming was not interested in the industries of the Sui family in Mount Jing. After taking over, not only would it be difficult to manage, but it wouldn't make much money. The main reason was that the distance to Songjiang was not close. When Sun Hongjun planned to give Yang Ming the Donghai industry for free, Yang Ming didn't take over it, let alone Mount Jing. Of course, Yang Ming could also run quickly from the second floor to the security room and then knock them out, but there was a certain distance between the security room and the second floor. Yang Ming ran through the corridor and then down the stairs. Then, he ran through the corridor on the first floor to the security room, which would delay a lot of time. When he passed by the reception room, he was bound to be seen by the guards and the security guards on duty at the door, so Yang Ming had to knock them down first. This would take a lot of time. These delays added up were enough to make the security guards in the security room alert and call Sui Huijin or the police. Therefore, this was not the result Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming had already thought of a plan to deal with it. In the Immortal Building, there were several surveillance cameras. It was obviously impossible to display the images captured by each camera on the computer screen in the monitoring room. In the entire Immortal Building, there were several surveillance cameras distributed on each floor. From the corridor to the elevator to the emergency exit, there were surveillance cameras running. There were at least a few hundred cameras working in the entire building. However, the size of the surveillance screen in the security room was limited. It was obviously impossible to display the images captured by each surveillance camera on the computer screen of the security room all the time. Because of the limited size of the computer screen in the security room, only 12 real-time surveillance images could be displayed at the same time. In other words, there were dozens of cameras working, but they were not displayed on the surveillance screen of the security room. The elevator had a separate set of surveillance screens. The company only had 4 elevators, so it could be monitored in real time. Yang Ming obviously couldn't take the elevator upstairs. Once he stepped into the elevator, he would be discovered by the people in the security room. If the power of the elevator was cut off halfway, it would be over. Yang Ming had just studied the pattern of another big screen in the security room. Each set of images had 12, representing the images captured by the surveillance cameras on one of the 12 floors. The building had a total of 36 floors, so that was to say, to fully display the surveillance images of one of the points on each floor, the computer screen had to be switched 3 times to complete a cycle. Each set of images lasted about 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the next set of images was switched. That was to say, it would take a minute to switch back to the same floor with a different surveillance point. And this time, although it didn't seem to be a lot, it was enough for Yang Ming. 1.5 minutes was enough for Yang Ming to run to the stairs. However, this was not the key. There was another important problem. After every few cycles, it would be switched to the surveillance point in the middle of the stairs on each floor. Then, it would be re-rotated from the starting surveillance point on each floor. In other words, Yang Ming must miss the time displayed on the surveillance screen of the stairs and quickly go upstairs. However, because Sui Yuejin's office was on the 36th floor, Yang Ming must run from the 2nd floor to the 36th floor in one breath. Time was a bit tight. Although the surveillance screen of the emergency staircase would only be displayed once after a round, it was quite difficult to run to the 36th floor in one breath during this time. Yang Ming's endurance and stamina were good, but it didn't necessarily mean that his speed of climbing the stairs was fast. Although it could be said that he was faster than the average person, compared to those sports athletes, he was far behind. After all, Yang Ming was a killer, not an athlete. Therefore, this was what Yang Ming was most worried about. Now, since there was no other choice, Yang Ming could only try his best to maximize the time. The cameras at the end of the corridor from the 1st to the 12th floor started to work. The computer in the security room displayed the images captured by the 12 cameras. Yang Ming began his preparations. This was because this was the last round of activation of the cameras in the corridor. The next round was the activation of the cameras in the emergency staircase. 30 seconds later, the cameras at the end of the corridor from the 13th floor to the 24th floor started to work. Yang Ming also took advantage of this time and quickly ran to the emergency staircase at the end of the corridor. The cameras at the end of the corridor from the 25th floor to the 36th floor started to work. The cameras at the stairs from the 1st floor to the 12th floor started to work. The computer screen in the security room switched to the emergency staircase. 30 seconds later, the cameras at the stairs from the first floor to the 12th floor stopped working and switched to the cameras at the stairs from the 13th floor to the 25th floor. At the same time, Yang Ming also began to move. He quickly ran up the emergency staircase and rushed up. With the buffer in front of him, Yang Ming saved about a minute. Don't underestimate this 1 minute. This was very precious for Yang Ming. Whether he could successfully avoid the surveillance of the cameras, the more time he had, the more chances he had. However, according to Yang Ming's current speed, before the next round of cameras switched, Yang Ming was completely confident to run up. Because Yang Ming's endurance was very good, he didn't slow down along the way, so Yang Ming successfully ran up to the 36th floor. The cameras hadn't switched to the emergency staircase yet. At this moment, Yang Ming certainly couldn't run out of the emergency staircase. In that case, he was bound to be captured by the cameras in the corridor. Although every camera in the corridor had a blind spot, it was difficult for Yang Ming to find the absolute blind spot of each camera if there was no exact measurement and just visual estimation. Even if he found it, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that he could find the next one. In other words, once Yang Ming stood a little bit off, he would be seen by the people in the security room. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't take this risk to do such a dangerous thing. The cameras at the end of the corridor from the 25th floor to the 36th floor were activated again. Yang Ming knew that the opportunity had come again. When the next set of cameras, the cameras of the emergency staircase from the first floor to the 12th floor were activated, Yang Ming quickly left the emergency staircase and ran to the chairman's office. Although he could find a 1-minute gap in the previous monitoring of each set of stairs, Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that the door of Sui Yuejin's chairman's office could be opened smoothly without using a key, so Yang Ming didn't take this risk. Instead, he waited until the monitoring screen switched to the emergency staircase again before he moved. In this way, it would take 1.5 minutes for the 3 sets of emergency staircase screens to switch. After these 3 sets of screens were switched, it would switch to the monitoring screen of the corridor. The monitoring screen of the corridor was cut from the first floor to the 12th floor. In other words, it would take another minute for the corridor monitoring cameras on the 25th to 36th floors to be activated. It added up to 2.5 minutes, which was enough for Yang Ming to use. Yang Ming walked quickly and lightly to the door of Sui Yuejin's chairman's office. He gently pushed the door and found that the door was locked, but it was not locked. Yang Ming carefully pressed the door guard and pushed open Sui Yuejin's door. At this moment, Sui Yuejin was sitting at the computer desk, playing cards in boredom. Yang Ming closed the office door and locked it. Yang Ming knew that there was a secretary's office next to Sui Yuejin's chairman's office. His secretary, Little Yu, was also in the secretary's office at the moment, talking on the phone with his girlfriend. The sound of the door being locked still alerted Sui Yuejin. It was no wonder that in this silent immortal building, a little sound would be exaggerated. The mechanical sound of the door being locked was not something that Yang Ming could control with manpower or special abilities. This was the problem of the door lock manufacturer's design. Yang Ming could only make it as light as possible, but the mechanical spring sound could not be covered. Little Yu, have you comforted your girlfriend? Although Sui Yuejin heard the sound of the door, he subconsciously thought that it was his secretary, Little Yu, who came in. The sound of the door being locked was only the sound of the door being pushed. Mr. Sui is in a good mood. You are still playing cards in the company so late, said Yang Ming faintly. And? Sui Yuejin suddenly heard a strange voice, and he was stunned. Who is it? Sui Yuejin looked up abruptly, but he saw a strange man standing in front of him, looking at him indifferently. Sui Yuejin was shocked. How did this guy come up? Are the security guards downstairs useless? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Ming. Maybe you have heard of my name. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he sat on the sofa opposite Sui Yuejin, crossed his legs, and looked at Sui Yuejin. Yang Ming's unhurried manner made Sui Yuejin even more uncomfortable. I don't know the purpose of this guy's sudden visit to the company late at night. As for the name Yang Ming, Sui Yuejin vaguely seemed to have heard of it, but because this name was too common, there were at least 80 if not 100 in China, so Sui Yuejin really couldn't remember who this popular name was. As for Yang Ming, since he was ready to show his true identity in front of Sui Yuejin, he was not afraid of his revenge. Yang Ming came this time to warn Sui Yuejin to be honest and not to get involved in something that had nothing to do with him. If not, this time was a warning, the next time would not be as simple as a warning. What are you doing? Although Sui Yuejin was shocked by how Yang Ming appeared in his office, and he also saw that Yang Ming came with ill intentions, Sui Yuejin was a big shot after all. He had experienced dangerous situations before, so he could still maintain his calmness at this moment. What am I doing? Could it be that President Sui doesn't understand? Yang Ming shrugged and grinned. Didn't you just call? Call? What call? Sui Yuejin didn't understand what Yang Ming said. He snorted coldly. Who are you? What is your purpose? Just say it. Don't play these tricks in front of me. Don't blame me for not warning you. In Mount Jing, no one dares to play this game with me. Sorry, I'm not from Mount Jing. Yang Ming smiled very indifferently. However, if I were from Mount Jing, I would also speak like this. Sui Yuejin, don't you want to know that the mission you issued to assassinate Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli has not been completed? You. Sui Yuejin's eyes widened. He thought of countless possibilities. He imagined Yang Ming as an enemy in the underworld or a thief who lacked money to extort him. However, he never thought that Yang Ming actually came for this matter. Then, is Yang Ming a member of the Butterfly Assassin Group? You don't have to tell me. You guessed right. I am an assassin. Yang Ming interrupted Sui Yuejin's words and said coldly. Yang Ming didn't lie to Sui Yuejin. Yang Ming was right. He was indeed an assassin, but he was not an assassin hired by Sui Yuejin. However, this depended on Sui Yuejin's own understanding and imagination. Then why don't you kill them? What are you doing here? Sui Yuejin was still very calm, but when he heard Yang Ming say that he was an assassin, Sui Yuejin was instinctively scared. Assassin was a strange and terrifying profession for most people. The average person might not be as good. After all, assassins were too far away from them. But for Sui Yuejin, who had been in contact with assassins and knew the horror of assassins, it was even more terrifying. Sui Yuejin subconsciously reached out to the drawer of his desk. There was a pistol in it, which was used by Sui Yuejin for self-defense. Sui Yuejin was a cunning master. At this moment, he definitely didn't think that Yang Ming just came to him to explain why he didn't assassinate Ho Jinhan and Bao Sanli. Looking at Yang Ming's posture and tone, it was not like he was treating his employer. It was like he was facing a target to be assassinated. Although Yang Ming's appearance was somewhat bizarre, this matter was originally bizarre. It was not a very complicated assassination mission, but it had not been solved for so many days. What Sui Yuejin waited for was that the assassin found his client. How could Sui Yuejin not be alert? The only thing he could do now was to find a weapon that could defend himself. When Yang Ming was not aware of it, he could win by surprise. Of course, Sui Yuejin's intentions were not hidden from Yang Ming's eyes, and the gun in his drawer was completely seen by Yang Ming. Don't act rashly. It will make me have the urge to kill you. Yang Ming said with a blank expression. Originally, I didn't want to do anything to you, but don't force me. Sui Yuejin usually lied too much, so he would not believe Yang Ming's words at all. Won't do anything to me? If you won't do anything, then what are you doing here? Therefore, Sui Yuejin subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was lying, so his hand did not stop touching the drawer. It was because he saw that Yang Ming did not have any weapon in his hand, and Yang Ming was at least 2 meters away from him. At this time, it should be no problem to take out a pistol from the drawer. The current situation was that whoever occupied the dominant position had the upper hand, so how could Sui Yuejin miss this opportunity? Sui Yuejin listened to Yang Ming's words, but he only paused slightly, and his hand still touched the drawer. Yang Ming's sleeve moved slightly, followed by Sui Yuejin's scream. A very thin transparent flying needle was shot into the acupuncture point of Sui Yuejin's right palm, making his entire palm immobile. He was in so much pain that he kept trembling. I have already warned you. I don't want anyone to go against my will. Yang Ming was very indifferent to Sui Yuejin's pain. This is just a lesson for you to remember. Although he didn't see it clearly, Sui Yujin could still feel that something was shot into his palm, especially the needle mark on his palm. It was particularly obvious. However, in the current situation, this thing had entered his palm. This made Sui Yujin very worried while he was in pain. He didn't know if it had any effect on him. Don't look at it. It is a slow-acting poison needle. You won't die for the time being. Yang Ming saw Sui Yujin's expression. How could he not know what Sui Yujin was thinking? He deliberately teased him. Sure enough, after Sui Yujin heard it, the cold sweat on his forehead came out and flowed down. Sui Yujin's horror of Yang Ming had become from the bottom of his heart at this time. He completely broke down. Yang Ming's move was too fast. He had no room to resist at all. So what if he had a gun in his hand? Maybe before he could shoot, another flying needle would have entered his head. Sui Yujin saw what an assassin was for the first time. He also understood that the assassin was not an empty name, but it was really very powerful. Yang Ming just wanted to give Sui Yujin a warning. He never thought of killing Sui Yujin from the beginning to the end. After all, Sui Yujin's conflict with him was not big. Even if Yang Ming killed Sui Yujin, it was not good for Yang Ming. Therefore, Yang Ming's purpose this time was to warn Sui Yujin so that he would not dare to mess with Tianlong again. Otherwise, he would die miserably. When the flying needle in Sui Yujin's palm melted, Sui Yujin's hand also returned to normal. Except for some discomfort in the wound, there was no strong pain. Okay, have you recovered? Yang Ming frowned. According to the time, the flying needle should have melted. Sui Yujin was still wondering how his hand slowly became less painful, but he was not happy. The palm did not hurt, but it did not mean that it was better. Didn't Yang Ming say that it was a slow-acting poison? It was a slow-acting poison. When the poison took effect, it was normal for the palm to be numb. Hearing Yang Ming's reminder, Sui Yujin really felt that his palm did not have much difference at the moment, but it returned to normal. However, he was still very hesitant. My hand, is it okay? This poison can't kill you. Yang Ming looked at Sui Yujin coldly. Well, let's continue the topic just now. My name is Yang Ming. I am Sui Guangqi's junior high school classmate. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan are my underlings. Now you know why I am looking for you? What? Sui Yujin was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's words. He did not expect that Yang Ming was actually the boss of Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. Originally, Sui Yujin thought that Yang Ming was a professional assassin. Why did it seem that Yang Ming seemed to be a native of Songjiang? In particular, Yang Ming was the classmate of his son, Sui Guangqi. This made Sui Yujin even more surprised. However, I have another identity. I am an assassin. Yang Ming did not wait for Sui Yujin to ask and added, Now, do you know why I am looking for you? At this moment, even a stupid person would know why Yang Ming came after listening to Yang Ming's words, not to mention that Sui Yujin was not stupid. Although he was shocked, he could only accept this unlucky reality. According to his understanding, he spent money to hire an assassin and let this assassin kill the two underlings of this assassin. What would be the result then? He could figure it out with his toes. The unlucky one was naturally him, Sui Yujin. Let's talk about it. Why did you hire an assassin to kill Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli? Yang Ming asked, What is your motive and purpose? Do these two people have a grudge with you? Sui Yujin did not expect that Yang Ming was the boss behind Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. It just so happened that Yang Ming was an assassin. Sui Yujin hired an assassin, but he hired his own people. Facing Yang Ming's question, Sui Yujin bowed his head in silence. This was not only his own matter. In the middle, it involved the interests of the three families. There was also a behind-the-scenes boss that he had never met. Sui Yujin didn't know how to answer Yang Ming's question. If he said that he had a grudge against Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, it could only be traced back to Guijinbiao in Jiduan City. However, this reason was obviously untenable. If he had a grudge against Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan, he should have made a move when they just killed Guijinbiao, instead of dragging it until now. This wasn't a matter of impatience spoiling great plans, nor was it a matter of not being suspicious if he dragged it for a long time. Since Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli could kill Guo Jinbiao, then Sui Wujin could kill Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli. They could only admit that they were unlucky, and no one could avenge them. Of course, this was based on the absence of Yang Ming. However, Sui Wujin didn't know the existence of Yang Ming before, so if he wanted to avenge, he would have done it long ago. He wouldn't have chosen this time. Are you involved in Tianlong's matter? Yang Ming looked at Sui Wujin and suddenly asked. Sui Wujin was very nervous now, so his messy thoughts were all seen by Yang Ming. Yang Ming knew his thoughts and roughly understood that this matter was indeed related to Tianlong. Sui Wujin was shocked. He just thought about this matter and didn't know how to talk about it, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to know all about it. In this case, Sui Wujin didn't need to hide it anymore. His psychological defense completely collapsed. In the face of Yang Ming, this unknown yet familiar terrorist, Sui Wujin was a little timid. Previously, Yang Ming shot him with a hidden weapon. Sui Wujin was afraid that there would be a second time, so when he heard Yang Ming said this, he thought that Yang Ming knew, so he nodded decadently. Yes, Tianlong found me and asked me to cooperate with him to deal with Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan. The price was to return the property to me in Jiduan City to me. Yang Ming nodded. In this way, it became reasonable. Otherwise, Yang Ming really suspected that Sui Wujin was involved in something. Go on. The people Tianlong contacted were Chu Daming, Lu Chan, and me. In fact, I contributed the least in the whole incident. I didn't have to do anything at all. Tianlong just asked me to take advantage of the chaos to recover Jiduan City's territory and drive Bao Sanli's people out of Jiduan City. Sui Wujin said. I felt a little embarrassed. They were planting trees while I was enjoying the shade. So, when Tianlong said that he wanted to kill Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli, I volunteered that I knew the people in the assassin group and was ready to solve this matter through the assassin group. However, the hiring fee was paid by Tianlong. Behind him, there seems to be a character called the behind-the-scenes boss. He is very rich. It is said that he gave Tianlong a lot of financial sponsorship. However, I have never seen this person. I don't know if he exists. Behind-the-scenes boss. Sure enough, it is the behind-the-scenes boss again. Previously, Yang Ming had already heard this name from Tian Donghhua's mouth. Now, from Sui Wujin's mouth, Yang Ming was more convinced that this person seemed to be his old opponent, the mysterious person who repeatedly wanted to kill him. You just participated in this? Yang Ming glanced at Sui Wujin and asked. Yes. Sui Wujin nodded. Boom. Yang Ming jumped up without warning and jumped on Sui Wujin's desk. He kicked Sui Wujin's chest and directly kicked him from the boss chair to the ground. Yang Ming's kick was very strong, but he controlled it well. Otherwise, Sui Wujin's chest would have been flattened. His ribs would have pierced his internal organs, and he might have died. However, even so, Sui Wujin's ribs were still broken. Sui Wujin's face turned purple at the time. He fell to the ground and coughed vigorously. His mouth was full of blood. He didn't know if it was because of the lung injury or because the teeth in his mouth were also broken. Yang Ming did not continue to attack. He just stood beside Sui Wujin and looked at him coldly. Yang Ming didn't want to take Sui Wujin's life this time, but he couldn't let Sui Wujin have an easy time. Sui Wujin coughed for a while and recovered a little. His face was not as ugly as before, but he was still a little pale. Sui Wujin couldn't understand. He was already honest enough. Why did Yang Ming still make a move? Moreover, Yang Ming was so cruel that he was seriously injured with one kick. According to Sui Wujin's many years of experience, he broke a few ribs, but his life was not in danger. Sui Wujin was slightly relieved. Yang Ming was an assassin, and from his swift and fierce skills, Sui Wujin could see that it was easy for Yang Ming to kill him. If this kick didn't hit his chest but his head, Sui Wujin's head would have been broken. Therefore, it could be seen that Yang Ming didn't want to kill him. He kicked him, maybe just to vent. Since he couldn't afford to offend this master, Sui Wujin could only endure it. Fortunately, I can almost keep my life. As long as I let Yang Ming vent his anger, it will be over after a while. Thinking of this, Sui Wujin clenched his teeth. Mr. Yang, I didn't lie. Why are you still? Before Sui Yuejin's words fell, Yang Ming's foot had already stepped on Sui Yuejin's face. Before doing anything, you have to consider the possible cost. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Sui Yuejin shook his head with difficulty. Because his face was stepped on by Yang Ming, Sui Yuejin's head was very difficult to move. Help me do this. Is there a problem? Asked Yang Ming. Sure enough. In Sui Yuejin's heart, he was actually wondering why Yang Ming didn't kill him. It was reasonable to say that Yang Ming could kill him to vent his anger. Yang Ming could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Now, Sui Yuejin understood that Yang Ming didn't kill him because he wanted to use him. What does Yang Ming want to use me for? Sui Yuejin knew in his heart that it was nothing more than letting him go against Tianlong. Yes, Mr. Yang, please tell me. Sui Yuejin said this sentence almost without hesitation. In the face of life and death, interests and alliances were nonsense. Yang Ming's strength was enough to make Sui Yuejin betray Tianlong. In fact, Sui Yuejin only guessed one of the reasons, but he didn't guess the most important reason. The most important reason why Yang Ming didn't kill Sui Yuejin was actually that Yang Ming felt sorry in his heart. Sui Yuejin was the assassin's client. He paid for Wang Ke to assassinate Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. The money was spent, but the people were not killed. Not only that, but Yang Ming found him instead. Yang Ming was also an assassin. Doing this was not in line with the assassin's professional ethics. Although there was a reason for this, and it involved his own people, Yang Ming still couldn't kill Sui Yuejin. It was enough to give him a proper warning. I will ask you to deal with Tianlong. Is there a problem? Asked Yang Ming. No. Sui Yuejin endured the pain and replied quickly. I haven't thought about the specific plan yet. However, in front of Tianlong, don't let him know that we have met. Yang Ming moved his foot that was stepping on Sui Yuejin's face to the side. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences yourself. Sui Yuejin shuddered. For a professional assassin like Yang Ming, he couldn't guard against it. Just like in his company, the security system was very strict. Not only were there people on duty at the entrance of the building, but there was also a monitoring of the entire building in the security room. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming came up, since Yang Ming could come up once, he could come up a second time. Did Sui Yuejin have a choice? In the current situation, he could only surrender to Yang Ming in exchange for a life. The security monitoring of the immortal building was actually very strict. If it weren't for Yang Ming's special ability, it would be impossible to safely avoid the monitoring of every camera. Unless he killed the security guards in the duty room and the security room. However, Yang Ming didn't come to kill people this time, but he wanted to use Sui Yuejin to do something. Now, before determining whether the Sun family's people were life-threatening, Yang Ming didn't dare to act rashly. However, Yang Ming didn't mind creating some trouble, and infighting for Tianlong. Sui Yuejin could play this role. I understand. Sui Yuejin promised, I know what's important. I won't take my life as a joke. I will contact you through the phone. Yang Ming pulled Sui Yuejin from the ground and threw him on his boss chair. Now call your security room and tell them that I am going to leave your office. Tell them not to act rashly. Otherwise, I don't mind killing someone. Ah? Sui Yuejin was stunned, and his heart was somewhat inexplicable. The people in the security room are still alive? In other words, Yang Ming avoided the security room's monitoring and came upstairs? Sui Yuejin, as the company's chairman, was very clear about the security room's monitoring system. This was the kind of switching system. In other words, no matter where Yang Ming entered the building, it was impossible to be completely uncaptured by the camera. But now, there was no movement in the security room, which also proved that Yang Ming did it. He did it. Although I don't know how he did it. Yang Ming asked me to call the security room. Maybe on the one hand, he wanted to show me his shadowless skill, and maybe he didn't want to show that skill again. Sui Yuejin obediently dialed the phone of the security room downstairs. The phone rang and was picked up. It seemed that my guess was not wrong. When Yang Ming came up, he didn't touch the people in the security room. Is this the security room? I am Sui Yuejin. Sui Yuejin said to the phone. President Sui, hello. Is there anything you need? There was a clear and calm male voice over the security room phone. Is there anything wrong with the company? Sui Wujin pretended to ask as if nothing had happened. No, everything is fine. President Sui, please rest assured, said the security guard on duty. Sui Wujin's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, they didn't notice Yang Ming coming up. He glanced at Yang Ming with his peripheral vision and found that Yang Ming was smiling at him. Obviously, Yang Ming also guessed the meaning of his casual question. Yang Ming naturally knew what Sui Wujin was thinking, but Yang Ming didn't expose him. Instead, he let him ask. Only in this way could he be more afraid of Sui Wujin. In a while, my friend is going back. He is in my office. Help me inform the security guard on duty in the reception room at the door and ask him to help open the door. Sui Wujin instructed. Okay, no problem, President Sui. The security guard responded without any doubt. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Under Sui Wujin's gaze, he walked out of the office. Yang Ming was not afraid that Sui Wujin would call the police. The police would only make him die more miserably for the things he did. Yang Ming could completely deny it and not mention anything about the assassin. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind being captured by the surveillance video. He had already confessed his identity to Sui Wujin, so there was no need to cover it up. The security guard at the door was very cooperative. When he saw Yang Ming go downstairs, he didn't ask much. He directly opened the company's door and politely sent Yang Ming out. This was personally instructed by the chairman, Sui Wujin. How would they dare to ask more? After leaving the immortal building, Yang Ming didn't stop. He directly went to his BMW parked not far away on the side of the road and returned in the direction of Songjiang. It was already midnight. I don't know if Chen Mengyan and the others are resting. I should go back and see them. Sui Wujin saw that Yang Ming left and breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body seemed to be drained, and he gasped weakly. It was too scary. It was the first time that an assassin came to his door. Sui Wujin swore that he would never meddle in other people's business again. He would never contact people in the assassin industry again. It was pure luck that he could save his life this time. After a few breaths, Sui Wujin was awakened by the pain in his chest. He quickly dialed the phone of the secretary's office and shouted, "Come to my office." The secretary, Little Yu, was on the phone with his girlfriend. He was shocked by Sui Wujin's shout. He quickly hung up the phone and ran over. He was shocked when he entered the door. Sui Wujin's mouth was full of blood, and there were footprints on his face. Little Yu's eyes widened. President Sui, what happened to you? Hurry up and call an ambulance. Send me to the hospital. Sui Wujin ordered Little Yu. Sui Wujin was also very relieved about the injuries on his body. Since Yang Ming still had a use for him, it was impossible for him to kill him. In other words, there was no danger to his life for the time being. Oh, okay. Little Yu nodded in a panic. He quickly picked up the phone on the table, dialed the hospital's emergency number, and ordered an ambulance to come over. After doing all this, Little Yu asked with concern, President Sui, what's wrong with you? Is there a robber in the company? It's none of your business. Don't ask more. Sui Wujin waved his hand. He didn't dare to talk casually. Now that he still had half a life, he didn't want to lose his life because of his mouth. Oh. Although Little Yu was concerned about Sui Wujin's injury, he didn't dare to say anything more. He just asked, do we need to call the police? No. Sui Wujin said sternly, don't tell anyone about this. Shortly after Yang Ming left, a black shadow appeared in front of the front door of the immortal building and knocked on the door. Who is it? What's the matter? The security guard in the building had just sent away Yang Ming. Not long after, someone knocked on the door, so he didn't dare to neglect and asked quickly. Our boss left something in the building. He asked me to come back and get it. The black-shirted man said to the security guard on duty at the entrance of the building. Your boss is? The security guard asked. The one who just went out, your President Sui's friend, said the black-shirted man. Oh, that's it. When the security guard heard that the person in front of him was the subordinate of President Sui's friend, his attitude suddenly became much better. He quickly opened the door of the building and let the black-shirt man in. "Please come in." "Thank you. I will be back soon." After the black-shirt man finished speaking, he walked quickly into the building. After entering the building, the black-shirt man smiled strangely. He didn't go upstairs directly, but he walked in the direction of the security room. The security guard on duty at the door didn't set up any defenses. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to where the black-shirt man went after he came in. He still returned to the reception room leisurely and read the newspaper. Although the security guard in the security room saw the black-shirt man enter the building from the surveillance video, he was let in by the security guard on duty at the door, so the security guard in the security room didn't care. It was just that it was slightly strange to see him coming to the security room. The door of the security room was pushed open. The black muzzle was aimed at the security guard on duty in the security room. Before they could react to the situation, there was a bloody hole between everyone's eyebrows. After the black-shirt man killed the security guard in the security room, he put the pistol back into the satchel and quickly removed the hard drives in several monitoring devices. He was skilled like a professional thief. After putting the hard drives into the satchel, the black-shirt man went out of the security room and gently closed the door of the security room. He swaggered into the elevator and went up to the 36th floor. The speed of the elevator was naturally much faster than taking the stairs. After the black-shirt man came out of the elevator, he went straight to the direction of the chairman's office. The door of Sui Yuejin's office was not locked, but it was open. Sui Yuejin was lying in the boss's chair, covering his chest with his hand, while the secretary, Little Yu, stood anxiously by the side. The black-shirt man stepped into the door of the office, took out the pistol, and fired 2 fierce shots. 2 bloody holes appeared on Sui Yuejin's and Little Yu's heads. The black-shirt man was obviously very confident in his marksmanship. After shooting, he didn't check whether the target was killed. After putting away the gun, he didn't look at the 2 bodies in the room. Instead, he quickly took a bug from the chandelier in Sui Yuejin's office, put it in his satchel, and left the office without looking back. The whole action was done in one go without the slightest hesitation or pause. He took the elevator downstairs and walked to the reception room at the entrance of the first-floor building. "Have you taken the things? I will help you open the door." The security guard saw the black-shirt man go downstairs and enthusiastically picked up the key on the side. Bang! With a muffled sound, the security guard looked at the black-shirt man in front of him inconceivably. He didn't know when a black pistol appeared in his hand. He died with his eyes wide open. The black-shirt man reached out and picked up the keyboard. He opened the door of the immortal building and quickly disappeared into the night. His movements were swift without the slightest hesitation. If Yang Ming was present, Yang Ming would be surprised. This person's movements were so skillful. Probably not many people could do such a good job. Not long after the black-shirt man disappeared, another figure sneaked into the immortal building. This time, Wang Kejin came to end Sui Yuejin's life. Yang Ming did not kill Sui Yuejin. Wang Kejin saw this clearly as he hid in the dark. Yang Ming left the immortal building under the escort of the security guard. In other words, Yang Ming could not do anything to Sui Yuejin. After he did something to Sui Yuejin, it was impossible for him not to kill the security guard of the immortal building. The security guard saw Yang Ming's appearance, so it was certain that Yang Ming was not afraid of him seeing or remembering it. It could be seen that Yang Ming definitely did not kill Sui Yuejin. Perhaps he just taught him a lesson. However, Yang Ming did not kill Sui Yuejin, but Wang Kejin must kill him. The butterfly family broke their promise for the first time. Although there was a reason for this, it must not be spread in the industry. If so, the butterfly family's reputation would be ruined. The butterfly family's current status was under one and above all. The king of assassins could not be surpassed. Except for the existence of the king of assassins, the butterfly family was already detached from any organization in the industry. Therefore, there were many assassin organizations that were eyeing the butterfly family and wanted to surpass the butterfly family. Although the possibility of Sui Yuejin leaking the news was not high, he was not an assassin. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. If Sui Yuejin leaked the news and said that the butterfly family had bitten the client, the butterfly family's credibility would fall to the bottom. Wang Kejin was determined not to let this matter leave a trace of future trouble. Therefore, Sui Yuejin must die for him. Otherwise, Wang Kejin would become the sinner of the family. Wang Kejin was different from Yang Ming and Wan Xiaoyan. He was a completely cold-blooded assassin. He was adopted by the butterfly family since he was a child and trained intensively. In his eyes, there were only killing and obeying orders. Therefore, Sui Yuejin's life was completely indifferent in Wang Kejin's eyes. Wang Kejin thought that Yang Ming would do it for him. Wang Kejin was surprised to see Yang Ming. Especially after Wang Kejin received the news, he inspected the immortal building during the day. He also had a general understanding of the layout and switching of the cameras inside. How did Yang Ming do it? Wang Kejin was puzzled, but one thing was certain. His master's uncle, Tombstone, appeared. It was unknown whether he could do this. Seeing that Yang Ming did not kill Sui Yuejin, Wang Kejin was slightly disappointed. He was about to act on his own, but he saw a black-shirted man walking quickly to the immortal building. Wang Kejin didn't know what this guy was doing. He could only hold back his footsteps and crawl into the darkness again. The black-shirted man and the security guard of the immortal building negotiated a few words. The security guard of the building opened the door and let him in. Wang Kejin was too far away. He couldn't hear what the two said. He didn't have Yang Ming's telescopic special ability. Even if he could read lips, he couldn't see clearly. Wang Kejin frowned. He didn't know who this black-shirted man was, and he didn't know what he was doing in the immortal building at this time. Although Wang Kejin could break into the immortal building now and kill the black-shirted man, he couldn't figure out whether the black-shirted man had companions nearby. He couldn't figure out the true identity of the black-shirted man, so Wang Kejin didn't act rashly. He could only wait for the black-shirted man to leave the immortal building before making a decision. However, the black-shirted man obviously came and went in a hurry. In less than 20 minutes after entering the building, he hurriedly left the door of the immortal building. He quickly got on a motorcycle on the side of the road and left. What made Wang Kejin suspicious was that when the black-shirted man left the immortal building, he opened the door himself. There was no security guard who wanted to send him out. When he left, no one locked the door of the immortal building. It was impossible not to explain the problem. Wang Kejin's heart tightened slightly. After the black-shirted man left, Wang Kejin turned off the camera that had been facing the entrance of the immortal building and put it in his handbag. As an assassin, Wang Kejin would carry cameras, and other monitoring equipment every time he went on a mission. He would place them at the places where the target often appeared to monitor the target's living habits. Therefore, this time when he came to the entrance of the immortal building, Wang Kejin also habitually placed the camera in the direction of the entrance of the immortal building. Fortunately, I have this habit. Wang Kejin was a little glad. After going back, he enlarged the video and let Master's uncle Tombstone see if he knew the black-shirted man in the video. At the beginning of the year, Wang Kejin had replaced his camera with a 1080p Full HD device, which meant that he could see some details more clearly. He believed that there would not be too much distortion after enlarging it. After putting away the camera, Wang Kejin quickly ran in the direction of the immortal building. He had to figure out as soon as possible what happened in the building after the black-shirted man went to the immortal building. When Wang Kejin stepped into the immortal building, a pungent smell of blood rushed to his face. The assassin was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, so when Wang Kejin entered the door, he had already noticed that something was wrong. Looking sideways at the mailroom on the side, Wang Kejin suddenly frowned. The security guard who was originally on duty in the mailroom had a bloody hole between his eyebrows. The blood had already flowed everywhere from his head. The security guard in the mailroom is dead. No wonder when the black-shirted man came out, no security guard wanted to send him off. It turns out that he was killed. So, which side does the black-shirted man belong to? This made Wang Kejin suddenly confused. Yang Ming did not kill Sui Yuejin, so it was impossible to send someone to kill Sui Yuejin after he left. There was no need to do such a thing. Therefore, Yang Ming's suspicion was directly ruled out by Wang Kejin. So, if it was not Yang Ming, who could it be? Could it be Sui Yuejin's enemy? Wang Kejin was confused. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Since the security guard on duty at the door is dead, and there is no response from the security room, then, that is to say. Thinking of this, Wang Kejin quickly ran in the direction of the security room. The door of the security room was open. Before he reached the door of the security room, the bloody smell drifted over again. This made Wang Kejin's guess become a fact. The security guard in the security room was also killed. He quickly stepped into the security room and looked inside. Sure enough, the 3 security guards were lying in a pool of blood. According to Wang Kejin's visual estimation, several people had no signs of life. They were obviously dead. Wang Kejin shook his head. This black-shirt man's marksmanship was really good. Not only was it fast, but it was also accurate. Looking at the injuries of these security guards, they were all killed with one shot. Although Wang Kejin could do this, Wang Kejin was the most outstanding existence among the 3rd generation of the butterfly family. After checking the monitoring equipment, sure enough, the hard disk used for recording had been removed. Obviously, it was done by the black-shirt man because Yang Ming didn't need to remove the hard disk at all. When Yang Ming left the Immortal Building, the security guard at the door sent him off. That was to say, the security guard had seen Yang Ming's appearance. It was useless for Yang Ming to remove the hard disk. Wang Kejin shook his head and stepped out of the security room. However, before he walked out of the security room, Wang Kejin's gaze suddenly stopped on a file cabinet at the door. Wang Kejin took out the lily key that he carried with him from his backpack and opened the file cabinet. Seeing the things inside, Wang Kejin smiled slightly. Wang Kejin remembered a sentence that the instructor once said. That was, as an assassin, you must be very careful. An assassin was different from a theft group. After a theft group was caught, they would not be sentenced to death, but an assassin was different. After an assassin was caught, he would be sentenced to death. So in this way, an assassin must be very careful. When performing a task in a place with monitoring, the hard disk in the computer in the monitoring room must be removed afterward. Moreover, one must be wary of whether there was a data backup device in the monitoring room. In a place like the Immortal Building, in order to prevent any accidents, there would generally be a data backup computer. Because the computer hard disk for real-time monitoring was in a state of constantly reading and recording at every moment, the magnetic head of the hard disk was working at full capacity all the time, which also reduced the service life of the hard disk. In other words, the hard disk could be broken at any time. In order to prevent this kind of accident, the company responsible for installing the monitoring video would generally set up a data backup machine. That was to say, every once in a while, the monitoring machine would transmit the data to the backup machine for backup. In this way, even if the hard disk in the monitoring machine was broken, there would still be backup data in the backup machine. It would not be impossible to find the monitoring data after a problem occurred. The black-shirt man before, although his technique was fierce, obviously did not think of this. In fact, there were very few companies in China that would adopt this approach. It was normal for the black-shirt man not to notice. However, when Wang Kejin was performing a task, he had to take precautions in advance in any situation. It was a habit. Every time Wang Kejin removed the hard disk of the monitoring host in the monitoring room, he would recheck the other locations in the monitoring room to see if there was a host for data backup. Generally speaking, the host used for backup would not be too far away from the monitoring machine. It might be placed next to it. The backup machine of the Immortal Building was indeed placed next to it, but it was placed in the cabinet next to it. The black-shirt man before obviously ignored this. He did not expect that there would be a backup machine in the file cabinet. There was actually a reason why Wang Kejin noticed this file cabinet. Previously, Wang Kejin had seen something similar in a foreign company. This was not a file cabinet. It was a computer cabinet, but the appearance was similar to a file cabinet. If Wang Kejin hadn't inadvertently discovered this secret during the previous mission, he would have suffered a loss. Therefore, this time, after Wang Kejin saw a similar file cabinet in the Immortal Building, he must open it to see what it was. Sure enough, there is a backup machine. Wang Kejin carefully cut off the power of the machine, then opened the case. Took out the hard disk inside, and put it in his bag. Wang Kejin left the security room of the Immortal Building. In fact, it was not important to go upstairs. Since this black-shirted man killed all the security guards in the mailroom and the security guards in the security room, then Sui Yuejin's chance of survival was almost zero. However, to be on the safe side, Wang Kejin decided to go upstairs and take a look personally. He got on the elevator and quickly came to the door of the chairman's office on the 36th floor. The unconcealable smell of blood also proved Wang Kejin's guess. Looking inside, Sui Yuejin was already dead. Beside him, there was a young man. It seemed that he was either Sui Yuejin's follower or a secretary driver. After Wang Kejin took a picture of the scene with his camera, he quickly left the immortal building. Although he did not know who killed Sui Yuejin, since someone did it for him, Wang Kejin was relieved. It did not matter who killed him. The key was to silence him. Sui Yuejin was dead, and there were some things that could not be verified. Wang Kejin estimated that the police should be coming, so he quickly left the immortal building and returned to Songjiang to report to his master's tombstone. Shortly after Yang Ming entered the Jingsong Expressway, a Buick commercial vehicle also entered the Jingsong Expressway from the Mount Jing toll booth and headed in the direction of Songjiang. The driver in the car was a young man in his 30s. His face was a little pale, apparently the result of not seeing the sun for a long time. "How is it? Is it successful?" asked the young man. "Oh, he should be called the young military advisor. Very successful." The thin and tall man called the boss was the black-shirted man who had just entered the immortal building. "But Sui Yuejin is just a chess piece. It doesn't matter whether he is killed or not. Did you get the surveillance video?" The young military advisor did not answer the black-shirted man's question but just asked. "I got it." The black-shirted man nodded, but his tone was a little unhappy. Although the two were in a cooperative relationship, the young military advisor had to rely on himself if he wanted to succeed. Although he could give advice, he had never succeeded from the beginning to the end. "Hee, don't blame me for not telling you clearly. Because it was too sudden, I just made a preliminary plan in my mind. Now, I have some ideas." The young military advisor said, "I asked you to kill Sui Yuejin for a reason. It is not just because I am afraid that Yang Ming will instigate him. After Yang Ming went, he could intimidate and threaten Sui Yuejin. Naturally, he could achieve the purpose of instigate Sui Yuejin, but this has no effect on us. Because even if Sui Yuejin is instigated, he is only targeting Tianlong. Tianlong is no longer of much use to us. Now it seems that although Chu Daiming and Lu Chan emptied the funds of Yang Ming's company, they did not hurt Yang Ming. Because Bao Sanli and Lu Chan discovered it in time, it did not have much impact on the company's reputation. Letting Tianlong kidnap Yang Ming, I didn't have any hope from the beginning because it was not realistic. With Yang Ming's skill, how can he be easily caught? So Tianlong is just a chess piece to confuse Yang Ming and distract Yang Ming. The real move has not been made yet. However, now there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of us. After I straightened out my thoughts, I feel that this method is still very feasible." "What opportunity?" Hearing the young military advisor's explanation, the black-shirted man felt a little more comfortable, but he still didn't understand what the young military advisor was referring to. "What does this have to do with killing Sui Yuejin?" "The Immortal Building is the landmark building of Mount Jing, and the Immortal Group is also the largest company in Mount Jing. What do you think the police of Mount Jing will do when their chairman, Sui Yuejin, is dead?" asked the young military advisor. "Of course, it is to solve the case as soon as possible, but you can rest assured that my method of committing the crime, The black-shirted man smiled conceitedly. "I will kill those who should be killed. Even if someone sees me, it is just this human skin mask." On the black-shirted man's face, he always wore a human skin mask. It was said to be a high-tech product that could fit according to the original face shape of the person and automatically generate a new face. The young military advisor was still in awe of the black-shirted man, so he did not dare to ask him about the human skin mask. "Of course, I am not afraid that you will leave any flaws for the police." The young military advisor waved his hand. "I mean, before Sui Yuejin died, Yang Ming went to the Immortal Building." "You mean this surveillance video?" The black-shirted man was not stupid. After listening to the young military advisor's words, he immediately thought of what the young military advisor was going to do. That's right. The young military advisor sneered twice. With this evidence, we are not afraid of not killing Yang Ming. Even if he is not the murderer, he will be arrested as a suspect. Over time, we will use some means to let him die in the detention center. It is not difficult. You know, the wardens and bullies in there are all my buddies. Good method. The black-shirt man praised after listening. Why didn't you tell me before? Previously, there were many things that I had to confirm personally, such as the location of the surveillance camera and some details, said the young military advisor. The surveillance video can't be left in the monitoring machine of the Immortal Building. The part where you kill must be removed. In other words, it must be edited by us. In this way, the authenticity of the video time will be doubted. Isn't there a display of the time on the screen of the surveillance video? How can it be doubted? Asked the black-shirt man. After we edit the video, it is not difficult to put the time and date on it, right? Therefore, the evidence produced in this way will definitely be doubted by the police, and the purpose of framing Yang Ming will not be achieved, explained the young military advisor. But now these are not problems because there is a large electronic perpetual calendar on every floor of the Immortal Building. Not only does it show the current time, but it also shows the date. With this unchangeable evidence, the police have no choice but to believe it. The young military advisor said, moreover, the time you killed Sui Huijin was immediately after Yang Ming left the Immortal Building. The time when Yang Ming appeared on the surveillance screen and the time when Sui Huijin died were no more than 10 minutes. When the forensic doctor determines the time of death, this small error is no longer a problem. At that time, Yang Ming won't be able to defend himself. The black-shirt man nodded in appreciation. It seems that I really didn't find the wrong person. This young military advisor still has a lot of bad ideas in his mind. He can even think of such a sinister trick. Your idea is very good. Kill with a borrowed knife. If it really succeeds, I will let you enjoy endless glory and wealth. The young military advisor sighed slightly. In fact, this trick of framing people was first used by the young master, but unfortunately, What's wrong? The black-shirt man didn't ask much about the young military advisor. The two people had hatred for each other, and they had a common enemy to deal with, the same target, Yang Ming. Therefore, they came together. Now, because the young military advisor thought of a wonderful idea, the black-shirt man was in a good mood. However, he saw that the young military advisor's tone was a little sad, so he couldn't help but ask casually. Yang Ming escaped by a fluke, but the young master died an unnatural death. The young military advisor gritted his teeth fiercely. Yang Ming, see if I will play you to death this time. The black-shirt man nodded silently. It seems that this young military advisor is also a person who values friendship and righteousness. However, this time, although we have a lot of unfavorable evidence against Yang Ming, the police are not fools. It is impossible to identify Yang Ming as a murderer casually, the black-shirt man said with concern. Moreover, the father of Yang Ming's girlfriend is the acting director of the Songjiang City Bureau. How can he sit idly by? The murder happened in Mount Jing. Naturally, the police in Mount Jing will be responsible for it. The young military counselor said, moreover, I don't need the police to determine whether he killed Sui Huijin in the end. As long as he enters the detention center, I am confident that I can take his life. With Yang Ming's skills, he won't be bullied so easily. The man in black said, it's not his first time in the detention center. When he was in the detention center, he almost crippled one of the bosses there. The young military advisor frowned. He didn't think so much. In his opinion, 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. As long as a group of prisoners surrounded him, he wouldn't be afraid of not being able to kill him. However, the current situation seemed to be a little unexpected. But even so, the young military advisor was not too worried. There would always be a way. And this time, he was confident that he could turn Yang Ming into a murderer. The young military advisor had already prepared the hatred between Yang Ming and Sui Huijin. At the class reunion, Yang Ming and Sui Guangqi competed for a woman. This was not a secret. The young military advisor believed that as long as this news was released, it would be another matter whether the father of Yang Ming's girlfriend could still control Yang Ming. Wang Kejin returned to the Huasheng district, Tombstone's residence. Did you kill him? Tombstone saw Wang Kejin coming back and asked calmly. This kind of mission without any difficulty should be a piece of cake for Wang Kejin. Tombstone asked Wang Kejin casually because he didn't believe that Wang Kejin would fail the mission. To Tombstone's surprise, Wang Kejin shook his head. His face was a little pale. No. No? Is there a problem? Tombstone was also surprised. This mission is not difficult, right? Yes, there is a big problem. Wang Kejin sighed. Shortly after Yang Ming left, another black-shirt man entered the immortal building before I could act. I couldn't figure out his origin, so I could only lurk near the building and wait for him to come out before making a plan. However, after he came out, I entered the building again. Sui Yuejin had already been killed. What? Tombstone's face also became weird. Is there such a coincidence? In other words, Sui Yuejin was killed by the black-shirt man? It should be like this. Wang Kejin nodded. Why did the current Wang Kejin have a feeling that misfortune never comes singly? After coming to Songjiang, everything was not going well. First, the mission to assassinate Yang Ming failed. This was excusable. However, Sui Yuejin's mission was a bit bad. Although the target was dead, he didn't know who killed him. Are there any clues? Asked Tombstone. At the entrance of the immortal building, I have recorded it from a distance. I don't know if it can be seen clearly after zooming in, said Wang Kejin. However, I found a monitoring backup in the monitoring room of the immortal building. I have already removed the hard disk inside. I don't know if there is any valuable information in it. In any case, Sui Yuejin is dead. Although I don't know which party did it, it has no effect on us. Tombstone said, don't worry about it. This is nothing. Don't worry, Masters Jr. I won't think too much about it. Wang Kejin nodded. In a while, you go and pour out the video and the hard disk. I will see if that person is from the assassin world. Tombstone said, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat something together first. In Wang Kejin's camera, the black-shirt man's face was clearly recorded. However, after Tombstone saw it, he shook his head. This person looks very ordinary. I have never seen him before. Since Tombstone had never seen a person before, Wang Kejin had never seen him before. On the hard disk of the backup machine, the scene of the black-shirt man entering the building and breaking into the security room to kill was missing because the backup machine was only synchronized with the monitoring machine after a period of time. This situation meant that the monitoring machine had not had time to synchronize with the backup machine, and the black-shirt man removed the hard disk in the monitoring machine. However, although the black-shirt man could not be seen before entering the building and coming to the security room, it clearly recorded that the black-shirt man walked out of the security room, took the elevator to the 36th floor, and entered Sui Yuejin's room to shoot. Because the hard disk of the monitoring machine was removed, the backup machine lost contact with the monitoring machine. The computer program in the backup machine determined that the monitoring machine had malfunctioned, so it directly took over the monitoring machine's authority. The backup machine began to monitor the entire immortal building. A camera on the 30th floor was facing the door of the chairman's office. The whole process of the black-shirt man shooting Sui Yuejin was recorded. Sure enough, he did it. Wang Kejin breathed a sigh of relief. The black-shirt man's killing action was done in one go. Before the killing, he did not say anything to Sui Yuejin. In this way, he did not have to worry about the butterfly family's broken promise spreading. The only thing that was unclear was which faction the black-shirt man represented. Why would he appear in the immortal building after Yang Ming left and carry out a large-scale massacre, leaving no survivors in the building? Keep this video first. If I have time to go back to Europe, I will show it to the family master, said Tombstone. Yes, then I will intercept all the videos of the black-shirt man in my camera and the backup machine's hard disk and burn them into a disk, said Wang Kejin. When Yang Ming returned to Songjiang, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. At this time, if he returned to the Huasheng district, it would affect the rest of Chen Mengyan and others. He had promised Xiaoqing to look for her, but because of many accidents, he could not fulfill it. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to go back to the school dormitory for one night. He didn't know how Tian Donghua was doing. Yang Ming called a few more times, but it was still turned off. Because Yang Ming had a school pass, he could drive into the school campus no matter how late it was. At 1 o'clock in the morning, most students had already entered Dreamland. In the huge campus, except for a few graduate student dormitory buildings that were still lit up, the rest of the place was dark. Only the bathroom on each floor of the dormitory building was bright. Under the dim yellow street lights, Yang Ming drove slowly. Although it was early spring and the weather was still a little cold, who could guarantee that there were not a few passionate men and women in this school who were having sex on campus? If he accidentally crushed someone, it would not be good. On the path to the dormitory area, Yang Ming suddenly saw a figure not far ahead. It was walking forward quickly. Judging from the back, it was a girl, and her figure was a little familiar. The girl might be afraid at night, so she didn't dare to walk on the side of the road. Instead, she walked in the middle of the road. Although the security in the school was very good, who could guarantee that there was no one who climbed over the wall? Or it could be a pervert who lurked in the campus during the day and came out to commit crimes at night. Didn't Ho Junhan come to the school to rob? Therefore, Yang Ming could also understand the girl's mood at the moment. Yang Ming wanted to honk the car horn and ask her to move, but he just put his hand on the horn and let go. At this moment, in the middle of the night, there was no sound on campus. If Yang Ming honked, it might wake up many students who had already entered their dreams. Yang Ming didn't want to do this kind of wicked and annoying thing. When Qi Jida and Xia Wenjin pressed the horn crazily in the school, they were taught a lesson by Yang Ming. Yang Ming naturally couldn't do such a thing. For Qi Jida and Xia Wenjin, see chapter 1089. If you are sick, go to the hospital. Thinking of these two scums, Yang Ming thought of Xianxia again, the girl who worked as a waitress in the nightless club. I don't know how she has recovered at this moment. Can she stand up and walk? Although Qi Jida, Xia Wenjin, and Lu Xiaojun all got the punishment they deserved, the punishment couldn't make up for the harm to this girl. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He had heard a lot about Xianxia recently. Yang Ming didn't deliberately deny the rumors in the nightless club. Now, even Bao Sanli thought that Xianxia and Yang Ming had some ambiguous relationship, let alone the other members of the nightless club. Therefore, with this layer of relationship, there was an endless stream of people who went to the hospital to visit Xianxia. Even many people who didn't belong to the nightless club and belonged to Mingyang Entertainment brought gifts to visit Xianxia. The fundamental reason why Yang Ming didn't explain or deny it was because he wanted Xianxia to get more care. Maybe this way, she would be happier. As for those rumors, Xianxia didn't care. Why would Yang Ming deny it? Although Yang Ming hadn't visited her after returning to Songjiang, Bao Sanli had already reported to him about Xianxia's recent situation. Thinking of these past events, Yang Ming slowly followed behind the girl in front of him. Since there was no way to overtake her and he couldn't honk, Yang Ming could only follow her and wait until she entered the female dormitory in front of her. After Jing Xiaolu finished the work at hand, she looked at her watch. It was already past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. She didn't expect to be busy for so long. This afternoon, when Jing Xiaolu was in class at school, she received a call from the leader of the department, telling her that the company had an accident. The two vice presidents had absconded. The chairman, Ho Junhan, and the general manager, Guo Jianchao, were going to hold a staff meeting. Jing Xiaolu must attend. In fact, Jing Xiaolu could have called Ho Junhan to ask for leave, and the department leader also knew about Jing Xiaolu's relationship. However, the reason why he called Jing Xiaolu was nothing more than a formality. Guo Jianchao's original words were to inform those who were running business outside or those who were on leave. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all of them would have a meeting in the company's conference room. Jing Xiaolu was already very relaxed and free in the company because of her relationship with Yang Ming. She only went to the company when there was no class, and she could go back to school at other times. Therefore, when the company had an accident, Jing Xiaolu didn't want to be special. So, she hurriedly asked for leave from the school teacher, stopped a taxi, and rushed to the company for a meeting. With such a big incident in the company, the first thing that the company's top management had to do was to stabilize the people's hearts. Only when the employees in the company were not in chaos could the matter end beautifully. However, most employees knew the background of Mingyang Entertainment, so they were not worried about the company's accident this time. In their opinion, the two vice presidents who escaped would be caught sooner or later. After the meeting, it was time for each department to check the accounts and fill in the reports. This was supposed to be done at the end of every year, but it was now mentioned. So, for a while, each department was busy. Xianxia naturally joined in. Although she had a special relationship, she didn't want to be a maverick. She was lazy when others were working, so she wouldn't do this kind of thing. Although others wouldn't say anything, they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. But now, she also worked with everyone. Others felt that Xianxia was really good. Although she had a relationship with the boss, she was approachable. Xianxia now gave everyone such an impression, so when she often asked for leave to go back to school, no one gossiped. Instead, they felt that this little girl was hardworking. When she was completely done, it was already 12 o'clock when she looked at the watch. Xianxia secretly complained. The dormitory should have been locked long ago, right? If I go back at this time, can I still knock on the door of the dormitory building? She refused the proposal of her colleagues to have a meal together. Xianxia stopped a taxi and hurried back to school. Because taxis were not allowed to enter the school campus, Xianxia got off at the school gate and walked in the direction of the dormitory building. Not long after, Xianxia felt two beams of light coming from behind her. They were like headlights. Xianxia quickly quickened her pace and instinctively moved to the side of the road, wanting the car to pass by her. Yang Ming also saw Xianxia's move, but the road was very narrow. It was a one-way lane. Yang Ming's car was wide, so although Xianxia moved to the side, she didn't completely move to the side. Yang Ming still didn't dare to simply overtake her. If he scratched Xianxia, the loss would outweigh the gain. Anyway, Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Xianxia moved aside, but the car behind did not overtake her. The car behind did not honk. It just followed behind Xianxia at a steady speed. Xianxia's heart suddenly tightened. She had heard a lot of robberies at night, and Yang Ming's current driving speed was suspicious and strange. How could Xianxia not be afraid? Especially at night, Yang Ming turned on the car lights. Even if Xianxia turned back, she couldn't see the model of the car, the license plate, and the person sitting in the driver's seat. Therefore, after Yang Ming followed her for a long time, Xianxia finally collapsed. Xianxia screamed. The shrill voice was particularly harsh in the quiet campus. Yang Ming naturally heard Xianxia scream. He subconsciously stopped the car, opened the door, and jumped out. As for Xianxia, when she heard the sound of the car door opening behind her, she was even more scared. She ran without looking back. Previously, when Xianxia turned back, Yang Ming had already recognized Xianxia. He was wondering why Xianxia was still wandering around the campus so late at night. Before he had time to open the window to ask, Xianxia shouted inexplicably and rushed forward. This made Yang Ming even more confused. He didn't know what happened to her. However, Yang Ming still subconsciously chased after her. Xianxia heard footsteps behind her. She knew that the person in the car had jumped out and chased after her. She was even more scared. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. She ran forward desperately. However, Xianxia was not good at sprints and long-distance running. Although Yang Ming was running behind her, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Xianxia was about to cry. Why am I so unlucky? Thinking of all the things after being caught, being molested, insulted, and killed. Xianxia was about to collapse. She knew that she couldn't outrun the person behind her. In desperation, she couldn't help but shout, Yang Ming, save me. End of chapter 1236. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.